Chapter 1, The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Don't touch me. Otherwise I'll tell your dad. Damn it, do you really think you're a chaste woman? I'm going to sleep with you tonight, get out of this car right now. At the entrance of Jinchao Hotel, a convertible supercar with its hazard lights on was parked on the side of the road. A young and handsome man was violently pulling the woman in the car. The woman was obviously drunk, her face was flushed and her mind was a little unclear. But she seemed to know the consequences of getting out of the car. She held the steering wheel tightly with one hand and held the door armrest with the other, refusing to let go. While struggling, the woman said something surprising. Hao Luan, that's enough. I'm your mother, you can't do this to me. Unexpectedly, the young man arrogantly scolded, Stop talking nonsense, you are just the mistress my father married. What qualifications do you have to be compared with my mother? If the old guy can play, I can play too, ha ha ha. In a taxi about 10 meters away from the convertible supercar, Lin Mo looked at the explosive scene in front of him and was secretly shocked. Wang Haoluan is indeed a villain. He even wants to have sex with his own stepmother. He is such a beast. A few days ago, Lin Mo mysteriously traveled to the world of an urban fantasy novel he had read, and became a small follower of Wang Haoluan, the villain in the early part of the book. What is even worse is that this little follower only has 3 chapters to play and will be killed in 2 days. Fortunately, he has awakened the destiny-changing system and still has a chance to turn things around. According to the system requirements, Lin Mo must gradually replace Wang Haoluan and become the #1 villain in the book, and then seize all the luck of the destined protagonist, so that he can successfully change his fate. Ways to seize their luck include but are not limited to seizing their wealth, connections, and confidants around them. You will get generous rewards for every task you complete. His current mission is, as long as he successfully rescues the villain Wang Haoluan's stepmother Zhou Shuyi, he will be able to obtain a villa in the suburbs of Beijing in the Zhou family's unique martial art Sanglongjin. Speaking of the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, she is at least one of the 4 great beauties in the capital. Even though she is already in her 30s, she still maintains a devilish figure with a curvaceous figure and exquisite makeup, and is not inferior to that of popular female stars. Otherwise, how could young Master Wang, who is used to seeing all kinds of beauties, be obsessed with her? If I could hold her long legs in black stockings, living for a few dozen more chapters shouldn't be a problem. After getting off the taxi, Lin Mo opened the system page and looked at the Scarlet Life countdown prompt, 2 days, 4 hours and 36 minutes, then rushed forward without hesitation. First, he grabbed Wang Haoluan's throat from behind, preventing him from seeing who was attacking him. Then he punched him in the back of the neck and knocked him unconscious. Lin Mo in the book is a Sanda champion from a martial arts school, and it was no surprise that he knocked out a rich second-generation man whose body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex. After doing all this, Lin Feng turned his head to look into the car and almost had a nosebleed on the spot. Since today is the 70th birthday party of the old man of the Wang family, Zhou Shuyi wore a black low-cut evening dress. But during the tug-of-war, Wang Haoluan tore her shoulder straps off. A large area of white and smooth skin was displayed in front of Lin Feng without reservation. In addition, she had been drinking, and her rosy lips and misty peach eyes were enough to make any man fall for her instantly and want to commit a crime. Fortunately, Lin Mo did not forget the purpose of this trip. He came forward and asked softly, Madam, are you okay? Why is it you? Zhou Shuyi tried hard to open her heavy eyelids, which were lightly painted with eyeshadow, and recognized that the person in front of her was the little bodyguard following Wang Haoluan. Then he looked at Wang Haoluan, who had fainted on the ground, and asked in surprise, Did you beat him to death? No, the young master was just knocked unconscious by me. I didn't expect him to do such a beastly thing. I really couldn't bear to see it, so. Lin Mo found an impeccable excuse for himself. Seeing that she was not in a good state, as if someone had drugged her wine, he swallowed his saliva and asked, Madam, how about I take you back first? Under the dual effects of alcohol and drugs, Zhou Shuyi forced herself to cheer up and said a place name, Qingshan, Buyuan. Qingshan Villa is a luxurious villa area in the suburbs of Beijing. One of the 6 king-sized buildings there was Zhou Shuyi's dowry, and she usually lived there alone. Lin Mo threw young Master Wang into the green belt on the side of the road like a dead dog, and then sped away in his convertible supercar. Although Wang Haoluan would definitely track down the murderer and take revenge on him later, Lin Mo didn't care about that in order to save his life and get the mission reward. It's so hot, where am I? The cool evening breeze brought Zhou Shuyi back to her senses. She turned her head to look at Lin Mo, who was concentrating on driving, and asked, Who are you and where are you taking me? I'm Lin Mo. I was the one who saved you just now. Madam, don't you remember? Lin Mo took the time to glance at her, and his eyes were instantly attracted by a magnet. This woman, once one of the 4 great beauties in Beijing, was actually taking off her evening gown. The whiteness was so blinding that he almost rear-ended the car in front. Lin Mo? Who is Lin Mo? Zhou Shudi's face was as red as 2 pieces of steamed crab shells, and she struggled to get closer to Lin Mo. She even unreasonably pressed half of her body against him, hooked her left hand around his neck, and restlessly slipped her right hand into his shirt through the gap between the buttons, groping around randomly. In his previous life, Lin Mo had been single for more than 20 years and had never enjoyed such treatment. His body was stiff as if he had been hit by a spell. He smiled bitterly and advised, "Madam, please wait a moment. I will take you home first, okay? If you continue like this, you will get into a car accident." Although it looks cool to drive a convertible sports car with one hand, the traffic in Beijing is very busy, and if you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and people will die. He does not want to die young. However, Zhou Shudi ignored all this and enthusiastically explained the key points of the movements, as if she was trying to teach this rookie in the love field. The words she said were even more explicit and direct, forming a sharp contrast with her usual image of an icy beauty. Lin Mo didn't know whether she was affected by the drug or her personality had collapsed, so he could only coax her obediently while speeding up the car. Fortunately, Qingshan Villa is not far away, and the convertible supercar is owned by Wang Haoluan, so he doesn't have to worry about speeding or running red lights. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the car arrives safely downstairs of Zhou Shui's dowry villa. "Madam, let me help you upstairs." Lin Mo pulled the handbrake, carried Zhou Shui, who was hanging on his body like an octopus, out of the car, and prepared to send her back to her room. Who would have thought that this woman would still hold his neck tightly, refusing to let go no matter what she said? She stroked his cheek and whispered softly, "Please hold me. I have no strength in my body and can't walk." Lin Mo thought to himself, "Oh shit, if I enter the spider cave, won't the female monster in my arms suck my marrow out of my bones? After all, 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. Zhou Shui's age is just in between the two, like a wolf and a tiger." Chapter 02, Unexpected and Unexpected. "Little brother, why don't you leave? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Zhou Shui giggled, and her blurry eyes seemed to regain some clarity, but not much. She has a well-maintained figure and her skin is firm and elastic. Judging from her appearance, she doesn't look like a woman in her 30s at all. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva and asked, "Madam, you are not in a normal state right now. If something happens between us, you won't turn against me afterwards, right?" "No, don't worry." Zhou Shui whispered in his ear with a sweet breath, "Be good, carry me upstairs, and don't call me madam anymore, call me sister." But the more she acted like this, the more anxious Lin Mo became. The level of fluent answering he gave didn't seem like he was drugged at all. Could it be that she and Wang Haoluan were setting up a trap to trick him? No, there is absolutely no possibility of that. He was just a little follower of Wang Haoluan, not the destined protagonist who came down the mountain from that expert and hid his identity and strength. How could such a sexy beauty trap fall upon a cannon fodder NPC like me? Just as he was hesitating, Zhou Shui urged him again, "Hurry up, little brother, is it possible that you are not good enough?" As a hot-blooded man, Lin Mo could not stand such ridicule. He immediately put aside all his chaotic thoughts and walked up the stairs holding her in his arms. Taking the front door key from her Gucci handbag, the two went to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. A refreshing fragrance hit me in the face, and most of the decorations in the room were pink. I didn't expect that this rich lady actually has a girly heart? Lin Mo looked around in surprise and placed her on the large round bed with antique-style carvings. A soft pink gauze curtain hung from above, covering the upper bodies of the two people. Just as he was about to stand up, Zhou Shui hooked her arm around the back of his neck. The latter stared at him passionately and challenged him again, "What are you standing there for? Are you a novice?" Damn. Lin Mo was so angry that he vomited blood. But the more critical the situation, the calmer he became. The task given by the system is to save her, not to sleep with her. If he really goes too far, the Wang family will not let him go, and the Zhou family behind Zhou Shui will not let him go either. Although the Zhou family is not as powerful as the Wang family, it is still one of the top second-rate families in a place like the capital where wealthy and noble families are everywhere. After thinking it over, he tentatively asked, "Sister, do you remember what you drank tonight?" Zhou Shui smiled and answered clearly, 2 glasses of Romane Conti. Wang Haoluan spiked the second one. Hiss. Lin Mo took a breath of cold air instantly. This woman is really not a good person. She was pretending the whole time. Fortunately, I didn't have a tadpole in my head, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Shuyi crossed her legs, propped up the back of her head with one hand and smiled. Sis, I come from a wealthy family after all. How could I not be able to tell the taste of Romane Conti? Originally, I planned to let Wang Holuan take advantage of me, and then tell his scumbag father about what my son had done, so that they would become enemies. I didn't expect you to show up midway and ruin my plan of self-torture. How do you think I should punish you, my dear brother? Her lazy, royal sister voice is like a spell that bewitches people. However, what he said made Lin Mo feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Zhou Shuyi didn't have many scenes in the original novel, and he didn't expect that this woman was so scheming, and he almost fell into her trap without realizing it. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly and asked her, Sister, you took advantage of me a lot along the way. I think it's okay to let the punishment go. Zhou Shuyi laughed so hard that her body shook. She teased, I wasn't pretending just now. That drug was really strong, but we were in a convertible. The evaporation of the alcohol, coupled with the cold wind, gradually sobered me up. You're lucky. Then can I leave now? Lin Mo began to have second thoughts. It is too dangerous to fight with a queen of this level. What's more, he had just received a system notification that the task was completed. Why are you in such a hurry? You knocked out that loser Wang Holuan, aren't you afraid that he'll come after you later? Zhou Shuyi lay on her side on the large round bed and chuckled softly, if you satisfy me, perhaps I can help you eliminate your worries. Ah? Lin Mo looked at her seductive lying posture in surprise and couldn't help swallowing his saliva again. There are millions of voices in my heart shouting in unison, promise her. Promise her now. But he knew in his heart that if this matter was not handled properly, there would be endless troubles, so he asked cautiously, can you give me a reason? I am a very conservative person and don't like to eat for free. Reason? Wang Jingwei can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, living a life of luxury and debauchery outside, but why should I be left as a widow for over a decade? Zhou Shuyi suddenly became agitated and asked harshly, even that good-for-nothing son of his wants to sleep with me. Does he really treat me like a caged canary? If they and their son can do it on the first day, why can't I do it on the 15th? So, I want to play with men too, and I want to play with them more extravagantly than them. It sounds like a complaint, but in fact it is more of an expression of her resentment towards what she has experienced over the past decade. Lin Mo didn't want to get involved in the feud between the Wang and Zhou families. He smiled awkwardly and said, Sister, your reasons are very valid. I sympathize with your situation, but I'm worried that you'll take revenge later. Before I change my mind, just do whatever you want to me. Zhou Shuyi lay there calmly, with no expression of joy or sadness. She couldn't resist the family marriage, but she was halfway through her life and didn't want to have any regrets. Lin Mo bravely moved closer, but he didn't do anything clumsy. Instead, he lay down beside her and asked in a low voice, Sister, this is my first time. Please be gentle and don't drain me dry. You stinky boy. Zhou Shuyi punched him in the face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and scolded him with a smile, You're talking so much nonsense, are you really not capable? Okay. Of course. Lin Mo took off his coat with great fighting spirit and pressed on with heavy breathing. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a melodious gouging music suddenly came out from the Gucci bag on the bedside table. It was Zhou Shuyi's cell phone ringtone. She pushed Lin Mo away in disappointment, took out her cell phone and took a look at it. Her expression changed slightly. He's such a grown man, how am I supposed to know where he'll go? Wang Jingwei, can you please stop looking for trouble? I have no obligation to help you find your son. Please stop calling and harassing me. Lin Mo's face changed slightly. It turned out to be a call from Wang Holuan's father. It's probably because the boy's cell phone couldn't be reached, and the Wang family couldn't find him, so they called Zhou Shuyi to ask. He looked at Zhou Shuyi, who was in a bad mood, and asked awkwardly, Sister, are you still coming? Chapter 03, You came to me so soon? Zhou Shuyi has been practicing the Zhou family's martial arts since she was young. Even though Lin Mo has won the Sanda championship, he was easily defeated by her. However, at this moment, a dragon roar suddenly came from Lin Mo's body that only he could hear. The Tsunglong Jin technique rewarded by the mission was automatically activated. An overwhelming force quickly traveled through his limbs and bones, flushing every meridian and skin in his body, rapidly strengthening his physique. Ha! Zhou Shui suddenly stopped and stared at Lin Mo in confusion. Just now, she actually sensed a power of the same origin in this boy's body. But this is obviously unreasonable. The Zhou family's unique skills have always been passed down only to direct descendants and never to outsiders. Not to mention that Lin Mo is just a little follower of Wang Holuan. How could he possibly learn that Sanglong Jin secretly? Is it an illusion? When Lin Mo saw her suddenly stop, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He quickly put away his skills and asked with a playful smile, "What's wrong, sister?" "Nothing." Zhou Shui smiled slightly and put the illusion behind her. Just when the two were about to take the next step, a burst of loud shouting and cursing suddenly came from downstairs, forcing them to separate. "Lin Mo. You're such an idiot dog, get out here. And Zhou Shui, you bitch, you would rather choose a dog beside me than let me play with you, you are really something." Zhou Shui frowned and cursed softly. How did this mad dog find his way here? He finally got the beauty, but was interrupted at this moment. Lin Mo frowned deeply, turned his head to look at Zhou Shui, and asked, "Sister, how about I go downstairs to deal with him?" "Oh, are you capable, little brother? There are many experts downstairs. Let me do it." Zhou Shui glared at him with a playful smile and urged, "Hurry up and put on your clothes." The shouting and cursing downstairs continued. The two of them hurriedly put on their clothes and went downstairs together. Wang Holuan saw that the two were indeed hooking up together, and he immediately flew into a rage and cursed, "Lin Mo, you have king earned my money, and you actually attack me from behind. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Wang. My dear son, you're scolding me so harshly so early in the morning. Did you take the wrong medicine?" Zhou Shui crossed her arms and glanced at Lin Mo sideways. "He was the one who brought me back last night. What's wrong with me letting him rest in the guest room for a night? Fuck you, I don't know what you are." Wang Holuan angrily pointed at the two men and cursed, "One of you attacked your employer, and the other is a womanizer. You two didn't do anything last night. Who would believe you if you told them that?" Lin Mo sighed and sternly lectured, "Young master, you really can't blame me for what happened last night. Madam is your elder after all. Even if she's your stepmother, she still has the word mother in her name. How could you drug her with such bad intentions? I couldn't stand it, so I knocked you out. Fuck, when is it your turn to interrupt me, you bitch?" Wang Holuan stared at him fiercely and ordered his men behind him, "Kill him. Wrap his body in cement and sink it into the river. Let's see who dares." Zhou Shui stood in front of Lin Mo, scanning the surrounding area with a cold gaze. "This is our Zhou family's property. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. Although the Zhou family is not as powerful as the Wang family, it is more than enough to deal with a few small minions." Wang Holuan's men were instantly frightened by her aura and looked at their master hesitantly. Wang Holuan remained undaunted and angrily cursed, "Your Zhou family is worthless. He's my dog. I can kill him if I want to. How dare you try to stop me?" Even a clayman would still have some temper, but when he kept cursing at me like a dog, Lin Mo also got angry. He retorted bluntly, "Wang, that's enough. We are just employees, not indentures. Besides, I've changed my employer now. From now on, I'm your bodyguard, and I have nothing to do with you anymore." Zhou Shui looked at him in surprise and chuckled, "You are quite good at adapting to changing circumstances." Wang Holuan on the opposite side was instantly furious, "You two are indeed having an affair. Fuck your uncle Lin Mo, just wait for me." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called someone. Zhou Shui didn't want to make things worse, so she threatened coldly, "Wang Holuan, have you had enough? Believe it or not, I will tell your father everything that happened last night." The dirty words that Wang Holuan had been holding in his throat were stuck in his throat. His father was a military man and had a very bad temper. If he knew that I had drugged my stepmother's wine, he would definitely kill me for the sake of justice. But he really couldn't swallow this anger, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Fortunately, at this moment, an old voice came from the phone, which gave him confidence. After a while, a Rolls-Royce drove slowly over and a white-haired old man got out of the car. "Master, I'm late." "Not too late, not too late." Wang Holuan looked at Zhou Shui with a fierce smile and shouted, "As long as Lin Mo can withstand 3 punches from Uncle Zhang, I will spare his life." Seeing the old man coming, Lin Mo and Zhou Shui's expressions changed at the same time. This Uncle Zhang is a third-rank warrior, and also the Wang family's top master second only to the old man. In his early years, he followed the old man on the battlefield and was invincible. Even if Zhou Shui's father was present, he had to be polite to this person. Lin Mo felt a headache. According to the setting in the book, this old man surnamed Zhang is the top master beside Wang Holuan, and he is extremely protective of his people. Even the destined protagonist who has not yet appeared has suffered losses at his hands. If I let him hit me 3 times, would I still have a chance of survival? Uncle Jean looked at Zhou Shuyi with a forced smile and asked, Madam, this Lin Mo is the young master's henchman. Last night, he was so audacious as to attack the young master. He should be handed over to the young master for punishment. It's unreasonable for you to stop him, isn't it? Zhou Shuyi snorted coldly and retorted, Humph, that little bastard put drugs in my wine glass at the old man's birthday party last night, intending to molest me. If this gets out, will your Wang family still have any face? Madam, do you have any solid evidence? Uncle Zhang asked with a forced smile. Damn, this old guy is really good at confusing right and wrong. Lin Mo angrily scolded, Old man, are you crazy? Besides Wang Holuan, who else in the entire Wang family has the guts to do this? Uncle Zhang immediately glared at him, and the strong murderous aura was like a substance that struck Lin Mo's mind directly. His body stiffened and he forced himself to turn his head away to avoid the murderous gaze, and then he felt a little better. Since a fallout with the Wang family is inevitable, Lin Mo certainly won't back down. You've actually advanced to the first rank of warrior? No wonder you dared to rebel. Uncle Zhang gave him a slightly surprised look, then turned his gaze to Zhou Shuyi again. Let this kid take 3 of my punches, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, madam, please hand over Lin Mo to the young master for his punishment. According to the setting in the book, first-level warriors and second-level martial artists are the entry stage, and are also the watershed between warriors and ordinary people. As long as you step into the first level of warrior realm, you are qualified to become a dragon and phoenix among men. A third-level martial spirit and a fourth-level martial master are known as martial arts masters and have the strength to dominate an area. If one is lucky enough to reach the 5th level of martial arts sect or the 6th level of martial arts emperor, there will be few rivals in the world, and therefore he will be respected as a grand master of martial arts. As for the legendary 7th rank martial saint and 8th rank martial god, most people have only heard of them but have never seen them. It is said that only the 8 wealthy families in the capital have strong men of this level. Zhou Shuyi also didn't want to turn against the entire Wang family for a small figure like Lin Mo and cause trouble for the family, so she snorted coldly and did not express her opinion clearly. But Lin Mo knew that she had tacitly agreed, and his heart suddenly turned cold, thinking that this woman was really not a good person. Chapter 04. So what if I can withstand 3 punches? I even tried my best to make her happy. Of course, he also knew in his heart that he was just an insignificant little person. If he wanted to get the protection of her and the Zhou family, he had to show enough value. Okay, it's just 3 punches, I'll take it. Seeing Lin Mo being so clever, Wang Holuan burst into laughter and cursed arrogantly, You can't keep a biting dog. Uncle Zhang, help me kill him. Just as Lin Mo was about to step forward and take Zhang Bo's 3 punches, Zhou Shuyi suddenly put her hand on his lower back. He instructed in a barely audible voice, For a moment, just focus on circulating your qi through the Tanzhong point on your chest to protect your heart and head. That old man might not be able to lose face and focus on a youngster like you. Perhaps he can save your life. Thank you, sister. Lin Mo felt warm in his heart. He finally got some results from all the hard work last night. The amount of true energy she passed on to him was not much, barely enough for him to reach the mid-first stage of strength. If I use the life-saving moves in Sanglongjin, I shouldn't die, right? Staring intently at Uncle Zhang across from him, Lin Mo walked to a distance of about 5 meters from him and said with great enthusiasm, Come on. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, the system prompt sounded unexpectedly. Ding, the host is detected to be in a life or death situation, triggering a special mission. Quest requirements, survive Zhang Bo's 3 punches without dying. Quest reward, essence cleansing and marrow removing pill. Sperm cleansing pill, a top-grade elixir, rare in the world. It cleanses the body of impurities and helps achieve an innate martial body. Here it comes. Lin Mo was greatly encouraged, the system task finally arrived. The destiny-changing system will not issue tasks mindlessly. It will always be stuck at a critical moment, giving him the opportunity to change his fate. As long as you can find a way to complete it, you will get very generous rewards. For example, this essence cleansing and marrow eliminating pill looks very powerful at first glance. Uncle Zhang on the opposite side smiled contemptuously, crossed the 5-meter distance in 1 step, and arrived in front of Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and pointed it straight at his heart. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, and he crossed his arms in front of him. Except for a stream of true energy that protected his heart meridian, the rest all flowed into his arms. Bang! As expected, Lin Mo was knocked away by a punch. Fighting against a third-level martial spirit with a mid-level first-level martial spirit is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He fell more than 3 meters away, fell to the ground in a mess, and spit out a mouthful of black blood. Seeing that he could still move, Zhou Shuyi raised her left foot slightly and then gently put it down again. The moment Lin Mo tried his best to resist, she clearly felt that there was indeed a surge of true energy in this boy's body that was of the same origin as hers, and she was very confused. Could this kid be his father's illegitimate child? The pain was so severe that it felt like bones were breaking. Lin Mo twitched in pain and his arms trembled unnaturally. But he was suddenly surprised to find that the true energy in his body had increased a lot. What's going on? Can getting beaten increase your energy? Lin Mo immediately looked up the contents of Sanlong Jin in his mind, and sure enough, he found the truth in an inconspicuous place. That Sanlong Jin, he learned, was the complete version created by the Zhou family's ancestor. Every time he was hit by external force, he could turn part of the opponent's true energy into his own use. Therefore, the more you fight, the stronger you become. The version that the Zhou family is practicing now was stolen by a thief more than 200 years ago, and 3 pages of the core content were torn out. Uncle Zhang uttered a sigh of surprise, and stared in bewilderment at Lin Mo, who struggled to get up. He said sarcastically, "Good boy, you actually managed to withstand 50% of my strength?" As a well-known third-level martial spirit, he really disdained to use his full strength to bully this first-level junior, so he only used half of his strength just now. Lin Mo grinned and said, "Come again." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Bo's figure suddenly enlarged rapidly in his pupils. Lin Mo had no way to dodge with such a fast movement. He could only raise his almost broken arms again and take the punch head-on. Puff! This time, he flew backwards again and was knocked 7 or 8 meters away. If Zhou Shuyi hadn't reached out to catch him, he would have been in a very embarrassing situation. "Are you okay?" Zhou Shuyi asked with a complicated expression. This matter originally had nothing to do with Lin Mo. She set up the trap to lure Wang Holuan into the trap, but she didn't expect to accidentally involve this guy. She felt a little bit reluctant. But Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed, "Sister, can you give me some more true energy? Otherwise, I will be beaten to death soon." "You can still laugh." Zhou Shuyi looked at him with a helpless smile, and injected a stream of true energy into his body again. Wan Holuan, who was sitting across from Lin Mo waiting for him to be beaten to death, couldn't sit still any longer. He frowned and asked, "Uncle Zhang, didn't you eat breakfast? How come you can't even kill this bastard?" Zhang Bo's face darkened and he snorted coldly, "How about you come?" "I'm not a warrior, Uncle Zhang, please continue." Wan Holuan shrank back in fear, and with a wry smile, he urged, "Don't let me go. This guy knocked me out last night and threw me into the green belt. I was almost sucked dry by mosquitoes. He must die." Uncle Zhang's position in the Wang family was definitely not just that of a steward, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Zhang Bo was a little embarrassed that he, a dignified third-level martial spirit, couldn't even kill a small ant like Lin Mo with just 2 punches. He sank his energy into his dantian, crossed his hands in front of his body and made 2.5 circles, his whole body's momentum rising steadily. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that he was going to get serious. Wang Holuan shouted excitedly, "Uncle Zhang, you're finally willing to use this boxing technique. Kill him quickly." This set of boxing techniques is called the heart-splitting fist, and was jointly developed by Old Master Wang and Uncle Zhang when they were fighting in the battlefield. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it also targets the enemy's weak points. One punch can break stones and split rocks. In the same situation, death is certain. Originally, he was unwilling to use his famous skills to deal with a junior like Lin Mo, but in order to save his old face, he didn't care about that. When Lin Mo saw this, he realized that the last punch might very well cost him his life. He frantically mobilized all the true energy in his body, intending to use the most powerful move in the Zhou family's martial arts, San Longpa, to dissolve it. This move is the most powerful secret skill of Sanlong Jin. It concentrates all the true energy in the body into one point, and bursts out in an instant with the force of piercing the sky with a spear. Wang Holuan and his lackeys all believed that Lin Mo was doomed to die, and started cheering in advance. After all, Zhang Bo was at the 3rd level of the martial spirit realm, so it would be effortless for him to kill a first-level warrior like him, not to mention that Zhang Bo also used his famous unique skill, the heart-splitting fist. Even Zhou Shuyi felt that Lin Mo was doomed this time, and her heart was filled with regret. However, when all the true energy in Lin Mo's body gathered in her right fist, she suddenly felt the breath of the same origin again. Even the true energy in her body suddenly became active, as if it had received some kind of call. This kid. Chapter 05, the unique skill reappears, the Zhou family protects it. Just as she was wondering, Zhang Bo's attack had already arrived. He just threw a powerful punch at Lin Mo, with his whole body full of energy surging, like a heavy tank charging at high speed, carrying unmatched power. The most shocking thing was that Lin Mo didn't defend himself anymore, but instead responded with a punch. Although his chi strength is not as strong as Zhang Bo's, his fists are sharper. In just a fraction of a second, the two of them collided with each other, emitting a violent explosion of true chi. Circles of airwaves swept in all directions like ripples, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. For a moment, Lin Mo felt like he was hit by a plane. The force was so strong that he had no power to resist and he rolled over and flew backwards. It felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and he almost lost consciousness in pain. Uncle Zhang on the opposite side was not having a good time either. He stepped back 7 or 8 steps, with blood dripping from his right hand. He was just about to ask what kind of martial arts this was, but Zhou Shuyi screamed first. San Long Pa. It's actually San Long Pa. How do you know our Zhou family's lost secret skills? Due to the uneven distribution of family interests, a traitor emerged among their Zhou family ancestors. He went to the ancestral hall to steal the martial arts skills, tore off 3 pages of the core content and took them away. His whereabouts are still unknown. Otherwise, how could the Zhou family have fallen into a second-rate family? Unexpectedly, after more than 200 years, it reappeared on Lin Mo. How could she not be shocked? Madam, is this boy a member of your Zhou family? Uncle Zhang looked suspicious, his eyes wandering between Lin Mo and Zhou Shuyi. Wang Haoluan also took the opportunity to attack, shouting, "No wonder this bitch betrayed me, he really is having an affair with you. You bitch, and you still say you didn't cheat on my father?" Zhou Shuyi ignored him and walked straight towards Lin Mo. She stretched out her slender jade fingers to feel his breath and found that he was still breathing. She quickly found a reddish-brown pill from her body, pried open his mouth and fed it to him. You must not die. Although I don't know why you know our Zhou family's skills, you must hold on, understand? If Kang Longpo can be completed by Lin Mo, the Zhou family will surely be able to regain its former glory. Little did he know that as soon as he received the notification that the task was completed, Lin Mo couldn't wait to swallow the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill. Because there is a special requirement for taking this pill, the more serious the injury, the better the effect. As the saying goes, there is no construction without destruction. Only by taking the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill when you are seriously injured can you better reshape your meridians, temper your body's blood and flesh, and achieve the incredible effect of destruction followed by construction. Wang Haoluan frowned as he looked at the unconscious Lin Mo, surprised. Fuck, he's not dead yet? Uncle Zhang, you're really old. You can't even kill that bitch like this? Zhang Bo's face twitched with anger. He snorted coldly and was about to go over and finish him off. At this moment, Zhou Shuyi picked up Lin Mo and shouted, "He is a member of our Zhou family. Anyone who dares to touch him will be an enemy of our Zhou family." Several Zhou family warriors immediately appeared and stood in front of her. Zhou Shuyi also took this opportunity to call her father and briefly explained the matter. What? You said that boy can break the blue dragon, how is that possible? Dad, I don't have time to explain to you. Bring someone over here quickly. He's dying. Hold on, I'll bring all the elite members of our clan over there right away. In fact, Lin Mo was not completely unconscious. What Zhou Shuyi had just fed him was the Zhou family's life-saving elixir, the dragon and tiger pill. Only core family members could get one, and the effect of the medicine was very powerful. Coupled with the essence cleansing and marrow detoxification pill he had taken, 2 completely different medicinal powers were rampaging in his body, constantly destroying and reorganizing his flesh, blood, and meridians, causing him excruciating pain, and even fainting became a luxury. Lin Mo, you must hold on. Our Zhou family will protect your life no matter what. My dad will bring people over right away. Sister, I can't hold on any longer, unless you kiss me and give me strength. You. Zhou Shuyi looked at his pale and weak appearance in astonishment, raised her head to glance at Wang Haoluan, and kissed him on the forehead without hesitation. For the sake of the family and to complete Kang Longpo, it is worth it even if it means breaking up with the Wang family. Seeing this scene, Wang Haoluan completely lost his temper and cursed, "You bitch, how dare you make out with that guy in front of me? Uncle Zhang, arrest this pair of dogs and hand them over to my father for punishment." "Ma'am, I'm sorry." Uncle Zhang couldn't bear to see such a disgraceful thing happen. His face turned black and he was about to step forward to arrest the person. However, at this moment, bursts of car roars came from behind. More than a dozen cars stopped in front of the villa, surrounding Wang Haoluan's men. One of the middle-aged men shouted, "Stop it! The lost family secret skills have reappeared in the light of day, and the elite members of the Zhou family have come out in full force to protect Lin Mo." Seeing her father finally arrive with his men, Zhou Shuyi quickly stood up and shouted, "Dad, come and take a look. Can he still be saved?" Uncle Zhang, however, remained undaunted and stopped the Zhou family members. He then questioned the middle-aged man, "Master Zhou, your daughter is having an affair with someone else. Isn't that a disrespect for our Wang family? Chapter 06. You really can't do it, right? Who is having an affair with an outsider?" Faced with Zhang Bo's accusation of thief crying "catch the thief" and throwing dirty water, Zhou Shuyi directly rebuked him. "It was clearly Wang Haoluan who was lustful and rebellious, and drugged me to commit a crime. As the eldest son of the Wang family, you actually want to get your hands on your stepmother. If this gets out, aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the Wang family? So this is how Wang Jingwei educates his son? How could such a large Wang family raise such a vile person who corrupts human ethics? Stop talking nonsense." Wang Haoluan roared angrily, looking extremely angry, as if he had been slandered. Uncle Zhang even bit back, "Madam, you need evidence when you speak. You said our young master drugged you. Do you have any evidence? You were the one who colluded with someone else, and everyone witnessed it. Especially since you just kissed that guy in front of so many people. How can you deny it?" Zhou Shuyi was speechless. At this time, his father Zhou Tianjing strode forward and resolutely stood in front of Zhang Bo, saying sternly, "No matter what, this man knows the unique skills of our Zhou family and is suspected to be the bloodline of our Zhou family that has been lost, so I will protect him." Uncle Zhang frowned, his face gloomy. "Zhou Tianjing, think carefully. Do you really want to go against my Wang family for an outsider?" Zhou Tianjing responded directly, "I said, he is not an outsider. It is very likely that he is a descendant of my Zhou family who has been scattered outside. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Zhang Bo wanted to kill Lin Mo to prevent future troubles. After all, he had just witnessed Lin Mo's terrifying potential with his own eyes. He was able to withstand 3 of his punches without dying, especially the last heart-splitting punch. This was enough to explain the problem. Moreover, that kid also knows the Zhou family's unique skills, and even used the Zhou family's long-lost Sanglongpa. What does this mean? If this child doesn't die, he will become a big trouble in the future. But right now, Uncle Zhang, please come in. Goodbye. Zhou Tianjing said in a deep voice as he drove the guest away. Uncle Zhang stared at him for 2 seconds with a burning gaze, then turned to glance at the elite Zhou family members behind Zhou Tianjing. Feeling apprehensive, he left angrily. It's okay to stand up for that kid Wang Haoluan, but Zhang Xiao is already so old, why would he risk his life for him? Now facing Zhou Tianjing and the elite members of the Zhou family behind him, he could only give up for the time being and make plans later. As soon as Zhang Xiao left, Zhou Tianjing looked straight at Wang Haoluan, who was still unwilling to give up. "Why don't you get out of here? Damn it!" Wang Haoluan cursed in his heart, but he could only retreat first. Soon, Lin Mo was sent upstairs, and Zhou Tianjing personally took his pulse, and soon his face showed suspicion. Your breathing is steady and not at all disturbed. Are you okay? Even, his aura bears the signs of a newly promoted second-level martial artist? What? Zhou Shuyi was shocked, a second-level martial artist? Wasn't he a first-rank warrior before? For a follower like him who was close to Wang Haoluan, it is already very good to be promoted to a first-level warrior. How could he be promoted to a second-level martial artist? A rare genius that only appears once in a century? How is that possible? Zhou Shuyi found it hard to believe, but the facts were before her. Anyway, he is indeed fine. Zhou Tianjing said this again with a strange look in his eyes, then he got up and left. No one knew what he was thinking in his mind. At this time, Zhou Shuyi came forward and sat on the edge of the bed, her anger boiling over, gritting her teeth. "Just now you were trying to make yourself miserable, saying you couldn't hold it any longer, but you were just lying to me about kissing you? You bastard. Who lied to you?" Lin Mo said seriously, "I was almost about to collapse just now, okay? But didn't you feed me that medicine? That medicine really works wonders, so I recovered so quickly. Ha ha. Zhou Shuyi really wanted to kick him in the face. The Zhou family's secret life-saving medicine, dragon and tiger pill, does have miraculous effects, but it's not magical to this extent. This bastard is clearly. Sister. Lin Mo suddenly said, how about you kiss me again? Maybe I can get better faster and be full of energy soon. Maybe I can even let you go to heaven. Zhou Shuyi glared with her beautiful eyes. This kid was almost beaten to death by Uncle Zhang and sent to hell. Now he wants her to go to heaven? He looks like a hypocrite, and I'm afraid he is even more lustful than Wan Haoluan. But why on earth did this kid know her Zhou family's unique martial arts? And also the long-lost Sanglongpa? Could it be that he is really her father's illegitimate son? After all, her father was not a good person, especially in his early years. He was a playboy and ultimately a bastard. It turns out that all men are bad. But when Zhou Shuyi entered the study and said this to Zhou Tianzheng immediately glared at her fiercely. What nonsense! What illegitimate child! Am I that kind of person? How dare you say such nonsense? Everyone knows that I, Zhou Tianzheng, have always been upright and not interested in women. Do you think I'm the same as the father and son of the Wang family? Ha! Zhou Shuyi didn't dare to say much, but she thought in her heart, aren't all you men the same? All right. Zhou Tianjing changed the subject and got down to business. No matter what, you must serve him well first and make sure you get all the lost techniques of my Zhou family from him. Of course, it doesn't have to be all of them. Just use as many sets as you can. Even just one move, Sanglongpa, is enough. In short, he is very important to my Zhou family. This concerns the future of my entire Zhou family. Do you understand? Is this even necessary? Zhou Shuyi may have a 38D breast, but she's not a big-breasted, brainless person, so how could she not understand? Otherwise, how could he have called Zhou Tianjing in time to protect Lin Mo? There are some things that Zhou Tianjing doesn't need to say much about. Just half an hour later, when Lin Mo was sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing Qigong and regulating his breathing to clear the meridians throughout his body, Zhou Shuyi came in. The royal lady, wearing Valentino on her feet and Balenciaga on her legs, dressed in a tight sexy cheongsam with a high slit, twisted her slender waist and plump hips and walked with a pair of charming and long legs, and came to the bed in the blink of an eye with a gust of fragrance. Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw a vast expanse of white. Zhou Shuyi bent over, face to face with him. Seeing him open his eyes, she smiled charmingly and said in a seductive voice, "Are you practicing Qigong and regulating your breathing? How does it feel? Is there anything you don't understand about the Sanglong power inherited from our Zhou family? Do you need me to give you some in-depth guidance, step by step?" Chapter 07 The Shameless Wang Family Claims 5 Billion? In-depth guidance. Lin Mo controlled the flow of the vital energy in his body for the last big circle and replied, "You don't want in-depth guidance, you want to squeeze me dry, right?" Poof. Zhou Shuyi straightened up and sat on the edge of the bed, lifting her long black silk legs and pulling at the stockings on them with her delicate hands. She said softly, "Are you that weak? You're a second-level martial artist after all, how can you be squeezed dry by me? Seeing you're so unconfident, could it be, really, that you can't do it? Is it congenital or acquired? How about I find an old Chinese doctor to help you treat it properly? I'll cure your face." Lin Mo finished his training and stood up, feeling refreshed and full of energy. He sat down next to Zhou Shuyi, took a deep breath of the charming body fragrance of this beautiful young woman, and retorted, "I'm not weak at all, my body is very strong." Really? Zhou Shuyi's eyes were as charming as silk, and her voice was rippling, "Your body is very hard? How hard is it? By the way, you managed to survive Zhang Zhao's 3 punches, and you recovered so quickly. Does that mean you have a long life ahead of you?" Lin Mo was slightly stunned. Was she serious? Are you teasing him? As expected, I'm not afraid of a bad woman playing ambiguously, but I'm afraid of a young woman who is 30 years old. At her age, she is as fierce as a wolf and a tiger. I'm afraid she can really devour him without leaving a bone. This woman is definitely not a good person. But Lin Mo, a person who traveled through a book and had a destiny-changing system, how could he be such a pushover? How could he be afraid of her? "Sister, you want to learn the Azure Dragon Break, right?" He didn't bother beating around the bush and simply said, "I'll teach you. I'll give you in-depth, hands-on instruction. I guarantee you'll master it." Now it was Zhou Shuyi's turn to be stunned. Of course she wanted to learn San Longpa, but why was he so direct? Could it be a ghost? However, Lin Mo was really up to no motive. After all, he came from the book as just a small follower under Wang Haoluan. He had no family background, and according to the original setting, he would die soon. Now that the system task is completed, my life should be saved. But if he wants to make a name for himself in this world, he must make good use of the Zhou family's vast resources, right? If you want to make a living in this world, you have to rely on your family background, connections, and power. Otherwise, what is the use of your abilities? The world before he traveled through time had already taught him the cruelty of society. If you don't have a family background, no matter how capable you are, it's useless. In the world of martial arts, there are human relationships and worldly wisdom everywhere. Sighing inwardly, Lin Mo moved his position, standing close to Zhou Shuyi. He placed one hand on her slender waist, which was so thin that it could barely be grasped. He smiled and said, "I know the Zhou family's long-lost secret skills. Your family has the vast resources I need. I have my strengths, but I don't have a strong family background. Your Zhou family is rich and powerful, but it also has its flaws. We each take what we need, complement each other's strengths, and work together to grow bigger and stronger. In the future, the whole world will be ours." Isn't that wonderful? Zhou Shuyi stared at Lin Mo intently for a few seconds and smiled charmingly. "Okay, since you were so frank, I won't beat around the bush. As long as you are willing to teach me the lost and unique skills of my Zhou family, I will agree to any conditions. Including me, as long as you are sincere enough, I will be yours in the future." As she said this, Zhou Shuyi stuck out her tongue and kissed Lin Mo on the mouth. On the other side, at the Wang family in Beijing, Zhang Xiao had already reported everything to the head of the Wang family, Wang Jingwei. According to Zhang Xiao, it is imperative to eliminate Lin Mo, a man of unknown origin and suspicious identity who possesses the Zhou family's lost unique skills, as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. But Wang Jingwei shook his head and smiled after hearing this. He then hugged the young model in black stockings beside him and said calmly, "A mere nobody, even if he had the chance to learn the Zhou family's so-called lost secrets, what kind of waves could he stir up? Zhou Tianzheng values this kid so much that he even brought the elite members of his entire clan to protect him." Ha, just right. Just right? Zhang Xiao looked puzzled and confused. Wang Jingwei casually slapped the black stockings model's hips and said, Zhou Tianzheng wants to protect Lin Mo. Okay, let the Zhou family pay the price. 5 billion, how about that? If the Zhou family is willing to pay 5 billion gold coins to my Wang family to make amends for Lin Mo, then I will let bygones be bygones, and this matter will be over. But if the Zhou family can't come up with it, or is unwilling to do so, then I have no choice but to go to their house in person to ask for an explanation. After hearing this, Zhang Xiao smiled. 50 billion gold coins is nothing to the Wang family, but it is a huge sum of money to the Zhou family. After all the Zhou family's assets added up to only amount to 60 to 70 billion. If they suddenly had to take out 5 billion, it would be equivalent to losing most of their assets. From then on, they would not even be considered a third-rate family in Beijing. By that time, any third-rate small family would be able to easily control the Zhou family, and the Zhou family would completely become a dog of the Wang family. Otherwise, how could they survive in the capital? Great, this is a great idea. Soon, Zhang Xiao called Zhou Tianzheng. Zhou Tianzheng was instantly furious. What? 5 billion gold coins? Yes. Zhang Xiao sneered, you heard it right, 5 billion gold coins. If you can come up with it, this matter will be over. But if you can't, then let your precious daughter bring that Lin Mo and come to my Wang family to apologize in person. Lin Mo will definitely have his tendons cut and suffer all kinds of torture to die slowly. As for your precious daughter, Zhou Shuyi, she married into the Wang family but didn't behave herself. She even had an affair with one of the young master's lackeys. Afterwards, she even tried to frame him and throw dirty water on him. What do you think our master will do to her? I wouldn't kill her, but I'll definitely hang her up and beat her up. But our patriarch and she are husband and wife, and between husband and wife, beating her without taking off her clothes is domestic violence, but beating her with her clothes off is just a show of affection. Patriarch Zhou, don't you agree? You. Zhou Tianzheng was furious, his face ashen. Don't be impatient. Zhang Xiao said again, listen to me. Whether it's domestic violence or romantic affairs, at most it will be dealt with according to family discipline. As for the punishment according to family rules, nothing is too much. But if our master gets angry and thinks Zhou Shuyi is hanging out with small fry, and thinks she's dirty, and then he abuses her and abandons her like a worn-out shoe, giving her to his subordinates, or even sending her to a nightclub to serve those big bosses with unique fetishes, then your daughter's life or death is really uncertain. Damn it, you dare! Zhou Tianzheng roared angrily, his fists bulging with veins. Zhang Xiao was determined. I don't dare? Then let's try it? 5 billion gold coins, try to find out if you have one less. Chapter 08 In-Depth Guidance for Zhou Shuyi. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Tianzheng slammed his fist on the table. In an instant, the marble tabletop shattered. In the past, he always had to consider the Wang family's feelings in everything and had tolerated the Wang family for many years. This time the Wang family has gone too far. It was obviously Wang Holuan who was so blinded by lust that he dared to do something bad to his stepmother. Now the Wang family wants to turn the tables and even ask for 5 billion in compensation? What does 5 billion gold coins mean? That's most of the Zhou family's wealth. How many years of hard work would the Zhou family have to do to earn 5 billion? The key point is that right now is a critical time for several of the Zhou family's major projects. If they suddenly lose 5 billion and their funding chain breaks, it will cause a huge problem. But Lin Mo possesses the Zhou family's lost unique skills, so how could Zhou Tianzheng hand him over to the Wang family? What's more, that bastard Zhang Xiao just said that if the Zhou family doesn't give 5 billion, not only will Lin Mo die, but even Zhou Shuyi will be miserable. Zhou Tianzheng had already wronged his daughter once by marrying her to Wang Jingwei. Was he going to wrong her a second time now? No, never. Damn it, 5 billion is 5 billion. No matter what, let us save Lin Mo first. As long as he can teach the Zhou family all the lost skills, the Zhou family will have to worry about getting back double the 5 billion in the future. Yes, that is decided. Zhou Tianzheng made up his mind to take a gamble and protect Lin Mo to the death. That night, while Lin Mo was sweating profusely and panting, he heard about this from Zhou Shuyi and was immediately shocked. What? 5 billion? 50 billion gold coins is definitely not a small amount. You have to know that in this world, ordinary workers often earn 1,000 yuan a month, which corresponds to the 2,000 yuan a month earned by many ordinary workers in the world before Lin Mo traveled through time. In this way, 5 billion gold coins are equivalent to the 10 billion he had before he traveled through time. Fuck it. Anyway, at this moment, Lin Mo reacted slightly and started cursing. Is this damned Wang family still human? Are they crazy about money? What's the difference between what they're doing and outright robbery? These bastards. Hearing his scolding, Zhou Shuyi, who was also sweating profusely, smiled and said, Now you know how much our Zhou family values you and how well we treat you. For you, we gave away most of the Zhou family's wealth. It was really hard to save you. Following these words, Zhou Shuyi raised her foot and rubbed it against Lin Mo's face. Then, she leaned forward and pressed her body against Lin Mo's mouth. She opened her red lips and exhaled sweetly. So you're saying you should repay me? Needless to say? Lin Mo replied directly, Don't worry, I will definitely double the return and give you tens of billions. Hundreds of billions? Zhou Shuyi was a little stunned, and her eyes became strange. Tens of billions? Are you paying it back to us or to me? What do you mean by these tens of billions? Could it be like what happened just now? Ahem. Lin Mo suddenly coughed and interrupted him in time. Oh my god, what are you thinking about? You risked 5 billion gold coins for me this time, so of course I will repay you with tens of billions of gold coins in the future. Otherwise, what do you think I meant by tens of billions? Zhou Shuyi smiled charmingly and said meaningfully, hundreds of billions of gold coins are a lot of money. I'm afraid you can only give me hundreds of billions of other things in return. What a few tens of billions of other things? Lin Mo was really a little confused. You don't believe in my ability, right? I believe it. Zhou Shuyi stuck out her tongue and kissed his lips, then said in a faint voice, We know each other well. Don't I know how capable you are? But no matter how capable you are, it will be very difficult for you to repay the Zhou family's tens of billions of gold coins, right? So you might as well teach me the Blue Dragon Breaker skill step by step. And you said you would teach me until I can master it, so you can't go back on your word. Lin Mo raised his hand and pinched Zhou Shuyi's delicate chin and said with a smile, Is this what you've been sparing me for? I thought it was something else, wasn't it just Kang Longpo? It's easy. Come on, I'll teach you step by step. Lin Mo doesn't bother to play tricks when it comes to teaching. After all, the entire set of Sanglong Jin, including Sanglong Pa, was just a reward for a small system task. What was wrong with teaching Zhou Shuyi all the lost skills of the Zhou family? Exchanging the Zhou family's lost secret skills for the Zhou family's vast resources, isn't this like picking up something for free for him? Absolutely great value. So next he was really generous in giving advice and taught Zhou Shuyi the Kanglongpo step by step. Come, do the opening moves first. Only when the opening moves are as accurate as possible will you be able to exert your power and unleash the true power of Azure Dragon Break. No, you should do this, lower yourself a little, and raise your head a little higher. Are you sure Kanglongpo needs this? Why do I feel like you're taking advantage of me? Who's playing tricks on you? Am I that kind of person? Stop judging others by your own standards, okay? As he said this, Lin Mo casually slapped Zhou Shuyi's pajamas-covered buttocks and continued to correct her movements. I told you to lift it up, so lift it up. Why don't you believe me? You also know that Sanglong Pai is the most powerful move in your Zhou family's Sanglong Jin technique. If it is a unique skill, how can it be easily learned? So at the beginning you must do your best to perform every movement perfectly. Once you become familiar with it and can use it freely, you won't have to do it like this anymore. You need to have a solid foundation, understand? Really? Just listen to what I say and do as I say. A strict teacher produces a good student, don't you know? If you really don't listen, I'm going to leave. Zhou Shuyi glared at him. You can leave if you want, but can you take your own picture? I'm just correcting your movements. Lin Mo said as he slapped her again, then put one hand on Zhou Shuyi's waist and said seriously, come on, practice your qi, let me carefully feel the qi in your body in this state. No, the way you're practicing is wrong. The Zhou family's Sanglong Jin is missing the 3 most core pages, and many key points of the skills have been lost along with the unique skills such as Sanglong Pa. So can Zhou Shuyi's way of practicing the skills be correct? It takes Lin Mo's hands-on and in-depth guidance to slowly correct it. Otherwise, if she learns the Kanglongpo with the wrong method, she will go astray if she is not careful. At the very least, her cultivation will be wasted, and at the worst, she will lose her life. Therefore, it is not easy for Lin Mo to teach everything he knows. It is really a physical job. It not only takes physical effort, but also energy. He had already been sweating profusely for a while before this, and after such in-depth instruction, he said he couldn't do it anymore after half an hour. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying. This is too much effort. It's just a few simple moves, and you haven't been able to grasp the key points for half an hour? Big breasts and no brains, look how tired you make me? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuyi raised her leg and kicked Lin Mo in the face. Who said big-breasted people are brainless? You are the one who is brainless, and your whole family is brainless. It's obviously you who's incompetent, and you still dare to call me stupid? You're so weak, you're exhausted in just half an hour, and you have the nerve to blame me? Lin Mo was already caught off guard by Zhou Shuyi's kick to the face, and when he heard these words, he immediately became angry. I have such a bad temper, how dare you tell me I can't do it? I'll make you cry your heart out. Chapter 09 Who the hell are you calling kidney deficiency? Facts have proved that you can't just say a man is not good enough. Zhou Shuyi's move was like touching Lin Mo's reverse scale, which made Lin Mo grit his teeth and continue to teach her that Sanglong break. Today he was determined to make her learn that Sanglong break in one go. If she couldn't learn it, he would whip her with a stick until she learned it. Didn't she say he was not capable? I have to let her see who it is. What are you doing? Slacking off, huh? Keep this position. After 3 seconds, start exerting force. Now, pull in your abdomen and lift your hips, sinking your chi into your dantian. 1, 2, 3, exert force. I won't let you say I can't do it. I won't let you say I'm weak. Now you must listen carefully and learn well. I wonder if you dare to say I can't do it again in the future. Today I must. Pa! With a crisp sound, Zhou Shuyi's plump buttocks were slapped again. Lin Mo turned into a strict teacher. What are you doing? I'm trying to teach you the essentials of the ultimate martial arts. Can't you hear me? Ha! You still dare to glare at me? Didn't you tell me I'm incompetent just now? Why are you glaring at me now? Do you still want to learn Kanglongpo? Do you believe I can beat you with a stick? Yes, a stick and a whip. Only a strict teacher can produce a good student. I'll go find a stick and a whip right now. If you dare to be lazy again, I will beat you up. Zhou Shuyi was stunned. What is he doing? Is he really looking for a stick? Did she misunderstand? She thought the beating he mentioned was. Damn, are you that Lin Mo? A roar suddenly came from outside the door. Zhou Shuyi's heart skipped a beat. It was her brother Zhou Shuyang. As the uneducated and extravagant son of the Zhou family, Zhou Shuyang heard about the Zhou family paying 5 billion gold coins as compensation to the Wang family. After learning about the general situation, he became furious and immediately ran here to demand an explanation and tried his best to stop it. As soon as he arrived, he ran into Lin Mo, who had gone out to look for a stick and a whip. Speak up, are you fucking Lin Mo? Is it because of you that my Zhou family has to pay the Wang family 5 billion gold coins? 5 billion, damn it. How could you possibly deserve that? Do you even know what 5 billion gold coins mean? You want my Zhou family to spend so much money to protect a worthless piece of shit like you? No way. Where's Zhou Shuyi? Zhou Shuyi, come out here. You've already married into the Wang family and are now a member of the Wang family. How dare you ask our Zhou family to invest 5 billion for an outsider? Do you have any shame? I seriously suspect that it was you, Zhou Shuyi, who colluded with outsiders to defraud my Zhou family of their money. A daughter who was married off is like spilled water. You, Zhou Shuyi, have no connection to my Zhou family anymore. You know that my Zhou family's assets have no share for you, so you are using this method to grab my assets, right? With your tricks, do you really think I can't see through them? Get out of here now. You must give me an explanation today. Suddenly, Zhou Shuyang paused and turned to look at Lin Mo in front of him. His eyes were blazing as he asked sternly, "Why the hell did you come out of Zhou Shuyi's bedroom? You're still sweating and panting like you have kidney deficiency? What shameful things did you and Zhou Shuyi do in there?" Lin Mo was very calm just now, but when he heard Zhou Shuyang's words, he immediately slapped him. Who the hell are you saying has kidney deficiency? Zhou Shuyang covered his face with his hands, his eyes blazing with anger as he gritted his teeth and roared, You dare to hit me? Bang! Lin Mo casually slapped Zhou Shuyang on the other side of his face. What's wrong with hitting you? I'm hitting you. Come on, explain clearly. Who did you just say had kidney deficiency? Who? I'm going to kill you, you dog with kidney deficiency. Zhou Shuyang roared and was about to attack Lin Mo. Just at this moment, Zhou Shuyi's voice rang out, "Stop." Zhou Shuyang paused. Lin Mo slapped him again, "Stop it. Sister Shuyi, don't you know whether I have kidney deficiency or not? He dares to say that I have kidney deficiency? He deserves a beating." Ah! Zhou Shuyang roared and screamed, his hair standing on end with rage, and he swung his fist to hit Lin Mo. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shuyi arrived first and kicked Zhou Shuyang away. Can't you hear me telling you to stop? Zhou Shuyi, you. What do you mean by I? It was our father who decided to give out the 5 billion. Does he need your approval? When did it become your turn, Zhou Shuyang, to make the final decision in the Zhou family? Then it's not your turn, Zhou Shuyi, to make the decision. Zhou Shuyang was almost going crazy. He was slapped several times and kicked away and scolded by Zhou Shuyi, whom he had never taken seriously. How could he, a wealthy young master of the Zhou family, be treated like this? Wouldn't he be furious at this point? When he got angry, he said all kinds of nasty things. Zhou Shuyi, you're a married woman who married into the Wang family, yet you've been having an affair with one of Wang Haoluan's lackeys. You're so dissolute and unfaithful to your husband, you've cheated on your wife and caused our Zhou family to pay 5 billion to the Wang family. I didn't believe it at first, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. Look at you, your clothes are disheveled, your hair is disheveled, you're sweating and panting. What else could you have been doing in there with that kidney deficient bastard? Damn it! Lin Mo couldn't stand it anymore. Who the hell is calling a dog with kidney deficiency? Chapter 10. If you don't believe me, your mother will be miserable. He really wanted to step forward and give that foul-mouthed Zhou Shuyang a good lesson, but Zhou Shuyi reached out and grabbed him. Zhou Shuyang was not afraid of this, but shouted, "Come on, let him come, I want to see what he dares to do to me today." Adulterer, whore, bitch, why the hell are you pretending to be a good person in front of me, Zhou Shuyi? Look at you, disheveled, you're so frivolous. You could turn to anyone else to satisfy your sexual needs, but you have to go after that useless, kidney-deficient dog under Wang Haoluan? If you really can't do it, come to me and I'll satisfy you, okay? You bitch, you've really brought shame to my entire Zhou family. And you made my Zhou family lose 5 billion just for this one thing you did, 5 billion. 50 billion. Even if the Zhou family invested 50 billion for Lin Mo, Lin Mo, would have to beat Zhou Shuyang up right now. This grandson keeps calling people with kidney deficiency dogs. Who the hell can tolerate this? If not him, who else should I beat? At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly broke free from Zhou Shuyi's hand, rushed over and punched Zhou Shuyang in the face. Immediately afterwards, another punch hit Zhou Shuyang in the abdomen. He didn't use his full strength, but Lin Mo was now a genuine second-level martial artist, so even though he didn't use his full strength in these two punches, he still made Zhou Shuyang dizzy and fell to the ground. Just at this time, Zhou Shuyang's wife came. A sexy young woman with black stockings, high heels, a miniskirt, a slim waist, plump hips, and long legs, full of charm. But at the same time, this sexy young woman Lu Yulan is also a genuine second-level martial artist like Lin Mo. It's not because second-level martial artists are everywhere, but because not everyone can practice martial arts in this martial arts city. Anyone who enters the first-level warrior realm is qualified to become a dragon and phoenix among men. The second-level martial artist is a watershed among watersheds, an absolutely insurmountable gap between martial arts practitioners and ordinary people. If the best among ordinary people, such as the Special Forces King, can barely compete with a first-level warrior, then facing a second-level warrior, even a world fighting champion among ordinary people will definitely not be his opponent. You will definitely be knocked down easily. Therefore, Lu Yulan, the young woman who was a second-level martial artist and had already rushed in front of Lin Mo, was truly gifted, and that was why she was able to marry into the Zhou family. Otherwise, with Lu Yulan's background of an ordinary family, it would be impossible for her to enter the Zhou family. But now, it is also impossible for her, a second-level martial artist, to knock down Lin Mo, who is also a second-level martial artist. You bastard, you're tired of living, you dare to hit my husband, you're looking for death. With a loud shout, Lu Yulan raised her leg and kicked Lin Mo directly in the temple. Although her black silk legs are beautiful, her leg skills are quite amazing, so if her kick really hits Lin Mo's temple, Lin Mo will be dead on the spot. But how could Lin Mo let her hit him? He casually grabbed her ankle, which was wrapped in a thin layer of black silk, then exerted force with his hands, mobilized the Tsunlong force, and instantly locked the acupuncture points on her ankle. Ah! Lu Yulan's ankle hurt and her legs felt weak because her acupoints were locked. She screamed and fell towards Lin Mo. As soon as she fell, she did a vertical split. Lin Mo smiled, "You are so beautiful, have such a sexy figure, and dress so hotly, why do you have such a bad temper? Why did you come and touch me without any reason? You bastard, let me go, let me go." Lu Yulan was both ashamed and angry, and shouted through gritted teeth. After all, in this posture, who knows if there is anything fishy in Lin Mo's eyes? Unfortunately, she was grabbed by the other party by the ankle, and the acupoints on her ankle were locked, so she couldn't exert any strength at all, let alone break free. Now she could only barely stand. The key point is that Lin Mo's technique is the Tsunlong gene inherited from the Zhou family, and it is the complete version of Tsunlong gene with 3 pages of core content. Therefore, when he used this technique to lock Lu Yulan's ankle acupoints, one can imagine how powerful it is. How could Lu Yulan break free from it? Lin Mo had been holding her ankles to force her to maintain the vertical split position, but it was not for the purpose of peeping or taking advantage. After all, how could he be such a despicable person? The main thing is that the system task appears again at this moment. Ding, the host has encountered the ominous Lu Yulan, triggering a special mission. Task requirements: remove the bad omen for Lu Yulan. Quest reward: 2 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills. With this task, how could Lin Mo not be stunned? What does it mean to be haunted by an evil omen? And how can you dispel it? How can he do this when it's unclear? If he were to directly say that Lu Yulan was haunted by an evil omen, wouldn't people think he was being a hooligan? And it can also interpret bad omens? Interpret your sister's bad omens, even he suspected that this system had made a typo? It's not a bad omen, but... haven't you seen enough? Suddenly, Zhou Shuyi's faint voice sounded. Lin Mo came back to his senses instantly, letting go of Lu Yulan and turning to look at Zhou Shuyi. "What do you mean you haven't seen enough?" "What did I see?" Zhou Shuyi raised the corners of her mouth in a mysterious smile and said meaningfully, "You know what you were looking at just now." Damn. Lin was really speechless. Did Zhou Shuyi really think he was that kind of person? No matter what, the reward for this mission is 2 essence cleansing and marrow detoxification pills, and he has already tasted the sweetness of the essence cleansing and marrow detoxification pills last time. With 2 more essence cleansing and marrow detoxification pills this time, won't his strength be greatly improved? So we must get it. The mission must be completed. Hey, you're suffering from a bad omen, a very bad omen. I can help you get rid of it, and it's free. Lin Mo's words immediately stunned Zhou Shuyi and Lu Yulan. Especially Lu Yulan, she was still full of anger, and now she heard that bastard dared to tease her like this? Court death. Without saying anything, Lu Yulan swung her fist and punched Lin Mo. This time she learned her lesson and stopped using her legs. Instead, she used her fists. But this fist is useless. Lin Mo still grabbed her wrist tightly and instantly activated that Sanlong force to lock the acupoints on her wrist. Lu Yulan was horrified and tried to break free, but it was too late. On the side, Zhou Shuyi said leisurely, "It's useless, you are no match for him." "I'm no match for him?" Lu Yulan glared. "What about you, Zhou Shuyi? You're just standing there watching? Letting your adulterer take advantage of me? Who took advantage of you?" Lin Mo said sternly, "You're right when I say you're haunted by bad omens. I really want to help you. Do you think I'm a lustful bastard like Wang Haoluan? Aren't you?" Lu Yulan and Zhou Shuyi said in unison. Damn. Lin Mo was impressed. How could these two be so in sync? Are you kidding me? Chapter 11. You don't want your daughter to be implicated, right? Damn this system, can't you, a damn system, tell me clearly what the ominous omen is? Now how do you want me to explain, huh? Wait. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Mo's mind. He almost forgot that he was traveling through a book and there was the original plot to compare with. Yes, in the original text, was Lu Yulan haunted by some bad omen? I remember it. Fong Yan. Lin Mo said quickly, "Lu Yulan, is your mother called Fong Yan? Isn't she still charming? Graceful." What do you mean? Zhou Shuyi suddenly interrupted. You said her mother was beautiful and graceful, why are you attracted to her? You like this, don't you? Inheriting the legacy of Wei Wu, you like other people's mature and beautiful women? In fact, Zhou Shuyi herself is also a mature and beautiful woman, but Fong Yan is a few years older than her and therefore more mature. It's ripe. But what does this have to do with Lin Mo? Lin Mo was anxious at the moment, so he had already remembered that beast Wang Haoluan is going to attack Fong Yan tonight. Lu Yulan, you must believe me. Your bad omen is caused by this incident. We must hurry and save your mother now. Otherwise, if Wang Haoluan succeeds and even records the entire process on video, his next target will be you. Think about it yourself. If he used your mother's video to threaten you, what would you do? Would you just give in and let him do what he wanted? This is the truth, at least that's how the original storyline goes. Now that Lin Mo has traveled through the book, the original plot has not changed at all. At least it hasn't changed yet. At this moment, Wang Haoluan had already made an appointment with Fong Yan to meet in a private room in his own nightclub. Just as the description Lin Mo had read in the original text before he traveled through the book, and just as the impression Lin Mo had found in the memory of the previous owner of his current body, although Fong Yan was nearly 40 years old, she had fair skin, was full of charm, and was quite mature. She is both mature and sexy, yet graceful and elegant. In her outfit of stockings and high heels matched with a cheongsam, she looks even more dignified and elegant, a true beautiful wife. Anyway, Wang Haoluan is quite excited at the moment. Aunt Fong, you are really rare. Your daughter is so old, but you are still so seductive. Not bad, ha ha ha. Fong Yan frowned slightly. Faced with Wang Haoluan's dirty words and arrogant laughter, she was really angry but dared not say anything. After all, how could she not know what kind of character Wang Haoluan was? To be honest, she didn't want to come today, but she heard that the Zhou family had just paid 5 billion to the Wang family, and Wang Haoluan threatened to make everyone in the Zhou family suffer, which naturally included Fong Yan's daughter Lu Yulan. So why wouldn't she come? Unexpectedly, if nothing unexpected happened, she would not be able to leave after coming here today. According to the original plot, it would take her 3 days to walk out of the nightclub holding on to the wall. The kinds of torture and abuse she suffered during that period are absolutely beyond her imagination now. Anyway, in Lin Mo's memory, Fong Yan was very miserable in the original text. If he didn't intervene tonight, Fong Yan would have to kill at least 100 people in the next 3 days. Shut up, you bastard. At this time, Lu Yulan was in front of Lin Mo and became furious after hearing about the killing of 100 people. Zhou Shuyi, look at the kind of mistress you found. How desperate are you to find a man like this to have such a filthy, foul-mouthed bastard? Bang! Zhou Shuyi was not a pushover. She raised her hand and slapped Lu Yulan in the face. Even if I get married, I'm still Zhou Shuyang's sister, and you, Lu Yulan, have to call me sister. It's none of your business to say whether I have a mistress or what kind of mistress I have. Also, Lin Emo said he knows the art of fortune-telling based on the 5 elements in yin and yang, so he saw that you were plagued by bad omens and that your beautiful mother would be bullied by Wang Haoluan. You don't have to believe this. Really? Not only you, but even I don't really believe it, but... Suddenly, Zhou Shuyi changed the subject and said in a stern voice, Lu Yulan, listen carefully. Fang Yan is your mother, not mine. I don't believe she's fine. After all, if something really happens to her, what does it have to do with me? But you're different. If Fang Yan really fell into the hands of a scumbag like Wang Haoluan and was slaughtered by 100 people and the whole process was filmed, you would be the one who was torn apart and in agony. After that, Wang Haoluan used the video of Fang Yan being slaughtered by hundreds of people to threaten you. So it doesn't matter whether I believe what Lin Mo just said or not, but what's the harm in you believing him for now? Be safe from danger, and some things are better to believe than not. Do you really not understand such a simple truth? Lu Yulan, how big-breasted and brainless are you to need me to teach you such a simple truth? Lin Mo glanced at it and nodded. Lu Yulan glared at him angrily, why are you nodding? Why do you care about me? Lin Mo said leisurely, just decide whether to save Fang Yan or not. Don't act like I'm begging you. Also, if you keep yelling at me, Fang Yan might even be forced by Wang Haoluan to put her hair up. You. Lu Yulan was trembling with anger and gnashing her teeth, but she also knew the seriousness of the matter. At least she knew that what Zhou Shuyi said just now was indeed correct. It's better to be safe than sorry. Okay, I'll trust you for now. But if that's not the case, isn't it better if nothing happens? Lin Mojing said frankly, do you still hope that your mother will fall into Wang Haoluan's hands? Do you hope that she will be killed by hundreds of people in a row? What kind of thoughts? You are truly filial to the highest degree. You. Lu Yulan was already in a turmoil, and now, Lin Mo's words made her even more furious. On the other side, Wang Haoluan had already taken off the high heels of Fang Yan, the mature and beautiful woman. He then grabbed her silk stockings and jade feet and smiled. You don't want your daughter to be implicated, do you? The Zhou family just gave out 5 billion. Now any small family in this huge capital can control the Zhou family. If it weren't for me, would your daughter have a good life in the Zhou family? At this point, Wang Haoluan lowered his head, took a deep breath, and smiled evilly, then continued, if you want to save your daughter, you can only rely on me. Besides, at your age, full of vigor and vitality, can your useless husband satisfy you? You dress so coquettishly all day long, isn't it just to seduce men? I didn't. Fang Yan gritted her teeth and retorted, don't talk nonsense, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Really? Wang Haoluan's evil smile widened. Are you sure you're not? But if I say you are, then you are. You'll have to bring out all your slutty energy and serve me well, or I can't guarantee what will happen to your daughter's little slut. After all, the Zhou family has many enemies. In the past, the Zhang family had the support of my Wang family, so those enemies didn't dare to do anything. But now, everything is hard to say. As he said this, Wang Haoluan grabbed Fang Yan's other silk stocking-clad foot in his hand. Chapter 12, yesterday I reached the second level, today I reached the middle stage of the second level. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Zhou Shuyi called him. Wang Haoluan picked up the phone, saw the caller ID, smiled coldly, and answered the call. Why, have you figured it out? Are you worried about the 5 billion? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Shuyi got into the car and sat next to Lin Mo, stalling for time. Yes, after all, it's 5 billion, how can I not feel bad? 5 billion is equivalent to most of my Zhou family's assets. The Zhou family suddenly lost such a large sum of money, and many projects will have problems due to the broken capital chain. So I wonder, is there any way to get those 5 billion back? Zhou Shuyi's voice deliberately carried a helpless and pleading tone, and Wang Haoluan burst into laughter after hearing it. You bitch, do you know you're wrong now? Are you here to beg me now? Okay, I'll give you a chance. Come here and lie on the ground like a dog to please me, ha ha ha. Wang Haoluan laughed wildly, while at the same time, on Zhou Shuyi's side, the driver drove the car very fast. He ran at lightning speed towards the nightclub where Wang Haoluan was at the moment. As a book traveler who has read the original text, Lin Mo certainly knows which nightclub it is. Yihonglu. Who knows why the original author would give such a name to a city nightclub? Otherwise, Lin Mo might not have remembered it. Half an hour later, we arrived at Yihonglu. Zhou Shuyi wasted a lot of time on the phone and successfully delayed the time, so she hung up the phone 10 minutes ago. Therefore, Wang Haoluan had no time to do anything to Fang Yan. In particular, Wang Haoluan believed the lies Zhou Shuyi said to delay time, and really thought that he would soon be able to do whatever he wanted to this beautiful stepmother, so he was so excited that he was not in a hurry to make a move on her. How nice it would be to have Zhou Shuyi and Fang Yan serve you together. Even tomorrow, we can call Lu Yulan over as well. Thinking of this, Wang Haoluan became even more excited. He was no longer in a hurry to make a move on the other party. He had to wait until Zhou Shuyi came. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and the door of the box was kicked open by someone from outside. Zhou Shuyi came, but Lin Mo also came. Wang Haoluan stood up and glared at him angrily. Damn it, Lin Mo! You dare to come here and seek death? Come on together. Kill this traitorous bastard. He's crippled. As Wang Haoluan roared, a large group of people under his command immediately picked up their weapons and rushed forward. Lin Mo originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but then he thought, that's not right. Every time his complete version of the Tsanglong power was hit by external force, he could turn part of the opponent's true energy into his own use. Yesterday, he gained a lot of true energy from Zhang Xiao through this, and was promoted to a second-level martial artist in one fell swoop. Shouldn't he take advantage of it now? You can become stronger as long as you get beaten, hee. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this kind of wool. When he thought of this, he simply stopped fighting back and just let himself be besieged and passively defended. It seemed that he was retreating step by step and getting beaten, but in fact, he was protecting his vital points while constantly being hit by the Tsanglong force and absorbing the true energy. No, it doesn't seem like it can be called absorbing true energy, but rather, removing some of the external forces that besieged him, and then using the magic of the Tsanglong force to transform the removed force into his own true energy? Yes, that should be it. Anyway, he felt pretty good at the moment. While it seemed like he was being beaten continuously, he could clearly feel the true energy in his body becoming increasingly full. This is much faster than normal practice. Cool. What's going on? Lin Mo was feeling happy, but Zhou Shuyi was frowning. Keeping himself getting beaten all the time? Isn't this guy already a second-level martial artist? How come he can't even handle this bunch of trash under Wang Haoluan? At the same time, Lu Yulan didn't care about Lin Mo because she had already seen her sexy and beautiful mother Fang Yan. In the 10 minutes after hanging up the phone with Zhou Shuyi, although Wang Haoluan did not do anything to Fang Yan, he still managed to get Fang Yan drunk. And there is medicine in the wine. Strong aphrodisiac. The drug took effect and the alcohol started to take effect. Fang Yan was now hot all over and her face was flushed. Her breathing became rapid and her eyes became more and more blurred. It's obvious that he is almost unable to control himself. Mom! Lu Yulan shouted anxiously, and rushed over to hold down the restless Fang Yan, and immediately activated her martial arts to input her true energy to help suppress the medicinal properties. On the side, Wang Haoluan's eyes swept directly at the pair of beautiful black silk legs under Lu Yulan's super short hip skirt. Just at this time, Zhou Shuyi also came over. Bitch! Wang Haoluan glared at her, his voice filled with anger. I really thought you had finally gotten your mind, but you brought those two here? You are so good, Zhou Shuyi, you still dare to make things difficult for me? You still want to pay another 5 billion? 5 billion. Zhou Shuyi had been relatively calm at first, but upon hearing this, she was immediately provoked and slapped Wang Haoluan in the face. Pa! With a crisp slap, Wang Haoluan was slapped away on the spot by Zhou Shuyi. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Haoluan flew far away and slammed into the wall. The eldest son of the Wang family was so confused that he saw stars. Before he could react, Zhou Shuyi came over with her plump long legs. This time, Zhou Shuyi was really not polite at all and showed no mercy. She raised her leg and stomped on Wang Haoluan's crotch. Ah! A pig slaughtering howl sounded, and Wang Haoluan immediately convulsed in pain, with his entire face distorted. Are you kidding? How can a human endure pain that exceeds physiological limits? In the distance, Lin Mo turned his head and took a look, muttering to himself, isn't this the ending of the original owner of this body in the original text? He only appeared in 3 chapters. In the 3rd chapter, when he was helping Wang Haoluan fight, he was kicked in the lower body and he never appeared again. Now he has come through the book and changed the original plot with the help of the destiny-changing system. His ultimate goal is to replace Wang Haoluan and become the villain. Although he has not yet accomplished his mission, his fate of having his lower body kicked in 3 chapters has been transferred to Wang Haoluan. Good, very good. That's how it is. Chapter 13, Kidnapping Wang Haoluan and Taking Back 5 Billion? However, he was not in a hurry to get rid of Wang Haoluan's many men. He just stopped those who wanted to rush over to help Wang Haoluan, and continued to suffer the crazy siege of everyone, and continued to rely on the Sun Long gene to continuously enhance his own true energy. At first, he was only in the early stage of the second-level martial artist. Now, his true energy is full, and he obviously feels that he is about to break through the shackles and be promoted to the middle stage of the second-level martial artist. He just reached the second level yesterday, and today he is about to reach the middle stage of the second level. Who can compare with his growth rate? Given time, why would Lin Mo worry about not being able to dominate this world? Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but tease, "That's it? You guys can't do it either. Has everyone not eaten yet? How can you follow Wang Haoluan if you don't even have the energy to fight? Wang Haoluan is already a loser. Why did he hire a bunch of losers like you as his subordinates? I'm worried about you. The harder you talk, the harder you get beaten." Lin Mo is determined to increase his energy quickly. Anyway, these people right now are no match for Zhang Xiao yesterday. Although the blows from fists, kicks, sticks, etc. on him are a little harder than scraping, and it still hurts, it's just that in the end. In short, Lin Mo can hold on. After all, he has the physique of a second-level martial artist. Yesterday, he used a cleansing essence and marrow pill to greatly enhance his physical condition. He was reborn, and his physique was far superior to that of second-level martial artists at the same level. Furthermore, the Dragon Tiger pill that Zhou Shuyi fed him yesterday was also very effective, which made his defense even more amazing. So this beating is really nothing now, it's okay. As a result, after a while, all the people under Wang Haoluan were exhausted and gasping for breath. Their sticks were broken and their steel pipes were bent. Many of them even fell down from exhaustion. In contrast, Lin Mo was still full of energy. He is full of energy but does not fight back. He can move forward and backward freely, but he is still passively taking the beating. At most, he can protect his vital points or occasionally block the fatal attacks from swords. In the distance, Zhou Shuyi stared at him for a few seconds with a frown on her face. Seeing something was going on, she muttered, "Did you do it on purpose? What on earth does this kid want to do? Does he like being beaten? Is he a masochist? Is he AM? He looks like a normal person, but he actually likes this? If that's the case, I'll have to find a chance to satisfy you." But Zhou Shuyi suddenly changed the subject, her eyes looking deep as she speculated, "I'm afraid this kid isn't that simple? Could it be another unique skill of Sanlong Jin?" Thinking of this, Zhou Shuyi made up her mind, she must find an opportunity to explore it in depth. As for now, she has to use Wang Haoluan to squeeze the Wang family. Before coming in, she had someone hack into all the surveillance cameras in the nightclub. Before, the Wang family was on the first day, and now she is on the 15th. The 5 billion yuan that the Zhou family gave out must be returned by the Wang family. Zhou Shuyi, you fucking bastard. Wang Haoluan, who had just been kicked in the crotch by her, finally recovered. He gritted his teeth, stood up and started yelling. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shuyi raised her leg and stomped hard on his vitals again. Ah! The pig slaughtering howl sounded again. Lin Mo, who saw the scene from a distance, couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Is this woman so cruel? Just now he kicked me, and now he kicked me again. Wouldn't this ruin Wang Haoluan's lower body and the rest of his life? But it's better if Wang Haoluan is disabled, then Lin Mo can take his place and become the villain of this book world, right? After all, this is the ultimate mission of his destiny-changing system. When the mission is completed, who knows what big gift package will be rewarded? Have you had enough fun? Zhou Shuyi suddenly shouted at him, obviously urging him to quickly get rid of all the people under Wang Haoluan. Originally, Lin Mo wanted to play for a while longer, but since she urged him, that was it. In a moment, Lin Mo launched a thunderous counterattack. With his strength as a second-level martial artist, he easily knocked down all of Wang Haoluan's men. But, is it enough to just knock him down? At this time, Zhou Shuyi strode over with her plump long legs and started killing one by one with her sword. A killing spree. He just killed all those people. Me? Lin Mo was a little stunned. Zhou Shuyi glanced at him and looked at Wang Haoluan, who was lying on the ground in the distance with a look of fear and horror in his eyes. Take him away and ask the Wang family to pay 10 billion for his ransom. What are you still standing there for? Go, hurry up. Lin Mo hesitated. Kidnapping and ransom? Are you sure? What else? Zhou Shuyi replied without hesitation. Wang Jiaming stole 5 billion from me, so I'm just going to let it go like this? Could you swallow this? Okay, stop wasting time and take him away quickly. Originally, Lin Mo thought that Zhou Shuyi could swallow anything. After all, she was so scheming, and she had been with Wang Jingwei, who was 20 years older than her, for so many years. She must be very patient. Who would have thought that now she wants to kidnap Wang Haoluan for the 5 billion? It seems that Lin Mo underestimated the importance of the 5 billion to the Zhou family? No matter what, since she wants to do this, then he will sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. No, it should be to sacrifice his life to accompany her, this beautiful young lady. What is he, a book traveler, afraid of? Just do it. Soon, Lin Mo knocked Wang Haoluan unconscious with a punch, dragged him downstairs and threw him into the trunk of the car. Zhou Shuyi left a few people to clean up the scene and erase all traces, and then asked the driver to drive away from the nightclub. Where are you going? Lin Mo asked after the car rushed out of the underground garage and merged into the traffic flow. Take Wang Haoluan to your Qingshan villa? Isn't that a bad idea? Do you have a better idea? Zhou Shuyi asked casually. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then thought, this woman doesn't have a complete plan? Do you really want to take Wang Haoluan to Qingshan villa? Are you kidding me? You're kidnapping me. Just because you have a 38D breast, you can act recklessly and without any scruples, right? Damn it, I thought you were so scheming, but this is the result? No wonder you weren't even considered a villain in the original story. Damn, if you do this, you're going to drag me down with you, right? No, no. Lin Mo frowned and shook his head. You can't take Wang Haoluan back to your Qingshan villa now, absolutely not. Then where are you going? Zhou Shuyi said casually again, obviously still not taking it seriously. Lin Mo thought about it and thought of the villa in the suburbs of Beijing that he had received as a reward for his system task. Shanhaiyuan, let's go to Shanhaiyuan. I have a villa there. Huh? Zhou Shuyi was surprised. One of the 6 most expensive buildings in the suburbs of Beijing is right next to my Qingshan villa, Shanhai Garden? You have a villa in Shanhai Garden? What are you looking at? Lin Mo puffed out his chest. Why can't I have a villa in Shanhaiyuan? I'm telling you, I'm very capable. Don't look down on me. Even with these words, Lin Mo himself didn't have the confidence, otherwise why would he have to pretend to be so pretentious and deliberately puff out his chest? Before I traveled through the book, I was just a single office worker who had been single for over 20 years. I worked hard all day long just to make a living. Many times, it was difficult for me to even support myself. He has never had a good day in his life, but now he says in front of Zhou Shuyi, a beautiful lady from a wealthy family, that he is very capable and even has a villa in Shanhaiyuan, one of the 6 largest buildings in the suburbs of Beijing. In this situation, how can he be so confident? Especially since the villa was a reward from a system quest, and he hadn't even been there yet, so he didn't know if the system would play tricks on him. Damn, that shouldn't be possible, right? System, if you dare to do this to me, I'll cut off all ties with you. And it turned out that the system didn't fool him. Soon, in Shanhaiyuan, one of the 6 king villas in the suburbs of Beijing, Lin Mazhen used the key rewarded by the system to open the door of the corresponding villa. A 3-story villa of 800 square meters. You really have a villa like this here? Zhou Shuyi was shocked and curious. Lin Mo, who are you? What exactly do you want to do by lurking beside Wang Haoluan and serving as his henchman? How could Lin Mo answer this question? Is he going to say that he traveled through the book and became the little follower of Wang Haoluan? Who would believe such a fairy tale? Just keep silent and change the subject. I'll find a place to lock up Wang Haoluan. I'll keep it locked up until I get the ransom. Isn't my place much better than yours? You actually want to bring Wang Haoluan to your Qingshan villa? Aren't you afraid that the Wang family will bring people to your house? Big-breasted, brainless woman, ugh. Chapter 14, Cleansing the Essence and Marrow, Refining Medicine in the Furnace. Zhou Shuyi really wanted to slap him. Who is this bastard saying has big breasts and no brains? What's wrong with her wanting to take Wang Haoluan to Qingshan villa? Did Lin Mo think that she could release Wang Haoluan after receiving the ransom from the Wang family? Are you kidding me? Release Wang Holowen and report her? Wouldn't she cause everyone in the Zhou family to be killed by the Wang family? There was no way she could let Wang Holowen live. Collect the ransom first and then kill the victim. From the moment she decided to kidnap Wang Holowen to get back the 5 billion, he was destined to be dead. Soon, when Lin Mo threw Wang Holowen into the basement and then came to the hall upstairs of the villa and learned this from Zhou Shuyi, he was stunned. What the hell? You want to kill someone? What else? Should I let him go back and tell on me? But Wang Holowen is the big villain, how could he die so easily? As a big villain, he must have a halo, right? Otherwise, would Lin Mo have to rely on the destiny-changing system to gradually take away the villain's luck from Wang Holowen? Lin Mo kept all these words in his heart and didn't say them out loud. But what? Zhou Shuyi pressed on, tell me, but what? Just now you said I was big-breasted and brainless, but you think I'm going to release Wang Holowen after receiving the ransom. What are you thinking? Do you have a brain? You have the nerve to say I have big breasts and no brains? Humph. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly, as if he really couldn't let Wang Holowen go back. But she couldn't really kill the hostages like she said, right? If you just kill a person who has the fate of a villain like this, who knows what will go wrong? Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, listen to me, Wang Holowen can't be killed for the time being. Nonsense. Zhou Shuyi walked to the side and sat down, lifting her long legs in black stockings and saying, if I'm going to kill him, I'll do it after receiving the ransom. Would I kill him before I even get the ransom? Lin Mo shook his head and smiled, then went over and sat down next to Zhou Shuyi, taking a deep breath of her delicate young woman's body fragrance. He thought as he said, what I mean is, even after getting the ransom, we can't kill her. After all, the Wang family is powerful. At least for now, it is not something your Zhou family can resist. Can you guarantee that your men have completely erased all traces of the crime scene? Can you guarantee that the Wang family will never find out about you? Can you guarantee that nothing will go wrong? Who can guarantee something like this? Truth will come to light sooner or later. Therefore, you don't have to release Wang Holowen after receiving the ransom, but you can't just kill him. You have to keep him. Let's keep him alive for now. If anything goes wrong, we can use him to threaten the Wang family. So you have a trump card, don't you think? As Lin Mo finished speaking, a strange look appeared in the depths of Zhou Shuyi's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, the beautiful young woman came closer, staring closely into Lin Mo's eyes, and said softly, you are so thoughtful, and you own such a large villa in Shanghai Garden, but before you were a little follower to Wang Holowen. I'm really getting more and more curious, who the hell are you? Also, where did you learn the Zhou family's Canglong gene? And how come you even know the lost secrets of Canglong gene? Come on, tell me the truth, and I'll give birth to your child. How about that? Not so good. Lin Mo got up and left, so as not to be fooled by her beauty. After all, he had completed the mission to help Lu Yulan remove the bad omen, and the mission reward 2 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills was already in hand. Hurry and find a place to take it and try the effect. The feeling of cleansing his essence and marrow and being reborn is extremely refreshing, and he can't wait. I just don't know, after taking 2 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills this time, will my cultivation level directly break through to the late stage of the 2nd level martial artist? Even in the late stage? Even above the late stage, the peak of the 2nd stage is not impossible? It would be even better if I could directly be promoted to the 3rd level martial spirit. Thinking about this, Lin Mo felt very happy. As a result, after taking 2 pills of cleansing essence and marrow, the whole body quickly became hot. Damn it, the drug is too strong, I can't hold it. It's over. My whole body is burning hot, as if there is a fire burning fiercely inside me. Lin Mo used his internal energy to instantly shatter all the clothes on his body, becoming naked in an instant. Never mind. Quickly use your chi and breathing to suppress this fire. Damn it, any slower and I'm going to be cooked. This was the fact, and at that moment his whole body was smoking. It was because he took the cleansing essence and marrow pill after being seriously injured by Zhang Xiao last time. The more serious the injury, the better the effect of this thing. That's because cleansing the essence and marrow and undergoing a rebirth requires breaking down and reorganizing all the meridians. Severe injuries can avoid the process of breaking down, so how can the effect not be good? So, last time, Lin Mo skipped a step and failed to directly feel the powerful effect of the essence cleansing and marrow removing pills. As a result, he neglected it this time and swallowed 2 pills in a row. Why take 2 pills of the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill, which has an incredible effect? Or when there are no injuries? Now his blood is really about to be ignited. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his head and scream. I felt like I was about to explode. Moreover, the meridians throughout the body began to break and melt, and then began to reorganize under the powerful effect of the cleansing essence and marrow pill. The pain was so severe that it was worse than death. So the shouts resounded and lasted for a long time. When Zhou Shui heard the noise, she thought something had happened to him, so she kicked open the door and rushed in. Finally, I came in and saw. I saw Lin Mo sitting cross-legged on the bed, his whole body burning with anger. It's not smoke, it's real fire. The powerful effect of the cleansing essence and marrow pill ignites the true energy in blood, thus bursting out into flames. Oh my god? Zhou Shui was completely stunned. At this moment, Lin Mo turned his head abruptly, his eyes burning with fire. He lost control of his mind and rushed directly towards Zhou Shui. What are you doing? Ah! You bastard! It's burning me to death, Lin Mo, you bastard, stop it! Let me go! Are you kidding? Lin Mo was in this half-obsessed state where his mind is out of control. How can he stop? How can he let Zhou Shui go? Moreover, he needed a furnace in his current state, and he urgently needed the furnace to transfer the surging fire like true energy transformed from the medicinal effects in his body. Otherwise he would really be useless and roasted. It might even happen that your whole body suddenly explodes. Therefore, he is now relying on his subconscious to save himself, forcibly turning Zhou Shui into a furnace to help him refine the medicinal effects. But how could Fang Yan and Lu Yulan, the mother and daughter in the hall far away, know all this? When they heard Zhou Shui's screams from afar, they thought, "This is Shui and that Lin Mo. You're so good, Zhou Shui. I knew you and Lin Mo must be having an affair." Chapter 15, The Ultimate Beauty Chi Mei Hui. Yulan, how dare you talk like that? Fang Yan glared at him and scolded him. If it weren't for Lin Mo, I would have been in trouble this time. Originally, Lu Yulan really didn't have a good impression of Lin Mo, mainly because Zhou Shui's shouting at this moment was really a bit rampant. But after hearing Fang Yan's words, Lu Yulan's face froze, then she took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this time it was all thanks to this guy. But I always feel, he can't really know some kind of fortune-telling technique, right? Can this kind of esoteric philosophy really be believed? Mom, do you think he's some kind of fortune teller? If he can't do it, how does he know? What do you want to say? Fang Yan glared at him fiercely again. He saved me, but you are judging him by your own standards? How can you be like this? You're really going too far. I have to say that Fang Yan is truly a graceful and noble lady. Not only is she mature, sexy and charming, but she is also well-educated, well-mannered and sensible. It's just that she married the wrong person back then, so she has been living in an ordinary family for many years. In fact, before she got married, she was considered a beautiful, wealthy woman from a wealthy family. She had been influenced by a good environment since childhood, so she was able to still have the temperament of a lady even after marrying the wrong person and living in an ordinary family for so many years. Only. Zhou Shui's screams were so loud that the noble lady Fang Yan felt a little embarrassed. You have to know that she had been forced to drink and take medicine by Wang Holuan before, and the effects of the alcohol and the medicine had not completely worn off yet. When she heard Zhou Shui's screams that could not help but be misunderstood, Fang Yan couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster and her body getting hot. Unconsciously, a certain desire in my heart could no longer be suppressed. Just a moment later, Fang Yan suddenly stood up. Ha! Lu Yulan was puzzled. Mom, what are you doing? I'm going to take a cold shower. After saying this, Fang Yan walked quickly with her sexy and plump long legs towards the bedroom next door to find the bathroom. A strange color flashed in Lu Yulan's eyes, and she couldn't help muttering in her heart, "Are you sure you want to take a cold shower and not do something else?" Whether Fang Yan wanted to take a cold shower or do something else, she received a phone call before she could do so. The person on the other end of the phone was a beautiful woman with the same mature, sexy and charming temperament as her. Moreover, the luxurious temperament of this beautiful woman is even better than that of Fang Yan. After all, this is not someone else but the original wife of Wang Jingwei from the Wang family, the biological mother of Wang Holuan, and also from the Qi family in Beijing. Chi Mei Hui. The Qi family behind Chi Mei Hui is one of the 8 great families in the capital, with a 7th-level martial saint in charge. His younger sister Chimeru is the chairman of the Chi group who now holds all the power. Yen, how are you? Chi Meihui frowned, and the moment the call was connected, she asked directly, are you okay? Did that bastard Wang Haoluan do anything to you? This beast is outrageous. Yen, tell me quickly, did he do anything to you? Speak up, Yen, you're driving me crazy. It's okay. Fang Yan was moved and finally spoke. Shui, Yulan, and Lin Mo arrived in time to save me, so I'm fine. Are you really okay? Chi Meihui was obviously relieved. That's good, that's good. I was just worried that you would really be killed by that ignorant beast Wang Haoluan. Suddenly, Chi Meihui paused and asked, Yen, what did you just say? Shui, Yulan, and who? Lin Mo, Fang Yan replied, he's a talented young man. He was originally a henchman under Wang Haoluan. He saved Shui yesterday and even used the Zhou family's long-lost Sanglongpa when taking Zhang Zhao's 3 palm strikes. That's why the Zhou family is keeping him here. For the time being, he's staying with Shui. Chi Meihui was a little confused when she heard this. The main reason is that what Fang Yan just said was too much information, and Chi Meihui really needs to digest it carefully. After digesting it for a moment, Chi Meihui spoke with difficulty. Wang Haoluan's henchman saved Shui yesterday? What happened to Shui? Can this little henchman actually withstand 3 palm strikes from Zhang Xiao? Zhang Xiao is a 3rd-rank martial spirit. How could a little henchman? Oh, right? You said this little henchman can use the blue dragon break? The Zhou family has lost that Sanglongpa for over 200 years? How is that possible? No, what's going on? Forget it, it's hard to explain over the phone. Yen, just tell me where you are and I'll come find you. We can talk in person and meet that Lin Mo by the way. Interview? Fang Yan looked embarrassed. Although Chi Meihui is her best friend and is indeed very nice to her, she is still Wang Haoluan's biological mother after all. Wang Haoluan is in the basement right now. Zhou Shui also planned to use Wang Haoluan to force the Wang family to return the 5 billion double. Even Zhou Shui wanted to take the ransom and kill the hostage. So now Chi Meihui is coming over? What should Fang Yan do? On one side is Zhou Shui, who just saved her with Lin Mo, and on the other side is her best friend Chi Meihui. She is caught in the middle. Chapter 16, Late Stage 2, What a Power! Alas! With a sigh, Fang Yan spoke with difficulty and told Chi Meihui the truth. As a result, it turned out that Fang Yan was right about the person. Chi Meihui had no reaction to Zhou Shui kidnapping Wang Haoluan and trying to blackmail the Wang family. Because she had divorced Wang Jingwei a long time ago. If not, with the power of the Chi family behind Chi Meihui, how could Wang Jingwei dare to marry Zhou Shui? However, Chi Meihui was determined to divorce Wang Jingwei precisely because he was often fooling around outside. She also gradually grew disgusted with her biological son Wang Haoluan, who had inherited all of Wang Jingwei's bad habits, and now she doesn't care about his life or death at all. As soon as the call was connected, she called Wang Haoluan a bastard and a beast. Now, after learning from Fang Yan that Zhou Shui was going to kidnap and extort her and even kill her after getting the ransom, Chi Meihui really didn't react at all. He's an uneducated, useless, and hopeless person with such bad character that he even wants to attack his own stepmother. This kind of beast, if he lives, will only ruin my reputation and that of the entire Chi family. It would be best if he died, so that I wouldn't be implicated by him in the future. Don't worry, Yen. I'm on the side of justice, not my relatives. I'm firmly on your side and won't care whether that kid lives or dies. I've warned him many times, but he's a jerk who refuses to change. He deserves to die at Shuyi's hands this time. If we have to say what Chi Meihui's reaction was, this was her reaction. And she's not pretending, it's not a delaying tactic to buy time, Chi Meihui is serious. After all, she had lost contact with Wang Jingwei a long time ago, and was extremely disappointed with Wang Haoluan because of his various misdeeds. On the contrary, she was attracted to him. God knows what Chi Meihui thinks of Fang Yan. There are rumors, but who knows if rumors are just fabricated. Anyway, it is true that Chi Meihui and Fang Yan have a good relationship, and it is also true that she is not interested in her biological son Wang Haoluan. Just half an hour later, Chi Meihui arrived at Shanhaiyuan, walked into Lin Mo's villa with her plump long legs, and then followed Fang Yan upstairs. Whose villa is this? It doesn't seem to belong to Shuyi, right? Is it yours? Ha? Not really? Whose is it then? Lin Mo. Lin Mo? Chi Meihui was stunned. Are you sure this huge villa in Shanhaiyuan belongs to Lin Mo? Who exactly is this Lin Mo? Isn't he a small henchman under Wang Haoluan? How come he owns such a large villa in Shanhaiyuan? Since he owns a villa in Shanghai Garden and possesses the Tsanglongpa, a weapon that has been lost in the Zhou family for over 200 years, are you sure he's just an ordinary henchman? Fang Yan shook her head. I don't know about that. We're all curious and have asked him about it, but he won't tell us. How can we ask him further? Hearing this, a strange look appeared in the depths of Qi Meihui's eyes. Her reaction was almost the same as Zhou Shui's. They both felt that Lin Mo was a hidden talent and must not be an ordinary person. He is not an ordinary person, but he follows Wang Haoluan as a follower. There must be something fishy here. In fact, Fang Yan also felt that there was something fishy going on, but compared to this, she was more concerned about, are you sure you don't want to interfere in Wang Haoluan's affairs? After all, he is your own son. What's wrong with my biological son? Qi Meihui said without hesitation, just because he's my biological son, I can indulge him endlessly. I was brought up in the Qi family with strict discipline and never dared to do evil like him. But he's just from a small royal family, yet he thinks he's the prince of the Beijing world. He's unscrupulous and lawless, completely unaware of how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. Moreover, his character is so corrupt that he even wants to touch his own stepmother. Why should I protect someone like him? This was the truth, but Fang Yan couldn't help but say, blood is thicker than water. He is your biological son after all. You only have one. One, so what? Qi Meihui interrupted directly, I'm still young, it's not like I can't have another child. Fang Yan was completely speechless at this point. After all, there is nothing wrong with what Qi Meihui said. She was tricked into bed by Wang Jingwei when she was young, so when she gave birth to Wang Haoluan, she was only in her teens? Anyway, at that time, Wang Jingwei was almost beaten to death by the Qi family, and the entire Wang family was almost wiped out by the Qi family. If Qi Meihui hadn't tried desperately to stop him, Wang Jingwei and the entire Wang family would have been gone long ago. Now, Wang Haoluan is in his early 20s, and Qi Meihui is only 36 or 37. They are the same age as Fang Yan and only a few years older than Zhou Shuyi. The key is that she is more mature and charming than Zhou Shuyi, more ladylike than Fang Yan, and her skin is as fair and smooth as Lu Yulan, a young woman in her 20s. Given her conditions, if she wants to have another child, there are plenty of men to help her. Even in this room. Not long after, Lin Mo finished refining the medicinal effects and came out of the room refreshed. He was indeed refreshed, but it was not known whether it was because the room was too hot and he was anxious to come out for some fresh air, or because he was not fully conscious yet and was sweating and panting so hard that he came out naked in a daze. Maybe he also wanted to wear clothes, but the drug had exploded before, and all his clothes were shattered by the slightest effort of his internal energy. Where did the clothes come from? Maybe he wanted to ask someone to help him buy 2 sets of clothes to change into. As a result, when I arrived at the living room, I found that in addition to Fang Yan and Lu Yulan, there was another mature, sexy and beautiful lady. For a moment, Lin Mo stood there motionless. Ah! Suddenly, Lu Yulan screamed, and hurriedly turned her head away while shouting angrily, Lin Mo, are you going to die? Don't you know how to put on clothes? Get back to your room quickly, get out. Oh my god. Lin Mo shuddered back to his senses and quickly turned and ran away, shouting, I used my internal energy to shatter the clothes. Help me find someone to buy 2 more, quick. Lu Yulan gritted her teeth and said, you used your qi to shatter clothes? You believe that? You used the Beiming divine power to shatter clothes? It's clearly a case of playing around. It must have been that shameless Zhou Shuyi who ripped your clothes to shreds, you bastards. Yulan. Fang Yan glared at her fiercely, what nonsense are you talking about again? The pretty face of the young woman Lu Yulan was slightly flushed. She gritted her teeth and hesitated to speak. Lin Mo's body was lingering in her mind. God knows if she noticed any details just now. Ha! Fang Yan originally wanted to scold her, but then she suddenly noticed, what was Qi Meihui opposite her doing? Why is this person still staring blankly at the place where Lin Mo was just now? Oh my god, could Qi Meihui be reminiscing? Bah, what do you mean by reminiscing? Shouldn't it be recalling? What are you recalling? No matter what, Fang Yan was very confused when she noticed Qi Meihui's obviously strange reaction at this time. Especially in this life, Qi Meihui even murmured, what a great ability. Fang Yan was confused. Chapter 17, Ransom of 30 billion? Chi Mei turned around and saw her reaction, then laughed. What are you thinking? I mean, he can even shatter clothes, isn't that incredible? Besides, he is Lin Mo, right? He has already reached the late second stage martial artist realm, having just broken through. I can sense the aura of a late second stage martial artist who has just broken through. He has just broken through, but he is very close to the late stage of the second stage. He is almost only a hair's breadth away. It can be said that he may make another step forward at any time. To have reached this level from the middle stage of the second stage in one go, this ability is truly remarkable. Also, I've seen him before with Wang Haoluan, but I didn't ask his name at the time. I only found out he was Lin Mo when we met just now. Lin Mo, who not only possesses the Zhou family's lost martial arts skills but also owns a villa in Shanghai Garden, and his martial arts talent is also quite impressive. Who would believe that such a talented young man doesn't have a background? So, what exactly is his purpose in lurking beside Wang Haoluan as his henchman? Having said this, the beautiful lady Chi Mei fell into deep thought unconsciously. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who had already returned to his room, was also confused and thought, is that Chi Mei? Wang Haoluan's biological mother? Yes, it was her. He hadn't reacted just now, but now he remembered it from the mind of the original owner of this body. My goodness, that bastard Wang Haoluan actually has such a sexy and beautiful mother who still has such charm? No, what do you mean by still having the charm? It's clearly the charm that is at its peak. But, how did she appear here? Damn, are you here for Wang Haoluan? Lin Mo's heart suddenly paused, and then he frowned tightly. At this moment, Zhou Shui, who was sweating profusely, stood up and kicked him in the face. Bang! Lin Mo was caught off guard and kicked away. He didn't feel any pain after landing. After all, he was already in the middle stage of the second level, and was only a step away from the late stage. He was also reborn with the help of the 2 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills. Now his physique was quite strong. But how can I handle being kicked in the face all of a sudden? Zhou Shui, you. Lin Mo stood up and rushed over to give her a beating. As a result, Zhou Shui raised her leg and stepped on his chest again. Roll. Can you say that again? I told you to get out. Lin Mo's face was gloomy. Get out if you want. Zhou Shui was stunned and didn't react. This guy really left? He did such a thing and treated her as a cauldron, using her to make medicine and tortured her to death and then back to life. Now he wants to just walk away like this? Stop right there, you bastard. Come back. Lin Modu was already at the door, but when he heard Zhou Shui shouting, he turned around. Didn't you tell me to get out? Why are you asking me to come back? What are you doing? Ha ha. Zhou Shui kicked him again without hesitation. Damn it. Lin Mo had already prepared to dodge and said, what are you doing? Are you addicted to kicking me now? Although I used you as a cauldron to refine medicine, that's the essence cleansing and marrow refining pill, so it's also of great benefit to you, right? Do you dare to say that you didn't take the opportunity to gain experience and absorb the medicinal effects? I can feel that the inner energy in you is much stronger than before. Do you still want to deceive me? Zhou Shui gritted her teeth. Although what this bastard said was true, but is it possible that Zhou Shui will be used as a cauldron one day? How could she bear this? How could she swallow this? You have to swallow it even if you can't. Lin Mo said this casually after hearing her gritted teeth words. Unexpectedly, Lu Yulan arrived at this time. She came to deliver clothes. She took the spare clothes that her driver had left in the car, intending to let the bastard Lin Mo wear them first. But as soon as she arrived, what did she hear? What are you talking about? Lu Yulan couldn't help herself. Do you still have any shame? You have to swallow whatever you want? Lin Mo, you bastard. You're just a piece of shit. Lin Moling interrupted him with a chaotic voice. What are you talking about? She said she couldn't swallow this breath, and I meant that things have come to this point and she has to swallow it even if she can't. So what are you talking about? What do you think we are talking about? Lu Yulan's face froze. Did she misunderstand? At this moment, Lin Mo caught a glimpse of the clothes in her hand, went straight over and took them, muttering, "You're so young, but your ears aren't working well. You catch the slightest bit of a sentence and start to criticize me. What kind of person is that? If I were your husband, I would hang you up and beat you. What are you mumbling, you bastard?" Lu Yulan heard it all clearly and was immediately furious. I was kind enough to send you some clothes, and you. Thank you, is that all right? Lin Mo sat on the edge of the bed, putting on his pants while muttering, it's just a gift of clothes, and I saved your mother. If it weren't for me, your mother would have been sweating profusely and crying for her parents by now because of Wang Halloween. But I have to say, your mother is still very charming and feminine. It's no wonder that Wang Halloween is still thinking about her. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Lu Yulan raised her fist and rushed forward. After all, she is also a second-level martial artist. With her bad temper, can she tolerate Lin Mo's crickets? But she was no match for Lin Mo before, let alone now? Lin Mo was already in the late second stage, only a hair's breadth away from the extreme late stage. His cultivation had greatly improved, and his strength had greatly increased. He casually grabbed Lu Yulan's wrist and took her into his arms. He lowered his head and looked down at her, saying seriously, I've just put on my pants, and you're so eager to throw yourself into my arms. What do you mean? You think I'm not capable now? Don't have the energy to deal with you? Do you want to try? You bastard, let me go, let go, let go. The young woman Lu Yulan became even more agitated. There was real anger in his eyes. After all, she is a married woman, how could she tolerate Lin Mo's teasing like this? Especially since this bastard didn't even have time to put on his clothes. However, Lin Mo didn't intend to tease her. Is Lin Mo the kind of person who flirts with respectable young women? He casually let Lu Yulan go, put on his clothes, and muttered, that's not right, this is a gap. I feel bad. And this outfit wasn't just bought, was it? It belonged to someone else? Was it given to me as an emergency? What else? Lu Yulan retorted, I gave you money, and you asked me to buy clothes? You didn't even pay me, and you expect me to get something for free? I'm giving you a free ride. Lin Mo retorted, I've never been into women. I swear to God that I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. How dare you say I'm giving you a free ride? I wouldn't have you for free. You. The sexy young woman Lu Yulan was so angry that her emotions were boiling again. But before she could react, Shi Meihui's voice came from the door, who do you want to get for free? As these words were spoken, the elegant and beautiful woman Shi Meihui walked in with her plump and slender legs. In an instant, the beautiful woman came to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took a deep breath and laughed awkwardly, just kidding, I'm just kidding, how could I get it for free? Don't want to get it for free? Shi Meihui smiled. Then why are you hiding so well and working as a henchman under Wang Halloween? Lin Mo's brain raced, and he replied, I'm experiencing life. Chapter 18, The Grudge Between Shi Meihui and Wang Jingwei. A ransom of 30 billion is really incredible. Shi Meihui is Wang Halloween's biological mother. Now she wants to use her own son to blackmail the Wang family for 30 billion? Is this something a mother could do? Lin Mo really couldn't help but mutter in his heart, it turns out that no woman is easy to mess with. The bigger her heart is and the richer she is, the harder it is to mess with her. Now that I think about it, Wang Halloween is quite pitiful. First, his stepmother Zhou Shuyi deliberately seduced him to make him fall out with his father. Now his biological mother doesn't care about his life or death, and she is using him to blackmail the Wang family for 30 billion. Lin Mo couldn't help but want to laugh, mainly because when he came through the book, the villain Wang Halloween was so miserable. Isn't 30 billion a bit too much? Zhou Shuyi suddenly asked worriedly. How much? Shi Meihui smiled slightly, then reached out and pulled the stockings on her plump legs, saying leisurely, the Wang family has assets of 40 to 50 billion. How much of this was earned by relying on the power of my Qi family? If it weren't for my Qi family, how could the Wang family be what it is today? So now, for the 30 billion, if I say yes, it's fine. Shudi, just do as I say. I'll cover the bottom line for you, so what are you afraid of? Originally Zhou Shuyi was a little scared, but now that Shi Meihui has said this, what is there for her to be afraid of? 30 billion is 30 billion, that is it. Soon, at the Wang family villa, Wang Jingwei received a call. What? My son is in your hands? What did you say? 30 billion? You fucking. Wang Jingwei, listen carefully. You must transfer 30 billion gold coins to the designated account before 9 o'clock tonight. Not a single coin less. Otherwise, you will be waiting for Wang Halloween to collect his body. As soon as the other party finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Wang Jingwei's face froze, he really couldn't react. At this time, the other party sent him another video. In the video, Wang Haoluan was tied to a cross with a bruised face and blood all over his body. He was dying and kept calling for help in a weak voice. Help! 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 Damn it! Wang Jingwei was furious and immediately called his men. I need to verify immediately whether this video is real. I need to be 100% sure whether this video is AI generated or real. Also, contact Haoluan and find him as soon as possible. If you can't find him, find out where he was last seen. Now, immediately, quickly. The roar resounded, and his men rushed out in a hurry. The results came out quickly, the video is real, 100% not AI synthesized. As for Wang Haoluan, he is indeed out of contact. From now on, it can be basically confirmed, Wang Haoluan was indeed kidnapped. And the last place he appeared was his own Yihanlu nightclub. Moreover, news has come from Yihanlu that the private room where Wang Haoluan had stayed was littered with corpses, and all his men were killed. Now we can be 100% sure that Wang Haoluan was really kidnapped. But there were no traces at the kidnapping scene. The kidnappers had obviously carefully erased all clues. Where's the surveillance? Wang Jingwei was furious and anxious when he heard this. My own son was kidnapped in my own nightclub? And all the people under my son's command were killed? Now you're telling me that you didn't find any useful clues at the scene? Where's the damn surveillance? Such a big nightclub with so many surveillance cameras, and they didn't capture anything useful? Boss, the surveillance camera was hacked. It was turned off when the incident happened, so nothing useful was captured. These words from his subordinate instantly made Wang Jingwei even more angry. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Jingwei punched the wall. His eyes were full of fire and murderous intent. Wang Jingwei was probably never so angry in his life. After all, he had never encountered such a thing before. The Wang family is a powerful family with assets of 40 to 50 billion yuan. Wang Jingwei's ex-wife is from one of the 8 major families in Beijing. With such conditions and background, who the hell dares to kidnap his son? Especially, he kidnapped people in a nightclub owned by his Wang family? He even erased all traces afterwards without leaving any useful clues? Who wouldn't be angry if they encountered something like this? No. Aren't those bodies still there? Aren't they clues? When Wang Jingwei raised this question, his subordinates immediately replied, the people at the nightclub said that all the bodies were killed with a single blow and had been disposed of. The murderer left no fingerprints or a single hair. There are really no useful clues. Wang Jingwei became even angrier now. He really wants to kill someone. I want to find the kidnapper and the mastermind immediately, tear them into pieces and burn them to ashes. But right now, no matter how angry he was, he had to save people first. Saving talents is the top priority. After all, Wang Haoluan is not only his, Wang Jingwei's, son, but also the son of his ex-wife Qi Meihui. If something really happens to Wang Haoluan, will Qi Meihui and the Qi family let him, Wang Jingwei, off? The Qi family almost wiped out his entire Wang family back then. Now that something is really going to happen to Wang Haoluan, his entire Wang family, Wang Jingwei, is probably really finished. Thinking of this, Wang Jingwei couldn't help but frown and take a deep breath, saying, Go, immediately raise 30 billion for the ransom. What the hell are you still standing there for? No matter what, save them first. Hurry up. Save the people first, then settle the score with the kidnappers. This is the only solution Wang Jingwei has for now. Qi Meihui had already figured out his thoughts. At this time in Lin Mo's villa, Qi Meihui was saying to Zhou Shuyi, don't worry, even if Wang Jingwei is reluctant to give up the 30 billion and doesn't want to save Wang Haoluan, he will definitely bite his teeth and raise the 30 billion to save him first because of me. You think I'd care about blood being thicker than water, that I wouldn't care about Wang Haoluan's life or death no matter what? Wang Jingwei thinks the same thing. After all, he still wants to use Wang Haoluan to borrow the power of my Qi family, so that he can make a lot of money by using my Qi family's name and bully others to make his Wang family more prosperous. In this case, how could he dare to let Wang Haoluan get into trouble? So he has to pay the 30 billion. I know him. Just wait and see. As soon as Qi Meihui finished speaking, Lin Mo, who had already had someone buy a new set of clothes and put them on, couldn't help but ask, can you really be so cruel to your own son and ex-husband? Cruel? Qi Meihui's eyes flashed with a strange color, and she asked in a complicated tone, cruel? When I was young and naive, Wang Jingwei tricked me into bed. After I got pregnant, my family almost broke my legs and kicked me out of the house, and my name was removed from the family tree. My legs were almost broken, but I still tried my best to protect Wang Jingwei and the entire Wang family. I risked my life to save Wang Jingwei and the entire Wang family, but what did Wang Jingwei do to me later? Chapter 19, Numerology, A Glimpse into the Future? Perhaps, Wang Jingwei's family background was not bad back then. But that depends on who you compare it with. Anyway, for Qi Meihui, Wang Jingwei is really no different from a phoenix man. A young and naive rich girl was tricked into bed by a yellow-haired man. After she became pregnant, her family almost broke her legs. Even in this situation, she still tried her best to protect the yellow-haired man and his family. The result? After getting married, not long after Qi Meihui gave birth to a child, she discovered that Wang Jingwei was spending his days drinking and carousing outside, and even had an affair with her best friend. At first, she endured it as much as she could. But later, Wang Jingwei took advantage of the Qi family's influence to expand his business, and he became more and more arrogant. He almost forgot his own last name without realizing it, and he became more and more arrogant and took advantage of others. Finally, Qi Meihui couldn't stand it anymore and divorced in anger, and from then on she drew a clear line with Wang Jingwei and the entire Wang family. The reason why I didn't have the determination to kill Wang Jingwei at that time was because of Wang Haoluan. After all, he is her biological son, so she had to consider the Buddha's side rather than the monks. Qi Meihui was really moved by sympathy for Wang Haoluan at that time. However, Wang Haoluan was not up to the task. He was uneducated and useless, and he was always causing troubles. No matter how Qi Meihui scolded and warned him, Wang Haoluan never listened. Gradually, Qi Meihui gave up on this son. All crows are black, and all men are bad. At this moment, when Qi Meihui said this, everyone here turned to look at Lin Mo at the same time. Qi Meihui and Zhou Shui, Fang Yan and Lu Yulan, two beautiful ladies, a mother-daughter pair, for wealthy women, all stared at Lin Mo at the same time. Damn it! Lin Mo was confused. What do you mean? What are you looking at me with? What expressions are you making? Why do you all look at me when you say that all men are bad? What have I done to offend anyone? Could I be someone like Wang Jingwei? Wang Jingwei and Wang Haoluan are scoundrels, what does it have to do with me? You mean you're some good thing? Qi Meihui smiled. Then tell me, what are you? Lin Mo was speechless. Isn't this a fatal question? What good thing is he? He is not a good thing? Not even a thing? Damn, this Oriental language is so profound and extensive, no matter how I answer it, it's wrong. I heard you're skilled in numerology, like the 5 elements, yin and yang, and feng shui? Qi Meihui suddenly changed the subject, trying to get more details from him. You used that numerology to figure out that Yulan was plagued by bad omens, and from that, you figured out that Fang Yan was in danger, and even the exact location of the incident? Then calculate for me as well, to see if I also have any omen of great misfortune. She actually emphasized the last 4 words. Lin Mo couldn't help but glance around, and after glancing at the giant god peak, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. A very bad omen, let him think about it. In the original plot, what is the plot direction of Qi Meihui? That's right. She broke up with Wang Jingwei, and Wang Haoluan faced off against the master who had come down from the mountain. After being repeatedly defeated, he asked her for help, but she refused to even see him. And then, Wang Haoluan, that bastard, was filled with hatred and actually set up a scheme to give the sexy and beautiful mother Qi Meihui to Qi Mingchuan, the adopted son of the Qi family. That's right, it's Qi Mingchuan. Qi Mingchuan. Lin Mo suddenly spoke up and said to Qi Meihui in a loud voice, does your Qi family have an adopted son named Qi Mingchuan? This Qi Mingchuan doesn't have Qi family blood, but he grew up in the Qi family. He has some abilities, but not much. He covets the Qi family's wealth, but he doesn't have the qualifications. Therefore, he has been looking for opportunities to usurp power and take over the throne. Your biggest bad omen comes from Qi Mingchuan. If the bad omen is not resolved, you will fall into Qi Mingchuan's hands, and it will be your own son Wang Haoluan who will personally deliver you to Qi Mingchuan's bed. Then Qi Mingchuan raped you all night long, filmed the whole thing, and used the video to threaten your female CEO sister, what's Qi's name? Wait a minute, let me calculate it again. It doesn't matter. He was actually recalling the original plot. No matter how others would count on their fingers to pretend, he didn't even bother to pretend. He just thought for a moment and said, Qi Meiru, I figured it out. You have a sister named Chi Meiru who is the female president of the Chi Jia group. Later, Chi Mingchuan used the video of him abusing you to threaten Chi Meiru. After repeatedly forcing Chi Meiru into submission, he escalated his violence. He eventually found an opportunity to abuse Chi Meiru as well, and then turned the entire Chi family group into his own assets. In the end, both of you Chi sisters were imprisoned by Chi Mingchuan and became his personal property, used exclusively for his benefit. Do you believe I can kick you to death? Lu Yulan suddenly shouted, "Listen to what you're saying? What a mess! Can you please be more professional, decent, and reasonable when making up stories? Lin Mo, you are simply..." Suddenly, Chi Meihui raised her hand to signal Lu Yulan to shut up. Lu Yulan may not believe what Lin Mo just said, but Chi Meihui, probably, has to believe it. Although she also felt that Lin Mo's fortune-telling process was too casual and full of flaws, it didn't seem like a calculation at all, and he spoke of those things too smoothly, just like he was telling a story. Logically speaking, Chi Meihui shouldn't believe him. But the problem is, how do you know Chi Mingchuan? And how do you know Chi Mingchuan so well? Lin Mo, have you investigated me? You've even investigated everyone in my Chi family? You, who are you? While asking these questions, Chi Meihui stared at Lin Mo's eyes intently, concentrating on capturing every change in his expression. But Lin Mo's reaction was normal, and this time he really didn't reveal any flaws. I haven't checked you. I said I know the art of fortune-telling. What I just said was all calculated. Calculation? Lu Yulan couldn't help but ask, Lin, are you kidding me? You've described so many things in such detail. What kind of fortune-telling technique could reach your level? It's like you've seen a glimpse into the future, and you've even calculated. Hey! Lin Mo suddenly interrupted, don't tell me, I really did see a glimpse of the future using the art of numerology. Chapter 20, Transfer of 30 billion restricted by the bank? As for what I just said, that's the future. Sister Meihui, if you don't remove the bad omen, those things will happen in the future, and you won't be able to avoid them at all. Chi Meihui was confused. When Lu Yulan mentioned a future role just now, it seemed like she had found a very suitable excuse for him. Did you actually help him fill the gap? Lu Yulan also realized this and gritted her teeth. Can you have any shame? You're clearly just trying to make excuses for what I said. What are you trying to explain? Lin Mo said seriously, what I said is all true. Is there any need to explain it? I've already saved your mother through the art of fortune-telling, and you still don't believe me? At this point, Lin Mo had an idea and suddenly turned to look at Zhou Shui. By the way, I actually saved you. Do you know why I appeared exactly when Wan Haoluan attacked you that day? Do you think it was a coincidence? Actually, I calculated it in advance. Besides, didn't you say you did it on purpose? Did you want to suffer a little loss so that Wan Haoluan could take advantage of you and then report him and turn him against Wan Jingwei? Your little plan won't work at all. I saw you being badly beaten by Wang Haoluan in a corner of the future. After all, don't forget that he has Zhang Xiao by his side. Zhang Xiao helped him, what can you do? Can you not just let him manipulate you and let him destroy you? Of course, Lin Mo made this up on the spur of the moment, but it really scared Zhou Shui. After Lin Mo said this, inspiration flooded his mind. He continued, actually, I learned from Master Zheng Tianchi of Longhu Mountain. After completing my studies, I left the mountain to experience life in the secular world. That's why I became Wang Haoluan's follower. Just now he was making it up, but now he really isn't. At least not completely. Mount Longhu is real. There is indeed a Zheng Tianchi on the mountain. This is something from the original plot, how can we not guarantee its authenticity? The protagonist who was destined to come down from the mountain was from Longhu Mountain. Coincidentally, at this moment, the destined protagonist was going down the mountain, and as if he sensed something, he suddenly sneezed violently. Achoo! Crack! At the same moment, thunder struck from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the wind and clouds began to surge, and a storm was about to come. The young man looked up at the sky, puzzled. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have this ominous feeling? Is this a sign of a bad start? No, I checked the almanac ahead of time and picked an auspicious day before going down the mountain this time. In fact, it's not just an auspicious day, it's also an auspicious time. Otherwise, would Jilin choose to go down the mountain at dusk? However, man proposes, God disposes, plans cannot keep up with changes, and the constants will eventually be disrupted by variables. At this time, on the Longhu mountain, the immortal-looking Zheng Tianchi, with his hair and beard all white, was gradually frowning, then counting with his fingers and letting out a long sigh. How could such a sudden disaster appear out of nowhere, and come from the sky? Disciple, I really can't help you this time. You have to rely on yourself, rely on yourself. Well, Yi Lin, who carries the destiny, has to rely on himself, and at the same time, Lin Mo, who has the destiny-changing system, also relies on himself. Under the gazes of 4 beautiful and wealthy women, Zhou Shuyi, Lu Yulan, Fang Yan, and Qi Meihui, he said in a serious tone, Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain is a renowned hermit. You must have all heard of his great name, right? I am his last disciple. Not only am I proficient in the art of yin and yang, the 5 elements, feng shui, and numerology, I am also a genius who practices both medicine and martial arts. I have a compassionate heart and the ability to save the world. The 4 beautiful and wealthy ladies were confused when they heard this. How can you say that you are a genius? Is this guy really the last disciple of Zheng Tianchi of Longhu Mountain? Why does it feel nothing like it? But Lin Mo suddenly changed the subject. No matter how capable I am, I have to keep a low profile. Are you low-key? Lu Yulan couldn't help but mutter this. Lin Mo glanced over and said, I've been Wang Haoluan's henchman for a year or 2. Isn't that considered low-key? Are you kidding? I'm the last disciple of Master Zheng Tianchi of Mount Longhu. I'm a master of both medicine and martial arts, and I possess all kinds of unique skills. Yet, I've been a follower of a useless, unlearned man like Wang Haoluan for so long. Is there anyone in this world who can be more low-key than me? Then why don't you keep a low profile now? Zhou Shuyi asked. Lin Mo said seriously, if I keep a low profile, something bad will happen to you. I've already told you that you can't beat him. I've already predicted that you'll fall into his hands. How can I just sit back and do nothing? You must take action when the time is right, right? Besides, I've been experiencing life in this world for a year or 2. It's almost time for me to move on to the next step. What's your next step? This time it was Fang Yan who asked. Facing her question, Lin Mo pretended to be serious, took a deep breath and said, My acquaintance with the 4 of you is fate. Since I know that the 4 of you are all plagued by bad omens, it is only right that I can help you resolve them one by one. To be compassionate and to save the world is no joke. When you see injustice, you should draw your sword and help. For someone like me who has come down from the mountains to experience the world, there are some things that we have to take care of once we encounter them. So don't worry, meeting me is your blessing, and I will definitely take care of your affairs to the end. For some reason, after Zhou Shuyi heard what he said, the look in her eyes became a little strange. She even muttered softly, Are you done yet? At the side, Qi Meihui turned her head and glanced at her, not knowing whether she could hear clearly what she was muttering. Meanwhile, Wang Jingwei was at the bank, yelling at the bank manager, Can't you fucking hear me when I tell you I need to transfer 30 billion? You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Do you really take yourself seriously, you bastard? What's the point of being so cautious? Don't I know better than you whether it's a scam or not? Do you think you're better than me? My Wang family has assets of 40 to 50 billion, and we are quite well known in the capital. Who do you think you are? You're just a small bank manager. How dare you limit my credit limit? You still want me to be cautious? Do you think you can decide what to do with my money? Do I, Wang Jingwei, need you to teach me how to do things? Even your bank president has to give me face, and you, a manager, dare to give me orders? The manager felt very aggrieved and hurriedly explained, That's not the case, Master Wang, please listen to my explanation. Explain your mother. Wang Jingwei didn't listen at all and interrupted coldly, I must transfer these 30 billion today. You have to do it whether you can or not. This is my money, not your bank's. I just deposited it in your bank. Do you really think it's yours? Even if it's a scam, I'm willing to do it. I can do whatever I want with my money. What right do you bastards have to restrict me from making large transfers? The manager was really worried, that's 30 billion, a huge transfer. You didn't even give a reason for the huge transfer, and didn't even explain why you suddenly transferred 30 billion. How could that be okay? When the manager said this with all his might, Wang Jingwei became even more angry. Chapter 21, 30 billion arrives, main quest begins. With a crisp sound, Wang Jingwei raised his hand and slapped the bank manager in the face. Reason? Do I need to give you a reason to transfer the money? I, Wang Jingwei, use my own money. I give it to whoever I want. Who are you to interfere? Let alone 30 billion, even if it's 300 billion, it's not your turn to manage it. Do you think this is your money? You're just responsible for safekeeping. You don't get paid? Your bank doesn't make any money, does it? You make money from us, and you dare to restrict us from using our own money? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey or stuck in a door? You're meddling in everything and even meddling in my affairs? Come, call your bank president, right now, tell him to get out of here. The roar resounded. Wang Jingwei was really furious. Although his Wang family is at the bottom of the first-class families in Beijing, it has just made it into the ranks of first-class families. It is definitely not comparable to the Qi family, one of the 8 great families, but it is also a first-class family in Beijing. Still well known. We really can't afford to offend the president of this lousy bank. So when the bank manager heard they were going to call the president, he panicked and said hastily, No, Master Wang, calm down. I'll personally do the transfer for you, okay? Wang Jingwei sneered, this is what you're supposed to do. Don't make it sound like you're making a special exception just for me. I need you to make an exception for me when I'm using my own money? What the hell is that? You'd better understand that everyone here depends on us for their livelihood. Without us, how can you still make money? You make money from us and you want to restrict our spending? You're really fucking rebellious. It is indeed against Tiangang, but Wang Jingwei's 30 billion is indeed destined to be gone forever. Moreover, even if he paid the ransom, he would not be able to save his son. At this time, in the basement of Lin Mo's villa, Qi Meihui walked up to Wang Holowen with her plump long legs and slender waist and hips. When Wang Holowen's face showed excitement and frantic struggle, trying to call for help, she sneered and said, What are you doing? Do you think I'm here to save you? Who are you, Wang Holowen? What gives you the right to ask me to save you? Weren't you quite patient before? Didn't you just ignore everything I said? You never listen to me. You never take me seriously. Time and again, you only ask me for money, to help you settle things, and to fund your Wang family's business. What do you and Wang Jingwei think of me? A mobile ATM? A tool specifically designed to expand the Wang family's business? When you need me, you fawn over me like a dog, but when you don't, you tell me to leave you alone. Wang Holowen, you truly are your father Wang Jingwei's good son. Like father, like son. Hearing this, Wang Holowen's face was filled with astonishment and shock. He was truly stunned. What do you mean? What's going on? Didn't his biological mother come to save him? Instead of saving him, why are you still talking to him about this at this time? What the hell? What on earth is she doing here? He soon found out what his sexy mother was here for. Just a moment later, Qi Meihui ordered Zhou Shuyi's men, castrate him for me. He's just like that bastard Wang Jingwei, who can't control his lower body. Why does he still keep that thing? Cut it off, then pack it up and send it to Wang Jingwei. As soon as the ransom is paid, it will be immediately delivered to Wang Jingwei for consumption. If he refuses, he will never see his son again. If Wang Jingwei doesn't eat for a day, you should chop off one of Wang Holowen's fingers and give it to Wang Jingwei to eat. Isn't Wang Jingwei very capable? I want to see how capable he is this time. I want to see how long he can hold out. Lin Mo just happened to arrive at the basement door at this time, and just heard what Qi Meihui said. Suddenly, his lower body felt cold, and he felt extremely messy. He really didn't expect Qi Meihui to be so good at playing. Is this wealthy lady from one of the 8 great families in Beijing really so cruel and difficult to mess with? Who can resist the way she plays? It is obvious and beyond doubt that Wang Jingwei will not be able to hold on for long. And this really brought Lin Mo great benefits. At this moment, the voice of his destiny-changing system rang out. Ding, it's detected that the villain Wang Holowen's fate has been frustrated, his will has suffered a 10,000-point critical hit, and the host replacement progress has increased by 10%. Rewards, 1 essence cleansing pill, 1 nectar and jade dew, 1 million gold coins. Main quest starts. The Su family in Beijing is embroiled in a massive gambling debt. Their creditor, Wang Holowen, is forcing them to sell their daughter to pay off the debt. Su Yuan and the destined protagonist, Yilin, have a connection. Yilin has descended the mountain and is on his way to the Su family. He will soon help the family out and obtain a page from the wordless heavenly book, entrusted to them by Master Zhang long ago. Mission: intercept and get the page of the wordless book from the Su family on behalf of Wang Haoluan before Yi Lin does. Oh my god? Lin Mo was shocked. A wordless heavenly book? If the system hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten. The protagonist's mission when he goes down the mountain is to collect the wordless heavenly book. According to the original setting, Zhang Tianzhi was hunted down in his early years for possessing a treasure. When he was left with no other options, he split the wordless heavenly book that the whole world was fighting for into pieces and gave them to 13 families for safekeeping, one page for each family. As long as Yi Lin collects the 13 pages of the wordless heavenly book, he will obtain the Tianwu Ju, Xingxin Ju, Bingpa Sheng Ju and many other supreme martial arts that have been lost for thousands of years. The supreme martial arts is much stronger than the Zhou family's Tsanglong Ju. If Lin Mo remembered correctly, in the original setting, behind the 13 pages of the wordless heavenly book was also related to the secret of Wu Poxicong's ascension? Or is it the secret of Tian Men? It's been a while, and he really can't remember what it was like. That's probably it anyway. In short, if he wants to fight against Yi Lin, who carries the destiny, he must get the 13 pages of the wordless heavenly book before Yi Lin. Ah! Suddenly, Wang Haoluan's wailing sounded. Lin Mo looked up and saw blood all over Wang Haoluan's crotch. He was really castrated. Just then, Zhou Shuyi approached with long legs and a smile. The 30 billion ransom has arrived and is being automatically transferred to the secondary account in batches. In less than half an hour, it will be deposited neatly into my Zhou family's account as investment income. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. 30 billion, and it could be washed away in just half an hour? No wonder she doesn't accept cash and dares to go online. Does she really have the ability to do that? But think about it, how could a wealthy lady of her status not be proficient in various financial laundering methods? Chapter 22. This woman is so cruel. After all, this is the basic skill in the capital circle. If you don't have this ability, you are not a member of the circle at all. As a person in the circle, Wang Jingwei naturally asked someone to make all the preparations before transferring 30 billion. The other party's first-level account was a public account of an overseas foundation, which Wang Jingwei had checked before transferring the money. After the transfer, my subordinates, along with the Enforcement Department and the China Banking Regulatory Commission, closely monitored the account. The result was, in just 5 minutes, 30 billion was transferred in batches to more than 300 secondary accounts. Moreover, all of them are overseas accounts, which seriously exceeds the supervision scope of the domestic China Banking Regulatory Commission. After all, the first-level account is overseas, and if the domestic China Banking Regulatory Commission wants to monitor it, it has to contact relevant overseas parties for cooperation. Now it has become hundreds of secondary accounts that are also overseas and belong to different countries. How can we continue to monitor them? Wang Jingwei was not surprised when he heard the news. He just slammed his fist on the table. He knew these methods of laundering money, but he didn't expect that the other party would use them on him, Wang Jingwei. It is obvious that it is difficult to recover the 30 billion. Now he can only hope that the other party will release Wang Haoluan. However, half an hour later, when the 30 billion turned into 24 billion clean money and all entered Zhou Shuyi's account, a courier was soon delivered to Wang Jingwei. The moment Wang Jingwei opened the express, his head buzzed, and then his legs went weak and he almost fell. Because the courier box contained. What is it? A few minutes later, the old man of the Wang family heard the news and hurriedly asked, "Speak up, what is in that express box?" The person who came to report the situation looked embarrassed. Under the old man's scorching gaze, he replied with a stiff upper lip, "It contains the young master's life." In an instant, the old man collapsed on the armchair. His reaction was basically exactly the same as Wang Jingwei's. At this time, Wang Jingwei received a call. The person on the other end of the phone was Qi Meihui, but her voice had been processed through a voice changer. "Did you receive the food? Eat it. If you eat that thing, we'll release Wang Haoluan. If you don't want to eat it, we'll chop off your son's fingers one by one and send them to you. Start counting from now on and stamp your finger once every hour." Wang Jingwei, if you don't believe it, then try it. As soon as the voice fell, the phone was hung up. Wang Jingwei felt like his whole body was about to break apart. The other party took the ransom but refused to release him, castrated his son and gave him that thing, and now he wants him to eat it? This is too much, this is too much. Furious roars rang out, and Wang Jingwei was obviously unable to hold back at all. He felt like he was about to go crazy. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. His ex-wife Qi Meihui called him. It was also Qi Meihui just now, But it was just a virtual number, and the voice was also processed through a voice changer. This time the number was noted in Wang Jingwei's mobile phone. The voice was indeed Qi Meihui herself. "Wang Jingwei, what are you doing?" Qi Meihui immediately asked, "Has Halloween been kidnapped? You're a loser, you can't even take care of your own son? What the hell do you do for a living, Wang Jingwei?" No, Meihui, please listen to my explanation." Wang Jingwei's voice trembled. He really wanted to explain. The key is to tell Qi Meihui the truth about the situation he is facing now. But Qi Meihui was actually waiting for an opportunity to take revenge, so how could Qi Meihui give him a chance to explain? "What do you want to explain? Wang Jingwei, you useless bastard, why don't you just rescue your son? You still want to explain to me? I'm warning you, if Halloween can't be saved, your entire Wang family will be finished. I will make sure everyone in your Wang family goes to hell to be buried with Halloween." After saying that, Qi Meihui hung up the phone again. Originally, Wang Jingwei was furious and wanted to give up. After all, how could he eat that thing just to save Wang Halloween? Now that Wang Halloween is gone, the worst that could happen to Wang Jingwei is that he can ask Zhou Shuyi to give birth to another child for him. As long as he wants, he can find 10 or 8 18-year-old girls to give birth to a child for him. He can have as many sons as he wants. But if he really eats that thing, he will never be able to regain his face. How is he going to live his life from now on? Therefore, he had really made the worst plan just now, and if it really didn't work, he could only give up. However, Qi Meihui had already anticipated this, so she made a second call to Wang Jingwei in her own identity. After this phone call, Wang Jingwei's head was about to explode. If you want to save your son, you have to eat that thing. If he doesn't save his son, he will face revenge from his ex-wife Qi Meihui. This is a fucking dilemma, what should he choose? You're really cruel. Lin Mo couldn't help but complain in front of Qi Meihui, "I thought you were just joking, but you actually wanted him to eat it. What else?" Qi Meihui walked to the side and sat down, lifting her plump legs. She reached out and pulled the stockings on her legs, sneering, "This is all owed to me by Wang Jingwei. If it weren't for me back then, who would Wang Jingwei be? The Wang family is what it is today thanks to the support from me and the Qi family. Otherwise, the Wang family would be nothing. But Wang Jingwei has believed for many years that he is capable. He always feels that everything in the Wang family is his own achievement. Oh, the elder Wang Jingwei is so proud and self-righteous, and the younger Wang Halloween is so unimpressive. Why should I give them face? Of course I have to take everything back. I want to bring the entire Wang family back to its original form. What a return to the original form." Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Not bad, he liked it very much. After all, Qi Meihui's doing this really saved him a lot of trouble. After all, his progress in replacing Wang Halloween and becoming the villain is only 10% now, and he has just started the main mission. If Zhou Shuyi did not kidnap Wang Halloween and Qi Meihui did not intervene, how many more detours would he have to take? How much more effort does it take to reach the current 10% progress? You should be a good fighter, right? Qi Meihui suddenly asked him. What? Lin Mo was stunned. Qi Meihui smiled and said, "Aren't you the last disciple of Zhang Tianchi from Longhu Mountain? And you're already in the late second stage, only a hair's breadth away from the late stage. Besides, you also possess the Zhou family's lost and unique skills. With so many buffs stacked together, you must be quite capable in combat, right?" So? Lin Mo clearly had a bad feeling at this moment. Chapter 23 God's Perspective, Healing Internal Injuries. Sure enough, Qi Meihui stood up and walked towards him. She seems to be ready to fight. In the original text, what level of cultivation was Qi Meihui at? What unique skills did she possess? The Qi family in the capital, their ancestors were once the royal family of Qi who established their country through military force? The ancestral martial arts of the Qi family is the Ba Long Heart method? Yes, he remembered it, it was the Ba Long Heart technique. And he also remembered that Qi Meihui seemed to have internal injuries? After divorcing Wang Jingwei, he turned his grief and anger into motivation and practiced hard in seclusion. However, because of his eagerness for success, he became possessed and damaged his heart meridians, almost killing him. Although he was treated in time and saved his life, his temperament changed drastically and he began to like women? Damn it! Lin Machuan suddenly remembered and quickly said before Qi Meihui could attack, "Have you recovered from your internal injuries?" Qi Meihui paused for a moment, her face gradually becoming stunned. What did you say? Lin Mo said seriously, you forgot I know the art of fortune telling? Do you think I can't figure out that you suffered a setback in your relationship and practiced hard in seclusion, which resulted in you becoming possessed and suffering internal injuries that haven't healed to this day? Your internal injuries haven't healed yet you still want to fight me. What are you thinking? Aren't you afraid of worsening your injuries? Chi Meihui was a little confused. Even Fang Yan didn't know that she had gone astray and her internal injuries had not healed, so how did Lin Mo know? Is this really the art of fortune telling? Does this kid really have such ability? In fact, let alone Lin Mo, no one in this world has such ability. Because the original setting is a martial arts city world, there is no such thing as fortune telling. The fortune telling mentioned in the article are all tricks used by quacks to deceive people. This is the setting, who can escape from it? In this way, Lin Mo, relying on his knowledge of the entire original plot, can see everything from a god's perspective, which is no different from seeing into the future. For example, how to cure Chi Meihui's internal injuries is mentioned in the original text. I can cure your internal injuries. In fact, Lin Mo hasn't thought of the specific method of how to cure internal injuries, but why bother about it? Let us fool Chi Meihui first. What did you say? Chi Meihui's eyes were full of disbelief at this time. Lin Mo was full of confidence. I said I can cure your internal injuries. After all, I am the last disciple of Zheng Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. I am gifted with both medical and martial arts skills. Curing your internal injuries is nothing. It is not a problem at all. Chi Meihui's eyes were filled with excitement. After all, she had been troubled by this internal injury that could never be cured for a long time. His cultivation progress was slow, and he didn't dare to use his full strength when fighting others. He would suffer from severe abdominal pain every full moon night. All of this was because his internal injuries could not be cured. If Lin Mo can only help her heal her internal injuries, then... Come on, take off your shoes. Lin Mo suddenly said. Chi Meihui almost didn't react. Take off your shoes? Lin Mo nodded. Yes, take off your shoes and I will massage your feet to clear the acupuncture points on your feet, and then use massage techniques to relax your muscles and bones. Nonsense, right? Lu Yulan suddenly came over, her eyes full of doubt, interrupting Lin Mo's voice. Sister Meihui has internal injuries, not external ones. Does she need to dredge the acupuncture points to relax the muscles and bones? You bastard, you're probably interested in Sister Meihui's feet. You're so despicable and shameless that you want to take advantage of her. You pervert. You're a pervert. Lin Mo refuted solemnly. What nonsense are you talking about? I was seriously trying to help her with her internal injuries, but you said I was interested in her feet? Listen to yourself, is this human language? It's unbelievable. I'm the last disciple of Master Zheng Tianshi of Mount Longhu. How could I have such a fetish? Forget it. I won't treat it. Good intentions don't go unrewarded. Don't. Chi Meihui said anxiously, don't worry about her. I believe in you. You must help me cure her. It was obvious that Chi Meihui really wanted to heal this internal injury, so she walked to the side and sat down, and took off her high heels as Lin Mo said, then lifted her legs and placed her pair of stocking-wrapped feet on the sofa. Come on, brother Lin Mo, just let me treat you. It doesn't matter what you do. As long as you can really help me heal this internal injury, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Lin Mo walked forward and grabbed the beautiful lady's feet in his hands. He then kneaded and massaged them through her stockings while saying seriously, I just saw that you had internal injuries, so I'm here to help heal them. It's just a small favor. I don't need any big reward from you. After all, what kind of reward do I want? Then what do you want? Lu Yulan obviously wanted to sabotage again. At this time, Fang Yan reached out and pulled her, staring at her with her beautiful eyes, and scolded, Shut up, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. That's right. Lin Mo took over and said, After all, I saved your mother. Why do you always compete with me? Be careful, I'll find a chance to deal with you. After all, I'm very powerful. If you ever fall into my hands, I'll hang you up and beat you. You? Lu Yulan wanted to retort immediately. Shut up. But Fang Yan didn't give her a chance. At this time, Lin Mo lowered his head and took a deep breath. He began to use strength in his hands and activated the Tsanglong Jin technique to inject the strands of true energy into the acupuncture points on Chi Meihui's feet. Ah! Chi Meihui couldn't help but scream as the acupoints on her feet were strongly stimulated. The voice was a little painful and a little disturbing. It's the kind of voice that's hard not to misunderstand. Lu Yulan was even more skeptical. This bastard just wants Sister Meihui to make this kind of sound for him, right? Despicable and shameless. However, the truth was not what Lu Yulan thought. Lin Mo was really helping Chi Meihui relax her muscles and bones and unclog her acupuncture points. Although he had not yet thought of a complete method to heal internal injuries, he finally remembered some of the most basic things. As long as you follow what is said in the original text, initial treatment will not be a problem. However, his initial treatment only took half an hour. Chi Meihui screamed incessantly because of the intense stimulation of the acupuncture points on her feet. Before she knew it, she was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. On the surface, it looked like he had fought with someone for 800 rounds. However, she really felt that there were changes in her damaged heart meridians. In other words, the internal injuries have eased. Lin Mo's actions really worked. In short, there is hope for a cure. Now she really believed in Lin Mo. So when Lin Mo said that he would clear her foot acupoints every day in the future and gradually expand to clearing acupoints all over her body, Chi Meihui really didn't doubt it at all. She nodded repeatedly with gratitude. Okay, brother Lin Mo, I'll trouble you in the future. As long as my internal injuries can be healed, you can ask for any conditions you want. I will do my best to satisfy you in everything I can. Chapter 24, Intercepting, Heavenly Book. No. Lin Mo was polite. I never ask for anything in return when I do things, and there's nothing I need you to satisfy me. Ha ha. Lu Yulan didn't believe a single word of it. She still suspected that this guy was just trying to take advantage. But no matter what she thought, Lin Mo didn't bother to care about her. He even didn't bother to care about Wang Holuan and the Wang family. After all, he still had system tasks to complete. That is to go find Su Yuan from the Su family in Beijing and intercept Yilin before he goes down the mountain. Without further ado, go now. It just so happened that the Su family was not far from here, so he arrived there quickly. It happened that several people from the Su family were arguing. Su Yuan, you have to get married whether you want to or not. Is this up to you? Your mother and I only have this one son, and you only have this one brother. Now he's in debt of tens of millions. If you don't marry someone to help him pay off his debts, who will help him? Are you trying to kill him? Those debt collectors just said that all gambling debts must be paid off within 3 days. If they are even a single gold coin short, they will kill him. What does Su Yuan have to do with his life? Lin Mo's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone in the Su family was stunned for a moment, and then they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Lin Mo climbed in from the window on the second floor of the villa. After all, it is the Su family in Beijing, and naturally it is considered a wealthy family. Therefore, there are bodyguards guarding the villa. So Lin Mo directly used his late second-level martial artist cultivation to fly over the eaves and walls and sneak in quietly. How much easier is this? In a blink of an eye, he came to Su Yuan, glanced at her charming long legs, and looked at her parents. Your son owes tens of millions in gambling debts, and you want your daughter to get married to help pay off the debt? What kind of bullshit logic is this? What do you think of your daughter? Who the hell are you? Father Su asked angrily, what does this have to do with you? Where did this jerk come from to meddle in other people's business? How dare you climb in through the window? You're trespassing. I'm fucking invading your face. Lin Mo interrupted coldly, I'm Lin Mo, the last disciple of Master Zheng Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. My master gave your Su family something and asked you to keep it for him. Now I'm here to take it back on his behalf. What a coincidence. I actually happened to see you forcing your own daughter here. How can you call for help? Why did my master give that thing to your Su family back then? He forced his daughter to marry off just to help his son pay off his gambling debts. Can you trust people like us? Could it be that you have already taken that thing for yourselves? Are you planning to renege on your debt? Although Lin Mo's assumption was subjective, Su Yuan's father, Su Qiqiang, had actually considered taking that page of the wordless heavenly book for himself. Are you kidding? That's the wordless heavenly book that the whole world is fighting for. At the very least, they must be priceless, or even invaluable. Who doesn't want it? It is said that there are various supreme skills on it, and it is also related to the secret of Wu Prashukong's ascension. Therefore, there is a rumor among the people that whoever obtains the book of heaven will rule the world. But that is a wordless heavenly book, and heavenly books have no words. Su Chiqiang only had one page and was unable to peek into the secrets of the heavenly book. All 13 pages of the heavenly book must be collected in order for it to be effective. This is one of the two main reasons why Zhang Tianshi took the heavenly book apart and gave the 13 pages to 13 families for safekeeping. First, it can prevent the family that keeps the heavenly book from peeping into the secrets of the heavenly book. Second, it can prevent thieves from coming to the house and stealing the 13 pages of the heavenly book. Therefore, just one page of the heavenly book is useless not only to Su Chiqiang, but to anyone else. However, even though a page of the heavenly book is useless, there are definitely people who are vying for it. If Su Chiqiang dared to sell this page of the heavenly book in the hands of the Su family, he would never have to worry about the tens of millions of gambling debts owed by his son Su Wenwei. A single page of the heavenly book could easily fetch tens of billions, even hundreds of billions, but Su Chiqiang doesn't dare. An innocent man is guilty unless he possesses a treasure. Back then, Zhang Tianshi was hunted down crazily by powerful people all over the world just because of this. Although that was many years ago, Zhang Tianshi was already a 7th-level martial saint at that time. Even the 7th-rank martial saint who was already known as the Heavenly Master back then almost couldn't keep the heavenly book, so he was forced to split it up and hand it over to 13 families for safekeeping. Then he took the risk alone to attract the attention of the powerful people in the world, and he barely escaped death and managed to save his life. If even Zhang Tianshi is like this, what about Su Chiqiang? If Su Chiqiang really dared to sell that page of the heavenly book, don't even think about it, it would 100% attract countless powerful countries to ask for the whereabouts of the other 12 pages of the heavenly book. By then, the entire Su family will face a devastating disaster. Therefore, Su Chiqiang had the will but not the courage, and because of fear he repeatedly resisted the urge to sell that page of the heavenly book. But he didn't expect that Zhang Tianshi's close disciple would suddenly come to him today. Are you really the last disciple of Master Zhang? Just now, Lin Mo subjectively assumed that the Su family wanted to default on their debts. Su Chiqiang was shocked and panicked. Now he finally recovered and began to question, how do you prove it? Proof? Lin Mo said with a smile, the fact that I came to your door and stood in front of you today is the best proof. The matter of the heavenly book is top secret. Heaven knows it, earth knows it, you know it, and my master knows it. Who else would know it? Do you know where the other 12 pages of the heavenly book are? You don't know, right? Then how would the other 12 families who also keep a page of the heavenly book know about you, Su Chiqiang? Even the 12 families don't know you, and you don't know where the 12 families are, let alone others? So the fact that I'm here today doesn't prove that I'm here on Master's orders? How could Su Chiqiang not believe Lin Mo's lies? The key point is that there is no flaw in Lin Mo's words, the facts are just as he said. After all, who could have guessed that he came from a book and therefore had a goddess perspective? Master Zhang, is he okay? Didn't Su Chiqiang believe it? So much so that even the voice became noticeably uneasy. Lin Mo smiled and said, of course he is very good, but you don't seem to be well. Otherwise, how could they do such a thing as forcing their daughter to marry just to pay off their son's gambling debts? I have no choice. Su Chiqiang was heartbroken and tears streamed down his face. At this moment, Lin Mo glanced at Su Wenwei, the culprit who had racked up tens of millions in gambling debts. He smiled coldly and said in a calm voice, everything has its cause and effect. Your son's gambling addiction planted the seeds of evil, so naturally he must bear the consequences. I can't help you with this matter, and I, a disciple of Longhu Mountain, don't want to get involved in such worldly karma. But Chapter 25, the heavenly book is in hand, but Jilin is one step late. After a pause, Lin Mo turned to look at Su Yuan and changed the subject. Since your family has kept the heavenly book for so many years, I can take your daughter away. She will stay with me in the future, and I will teach her carefully. I will definitely help her improve her skills continuously. In time, she will become an expert among experts. Really? Su Yuan exclaimed, obviously very excited. After all, she has wanted to escape from this home for a long time, but she doesn't have the ability to do so and can't escape at all. Seeing that she had this opportunity, she naturally had to seize it. Seeing her reaction, Lin Mo nodded immediately, of course it's true. After all, your Su family has made great contributions in preserving the heavenly book. This can be regarded as the good karma your Su family has planted, and now it has borne good fruit in you, which is what your Su family deserves. What about my son? Su Yuanyuan's mother suddenly asked, "Can you take my son away with you too?" "I can only take one away." Lin Mo interrupted directly. "Of course it's not that he can only take one away, but he is a grown man, and he wants to take another grown man with him to play with him? He's not into that kind of thing, his orientation is very normal." "Then take Wenwei with you." Unexpectedly, Su's mother said, "It's better for Wenwei to learn martial arts with you." "What's the point of a girl like Yuan learning martial arts? Just let Wenwei go with you." "What the hell?" Lin Mo frowned and said sternly, "You have the final say on this matter? Who do I want to take away? Do I have to listen to your arrangements?" Mother Su was speechless, but at this time Su Qiqiang said again, "Little brother, take Wenwei with you. We only have this one son. What's wrong with having a son?" Lin Mo interrupted again, "What does this have to do with me? You have a son all the time, isn't that amazing? Do you want me to give you an award? You only have one daughter, Su Yuan. Aren't sons and daughters the same? Aren't they all the product of your Su family? How come Su Yuan isn't your biological child? Still bargaining with me? Do I, a disciple of Mount Longhu, need your instructions?" No, that's not what I meant." Su Qiqiang wanted to explain. But Lin Mo didn't listen at all and interrupted for the last time. "Alright, stop talking nonsense to me and take out that page of the heavenly book. Hand over the heavenly book, and I'll take Su Yuan away. The good karma and good results of your keeping the heavenly book will be borne by Su Yuan. As for whether she will continue to associate with you after she has learned something from me, that's your business. It's that simple, do you understand?" Lin Mo had said this, and Su Qiqiang looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. At this time, Su Wenwei on the side suddenly said, "What if we don't give the heavenly book?" "No?" Lin Mo said with a smile, "Then why don't you try?" "Try?" Su Qiqiang doesn't dare. After all, that is the heavenly book that the whole world is fighting for, and it is the imperial seal of the martial arts world. Are you kidding me that I am guilty of possessing a treasure? What's more, Longhu Mountain is the #1 sect in the world of martial arts practice, and it is full of hidden masters. It was like this back then, and it is even worse now. So who dares to seize the things from Longhu Mountain and not give them back? He had to give it, Su Qiqiang had no choice. But before giving it to him, he wanted to argue a little more. Really? Is there really no other way? Is there really no room for negotiation? My Su family really only has this one son. Lin Mo's face was gloomy. "Hand over the book of heaven, now and immediately." Downstairs, a young man arrived and was greeting the bodyguard guarding the door. "Hello, I am Yi Lin, a disciple of Longhu Mountain. I have something to ask your master. Please inform him. The real boss is here." While the real owner was waiting at the door, Su Qiqiang had already handed the page of the wordless heavenly book to Lin Mo. Soon, Lin Mo walked out of the gate holding Su Yuan's hand and passed by the real person Yi Lin. Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Yi Lin, then quickened his pace and left. At this time upstairs, Su Qiqiang received a call from the security guard at the gate. "What? Yi Lin, a disciple of Longhu Mountain, wants to see you? Are you sure he said he was a disciple of Longhu Mountain? Then, who the hell was that just now?" Su Qiqiang's heart was shocked and his face changed drastically. An extremely ominous premonition crazily surged into my heart. Soon, Su Qiqiang went downstairs with his wife and son and quickly came to the door. Yi Lin presented a letter. "Hello, Uncle Su. I am the last disciple of Master Zheng Tianshi of Mount Longhu. This is a handwritten letter from my master. Please take a look." In that instant, Su Qiqiang's head buzzed and he was completely stunned. At this moment, Lin Mo had already driven away with Su Yuan. The car was a Porsche he borrowed from Zhou Shui. It was driving very fast, and it didn't take long for him to bring Su Yuan to the Shanhaiyuan villa that the system rewarded him. When he came back, he happened to catch Wang Jingwei talking on the phone with Qi Meiwei. During the video call, Wang Jingwei on the other side had a mask of pain on his face. He suppressed his extreme nausea and actually swallowed his son Wang Haoluan's thing. Qi Meiwei smiled coldly and turned to look at Zhou Shui. "Okay, you can tear up the ticket now. It's okay if we don't tear up the hostage. Wang Haoluan might still be useful to us. Anyway, Wang Haoluan is at your disposal now. I'm too lazy to care." Zhou Shui cast an inquiring look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo said, "Keep it for now, but you can stamp one finger and send it to Wang Jingwei. and then ask for 20 billion or something. Since it's already like this, don't be polite, just destroy the Wang family directly. Zhou Shuyi was about to nod when she heard this, but Lu Yulan suddenly came over quickly with her long legs and stockings. Who is that woman in the front hall? Did you bring her back, Lin Mo? Did you go out to find a woman? And bring her back to play with? What, are you kidding? Lin Mo said seriously, don't talk nonsense, he's a friend of mine. Friends? Lu Yulan casually said, good friends who kiss from time to time? Lin Mo really wanted to slap her on the butt. She can't live without contradicting him, right? I must find an opportunity to give her a good beating. But he is not free at the moment. He obtained the wordless heavenly book from the Su family, completed his mission, and received his rewards, a marrow cleansing pill and a bottle of jade dew. The former is a top-grade elixir, while the latter is a top-grade spiritual liquid. It can be used externally to treat all external injuries. It works quickly without leaving any marks, and has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. If used for bathing for a long time, it has the ability to keep you young forever. Taking it internally can detoxify all poisons and make people clear-headed instantly. Long-term use can also make people immune to all poisons and infinitely enhance their mental power. Absolutely great stuff. He had thought it all out. He would first take a bath in the nectar, and then let Zhou Shuyi use her cauldron body to help him refine the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill like last time. His strength would then be raised to a higher level. Chapter 26, although a bit cheap, it can be taken to the next level. No, it can't just go to the next level. Lin Mo suddenly had an idea, and it seemed that he could go several steps further. The complete version of the Tsanglong power allows him to convert part of the opponent's true energy into his own every time he is hit by external force, and the Zijing Fajui pill is more effective the greater the injury. After all, the powerful medicinal effect of this thing is to reorganize the meridians, so it will be very painful even if there is no injury. It just so happens that nectar and jade dew are a holy medicine for healing. What will be the effect of stacking these three buffs? Why didn't he get seriously injured first and then use the essence cleansing pill and the nectar and jade dew together? Isn't it easy to get hurt? Zhou Shuyi, Lu Yulan, Qi Meiwei, aren't these three beautiful young women and wealthy women all martial arts practitioners? And Su Yuan should be the same? He didn't understand what Fang Yan said, but it didn't matter. He just let them join forces to besiege him. After sparring for 3,000 rounds, he deliberately injured himself to the point of dying, and then used medicine to transform himself and reach a higher level. Absolutely perfect. Are you sick? Lu Yulan frowned upon hearing his suggestion and angrily retorted, are you crazy? You want us to attack you together? Are you looking for death? Pa! Lin Mo casually slapped the sexy young woman on the buttocks, deliberately provoking, you're looking for death, so what? If you have the guts, do me? You. Lu Yulan felt pain in her and instantly became furious. Her eyes were full of fire and she immediately clenched her fists. At this time, Zhou Shuyi asked suspiciously, are you sure you are serious? Lin Mo smiled, very serious, just come at me, and use all your means. I will challenge all of you tonight. By the way, I'll also teach you the other lost skills of your Zhou family. It depends on how much you can comprehend. Are you sure you can handle it? Qi Meiwei couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about whether I can handle it or not. Lin Mo said directly, just come at me, don't hold back, give it your all. Don't forget that I'm the last disciple of Master Zhang Tianzhi of Mount Longhu, a practitioner of both medicine and martial arts. I have the sacred healing elixir, the jade dew, as well as the essence and marrow cleansing pill. If we use them together, we'll be able to maximize their effectiveness, and your strength will also improve greatly. Kill multiple birds with one stone, everyone is happy, why not do it? Don't hesitate, come on, let's start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo slapped Lu Yulan's buttocks again. Lu Yulan gritted her teeth and dodged, but when she couldn't bear it anymore, she fought back. And this is exactly the effect Lin Mo wants. The harder they try, the more true energy he can absorb, and the faster his cultivation level will improve. After tonight, maybe tomorrow morning he will be a third-level martial spirit expert. At the same time, in the Wang family in Beijing, Wang Jingwei was furious. He has already paid 30 billion in ransom and eaten the thing as the other party asked, but now the other party has lost contact? What the fuck does that even mean? Are you kidding him? Wang Jingwei had never suffered such a great humiliation. Pull these guys out for me, right now, I want them dead. Tear them into pieces and scatter their bones to ashes. Not a single one shall be spared. What the hell are you still standing there for? Go, hurry up. Wang Jingwei's roar was resounding, but his subordinates didn't know where to start. There are no clues at all, how can we catch those people? Just at this moment, Yilin, the real close disciple of Longhu Mountain, came to the door. Yilin followed his master to go down the mountain to retrieve the heavenly book, but was intercepted by someone who impersonated him. He had already found out that the person who impersonated him, Lin Mo, was a subordinate of Wang Haoluan of the Wang family. It just so happened that the creditor of Su Wenwei's tens of millions of gambling debts was the Wang family. Isn't this obvious? It was the Wang family who set up a plan to steal the heavenly book. Then Yilin naturally came to ask for an explanation as soon as possible. As a result, Zhang Xiao, who was in charge of the liaison, couldn't understand it at all. He frowned and looked extremely gloomy. What setup? What impersonation? Who impersonated you? Who the hell are you, kid? How dare you cause trouble at the Wang family after eating a leopard? And you even said we hired someone to impersonate you? Are you fucking crazy? Listen to what nonsense you are talking about. You're just a nobody. Is it necessary for our dignified Wang family to hire someone to impersonate you? You'd better get out of here right now and stop talking nonsense, otherwise. What else? Yilin was furious and interrupted coldly. The Wang family is so great? You set up a scheme to make Su Wenwei owe tens of millions in gambling debts, and then you hired someone to impersonate me and steal that thing. This is the only shameful trick your Wang family has. Zhang Zhao's eyes were blazing with anger, and he was filled with murderous intent. Tens of millions in gambling debts, right? So this is what you're after? If you want to shirk your responsibility on behalf of Su Wenwei, just say so directly. Why are you playing tricks in front of me when you say such nonsense? You're just a brat, you're so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. I want to see how capable you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiao took action. A big war is about to break out. The two sides started fighting without any clear reason. On the other hand, Lin Mo's competition with three beautiful women in the Beijing circle, Lu Yulan, Zhou Shuyi and Qi Meihui, is also in full swing. Of course, it was a serious sparring match. Lin Mo kept getting beaten and absorbing the true energy of the three women. In the blink of an eye, he had been promoted to the late stage of the second-level martial artist, and was now approaching the peak stage of the second level. His improvement speed was already quite fast, but he still felt it was not enough. Hey there, Su Yuan, you're coming too. Don't just stand there, come along. This kind of actual combat opportunity is rare, just go for it, don't hesitate. Actual combat is the fastest way to improve your cultivation. Even if you get injured, it's okay. I have a healing elixir personally refined by Master Zheng Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. It can make a person stand up again after being broken and be reborn. Don't be afraid. And you too, Sister Fangyan, come along, what are you afraid of? Who is your sister? Lu Yulan gritted her teeth and shouted, that's my mother. How dare you call her sister? I'll kill you. Slap. Lin Mo dodged and slapped Lu Yulan hard on the butt. With your limited ability, you want to kill me? Come on, use all your skills quickly. And Sister Shui, Sister Meihui, please don't hold back, just come on. In order to absorb the true energy, Lin Mo really gave it his all. Now he was like a masochist, madly wanting to be beaten. He probably thought that the more beatings he suffered now, the less bleeding he would suffer later. Although his approach is a bit cheap, the effect is really good. The battle was becoming more and more intense, gradually reaching a climax. The three beautiful women, Zhou Shuyi, Qi Meihui and Lu Yulan, began to show their best skills. In the middle of the night, Lin Mo was seriously injured as he wished. Hurry up and take out the essence and marrow cleansing pills and the nectar and get started. Chapter 27, the Qin sisters go on a killing spree. At the same time, on a dark and windy night, a massacre had begun. A cool and sexy female killer in leather jacket and leather pants breaks into people's houses at night and goes on a killing spree. This female killer is at the 5th level of martial arts realm, a genuine martial arts grandmaster. A 4th level martial master has the strength to dominate an area, so what is the concept of a 5th level martial master? Anyway, it is not something that a dozen ordinary people in this ordinary house can resist. In the blink of an eye, half of the old man's face was cut off by a knife. the child had 10 fingers chopped off. In a moment, blood was gushing out. At this moment, the Grandmaster's knife was placed across the throat of a pregnant woman. He said in a cold voice, "I have a younger brother who died in prison 6 months ago. He died unjustly. You were the one who sent him there. The betrothal gift is 300,000 yuan, the wedding house and car are 1.5 million yuan, and the red envelopes for your family of more than a dozen people at the engagement party are another 100,000 yuan. My brother lost nearly 2 million before he even got married, and you accused him of rape and sent him to jail? Just because he didn't write your name alone on the property and vehicle deeds? You even blatantly threatened him, saying that if he didn't do what you said, he would spend the next few years in jail? No. No, woo-woo." The woman was terrified and burst into tears. She was so frightened that her voice was trembling. I was just trying to scare him. I didn't mean to take it seriously, woo-woo." "Really?" The Grand Master sneered and said, "It doesn't matter. I only know that my brother is gone. Now that he's dead, I no longer have the heart to discern right from wrong. We will not let any of the more than 10 people in your husband's family, as well as your mother's family, young or old, regardless of gender, age, or whether they are from the same family, go to jail." She didn't say I but we. Because Qin Hongyu has a younger sister, Qin Hongyu. Qin Hongyu is a 5th rank martial master. Qin Hongyu is also a 5th rank martial master. At this time, Qin Hongyu had already found the woman's parents' home and cut off the hands and feet of her parents. Instead of killing directly, he cut off his hands and feet first. "You took my brother's money, lived in my brother's house, drove my brother's car, and even sent my brother to jail. You really have taken the term going too far to its fullest extent. You're bullying my brother, who has no parents and no one to rely on. Do you really think there's no one left in the Qin family? Then guess how my brother grew up? Forget it. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Anyway, don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will make sure that each of you dies slowly." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Hongyu grabbed a child and forced him to swallow a needle. Just as Qin Hongyu said, her brother is dead, and the two sisters have no intention of distinguishing right from wrong, and no longer care about anything. Killing everyone involved in their brother's death was the only purpose of the two sisters going down the mountain this time. Going down the mountain, they came down from Tianshan Mountain. They are gifted and have been outer disciples of the Tianshan sect since childhood. After raising their younger brother to a teenager who could take care of himself, they went up the mountain to become the inner disciples of the Tianshan sect master. The only thing I was worried about after going up the mountain was my younger brother. As a result, something really happened to my brother. Now that they have come down the mountain, of course they are going to kill all those who killed their brother. Regardless of gender, age, or background, everyone must die. No one can escape. The entire family must be slaughtered and all 9 clans must be exterminated. At this time, Qin Hongyu had already cut the tendons of the woman's husband's hands and feet, and the old woman whose face she had just cut off half with a knife was also the mother of the woman's husband. The man begged for mercy frantically, but it was no use. And Qin Hongyu really didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. She gave a reason. "How can you be a good man if you marry a woman like this? You also used all the money she got from my brother, right? Everyone in your family should have enjoyed it? Then do you think I will let you go? But don't worry, you won't die so soon. Look at your old man, half of his face was cut off, but he's still alive. I'm going to be very careful when I kill you, and I won't let you die easily." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hongyu slashed at the woman with a knife, instantly cutting open her abdomen. On the other side, Lin Mo was undergoing a transformation under the dual effects of the cleansing bones and marrow pill and the jade dew, and all the internal and external injuries on his body were recovering rapidly. At the same time, his cultivation level is also constantly growing, and now he has reached the peak of the 2nd level. The true energy in the body is breaking through the shackles, trying to advance to the 3rd level. The 3rd level martial spirit is at the same level as Zhang Shao of the Wang family. Once promoted, he will initially have the strength to dominate an area. But at this critical moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that a key plot has been triggered early. Chapter 28, When you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. Tianshan disciples Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu have already come down the mountain and are on a killing spree to avenge their brother. 2 hours later, the Qin sisters will commit a crime in the capital's trial division. After killing several judges, they will be surrounded by many experts from the trial division. They will then meet Yilin at night. It's no wonder they have a chemistry. Host, please prepare immediately to snatch the fate of the destined protagonist Yi Lin once again. Mission requirements: rescue the Qin sisters from the siege of numerous experts from the Judgment Department. Mission rewards: cleansing tendon and strengthening marrow pills 3, Jade Dew 3, Tianshan secret skills, Tianshan plum blossom hand, Tianshan 6 yang palm. When the system voice fell, Lin Mo's face was slightly stunned. Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu? These two sisters seem to be characters in the middle or late stages of the original text, right? This is what happened. The key plot of the original text can actually be triggered in advance, and it just happened to be at this time. Although he was a little speechless, Lin Mo thought about it carefully and felt it was okay. Maybe the early departure of the key plot in the original text meant that his path to changing his fate was quite smooth? The more successful he is, the more unlucky the corresponding destined villain and destined protagonist will be. So Destiny felt it and wanted to remedy the situation and get everything back on track, so it started to act out of the ordinary? Yes, that's right. This must be a good thing for him. Then work harder, quickly refine and absorb the medicinal effects, and then rush to save people. Rescue people. At this time, the protagonist of Destiny, Yi Lin, was actually rescuing people. The plot of him and the sisters Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu getting to know each other through fighting in the original text is happening now. Yi Lin had just come out of Wang's house and was seriously injured by the joint efforts of many masters of Wang's family. After leaving Wang's house and passing by the place where Qin Hongyu committed the crime, he heard someone crying for help and immediately drew his sword to help without hesitation. Then he started fighting with Qin Hongyu. But he couldn't even beat those people from the Wang family, so how could he possibly be a match for Qin Hongyu, a 5th-level martial arts master? In a moment, he was kicked away by Qin Hongyu, and the next second, Qin Hongyu casually chopped off the child who was trying to escape at the door, and beheaded him instantly. Child. Qin Hongyu sneered, "What's wrong with the child? Children are not human beings? If a whole family is killed, we must eradicate the root of the problem. Only in this way can we prevent future troubles. Who cares if they are old, young, women or children? Just kill them all and be done with it. There is no need to talk about it." After all, when Qin Honyu's brother wanted to reason with others, didn't everyone become unreasonable? He was falsely accused of rape because he only wrote the woman's name on the property and car deeds. In a marriage relationship, do you force a woman to do something? Even after the incident, the woman was still a virgin. Is this called rape? Such outrageous things have happened, and so many unreasonable people have forced her brother to death. What reason does Qin Hongyu need to talk about now? The so-called laws are meaningless. Since they can't protect her brother, they can't protect all the people in that woman's family. Anyway, for Qin Hongyu, right or wrong no longer matters. She wanted to kill all 9 generations of that woman's family. She would not let anyone who was related to that woman go unpunished. She, Qin Hongyu, is a disciple of Tianshan and a 5th-level master. The only weapon of a 5th-level master is the sword in his hand, which is by no means a meaningless law. In short, at this moment, Yi Lin couldn't stop her at all. With just one blow of her sword, she cut open another pregnant woman's cesarean section. Bastard! Yi Lin roared angrily and rushed towards Qin Hongyu with great righteousness. As a result, after only one round, Yi Lin was kicked away by Qin Hongyu again. At the same time, on the other side, Sister Qin Hongyu had already eliminated everyone from that woman's family. Next stop, the trial department. All those who had convicted her brother of raping a woman in court, regardless of their identity or background, must die. Even though it's nighttime and those people shouldn't be in the trial department, it's okay. What Qin Hongyu wants is a bloodbath in the trial department. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think it is a sick cat? Did she really think that there was no one in the Qin family? Did she really think her brother could be bullied? No one gave her brother justice, so she asked for it herself. Anyone who says her brother is guilty will die. No matter who tries to stop me, it's useless. In fact, those people from the trial department couldn't stop it at all. After all, she is a 5th-rank martial arts master, and she is also a disciple of Tianshan, learning from the master of Tianshan, so her buff is stacked up directly. You have to know that the leader of Tianshan sect is on the same level as the old Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain. Is there any doubt about his value? A good teacher produces good students. Qin Hongyu really can't be weak even if she wants to. However, it is the trial department after all, especially the trial department in the capital. It is certain that there are many experts here, even at night there are still many experts guarding the place. There is no 5th level martial arts master, but there are many 4th level martial arts masters. There are even more people at the peak of the 3rd level of martial spirits. Therefore, in this battle, although Qin Hongyu did indeed massacre the trial department, she eventually fell into a difficult battle. Outnumbered, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. After all, she is not strong enough to sweep away the heroes as if she were in an empty space. In the original story, she and her sister Qin Hongyu were rescued by Yi Lin by accident because of this. Originally, Yi Lin was going to chase Qin Hongyu, and he was determined to pursue her even if he couldn't defeat her. However, after catching up with them, he saw that Qin Hongyu were surrounded and fighting hard, and were repeatedly injured. Then, after a struggle, he stepped forward to rescue them. Then I became friends with the 2 sisters. But now that Lin Mo has come from the book, many plot settings related to Yi Lin will inevitably be intercepted by Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo had already left the villa and was driving towards the trial department. 10 minutes later, Qin Hongyu rushed out of the trial department and was chased and intercepted by many masters like crazy. Another 10 minutes passed, Qin Hongyu arrived, and the 2 sisters joined forces to fight against the masters of the judgment department. Soon, Yi Lin caught up. At the same time, Lin Mo also arrived. Yi Lin had just arrived and saw the Qin sisters being surrounded and engaged in a tough fight. He was standing there hesitating whether to take action when Lin Mo stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards him. However, Lin Mo did not want to kill this destined protagonist directly. After all, how could the destined protagonist die so easily? He was just pretending to push Yi Lin against the Qin sisters. Therefore, he did not step on the accelerator hard, giving Yi Lin room to dodge in time. Even when he was about to collide, he deliberately turned the steering wheel a little, so that with Yi Lin's passive cooperation of dodging, the car passed by Yi Lin. It really looked like he was going to help the Qin sisters to kill Yi Lin, who was blocking the road, but Yi Lin actually dodged them. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mojin stepped on the accelerator and drove into the encirclement at high speed, instantly knocking away the masters of the judgment department who were besieging the Qin sisters. The next second, Lin Mo turned around and parked the car not far from the Qin sisters. He opened the door and shouted, "Get in, quick!" Seeing this, the Qin sisters did not hesitate. No matter who he was, they got out of the car and escaped first. In a blink of an eye, 2 beautiful figures flashed into Lin Mo's car. Lin Mo stepped on the accelerator and the car sped off like a rocket, quickly fleeing the scene. There were pursuers, but they were unable to catch up. In a short while, Lin Mo shook off all the pursuers from the judgment department. At this time, the Qin sisters all focused their attention on Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced back and introduced himself. "I am a disciple of Tianshan Outer Sect. I was taught the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand and Tianshan Six Yang Palm by the Tianshan Sect Master himself. So you two are considered my senior sisters." This time, I received a call from Master at the last minute. After learning about the situation, I rushed over to help the 2 sisters. Fortunately, I'm not late. I finally made it in time. When you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. He really said these words, and he said them with such seriousness that it seemed as if they were true. However, the Qin sisters did not believe it completely and were somewhat skeptical. "You said you were Master's outer disciple? Master also taught you the 2 ultimate martial arts, Tianshan Jime Hand and Tianshan Luyan Palm? Impossible? Why haven't we ever heard Master mention that she has outer disciples? Moreover, even if you are an outer disciple, it is impossible for you to learn the Tianshan Jime Hand and Tianshan Luyan Palm. Seniors, you two don't believe me?" Lin Mo smiled and said calmly, "It's okay. I'll show you too when we get there." Words can be lied to, but the 2 great Tianshan unique skills, the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand and the Tianshan Six Yang Palm, cannot be lied to. So whether what I said is true or not, we will know it after we try it later. This is the fact. How can the Tianshan secret skills be faked? Qin Hongyu herself said just now that even the outer disciples of Tianshan could not learn the Tianshan Jime Hand and Tianshan Luyan Palm, let alone others? As long as the person in front of him can really use those 2 Tianshan unique skills, then everything he said should be true. But they didn't expect that Lin Mo had a system, and his system task rewards had already arrived. Chapter 29. What bad intentions could Junior Brother have? The mission requirement is to rescue the Qin sisters. In addition to the 2 Tianshan unique skills, the mission rewards also include 3 cleansing and marrow strengthening pills and 3 nectar and jade dew. Now that Lin Mo's mission has been completed, the mission reward has naturally arrived. Tianshan Jimei Han Language and Tianshan Luyan Palm, two unique Tianshan skills, learn them in seconds. Although it might be a little awkward when used for the first time, for the Qin sisters, it was enough that he could use it. Anyway, after arriving at the Shanhaiyuan villa, when Lin Mo used his two unique skills, the Qin sisters recognized them at a glance, absolutely authentic. Not only orthodox, but also extremely accomplished. The so-called attainments refer to the comprehension of these two unique skills, not the proficiency. This was his first time using it, so of course he wasn't very proficient, but because the system allowed him to learn it in seconds, he didn't need to comprehend anything. His attainments would surely enable him to unleash the maximum power of the two unique skills. Even the Qin sisters couldn't reach that level of accomplishment. In this case, proficiency is completely unimportant. Anyway, the Qin sisters have completely believed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the trust of the Qin sisters and taking the first step to snatch Yilin's destined lover. Trigger hidden rewards, Essence Cleansing Pills 5, Nectar and Jade Dew 5, Tianshan Secret Skill, Light Footsteps. Holy crap! Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He was truly overjoyed. After all, that is Lingbo Weibu. How could he not know Lingbo Weibu? Definitely the best lightness skill in the world. From now on, if he can't win, he will just run away. Who can stop him? We won't cause you any trouble, will we? Qin Hongyu suddenly asked. Obviously, after she believed that Lin Mo was her junior fellow apprentice, she began to feel a little worried. Lin Mo was slightly stunned and shook his head. How could that be? Senior sister, what trouble can you bring to me? Don't be careless. Qin Hongyu glared at him with her beautiful eyes, scolding him. We went on a killing spree tonight, wiping out entire families, and even slaughtering the court in the capital. It can be said that we have committed countless bloody crimes. We've caused such a big commotion that even Master might not tolerate us. This is true. After all, Tianshan is a famous and upright sect. The leader of Tianshan is a leader of the righteous sect who is on par with Zheng Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. How could he allow his disciples to act so arbitrarily? In fact, the Qin sisters went down the mountain secretly this time and did not dare to tell their master at all. In the original plot, when the leader of Tianshan's sect found out that the Qin sisters had secretly come down the mountain to kill people and massacred the trial department, he was furious and almost took action himself to clean up the sect. Of course, the original author asked Yilin to help plead for mercy, so that the Qin sisters would feel grateful, gradually fall in love with him, and then pledge themselves to him. Isn't that the only trick? Who doesn't know that? Lin Mo then began to perform. Don't worry, my two senior sisters, you are not killing for no reason, but to avenge your brother. How can I not avenge a deep blood feud? Huh? Qin Hongyu was surprised. You know about our brother? Facing the extremely astonished looks of the Qin sisters, Lin Mo shook his head and sighed, pretending to be very disappointed and sad. My two senior sisters' brothers suffered such a tragic fate, and the case caused such a big stir. How could I not know about it? I gave such a huge betrothal gift and bought such an expensive wedding car and house, and we were clearly engaged, but I was falsely accused of rape because I didn't add the woman's name to the house and car deeds. For something like this, who the hell can I go to for justice? They agreed beforehand, but regretted it later. Regardless of whether there's evidence or not, they just relied on that woman's words? Whatever she said is true. I've never seen someone agree to something and then withdraw it. It's totally out of line. Really? With the way they do it, I can guarantee that I won't do that kind of thing, but I really can't guarantee that I won't be convicted of rape. Schrodinger's story of a woman being raped. Every man in the world could be caught in this situation at any time. Who the hell can escape it? So the two sisters did nothing wrong. This is how you deal with people like this. It's called eliminating harm for the people and enforcing justice for the people. I'll dare to say this in front of my uncle, the Tianshan sect master. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the Qin sisters couldn't help but feel touched. You should know that in the original plot, Yilin did not say this. Yilin was quite righteous and even persuaded the Qin sisters to surrender themselves. Therefore, Yilin had many conflicts with the Qin sisters, the destined beauties, and they finally got along after many twists and turns. But now, Lin Mo, the interceptor, is obviously taking a shortcut and standing directly on their side, saying only nice things. If he does it this way, how can the effect not be significant? If the Qin sisters' trust in him was only 80% just now, it is now 100%. From now on they are one of our own. Lin Mo already has the support of two fifth-level martial masters. And they are two cool, sexy and long-legged beautiful senior sisters in leather jackets and leather pants. Correspondingly, Yi Lin on the other side was taken to the trial department for questioning. Tell me, why did you appear at the scene? Are you in cahoots with the murderer? If you are not in the same group, why are you here? You even helped one of our judges at the scene. You must have been in cahoots with the driver who hit the victim. Otherwise, why would you have helped him? Wasn't it because you felt guilty because you couldn't escape? I advise you to tell the truth. If you resist, you will be punished severely, but if you confess, you will be lenient. Do you understand? Yi Lin had no words to express his pain. He had good intentions, but ended up like this? What is this? Before going down the mountain, the master didn't tell him that it was so difficult to be a good person. In fact, his idea is wrong. After all, it is not difficult to be a good person, it mainly depends on the person. Like Lin Mo, he received good feedback after saving the Qin sisters, and now he is helping Qin Hongyu massage her feet. Sister, how do you feel? This is a technique passed down from my ancestors. It can invigorate blood circulation, remove blood stasis, and relax muscles and bones. Are you sure? Qin Hongyu couldn't help but interrupt in a low voice. Why do I feel like you're trying to take advantage of me, senior sister? Instantly, Lin Mo's face turned serious. Are you kidding? Senior sister, please don't tease me. How could I be that kind of person? I wouldn't take advantage of you to the point of massaging your feet. I'm just trying to help you relax your muscles and bones, okay? You look nervous. Qin Hongyu said with a smile, she's just teasing you, don't take it seriously. Qin Hongyu glanced at her sister. In fact, she was not teasing Lin Mo. She really felt that there was something wrong with this boy. After all, she is a dignified fifth-level grandmaster. How could she not tell whether Lin Mo's foot massage technique was authentic or not, and whether it was the so-called inherited technique? But it doesn't matter. After all, he is my junior brother. How could he have any bad intentions? Chapter 30, Adulterer, Feed Me Peanuts. Lin Mo really didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to please his senior sister and get closer to her. However, the destined protagonist Yi Lin was currently being questioned in the trial department. We have verified with the Wang family, and the injuries on your body were indeed caused by the Wang family. But what do you mean by causing trouble at the Wang family? What do you want to do? Rebellion? Su Wenhui of the Su family owes tens of millions in gambling debts to the Wang family casino. It's only natural to pay back a debt. Why did you go to the Wang family to cause trouble for this? Where are you coming from? You think gambling debts don't have to be repaid? You know the Su family and you want to stand up for them, so you want the Wang family to forgive Su Wenhui's tens of millions of gambling debts? What are you thinking? Are you crazy? You're trying to be in the spotlight, but you're causing the Wang family to lose tens of millions for nothing? If you have the guts, why don't you pay for Su Wenhui's repayment yourself? Why should you be a good person while others suffer losses? What's going on in your head? Do you have a brain? In fact, this was not the case at all. Yi Lin went to the Wang family because of Lin Mo, because he heard that Lin Mo was the root of Wang Haluan's subordinates in the Wang family, and Lin Mo pretended to be Yi Lin and cheated the page of the heavenly book from the Su family. Naturally, Yi Lin thought that it was the Wang family who instructed him to do so. In fact, the fact that Su Wenhui owed tens of millions in gambling debts was a setup by the Wang family from the very beginning. The Wang family is going for the page of the heavenly book in the hands of the Su family. However, there is no Lin Mo in the original plot, and Yi Lin still went to the Wang family in the original text, and he really wanted to force the Wang family to forgive Su Wenhui's tens of millions of gambling debts. Therefore, what the judge said just now about Yi Lin being a good person but causing others to suffer losses was actually right. Lin Mo didn't bother explaining and said bluntly, gambling debts aren't protected by law. How can a casino be clean? Aren't they all just cheating gamblers out of their money? The Wang family's unlawful and illegal operation of a casino is against the rules. You should be investigating and punishing the Wang family, not the victims who were deceived and burdened with tens of millions in gambling debts. Also, the Wang family instructed someone named Lin Mo to impersonate me. This Lin Mo used my identity to steal something from the Su family, so I went to the Wang family to ask for an explanation. Lin Mo, right? The judge was skeptical and immediately asked someone to check whether there was really a person named Lin Mo under the Wang family. And it turns out there is. Then the trial department sent someone to Lin Mo's home. Lin Mo's home, where does he, a time traveler, have a home? That was of course the home of the former little follower Lin Mo. Moreover, there was someone at home. The original owner, Lin Mo's wife, was having an affair at home, sweating profusely and feeling dizzy. As a result, the people from the judgment department came and caught her red-handed. Are you Lin Mo? Hurry up and put on your clothes and come with us, hurry up. Huh? You're not Lin Mo? Why did we go the wrong way? Isn't this Lin Mo's home? I'm not in the wrong place. If you're not Lin Mo, who the hell is? Still trying to quibble? We didn't believe it at first, but judging by your reaction now, you must have really impersonated someone else to commit fraud at the Su family. Someone, take him away. Lin Mo's wife was dumbfounded, and her adulterer was even more confused. He came here to mess with Lin Mo's wife, so why the hell is he taking the blame? People are doing it in bed, and then the pot falls from the sky? What the hell is going on? Soon, the trial department. You said you're not Lin Mo? Then why the hell are you in Lin Mo's house? Huh? ID card? Damn, it really isn't Lin Mo? I don't care, go ahead, go confront that Yi Lin. Confrontation. Originally, the judge wanted the adulterer to talk things out with Yi Lin face to face, but the result was the adulterer Lu Wei Gang met Yi Lin. Yi Lin thought he was Lin Mo, so he attacked him directly and punched him. Are you Lin Mo? Are you impersonating me? I'll let you impersonate me, I'll let you impersonate me. Hand it over quickly, right now, immediately. You even dare to pretend to be me. I think you are tired of living. What the hell? You're not Lin Mo? Are you kidding me? The tribunal has already arrested you, you bastard, and you still want to deny it? Do you think you can get away with this? You pretended to be me and went to the Su family to take that thing. Do you think you can get away with not handing it over? You still dare to be so stubborn? I can't kill you. After the roar, Yi Lin was about to take action again. But Lu Wei had already been beaten to a bloody mess, and if he continued to be beaten, he might die, so the judge quickly stepped forward to stop him. Alright, take it easy, that guy. He's really not Lin Mo. This is his ID card. We've already verified it. Huh? Yi Lin was stunned for a moment, then took Lu Wei's ID card and looked at it, then compared it carefully. Yi Lin was confused. Damn it, it's really not Lin Mo? Then why did you, the judgment department, arrest him? Fuck, what are you yelling at us for? When we arrived, he was at Lin Mo's house, messing with Lin Mo's woman. We thought he was Lin Mo, but who the hell knew he wasn't? Yi Lin was confused and really couldn't react. It's not Lin Mo, but he is having an affair with Lin Mo's woman in Lin Mo's house? In Shanhaiyuan Villa, Lin Mo, who was still massaging his senior sister Qin Hanyu's feet, suddenly sneezed. Huh? Who's teasing me behind my back? Hey, senior sister, please don't leave. I'm not done yet. It's not over yet. If you don't know, you might think he's doing something else. It's just a foot massage, how can you say it's not finished? Qin Hanyu was really speechless about this junior brother. Although this guy probably didn't have any bad intentions, she really couldn't let him hold her feet any longer. The main thing is that his so-called ancestral massage techniques are really not authentic at all. Qin Hanyu was really afraid that if he kept pressing her, she would suddenly lower her head and kiss her when he wasn't paying attention. Chapter 31 The adulterer must take the blame. Even if this junior brother has no bad intentions, he probably hasn't learned well. As an outer disciple, it's inevitable that he will be led astray by the secular world. This is too normal, alas. Senior sister Hanyu? Seeing Qin Hanyu walking away, Lin Mo couldn't help but look at Qin Hanyu again. Ah. Qin Hanyu's heart skipped a beat and she quickly stood up. Well, I suddenly feel tired. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. This was the cell phone of the original Lin Mo, so someone from the trial department came to him. When the call was connected, Lin Mo was quickly stunned. What did you say? The Inquisition? My wife? She committed adultery? The adulterer is with you? Not to mention Lin Mo, even Qin Hanyu was stunned. Her outer sect junior brother, who had no ill intentions, actually had a wife. And she was cheated on by someone? And she was caught in bed by the court of inquiry? Originally, Shin Hongyu, like Shin Hongyu, thought that this junior fellow disciple had been led astray by the secular world, so she had just held on to Shin Hongyu's feet in the name of massage. But now it seems that their junior brother is really simple and has no bad intentions. Otherwise, I wouldn't be greened. They had evil intentions and misunderstood this junior fellow apprentice. Unconsciously, Shin Hongyu felt a pang of guilt. At the same time, Lin Mo also realized that it was the original owner of this body who was cheated on by his wife. It doesn't matter if she's cheating on me, she's not his wife anyway. But he actually got caught in bed with someone by the court of justice? So much so that the court of justice called him, huh? I'm so convinced, I can't help but admit it. Now, he still has to go to the trial department. However, since he came through the book to replace the original owner, he can't change his identity information. The judgment department will find him sooner or later, right? Never mind, it doesn't matter, I'm not afraid of anything. Junior brother, are you okay? When Lin Mo hung up the phone, Shin Hongyu stood up and walked over with her long legs, asking with concern, "The Judgment Bureau must have come to you because of our sister's matter, but it turned out to be an accident." Shin Hongyu paused, took a deep breath, and comforted him, "Junior brother, don't be too sad. She's just a woman. There are many better women in the world. There's no need to hang yourself on a tree for a single flower." Wow! Suddenly, Lin Mo burst into tears and threw himself into Shin Hongyu's arms, crying heartbrokenly, "Senior sister, I feel so miserable. This bitch, woo-woo. I was so good to her, but she treated me like this. What did I do wrong? Senior sister, you have to make the decision for me, woo-woo. The acting queen is online. God knows where Lin Mo gets such realistic acting skills." Anyway, at this moment he was clinging to Shin Hongyu's arms and entangled with this cold, sexy, and beautiful senior sister. No, where did he get his senior sister? In fact, Yilin was the one who had been instructed by the leader of Tianshan sect, and Yilin was considered an outer disciple of Tianshan sect. The Qin sisters should be considered Yilin as senior sisters. And this plot, which was only revealed much later in the original story, was just picked up by Lin Mo and used without hesitation. Now, he is also following the original story of Lin Mo being cheated on and has come up with this self-torture scheme, clinging to Shin Hongyu's arms and taking advantage of her. The key point is that Shin Hongyu actually believed it. What can she do? Given the current situation, how could Shin Hongyu not believe it? As a result, Lin Mo stayed in her arms for a long time, and she comforted him in a soft voice for a long time. The intimacy between the two of them increased sharply. Finally, Lin Mo pretended to say, I have to go to the trial department. Otherwise, it would be bad if the people from the judgment department came and found our two senior sisters. It's okay, senior sister Hongyu, you don't have to worry about me. I can do it, I will definitely do it. Senior sister was right just now. She's just a woman. What's the big deal? It's no big deal. Right, Godly acting, Lin Mo was about to cry again as he spoke. That is really a case of being overly sad and frustrated by love. Shin Hongyu couldn't bear to watch it any longer and didn't know how to comfort him. She couldn't help but get excited and suddenly lowered her head and kissed Lin Mo on the mouth with her red lips. Okay, junior brother, be good and listen to me. Don't think about it. Don't worry about the judgment department for now. Just calm down and be fine. Lin Mo can have a ball. Taking the opportunity, he snuggled up to Shin Hongyu's arms and breathed in her faint body fragrance for a long time. Given his shamelessness, it would be difficult for a book traveler to lose. He deserves to be the one to replace the villain and kill the destined protagonist. As for the trial department, Lin Mo suddenly thought, he doesn't need to go there at all. Isn't Qi Meihui like this to him? The Qi family behind Qi Meihui is one of the 8 great families in Beijing. What does this mean? Just 10 minutes later, Lin Mo ran into the room and woke up Qi Meihui, who was sleeping soundly, and asked her to find someone to call the trial department. As soon as this call was made, the trial department immediately cleared Lin Mo of all suspicion. Correspondingly, the adulterer Lu Wei suffered. The judge arrested him and beat him up. Did you pretend to be Lin Mo and go to the Su family to cheat people? Lin Mo has always been with Qi Meihui from the Qi family. Qi Meihui personally called to testify. How could this be false? Do you know who Qi Meihui is? Do you want me to explain it to you in detail? Alright, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you now. Lu Wei, tell me the truth. Did you pretend to be Lin Mo and go to the Su family? No. Yi Lin suddenly said, What are you talking about? Is it Lin Mo who went to the Su family to impersonate me? The judge was stunned for a moment, then thought for a moment and frowned, Lin Mo impersonating you? But Lin Mo has been with Chi Meihui these past 2 days. How could he impersonate you? Besides, didn't the Su family say that the man at the time called himself Lin Mo? Doesn't that mean Lu Wei is impersonating Lin Mo? This bastard fucked Lin Mo's woman and actually thought he was Lin Mo. First he went to the Su family to defraud them, and then tonight he drove to rescue his accomplice and ran over several people from our trial department. Yi Lin, didn't you say that the person driving the car at that time must have been Lin Mo? Isn't that Lu Wei the bastard impersonating Lin Mo? Look outside, it's barely dawn, and when we showed up, this bastard was still making out with Lin Mo's wife, from last night until dawn? How could this bastard be so capable? Chapter 32, Who is to blame? He must have been driving to rescue his accomplices. He was the one who knocked down our colleagues from the judgment department and rescued the 2 murderers. Yi Lin was a little confused. Lin Mo impersonating him? Lu Wei impersonating Lin Mo? Why do I feel like something is wrong? Could it be that this Lu Wei really went to the Su family under the identity of Lin Mo and pretended to be Yi Lin's disciple of Longhu Mountain? Is it really that complicated? That's not right. When did he say that it was Lin Mo who drove the car and knocked down the judges and rescued the 2 female killers? He did say that, didn't he? That's right. He saw the driver at that time. He had passed by Lin Mo downstairs of the Su family before. In fact, he had seen Lin Mo in person, so when he saw the person driving the car before, he recognized it as Lin Mo at a glance. No, it cannot be said that it is recognition at first sight, it should be said that it is subconscious. He didn't react at the time, but later when facing the interrogation of the trial department, he realized it and said that it was Lin Mo. When the trial division brought Lu Wei in, he didn't realize this, didn't look closely, and just went ahead and beat Lu Wei up. Damn it, it was this Lu Wei who messed up Yi Lin's thoughts. He deserves to be beaten. At this time, Lu Wei was still trying his best to explain. What do you mean by impersonating Lin Mo? When have I ever been to the Su family? Which Su family? What are you talking about? At most, I committed adultery with Lin Mo's wife. I didn't do the things you said. Really, please believe me. I really just what? Yi Lin interrupted coldly, it's just adultery? So what? Are you proud of adultery? Do you want to give you an award? Lin Mo is not a good person, and neither are you. If you hadn't appeared in Lin Mo's house and in his wife's bed, how could there be so many problems now? People like you deserve to be wronged. Obviously Yi Lin had sorted out his thoughts. He knew that Lu Wei was wronged. To be honest, if Yi Lin was not a disciple of Longhu Mountain, he would not care about Lu Wei's life or death. But the disciples of Longhu Mountain are upright and have always been clear about right and wrong. So at this moment, after a little hesitation, Yi Lin turned around and said to the judges, the person who went to the Su family to pretend to be me was not him, and the person who drove the car to hit your colleagues and rescued the 2 murderers was not him either. I saw the person pretending to be me at the gate of the Su family villa. He passed me by at that time, but I didn't know anything at the time, so I realized it later. Now I have sorted out all my thoughts. And when Lin Mo hit your colleague with his car, I saw his face too. Unfortunately, I didn't react at the time. Come on, the judge interrupted him, frowning. You're speaking for him? Who do you think you are? That's right, another judge said immediately, you haven't even cleared yourself of suspicion yet. You're like a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to save yourself, yet you're still speaking up for others? Yi Lin was stunned, why am I suspected? The judge sneered, what do you think? Why did you go to the Wang family to cause trouble? And why did you appear at the scene of the fight when we were rounding up those 2 murderers? Do you think you'll be alright just by bringing up Lin Mo? Lin Mo has Chi Meihui from the Qi family, one of the 8 great families in Beijing, as a witness. What about you? Are you in cahoots with Lu Wei? I think I understand. Lu Wei drove to pick us up, and you were responsible for holding us back. Then you came up with this story about Lin Mo impersonating you to defraud the Su family. But then we found out you'd been to the Wang family causing trouble beforehand. Tell me, aren't you full of loopholes? You're making such a mess, aren't you just trying to confuse us and disrupt our investigation? Yi Lin was anxious. The judge asked directly, if you were not an accomplice of the person who rescued the murderer, why did you help our colleague up at that time? Answer me, why did you help the person if you didn't hit him? Also, how do you prove that Lin Mo impersonated you and went to the Su family to defraud them? And how do you prove that it wasn't Lu Wei who impersonated Lin Mo and went to the Su family? Finally, how can you prove that you and Lu Wei are not accomplices of the murderer? Speak up, can you prove it? Is there any witness or evidence? There's nothing can be proven, and you're relying solely on your words? Who do you think you are? Whatever you say is the truth. Yi Lin was confused. Who wouldn't he be confused after falling into so many self-proving traps at once? But this is just the beginning. On the other side, Wang Haoluan of the Wang family escaped from Lin Mo Shanhaiyuan Villa. It was Zhou Shuyi's younger brother Zhou Shuyang who helped. At this time, Wang Haoluan had returned to the Wang family, and the Wang family had already learned the truth that the kidnappers were Lin Mo, Zhou Shuyi, and others. Wang Jingwei was furious and vowed to destroy the Zhou family and kill Lin Mo. Lin Mo seems to be in the trial department right now. The tribunal? Yes, according to gossip, the trial department was massacred, and Lin Mo was suspected of driving the car to rescue the murderer, so the trial department sent people to arrest Lin Mo. Then go to the trial department. Lin Mo must die no matter what. Yes. The Wang family has someone in the trial department, but that person does not hold a high position. At this moment, he does not know that the person arrested by the trial department from Lin Mo's home is not Lin Mo but his adulterer Lu Wei. As a result, after receiving a call from the Wang family, the wrong information was conveyed. Lin Mo was in the trial department. Suddenly, a large number of experts from the Wang family rushed to the trial department. At this time, the trial department called Su Yuan from the Su family. Hello, is this Su Yuan from the Su family? Well, we at the trial department would like to verify whether someone claiming to be Lin Mo had previously approached the Su family and swindled something out of them? Yes, this Lin Mo is being impersonated by someone. The impersonator has evil intentions and has been apprehended by our trial department, but he is now denying his identity. So we would like to ask Ms. Su to help testify against him. The video evidence will be ready soon. Is that convenient for you, Miss Su? Su Yuan was a little confused. She put on her clothes in a daze and started to testify via video. But when she looked at him, she found that the man was not the Lin Mo she knew. Miss Su, take a closer look. Was it him who pretended to be Lin Mo and went to your Su family? Impersonating Lin Mo? Su Yuan was still confused. The person on the other end of the video wasn't Lin Mo? So the Lin Mo she knew was the real one? Was the person in the video trying to impersonate Lin Mo? The trial department has never seen the real Lin Mo, so they are looking for her to verify? Well, that should be it. Thinking of this, Su Yuan couldn't help but nodded. Yes, that's right, he is pretending to be Lin Mo. This misunderstanding has really gotten out of hand. Soon, the phone was hung up, and Su Yuan fell asleep in a daze. On the other hand, in the trial department, the judges sneered at Lu Wei. What else do you have to say now? Su Yuan from the Su family has already said that it was you who pretended to be Lin Mo and went to the Su family. Why are you still trying to make excuses? Come on, you're trying to quibble. I want to see what else you can say. Lu Wei was speechless and unable to defend himself. Yi Lin was suspicious. That's not right, is it? Lin Mo was impersonating me, and Su Yuan was taken away by Lin Mo. The person next to Su Yuan is the real Lin Mo. Of course, she would say that Lu Wei was impersonating Lin Mo, but this doesn't prove that it was Lu Wei who went to the Su family at that time. His logic is correct. However, the judge immediately questioned, impersonating you? What's your name? Whose name did that person give at the time? He calls himself Lin Mo, how can he be impersonating you? The key point is that Su Yuan has already proven that it was Lu Wei who was impersonating Lin Mo. What are you still making a fuss about? Alright, no need to interrogate me. I think you and Lu Wei are in the same group. You must be accomplices of the two murderers. You dared to massacre the trial department, and after being caught, you still dared to create such a mess to confuse the public. I think you are seeking death. Come here, take him away and put him in jail. It couldn't be closed because the Wang family had arrived. Who is Lin Mo? The person who came to the Wang family was a master, and had never seen Lin Mo in person, so he asked as soon as he entered the door. Result. Chapter 33. What does she want to do? The judge subconsciously looked at Lu Wei, who was pretending to be Lin Mo. The masters of the Wang family immediately misunderstood and rushed forward to catch Lu Wei and beat him up to death. The judge tried to stop them, but the leader of the Wang family yelled, "Get out of the way." Do you know what this bastard did? Damn it, he kidnapped our young master. This bastard even castrated our young master and chopped off 10 of his fingers. That son of a bitch must die today. I'll see who dares to stop me. After the roar, the leader took action himself and punched Lu Wei in the abdomen. On the side, several judges gradually came to their senses after being stunned. He also kidnapped young Master Wang? First, they defrauded the Su family, then kidnapped young Master Wang, and then conspired with others to massacre our trial department? You bastard, damn it. Yes, the case has been solved. This is a vicious serial crime targeting both the Wang and Su families as well as our trial department. This Yilin definitely can't escape either, he must be an accomplice. That's right, Yilin must have had a hand in kidnapping young Master Wang. What the hell, Yilin is really confused now, and has no idea what is going on. But the Wang family masters didn't care about that. After listening to the words of several judges, they went straight to Yilin. You're involved too, right? This damn bastard is so brave. Since you are also involved, then die. Die. Roars resounded, and all the masters of the Wang family rushed towards Yilin. Lu Wei is an ordinary person who can only passively take a beating, but Yilin is not like that. As a result, a war broke out immediately. Yilin soon fought with the masters of the Wang family and the battle was hard to distinguish. It's chaos here. In the Shanhaiyuan villa, Qi Meihui, who was in pajamas, asked someone to call the trial department. Then she looked up at Lin Mo in front of her and gradually woke up from her dazed state. Although this is your villa, your territory, it doesn't seem right for you to suddenly break into my room and wake me up by pulling off my quilt. This is an emergency, so I have no choice but to. I really want to kick you in the face. The beautiful woman blared, gritted her teeth, and stepped on Lin Mo's chest. Then, with a strange flash in the depths of her eyes, she said, I was sleeping soundly just now, but you suddenly barged in and disturbed my sweet dream, just to ask me to find someone to call the Judgment Bureau? Lin Mo was stunned, a little confused. No. What else? Do I have another purpose? No, Sister Meihui, please don't misunderstand me. Don't think of me in that way. I'm really not that kind of person. Didn't you? Qi Meihui interrupted. Forgot last night? First you let us surround you, then when we were all exhausted and sweating, you used the sweet wine to lure us into taking a bath with you. What are you thinking? Humph, it's obvious that you have ulterior motives. Do you really want me to expose you? You dare to make me sweat profusely and let me perform a wet seduction for you? You, Lin Mo, are really the first one. You bastard are really bold. Faced with this, Lin Mo felt extremely wronged. Oh my god, I'm so wronged. Sister Meihui, how could you think of me like this? That's pure nectar, absolutely delicious, so I wanted to share it with everyone. But I only have one bottle, so I have to pour it into the bathtub and invite everyone to bathe together. Besides, you're all wearing clothes, just here to enjoy the nourishment of the nectar. You can't say I'm trying to take advantage of you, right? It seems that it is indeed what he said. But who is Qi Meihui? She is a lady from a noble family in the capital. Could it be so easy for Lin Mo to fool her? Suddenly, Qi Meihui raised her leg and stepped on Lin Mo's face. Since you don't want to take advantage, I guess that's fine, right? Anyway, I was woken up by you, and now I can't fall asleep, so don't even think about leaving like this. Come on, I'll give you a chance. You were Wang Haoluan's henchman before, so he must have scolded you a lot, right? Do you want revenge? Do you dare to vent your resentment towards him on me, huh? Lin Mo was a little confused. What does Qi Meihui want to do? Are you teasing him? I'm afraid not. This mature and beautiful woman seemed to be serious, because she found that Lin Mo was really not simple at all. He not only knows the Zhou family's lost martial arts, but also owns a villa in Shanghai Garden, and he also has the essence cleansing pill and the jade dew on him. What do all these factors mean? Didn't he say that he was the disciple of Zheng Tianzhi of Longhu Mountain? Qi Meihui didn't quite believe it at first, but now she really believes it. Now that she believed it, she would keep pestering him. After all, he is the direct disciple of Zheng Tianchi of Longhu Mountain. What kind of identity does that mean? Who wouldn't want to have something to do with it? It is said that when Zheng Tianchi was being hunted down because of the 13 pages of the Heavenly Book, he had already reached the peak of the 7th level martial saint realm. Now that so many years have passed, he should have broken through and become an 8th rank martial god, right? The 8th level martial god. The 7th level martial saint and the 8th level martial god. It is rumored in the martial arts world that these are the top powers that only the 8 major families in the capital can possess. But rumors are just rumors after all. In fact, there is no martial god in the 8 major families. Like the Qi family behind Qi Meihui, the strongest ancestor is only at the mid-stage of the 7th level martial saint realm. Moreover, this ancestor has been in seclusion for many years. Qi Meihui has never seen this ancestor since she was born. Who knows if this strongest ancestor who only exists in family legends is still alive? The situation is similar for the Qi family, and the other 7 great families are in almost the same situation. In any case, it is impossible for an 8th level martial god to be in charge. Even among the 7 great families, there might be some who don't even have a 7th rank martial saint. Who knows? They are all bluffing and boasting, and they are praising themselves to the sky, whether they are real or not. How could Qi Meihui not know what the actual situation was? So now, if she could really make friends with the direct disciple of Zheng Tianchi of Longhu Mountain, wouldn't she be equivalent to having the support of an 8th level martial god in the future? Even though Zheng Tianchi has not been able to break through the shackles and advance to the 8th level martial god for so many years, he is still at the peak of the 7th level martial saint. He is still much stronger than the strongest ancestor of the Qi family who only exists in rumors. So now, Lin Mo half-heartedly gave in, and she unknowingly pressed her whole body against Lin Mo's arms. She kept teasing, "Come on, Wang Haoluan scolded you before, now you come to torture me, don't you want it?" Chapter 34, Cut the Gordian Knot. Lin Mo felt helpless. He really had never thought about what to do with Wang Haoluan's sexy mother. But why did Qi Meihui actually seduce him? Even openly asking for abuse? How should he deal with this? No, Sister Meihui, please be more reserved and respect yourself. I'm really not that kind of person. Don't be like this, Sister Meihui, this is not good. No matter whether it is good or bad, Qi Meihui has already blocked Lin Mo's mouth with her red lips. Crazy kiss request. At this time, in the Wang family, Wang Haoluan, who had been castrated and had 10 fingers chopped off, was screaming like a madman. I want him dead. That bastard Lin Mo must die. And Zhou Shui, this bitch must die too. I want them all dead. No, death is too easy for them. I want. What do you want? Suddenly, Wang Jingwei's voice sounded. Outside the door, Wang Jingwei strode in, glaring angrily, his voice extremely harsh. Isn't it all your fault? If you hadn't messed with Zhou Shui, how would all this have happened? You bastard, Zhou Shui is your stepmother, how dare you mess with your stepmother? You son of a bitch, Wang Haoluan, are you still human? You caused this trouble yourself, and you dare to turn the tables and ask the Zhou family for 5 billion? Now, Zhou Shui's revenge has severely damaged the entire Wang family's vitality and brought shame to us. Are you fucking satisfied? Are you happy? I really want to kill you. Wang Jingwei was definitely not joking when he said this. You have to know that the total assets of the Wang family are only 40 to 50 billion, but because of Wang Haoluan, they paid a ransom of 30 billion? Ha, most of the family property is gone. The key point is that even after paying the ransom, the person was not saved. Wang Haoluan was not only castrated but also had 10 fingers chopped off. He is completely disabled. And Wang Jingwei was forced to eat that thing. How could Wang Jingwei not be furious at such a great humiliation? Now Wang Jingwei's mental state is even crazier and more crazy than Wang Haoluan's. He really wanted to beat Wang Haoluan, this useless guy, to death. If beating Wang Haoluan to death wasn't useless, Wang Jingwei would really do it. Right now, the most important thing is to seek revenge on Lin Mo and Zhou Shui. Unexpectedly, at this time, his subordinates called from the trial department. Wang Jingwei couldn't help but get angry after hearing just 2 words, what the hell? Are you mistaken? Isn't that Lin Mo in the judgment department? He's almost been beaten to death? It's not Lin Mo, what's the point of beating him to death? Where's Lin Mo? How could you be mistaken? Didn't you fucking tell me that Lin Mo was in the trial department? Huh, they made a mistake? The judgment department made a mistake at the beginning? So that's why your information is wrong? You're telling me the intelligence is wrong at this fucking moment? Hurry up and find Lin Mo. What the hell is the point of me raising you guys? What are you all doing for a living? The roar resounded, and Wang Jingwei was so angry that he smashed his phone. Bang! With a loud bang, the phone shattered into pieces. Wang Jingwei suddenly raised his leg and kicked Wang Holowen. There was another loud bang, and Wang Holowen was kicked out and hit the wall. It's all your fault, you bastard. Now this is a mess. How do you expect me to clean up the mess? Why did I give birth to a thing like you? Wang Holowen, tell me who you are. You are a piece of crap, a piece of trash. You are worse than a dog. You bastard. Wang Jingwei was so angry that he just said whatever he wanted. Correspondingly, everything went well for Lin Mo. Just as he was sweating profusely, the system voice rang. Ding, it's detected that the villain Wang Holowen's fate has been frustrated, and his will has suffered a 100,000 point critical hit. Congratulations to the host, your replacement progress has increased by 15%. Current replacement progress is 25%. Reward, 3 Essence Cleansing Pills, 3 Nectar and Jade Dew, 30 million gold coins. Start the main mission 2, kill Zhang Xiao of the Wang family. Quest rewards, 5 Essence Cleansing Pills, 5 Jade Dews, Tianshan Secret Skill, 6 Meridian's Divine Sword. Holy shit? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword is here? He already has the Lingbo Weibu, and now with the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword, he will be able to take off, right? Okay, that's how it's done, right? Okay, that's great. Lin Mo is really motivated now. Killing Zhang Xiao of the Wang family was originally the main storyline of the destined protagonist Yi Lin, but now it has come to Lin Mo. Obviously, he was not only gradually replacing Wang Holowen, but also quietly plundering Yi Lin's luck and fortune. Cool. He was indeed feeling quite happy at the moment, but in the trial division, Lu Wei was already dying, half dead and barely breathing. Yi Lin had also been badly injured in the fight with the Wang family masters just now. He was now arguing through gritted teeth, I told you this was a misunderstanding a long time ago, why didn't you listen? Now you blame me? The Wang family glared at the people from the judgment department fiercely, that bastard isn't Lin Mo, why didn't you say so earlier? If he's not Lin Mo, why did you capture him? And you captured him from Lin Mo's house? How could you get this wrong? The person from the trial department frowned and retorted, who the hell knows that? He was having sex with Lin Mo's wife in Lin Mo's house. How could we think that he was the adulterer and not Lin Mo himself? Besides, are you sure it was Lin Mo who kidnapped Wang Holowen? Is it possible that it was Lu Wei who impersonated Lin Mo and did it? Our trial division has already determined that Lu Wei and Yi Lin were colluding. Lu Wei pretended to be Lin Mo and went to the Su family, while Yi Lin went to your Wang family to cause trouble. Then, together, they rescued the 2 murderers who massacred the trial division, and after they were arrested, they framed Lin Mo. Isn't that Wang Holowen they kidnapped? And Lin Mo has Qi Meihui from the Qi family as a witness. Qi Meihui is Wang Holowen's biological mother. Could she join Lin Mo in kidnapping her own son? How could that make sense? It is indeed unreasonable. So all the masters of the Wang family were also confused, and they couldn't help but wonder, could it be that they are really wrong? In fact, it wasn't that Lin Mo who kidnapped the young master? But this Lu Wei and Yi Lin conspired to kidnap and frame someone? It's such a mess. It's such a mess that I can't figure out. Never mind, let us just cut the Gordian knot and kill Lu Wei first. Without any evidence, we can firmly establish that it was he who pretended to be Lin Mo to cause trouble. This way, there will be no chaos and they can get their job done. Well, that works. These people in the Wang family are all thugs. They make a living by force rather than brains. When faced with something like this, the best way is naturally to cut the Gordian knot. As long as you can get the job done, why bother with so many things? After all, they are not detectives, let alone super detectives. They only make so little money a month, so why should they use their brains? Chapter 35, Replacing the Original Owner and Teaching the Original Owner's Wife a Lesson. The thugs of the Wang family don't like to use their brains, but Lin Mo on the other side started to use his brain after a period of intense exercise. Because when he was sitting there sweating and panting, taking a cigarette break, he suddenly received a message on his cell phone. It was sent by Tang Li, the wife of the previous owner of this body, Lin Mo. It doesn't matter what Tang Li posted. The key is that Lin Mo clicked into Tang Li's photo album and thought about it carefully. Suddenly, he realized his previous owner's wife Tang Li is quite pretty. She has a 38D figure with a curvy figure, good looks, and a great figure, absolutely a top-notch beauty. Although she cannot be compared with Zhou Shuyi and Shi Meihui, who was sweating profusely at the moment, but if it were before he traveled through time, would Tang Li really be considered a goddess? No matter what, we can't just leave Tang Li alone. After all, he traveled through the book to replace the identity of the original owner, Lin Mo. So in name, isn't Tang Li his legitimate wife? How can he just ignore it? You must control it strictly. He's going back now. Soon, Lin Mo left the Shanhaiyuan villa and drove to a residential building following the original owner's memory. After a while, Lin Mo went upstairs and opened the door. The door was open and the key worked. It matched. Lin Mo, where the hell have you been? Tang Li walked quickly into the living room, her long black stockings adorned under her miniskirt. She glared at him and started scolding him. Do you know what's going on? The court of justice mistakenly arrested your good brother Lu Wei for you. What on earth did you do out there? You didn't reply to the text messages or answer the phone calls. Lin Mo, are you trying to turn the world upside down? Are you trying to rebel? Now, hurry up and go to the trial department to get Lu Wei released on bail. Pa! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and Lin Mo slapped Tang Li in the face. In an instant, Tang Li was stunned. At this time, Lin Mo grabbed her neck again and sneered, Who wants to turn the world upside down? Who wants to rebel? I gave you face, do you really think you are a thing? You're the one who's rebelling against me, right? I gave you 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, bought you a car and a house, and they were all in your name. In the past 2 years, you haven't worked a single day or earned a single gold coin. It's all thanks to me working like a slave for Wang Haoluan to support you. So you ended up cuckolding me, bitch? And the adulterer is Lu Wei? What the hell were you talking about just now? Who is my good brother? Ha? According to the original text, Lu Wei is indeed Lin Mo's good brother. In fact, the Lin Mo in the original text was killed by Lu Wei. Lin Mo traveled through the book and replaced the original owner with the same name and surname. He had been busy with other things before and had forgotten about the matter in the original owner's family. If he remembered correctly, in the original plot, Tang Li later got together with Wang Haoluan? What a bitch! Thinking of this, Lin Mo slapped Tang Li in the face again. I'll let you cheat, I'll let you cheat, I'll let you rebel, I'll let you act arrogantly in front of me. I eat my food, I drink my drink, I live in my house. Everything you have is given by me, and you still dare to yell at me and cuckold me? I can't kill you today. It is definitely unrealistic to kill her. After all, Lin Mo is not the kind of person who would destroy a beautiful woman with a ruthless hand. To put it bluntly, he was an imposter who had traveled through the book to replace the original owner. Whether Tang Li cheated on him or not had nothing to do with him. He was just playing along, taking the opportunity to give Tang Li a good beating. He didn't kill her, but after more than half an hour, he did leave her half dead. There's no other way, he has to make the fake real to hide the fact that he is not the original owner. Only in this way can Tang Li learn her lesson and be completely conquered. After all, she is his wife in name only. He doesn't care what she did in the past, but he can't let her continue to be a promiscuous person in the future, right? So he had no choice but to do this. Fortunately, the effect is good. With his immense strength now at the peak of the second stage, he actually conquered Tang Li in one fell swoop. From then on, Tang Li no longer dared to mess around in private, and of course, she no longer needed to. Hubby. At noon, Tang Li recovered from her half-dead state, changed her clothes, and came to Lin Mo, fearful and apprehensive. Hubby, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. I promise to obey you in everything from now on. You are my heaven, and whatever you say is what it is. Please give me a chance to reform, okay? Pa. Lin Mo casually slapped her tight shorts and gave her an order. Kneel down, crawl around the room like a dog with your legs raised high and your hands bent low. Lin Mo is not a pushover, so you can't be polite to a woman like this. The original owner was too polite and obeyed Tang Li in everything like a dead licker. As a result, what kind of person did Tang Li become? Now that Lin Mo has replaced the original owner, can he still spoil her? Must be strictly disciplined. In a blink of an eye, Tang Lishan knelt down, crawled low, and raised her head high as he said, and crawled around the house like a dog. When Tang Li crawled to Lin Mo again, Lin Mo reached out and pinched her chin and said, "Come on, give me all the contact information of your best friends now. You seem to have an aunt, right? Give me her contact information as well. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what I said? Are you looking for a fight?" Tang Li was terrified, but she had to do as she was told even though she was reluctant. Soon, Tang Li followed Lin Mo out again. Black silk suspender crotchless stockings, tight hip-hugging miniskirt, and navel-bearing, backless, and super low-cut dress. Lin Mo didn't care whether she would be exposed or not. After all, he was not the original owner. He just replaced the original owner and inherited this nominal wife. Could he really still treat Tang Li as his wife? It's just a disposable tool. A woman like her who can get involved with the original owner's brothers doesn't deserve to be treated well. To put it bluntly, it was already very good that Lin Mo could keep her alive. And treat her well? Does she deserve it? However, in fact, Tang Li should be considered to be treated well. After all, they were both adulterers. Her adulterer Lu Wei had his hands and feet broken, and all his nails and teeth had been pulled out. It can be said that he is even worse off than Wang Haoluan. In contrast, Tang Li was just severely beaten up by Lin Mo, and for her, it probably couldn't be considered a beating. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a repair or even a reward. Chapter 36, If I can conquer you, I can kill him. Of course, this is not the key point. The key point now is that Tang Li followed Lin Mo into a luxury car, and was then taken to the big villa in Shanhaiyuan by Lin Mo. She had finally made it. Although she would have to obey Lin Mo's orders in the future, and wouldn't dare to say anything when Lin Mo said one thing, wouldn't dare to lie down when he asked her to kneel, and wouldn't dare to go bare-legged when he asked her to wear stockings, but regardless, things are clearly getting better. Driving a luxury car, living in a villa, and suddenly achieving a class leap, isn't this a good thing for her? Compared to these, is anything else more important? The Lin Mo in the past was too weak to subdue her, but now, although this Lin Mo is a fake who came from a book, he is very powerful, enough to easily control her, Tang Li, and manipulate her at will. Brother Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo had just arrived upstairs when Su Yuan came up to him quickly with her long, white legs. She smiled and said, "Where have you been? You didn't reply to my messages or answer my calls. What are you busy with?" "Pa." Lin Mo slapped Tang Li's plump buttocks fiercely, then said to Su Yuan, "I'm being cheated on, right? You should have heard about it, so I went home and brought this bitch here." Hearing this, Su Yuan stared at Tang Li for a few seconds, then glanced back and forth between Tang Li and Lin Mo, smiling. "Looks like you've already given that guy a good beating?" Lin Mo was curious, "How did you figure that out?" "Just look at her knees, they're still bruised." Su Yuan replied softly. Lin Mo glanced at Tang Li's bruised knees and explained, Yuan, don't misunderstand me. I told her to kneel down and be punished according to the family rules." "I know." Su Yuan gave him an "I understand" look, then raised the corners of her mouth in a mysterious smile, and said meaningfully, "Isn't it just kneeling? Otherwise, how could your knees be bruised?" Lin Mo was speechless for a moment. It seemed like he was making things worse. Forget it, why should he explain such a thing? A real man never explains. Su Yuan didn't want to hear his explanation because she had something to ask him. Serious business. "Brother Lin Mo, this morning when I was half asleep, the tribunal called me and said someone seemed to be impersonating you. They even asked me to testify against you. I was half asleep at the time, and half consciously I blurted out that person was impersonating you, and then I fell back to sleep. But after I woke up and thought about it carefully, I felt something seemed a little off." "Oh?" Lin Mo asked, "What's wrong?" Su Yuan took 2 steps forward with her long legs, staring closely into Lin Mo's eyes from a close distance. Her tone became meaningful again. "At first, I didn't know what was wrong, until I opened the message my parents sent me on my phone. Guess what they said? They said you weren't a disciple of Master Zhang Tianshi from Mount Longhu at all, that you were an imposter, and that the disciple of Master Zhang Tianshi from Mount Longhu was actually called Yi Lin. Then I called the trial department and asked about it. They told me that someone pretended to be Lin Mo and went to our Su family. They also said that someone named Yi Lin said that it was Lin Mo pretending to be Yi Lin. It's a complete mess. The Inquisition told me to stop getting involved because even they can't quite figure it out. However, after thinking about it for a while, I think I figured it out." She did figure it out. Lin Mo also knew that she should have really figured it out, but Lin Mo said, "What a mess. What are you talking about? Who pretended to be me and went to your house? And who was I pretending to be? Don't listen to what others say. Society is in chaos right now. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Some people like to deceive big-breasted and brainless girls like you. Who are you calling big-breasted and brainless?" Su Yuan glared angrily. Lin Mo lowered his head and explained, "Well, I'm praising you, can't you hear it?" Poof. Su Yuan walked to the side and sat down, lifting her eye-catching long legs and said, "That Yilin is the disciple of Longhu Mountain, and you are not at all. But considering that you helped me out and helped me get rid of my family, I won't hold it against you. After all, those things have nothing to do with me, why should I care so much? That way we're even, huh?" "Evened?" Lin Mo walked over and sat down next to Su Yuan. While taking off her high heels and massaging her feet, he asked, "What do you mean evened?" Chapter 37, With your help, I can ascend to the 3rd level of martial spirit. Are you going to leave me? What else? Su Yuan asked casually. Lin Mo lowered his head, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "Where are you going? Why don't you just follow me? Why do you care if I'm a disciple of Master Zheng Tianchi from Mount Longhu? As long as I'm capable enough, isn't that enough? You are very capable and charming. For example, didn't the essence cleansing pill and the jade dew I gave you last night greatly increase your strength? Where can you find a man as good as me? Isn't that right?" Su Yuan was speechless. How could anyone praise herself like he did? Could it be more shameless? But I have to say that she did improve a lot last night thanks to the effect of the essence cleansing and marrow eliminating pill. This kind of opportunity is indeed rare, so, thinking of this, she really couldn't bear to leave this guy. After all, is it really as he said? Does it matter to her, Su Yuan, whether he is a disciple of Zheng Tianchi of Longhu Mountain? Isn't it enough as long as she can gain great benefits by staying with him? Just as Su Yuan was thinking of this, the sound of high heels was heard. Zhou Shui walked over with her long legs covered in black stockings under her hip-hugging miniskirt. She glanced at Tang Li and then at Lin Mo, saying quietly, "Where did you get another one? Can your tiny body handle it? Are you not afraid of ruining yourself by overindulgence?" Lin Mo was confused. What on earth is she talking about? What do you mean by his insignificant ability? Didn't his ability conquer Zhou Shui? Did she forget the time when she cried and begged for mercy? It seems that he has to find an opportunity to beat her up again, just like he did to Tang Li before, leaving no room for retreat and killing her directly. By then, Zhou Shui will be obedient. But right now, he has something important to do. It's time to go to Zhou Shui's Qingshan Villa. Judging from the time, the people from the Wang family should have arrived by now. The leader must be Zhang Xiao. So now Lin Mo has to complete his main task to killing Zhang Xiao. Can you do it? Zhou Shui frowned when she heard that he was going to kill Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao is a 3rd-level warrior, and he has many masters under his command. Can you kill him? Lin Mo replied immediately, "I can even conquer you, but I can't kill Zhang Xiao?" Zhou Shui really didn't expect Lin Mo to suddenly say this. It wasn't until Lin Mo left that she realized, when had this bastard ever conquered her? How could she have conquered him? Who conquered whom? This bastard. Just wait for me, Lin Mo. When you come back, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. If Tang Li and Su Yuan weren't still there, Zhou Shui would have blurted out these words. On the other hand, the Zhou family, their father Zhou Tianzheng, is really unscrupulous. He says whatever he wants and doesn't care about anything else. Because Wang Haoluan was let go by Zhou Shuyang. Now Zhou Tianzheng has brought Zhou Shuyang, the rebellious son, back to the Zhou family. He is furious and is punishing him according to the family rules. You bastard, you're such a traitor. I really raised you for nothing. Zhou Shuyang, do you really not know your own last name? Do you think that Wang Haoluan will look up to you just because you're a dog for him? You're a hopeless piece of shit, who do you think you are? Fuck, Wang Haoluan's already in that state, and you still dare to let him go? Zhou Shuyang, what the hell do you want to do? Have you grown a brain yet? Did I abandon you and raise the placenta? Any monkey that escaped from the lab is damn smarter than you. You bastard, it's fine if you're useless, but you're also just making things worse? Do you really think your life is too long? Are you afraid that my Zhou family won't be wiped out by the Wang family? A roar resounded, and Zhou Tianzhang, furious, suddenly took action, exerting his internal energy and slapping Zhou Shuyang away with a single blow. Then he rushed forward again, and stepped on Zhou Shuyang's chest the moment he landed, with murderous intent. I really want to kill you. What's the point of having a loser like you who can't do anything good but only causes trouble? As long as you are in this Zhou family will be finished sooner or later. Instead of waiting for you to destroy the Zhou family, I might as well destroy you now. Having said that, Zhou Tianjing couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, he is my own son, how could I really kill him? No matter how much you hate someone for not living up to their expectations, it is difficult to be cruel. But at this time in Zhou Shuyi's Qingshan villa, Lin Mo was different. The Wang family had already surrounded this place with 3 layers of defense inside and outside. There were many experts, hundreds of people, and the battle was grand and impressive. Lin Mo didn't waste any words and started fighting as soon as he arrived. He used the effect of Sanglong Jin to absorb the true energy as long as he was beaten to let these hundreds of people help him improve his cultivation. At the same time, he let go and used the 2 unique skills rewarded by the system, Tianshan Jimei Han and Tianshan Luyan Palm, to start a killing spree. Not only can you kill to your heart's content, but you can also continuously increase your true energy and improve your cultivation. Where can you find such a good opportunity? He was so reluctant to use Lingbo Weibu that he was afraid that he would be too powerful. If he killed hundreds of people from the Wang family in a few moves, how could he absorb the true energy? Just like this morning when he fucked her so hard, it was so intense that Chi Mei lost control after just a few strokes. Now the hundreds of people in the Wang family can't be extinguished so quickly, so he has to take it slowly, and it's just right not to use the Lingbo Weibu. Upstairs, Zhang Xiao stood at the window, with his hands behind his back, watching hundreds of people below besieging Lin Mo, and gradually frowned. Level 2 peak? No wonder he dared to come to me. But how could he be promoted so quickly? Wasn't he in the middle stage of the second stage before? From the middle stage to the late stage, then to the extreme late stage, and then to the peak stage. This kid got promoted several times in such a short time? Impossible, how on earth did he do that? Ha! He's using a new move now? How come I've never seen it before? Ha! Lin Mo is now using the Tianshan Jimei Hand and the Tianshan Luyan Palm, both of which are Tianshan's unique skills, and are never passed on to outsiders, so where can Zhang Xiao go to see him? Not to mention seeing them, even Zhang Xiao had never heard of them, and had no idea of the existence of these 2 Tianshan unique skills. At the same time, Zhang Xiao naturally didn't know the power of these 2 Tianshan unique skills. At this moment, Lin Mo was being attacked madly. It seemed that he was being beaten everywhere, but in fact, whether it was Tianshan Jimei Hand or Tianshan Luyan Palm, he was holding back and did not exert their full power at all. After all, even if he holds back his strength, it's almost like he can kill one person with one palm. If he really uses all his strength, wouldn't the battle be over soon? How is that possible? He is having a great time now. He is being beaten all the time, but it doesn't hurt at all. Instead, he can feel the true energy in his body growing. How great is that? You must fight as long as possible. He even slowly stopped fighting back, fearing that the other party would die too quickly. Even if he fought back, he would only target those who were lazy and pretending to do something. I'll let you slack off. If you're going to fight, you should fight well. How can you be lazy? Can you have some professional ethics? Do you really think such a high salary is for free? What Lin Mo was muttering in his heart was really not wrong. Although the Wang family was not a good family, they were rich. Therefore, the people in the Wang family really had high salaries. This is also the fundamental reason why the original owner of Lin Mo's current body, although he was a Sanda champion in a martial arts school, was willing to be a follower under Wang Haoluan. The martial arts school Sanda champion, this title is quite valuable even in this high-tech urban world. If not, how could the original owner Lin Mo marry such a beautiful, sexy and coquettish girl like Tang Li? But then again, the original owner probably became Wang Haoluan's follower just to make money because he married Tang Li, right? Ha, the dead liquor will end up with nothing. Can a bottomless pit like Tang Li be fed with money? The original owner was so good to her, but she still got involved with the original owner's brother Lu Wei? Not only did she cuckold the original owner, but she also conspired with the adulterer to kill the original owner in the original plot, and then seduced Wang Haoluan. Now, Lin Mo came through the book and replaced the original owner. He worked hard to create a miracle and completely conquered Tang Li in one go. Will Tang Li dare to say no to him in the future? Unless you deserve to be punished, I will deliberately use provocation. Oh my god. Suddenly, Lin Mo was distracted and got hit hard. It really hurt. But it's okay, that's it. After all, he has used the cleansing bones and strengthening marrow pill several times, and has been reborn several times. His bones are so hard and his physique is so strong that it is far beyond the reach of people at the same level. Now that he is at the peak of the second level, he is comparable to the middle stage of the third level, or even better. Moreover, he had been beaten for a long time without realizing it, and the true energy in his body continued to expand. He clearly felt a sign of breaking through and ascending to a higher level. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon be able to successfully advance to a third-level martial spirit. Chapter 38 All your things are mine. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen soon. That is for the destined protagonist. Lin Mo is not the destined protagonist. Now he is not even the villain, so what accidents can there be? Just a few minutes later, he successfully broke through and was promoted to the third-level martial spirit. In an instant, all physical strength and energy are restored, and the blood is full and the condition is full. And it is full of unprecedented sense of power. This is the feeling of a third-level martial spirit. Lin Mo muttered to himself. When he was besieged, he refused to fight back and let those people from the Wang family attack him at will. It doesn't matter if they use fists, kicks, sticks, or even knives, as long as they don't hit his vitals directly. As long as they don't kill him with one blow, he doesn't bother to care now. Just take the beating. The harder he gets beaten, the more true energy he can absorb, and the faster his strength will increase. He even felt that those people weren't beating him hard enough, and couldn't help but yell, "Haven't you all eaten yet? You don't even have the energy to beat people, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a member of the Wang family? Is this all your Wang family is capable of? You're all useless trash. Every single one of you is useless trash. Can't you hear me when I tell you to try harder?" While shouting, Lin Mo caught a lazy person nearby and punched him hard, knocking him away instantly. It's ruined in an instant. Did you see that? Was I demonstrating it clearly enough? Did you all understand? You have to hit someone like me. That's called fighting. Do you think this is a joke? Let's see how useless you are. With the strength you have, you can't even feel any pain when you hit me. Can you satisfy your wives? No, none of you can do this. Damn, are you all being cuckolded by your girlfriends, wives, or something? Can you give me some help? Can you help your Wang family win some honor? Lin Mo's shouts resounded, one sentence after another. They were not really harmful, but extremely insulting. Even Zhang Xiao upstairs couldn't help but want to go on stage himself. But Zhang Xiao held back, because he suddenly realized this bastard Lin Mo seemed to have become stronger than before. There is actually a sign of breaking through and advancing to a higher level. Breaking through the realm and advancing to the third level, he has advanced to the third level of martial spirit? How is this possible? This is impossible. How on earth did he do it? Who the hell is this bastard? What the hell is he hiding? Before he knew it, Zhang Zhao's brows were furrowed and his face looked extremely gloomy. Obviously, he was unwilling to admit that Lin Mo had advanced again, but in the face of facts, what was the use of not admitting it? No matter what, this boy must not be allowed to stay, otherwise he will become a serious problem in the future. What Zhang Xiao said was clearly nonsense. He spoke as if he originally wanted to spare Lin Mo's life. Last time he wanted to kill Lin Mo. If Zhou Tianzhang had not arrived in time with the elite members of the entire clan, Lin Mo would have been finished. And now, it would be harder than climbing to heaven for Zhang Xiao to kill Lin Mo. You have to know that Lin Mo had just been promoted to the second level, and he only had that Sanglong power, but he managed to withstand 3 palms from Zhang Xiao and survived. Now Lin Mo has reached the third level, and has acquired the 3 Tianshan unique skills, Tianshan 6 Young Palm, Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand and Lingbo Weibu. Moreover, he has been reborn many times after taking the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill, and his physique is far superior to that of people at the same level. Therefore, based on his current comprehensive combat power, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is comparable to a 4th level martial arts master. It's just that he keeps a low profile and is still being beaten, and he hardly fights back. At most, I would occasionally teach those who were lazy and unwilling to work a lesson. As a result, unknowingly, under the crazy siege of hundreds of people from the Wang family, Lin Mo was promoted again and became the middle stage of the third level martial spirit realm. Cool. Shouting in his heart, Lin Mo couldn't help but yell again, "Everyone, use some fucking strength, don't you have the strength to hit me? Can you show some skills? How could the Wang family support a bunch of losers like you? With so many people surrounding me, I still can't take one down after a while. What's going on? They're all just paper tigers. It seems the Wang family is only capable of this. Hey, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, you old man, are you still standing there watching the show? How long are you going to watch? Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? Why don't you hurry up and go on stage yourself? Hurry up, old man. Stop wasting time. Are these people under you really useless? Or do you, an old fool, have a little strength to fight? Get off here right now. Do you hear me? As Lin Mo's shout resounded, many people in the Wang family were stunned. Especially those thugs who had been attacking for a long time but failed to take the city and ended up exhausting themselves. No, they are not just thugs, they are all real elite members of the Wang family and masters. So many masters besieged Lin Mo but were unable to defeat him for a long time. It was not because they were too weak, but because Lin Mo was too strong. Chapter 39, Killing people and destroying their hearts, angering them to death without compensation. Ridiculously strong. His skin is so thick and tough that he seems invulnerable to swords and guns. It can even be said that it has bones of steel, otherwise how can it have such abnormal defensive power? In any case, after hearing Lin Mo's shout, these people were really confused. They were shocked and angry. The bastard is courting death. Does he really think he's a match for Uncle Zhang? That's right. Uncle Zhang will definitely kill him with one move. Does he really think he's that important? This bastard doesn't know his place. I want to see how he dies. Uncle Zhang, why haven't you taken action yet? What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and kill this bastard. Yeah, isn't it time for Mr. Zhang to take action? What are you waiting for? In fact, Zhang Xiao was about to take direct action, but he saw from afar upstairs that someone from the Wang family had come again. Wang Jingwei is here. At this moment, a convoy of luxury cars stopped outside the villa gate. Except for the old man, all the senior members and elite members of the Wang family are here. Soon, a large group of people, led by Wang Jingwei, rushed into the villa in a menacing manner. Everyone around Lin Mo stopped and made way for him. Zhang Xiao had also come down from upstairs and walked quickly to Wang Jingwei. Ha! Lin Mo smiled, strode forward, and shouted directly at Wang Jingwei, "I've crippled your son, your wife Zhou Shuyi is already mine, and even your ex-wife Qi Meiwei has already slept with me. And you, a useless thing, are just here now? How dare you?" Zhang Xiao was furious and shouted, "Lin Mo, how dare you speak to the head of the family like that? Don't forget that your employment file is still in the Wang family. You are still a member of the Wang family. It's a ball." Lin Mo interrupted casually, "Can the Wang family, a mere Buddha, accommodate a Buddha like me?" Zhou Shuyi and Qi Meiwei both praised my immense abilities, saying they wanted to bear me children and become members of my Lin family. How dare you, a mere ragtag Wang family, speak so shamelessly in front of me? Damn it! Wang Jingwei instantly exploded with rage, roaring furiously, "Kill him for me. I want him dead." Death? Zhang Xiao really wanted to kill Lin Mo quickly, but at this moment, Wang Jingwei's phone rang. Qi Meiwei called. As soon as the call was connected, Qi Meiwei said straight to the point, "Wang Jingwei, Lin Mo is mine now. If you dare to touch him, I will destroy your entire Wang family." In an instant, Wang Jingwei's heart was shocked and his face froze. Just now, Lin Mo said that Qi Meiwei had already slept with him, and Wang Jingwei thought that this bastard was talking nonsense and deliberately provoking him. But now, what does Qi Meiwei mean? What do you mean? Lin Mo is hers now? When Wang Jingwei finally recovered and asked Qi Meiwei this question, Qi Meiwei replied without thinking, "Is it difficult to understand? Lin Mo is young, handsome, and energetic. He's a promising young man, smart, and capable. I like him very much. We've been together the past 2 days. He's my man now. Wang Jingwei, do you understand? You shouldn't be misunderstanding, right? Since you understand, Wang Jingwei, why don't you try to move him? He. In this capital, who the hell dares to touch Qi Meiwei's man? Just like back then, who dared to touch Wang Jingwei? Back then, the Qi family personally took action but failed to kill Wang Jingwei. Qi Meiwei risked having her legs broken to save Wang Jingwei. Now, the Chi family is more powerful than before, and Chi Meihui's sister Chi Meiru was already in power in the Chi family, so what is the value of Chi Meihui's man? Who dares to move? At least Wang Jingwei would never dare to do that. However, Wang Jingwei gritted his teeth and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Chi Meihui, what nonsense are you talking about? You and Lin Mo? How is that possible? Are you deliberately trying to piss me off? I know you're definitely trying to provoke me, but don't joke about this kind of thing. Who's kidding you? Chi Meihui interrupted coldly, do you think I'm joking? Wang Jingwei, listen to me carefully. Lin Mo is my man now. Besides, maybe in a few days I will be pregnant with his child. I will give birth to the child then. Wang Jingwei, do you understand? He understood what he heard, but Wang Jingwei couldn't accept it. Although he and his ex-wife Chi Meihui had divorced a long time ago, and Chi Meihui no longer took him seriously, Chi Meihui has never remarried in the past few years, so Wang Jingwei has always wanted to get back together with her. After all, his son Wang Haoluan is the inseparable bond between him and Chi Meihui, so reconciliation is entirely possible. But now, Chi Meihui is actually involved with Lin Mo? And Lin Mo was originally just a small follower under Wang Haoluan? How the hell could Wang Jingwei accept this? But what if he can't accept it? Anyway, at this moment, Chi Meihui was warning on the other end of the phone, remember, if you dare to touch my man, I will wipe out your entire Wang family. If you don't believe me, just try it. Try it? Does Wang Jingwei dare? Chi Meihui has already hung up the phone. What does Wang Jingwei dare to do to Lin Mo? Lin Mo was still sarcastically saying, I told you that your wife and ex-wife are already mine, and you still don't believe me. Now your ex-wife has called me personally, why don't you believe it? Then try to move me? Come and hit me, Wang Jingwei, you bastard, quickly get your men to beat me up, hurry up and stop wasting time. If you don't dare, then you're not a fucking man. Lin Mo, shut the fuck up. Zhang Xiao roared, then turned to look at Wang Jingwei. Obviously, he would not dare to take action against Lin Mo until Wang Jingwei nodded in agreement. But does Wang Jingwei dare to nod? With just this nod, will so many people in the Wang family still be alive? The Wang family is willing to bring down the Zhou family easily, but it is even easier for Chi Meihui to bring down the Wang family without any effort at all. Therefore, now, no matter how much Wang Jingwei wants to tear Lin Mo into pieces, he has to endure it. Just at this moment, someone came over pushing Wang Haoluan in a wheelchair. As soon as Wang Haoluan arrived, he shouted, Dad, why are you still standing there? Kill him. This bastard must die today. I can't sleep until he dies. If you can't sleep, then don't fucking sleep. Wang Jingwei suddenly turned his head and yelled at Wang Haoluan. In an instant, Wang Haoluan was stunned. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, did you hear that? Your dad told you not to sleep, Wang Haoluan, why are you still blabbering? Look at how pathetic you are now, and you're still sitting in a wheelchair? Can you even stand up with your lower body? Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about your legs, not the thing that was castrated and eaten by your father. Lin Mo. Wang Jingwei roared wildly, his temper flaming out of control. Don't go too far, you F-King bully. It was true that he lost control of his emotions, but it was also true that Wang Jingwei didn't dare to do anything to Lin Mo. Therefore, even if he was almost mad, he could only yell. But how could he shout louder than Lin Mo? Don't look at Wang Jingwei's loud voice, but Lin Mo's insults were extremely strong, and every word was heartbreaking. What are you yelling about? If you have the guts, go ahead and hit me. What's the point of just yelling? I'm just being too aggressive, so what? I fucked your wife, and your ex-wife, whom you're desperate to get back together with, is already mine, and you're just yelling at me? Aren't you going to do anything? Wang Jingwei, why are you so cowardly? Do you have some special fetish and enjoy being cuckolded? That's right, you even ate your son's stuff. When it comes to strong taste, who in the world can compare to you, Wang Jingwei? Ah! This time Wang Jingwei really lost control completely. Kill him, let's go together, I want him dead, he must die today. Come on, everyone. What the hell are you standing there for? Go ahead. Chapter 40. This kid's curses are really dirty. Fuck, are you crazy? Lin Mo added fuel to the fire, no wonder your wife and ex-wife both wanted to have children for me. So you're crazy? Alas, how pitiful. Your son has gone crazy, and now you're crazy too. Wang Jingwei, your Wang family is doomed. Fuck you. Zhang Xiao couldn't bear it any longer, roared in rage, and attacked with thunder. Lin Mo smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Without dodging or evading, he just relied on his strong body to withstand Zhang Xiao's palm. At the beginning, he was able to withstand 3 punches from Zhang Xiao and barely survive, let alone now. Now that he is in the middle stage of the 3rd level, he is at the same level as Zhang Xiao. Moreover, he has been reborn several times after taking the cleansing bones and strengthening marrow pill, so his physique must be far superior to Zhang Xiao's. Taking a hit head-on is no problem at all. Bang! At this moment, Lin Mo was hit by Zhang Xiao's palm. He suddenly retreated several steps and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. It seems that he was seriously injured by the blow, but in fact his true energy has increased greatly. Cool. Although he was indeed injured, Lin Mo felt really good at this moment because of the surge of his true energy. Isn't this much faster than practicing hard? Come again. Zhang Xiao, keep going. Don't stop. Show us all your skills. Let me see what you're capable of, old man. You'd better beat me to death today. If I don't die, your daughter and granddaughter will suffer forever. Yo, you're still glaring at me? What do you think I'm kidding you? I even slept with Wang Jingwei's wife and ex-wife, let alone your daughter and granddaughter? If you can't kill me today. Before Lin Mo could finish his words, Zhang Xiao suddenly roared and attacked again. After all, everyone has a reverse scale, which cannot be touched, otherwise it will make people angry. Obviously, Zhang Xiao's Achilles heel is his daughter and granddaughter, or granddaughter-in-law. It was for this reason that Lin Mo mentioned it deliberately in order to completely irritate him. If this old guy doesn't get angry, he will probably hide his feelings and refuse to do his best to help Lin Mo increase his true energy. Now, the old man is furious, and he looks like he wants to make Lin Mo's blood splatter within 5 steps. In fact, after Zhang Xiao hit him with another iron punch, Lin Mo did spit out blood again while retreating violently. As his injuries worsened, the true energy in his body became even more powerful and solid. Lin Mo took the opportunity to swallow a tendon cleansing and marrow strengthening pill, then looked at Zhang Xiao and continued to provoke. That's it? You don't even have the strength to fight, and you dare to call yourself a master? Are you trying to say that you're old and useless? I don't think so. You should say that you, a useless piece of shit, are getting old. Why are you still not convinced? You still dare to glare at me? Are you going to eat me with those angry eyes? It's so funny. You old thing, you have no skills at all. You're not happy when I call you a waste. Why don't you kill me? Can you do it? Honestly, your daughter still has her charm, mature and coquettish. She always wears a miniskirt and shakes her long white legs in front of us. It makes me want to do it every time I see her. Okay, now, I'm going to be frank and stop pretending. After I kill you, I'll go find her and take care of her daughter as well. I'll make this mother and daughter give birth to my child together. Lin Mo, you die. Zhang Xiao was furious, his hair standing on end, and he looked like a madman. He attacked violently without sparing any strength. He had to kill Lin Mo today no matter what. As long as Lin Mo doesn't die, Zhang Xiao really won't be able to sleep. But at this time, Zhang Xiao used the Tianshan Jimei hand and coordinated with the agile Lingbo Weibu to start relieving the force to prevent fatal injuries. In this way, he could continue to absorb the true energy through Zhang Xiao's mad dog-like attack. As a result, the battle between him and Zhang Xiao really shocked everyone present. Even Wang Jingwei was almost driven crazy by Lin Mo's anger. Seeing Lin Mo's uncanny display of force, he couldn't help but be shocked. How could it be? This bastard actually managed to fight Uncle Zhang back and forth? Is there a give and take? Actually, not really. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Mo had been on the defensive the entire time, only defending and not attacking, and hadn't even launched a counterattack. Moreover, his every move was effortless and casual, and was done smoothly and seamlessly. In short, this guy can now handle it with ease. It's like a piece of cake. The people around Wang Jingwei didn't dare to say anything, but people in the distance were already talking and exclaiming. This is so weird, Lin Mo actually has such a skill? Chapter 41, all the elite members of the clan attacked together. Yeah, he was actually able to easily handle Zhang Bo's full strength attack? How the hell is that possible? How did he do it? Who is this guy? Who's your background? Didn't you say you're the young master's lackey? What the hell? A follower? Are you kidding me? With his ability, can he be a follower under the young master? This is the fact. It is only at such an old age that Zhang Xiao has achieved the third-level martial spirit cultivation and is thus in charge of the Wang family. Lin Mo is so young yet he can easily compete with Zhang Xiao, which shows that his own strength is already quite impressive and his potential is even more unlimited. He is definitely the kind of person that all the major families are vying for. As long as he is trained, this child will become a great man in the future. So, who would believe that a great Buddha like him is working as a follower under a useless second-generation rich guy like Wang Haoluan? In particular, half an hour passed unknowingly, and the elderly Zhang Xiao was already sweating and panting, and his physical strength was obviously not keeping up, but he could not attack for a long time and still could not do anything to Lin Mo. On the other hand, although Lin Mo was covered in blood and looked seriously injured, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He was still full of energy and jumping around. Seeing Zhang Xiao slow down, he even taunted him, "Hurry up. What are you doing? You're not fighting. Are you thinking you're doing Tai Chi in the morning? Can you hurry up? Zhang Xiao, you useless old man, can you please stand up for yourself? You're already so old, almost buried, why don't you show some skills and prove your strength? Still want to slack off? Wait until you die and lie in your coffin like a dead dog. You'll have plenty of opportunities to slack off then. But at least you're not dead yet. You're still breathing, after all. Can you please work harder? I'm not saying anything mean to you, but you've wasted the past few decades, old man. It's already this fucking time, and you're not even trying to make a move. What are you thinking? Old Zhang, do you have a brain?" In the distance, the sisters Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu, who had arrived earlier but were hiding in the dark to watch the fun, felt a little confused when they heard Lin Mo's shouting. The main thing is that this guy cursed so dirty. This is clearly going to anger Zhang Xiao to death. However, despite their mess, the Qin sisters did not forget what they were really focused on. Is that Lingbo Weibu? His movements are so light and graceful, so magical, it really looks like our Tianshan's unique skill, Lingbo Weibu. But why would Master pass on Lingbo Weibu to him? Yeah, does Master really think so highly of him? Otherwise, why would he pass on the Lingbo Weibu to an outer disciple like him? Outer disciple. In fact, the Qin sisters didn't think Lin Mo was really an outer disciple of the Tianshan sect. The main reason was that before in the Shanhaiyuan villa, when Su Yuan was telling Lin Mo that he was actually a disciple of Zheng Tianshi from Longhu Mountain, the Qin sisters had excellent hearing and heard it in the room. That's why the Qin sisters followed over to see what was going on and find out who Lin Mo really was. He told others that he was a disciple of Zheng Tianshi from Longhu Mountain, and told them that he was an outer disciple of Tianshan sect, but then people suspected that he was not a disciple of Zheng Tianshi from Longhu Mountain? This is such a mess, it really looks like the routine where you give yourself an identity when you go out. However, at this moment, the Qin sisters actually saw Lin Mo using the Lingbo Weibu. In this way, Lin Mo's identity as an outer disciple of Tianshan sect will be confirmed. The Qin sisters were not allowed to question it anymore. After all, even these two dignified 5th-level martial masters are not qualified to practice Lingbo Weibu, let alone outsiders. Therefore, since Lin Mo can use the Lingbo Weibu technique, he must be a disciple of the Tianshan sect. Moreover, they can't be said to be outer disciples at all, but they are direct disciples of the Tianshan sect master who have not yet entered the sect. Only in this way can his Lingbo Weibu be explained. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and Lin Mo suddenly knocked Zhang Xiao away with a palm. Zhang Xiao flew a long distance and hit the wall hard, then vomited blood and fell to the ground, his face pale. It was clear that the battle was over. Because Zhang Xiao was almost out of energy, all his attacks were weak and ineffective. Lin Mo really couldn't absorb any energy, so he struck hard and started to execute the main task of killing Zhang Xiao. In full view of everyone, Zhang Xiao was struggling to get up from the ground. Lin Mo strode forward and stepped on Zhang Xiao's head. "Don't bother trying, old man. I've been giving you a lot of time and effort, but you still can't kill me. What's the point of you? You look so dead after just one move from me, and you still want to fight me? Go ahead and die. I will take good care of your daughter and granddaughter. I will make sure they cry their eyes out every night." Puff! Zhang Xiao was already seriously injured, and Lin Mo's murderous act was so irritating that he immediately became furious and violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. This time his true energy was truly exhausted and he was completely useless. In the distance, everyone in the Wang family was horrified, each one of them was shocked and horrified, their eyes full of disbelief. But Lin Mo didn't care about their reactions or Zhang Zhao's current mood. He just raised his leg and stomped on Zhang Zhao's chest. In an instant, his sternum collapsed, and Zhang Zhao's internal organs were crushed by Lin Mo's foot. From then on, Zhang Xiao died and was completely offline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing main mission 2, killing Zhang Xiao of the Wang family. Rewards: Essence Cleansing Pills 5, Jade 5, Tianshan Secret Skill, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. He already has Lingbo Weibu, and now he has the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Wouldn't that be a big move? Moreover, Zhang Zhao's desperate output just now helped him to increase his true energy greatly. Coupled with the effect of the cleansing essence and marrow pill, he broke through again. Successfully broke through to the late 3rd stage. Late 3rd stage martial spirit, full health, and full status. Because of the breakthrough, all the injuries on Lin Mo's body have been healed, and this is the effect of the Zhou family's unique skill, Sanglong Jin. It would not be like this originally, but as Lin Mo's cultivation continued to improve, the unknown magical effects of the complete version of Sanglong Jin began to emerge. As a result, now, Lin Mo, who was originally covered in wounds and had fought a fierce battle with Zhang Xiao, was even more energetic than when he first started. Zhang Xiao, you old loser. I told you were useless, but you refused to admit it. Now you're fine, dead, happy, and satisfied? Isn't it surprising or exciting? Hey, Wang Jingwei, do you want to try some excitement too? I fucked your wife and now I'm having sex with your ex-wife, and didn't you just yell that you wanted to kill me? You even looked like you were going to cut me into pieces? Then what the hell are you still standing there for, you old bastard? Come on, come and kill me. Don't hesitate, don't be a coward, show your authority as the head of the Wang family. After all, there are so many people watching. Wang Jingwei, you can't just be a coward, right? You're even a cowardly cuckold? Otherwise, I'd have fucked both your wife and ex-wife, so how could you be so calm? How could you hold back? You said you're not a cuckold, but what are you? Lin Mo, UMLGB. The head of the Wang family in Beijing cursed and finally took action himself when he could no longer bear it. However, in the entire Wang family, only Zhang Xiao and the old man are 3rd-level martial spirits, but Wang Jingwei, the so-called head of the Wang family, is not one of them. Wang Jingwei is only in the late stage of the 2nd-level martial artist, and is still a long way from the peak of the 2nd level. But Lin Mo is now in the late 3rd stage of martial spirit. There is a huge difference in strength between the two. Previously, Lin Mo, who was at the early 2nd level, withstood 3 punches from the 3rd-level martial spirit Zhang Xiao and survived. That was because he had the cleansing bones and marrow pill, and Zhou Shudi also fed him a dragon and tiger pill, which was specially used by the Zhou family to save lives. That was why he was able to escape death without any danger. But now, Wang Jingwei does not have the cleansing tendons and strengthening marrow pill, and the Lin Mo he is facing is in the late 3rd level. Moreover, he is in the late 3rd stage, having been reborn many times through the cleansing bones and changing marrow pill. If Lin Morua exerts his full strength, he can truly display the strength of a 4th-level martial arts master. But why is he giving his all? He had played with Wang Jingwei's wife Zhou Shuyi for such a long time before, and also played with Wang Jingwei's ex-wife Qi Meiwei for a long time. What's wrong with him having a serious exchange with Wang Jingwei now? Moreover, Wang Jingwei brought all the elite members of the Wang family except the old man. Those people have not taken any action from the beginning until now. Now Lin Mo must make good use of these people to help him increase his true energy, right? So as soon as he started fighting, he kicked Wang Jingwei in the face. The damage was not great, but it was extremely insulting. Especially after he kicked Wang Jingwei away, he shouted, "Damn, is this all you can do, old man? It's like he hasn't eaten in 10 days or half a month. He's so weak. No wonder he can't satisfy your wife Zhou Shuyi. No wonder Sister Shuyi always tells me you're not good enough. No wonder she became so obsessed with me after just one time. Now she can't leave me alone. She keeps asking me to have a baby. By the way, she also said that after giving birth to my child, you, who loves being a father, would raise it. But I refused at the time. I was firmly against it. After all, am I that kind of person? I asked your wife, Wang Jingwei, to give birth to my child. How can I let you raise the child? Then I have to raise the child myself, Wang Jingwei, don't you think so? I'm going to piss off your mother." Wang Jingwei was furious, with a surge of anger in his heart. That feeling was really worse than death. But he knew that he was definitely no match for Lin Mo, so he was furious and could only yell at the elite Wang family members he had brought with him, "What the hell are you still standing there for? Come on, everyone, come on together. Kill him. I must chop him into pieces today. As Wang Jingwei's crazy roar rang out, hundreds of elite members of the Wang family took action together and rushed towards Lin Mo. Moreover, every move they made was a killing move, and they all spared no effort and left no room for retreat. After all, Wang Jingwei is the head of the Wang family. Lin Mo's humiliation of Wang Jingwei is a slap in the face of these elites. How can they tolerate it? This bastard must be killed today no matter what. Chapter 42, None of you Wang family is useful. The elite of the entire clan worked together. More than 100 masters, surrounded and killed madly. Lin Mo felt okay. These people were indeed much stronger than the hundreds of people under Zhang Zhao's command. The fact that he was constantly being beaten and was able to absorb a large amount of true energy through the Sanglong force was proof of the value of these people. However, Lin Mo shouted, "Can your Wang family still do this? This is the elite of the Wang family? That's it? You little idiots, who are you looking down on? Can you use a little more force when you hit someone? Do you dare to use all your strength? That old bastard Zhang Xiao has completely disgraced the Wang family, and you bastards are still not doing your part? Are you trying to make sure the Wang family can never hold their heads up high in Beijing circles again? By the way, is your Wang family really part of the Beijing circle? Are you just a small family on the edge of the Beijing circle? Don't you have no sense of existence at all? After all, with your limited strength, there's a ridiculous amount of water in your abilities. You're even more water than Zhou Shuyi. You're all trash. Could it be that the entire Wang family's elite are just people like you? So disappointed. You guys really freaking disappoint me. Oh my god, I'm so disappointed. These losers really don't even have the strength to hit anyone. Lin Mo is really tough in words, but it is not entirely tough in words, because he is really thick-skinned and strong, like steel and iron, and his defense is extremely terrifying. As a result, more than 100 elite masters of the Wang family spared no effort to surround and kill Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo was injured continuously, they could not kill him. The key point is that Lin Mo hasn't made a move yet. From the beginning until now, he has just been passively taking the beating. At most, he can block the swords and weapons attacking his vital points. While he was able to move forward and backward with ease, he still had the time to talk nonsense. Doesn't this prove something wrong? What kind of terrifying strength is needed to be able to do this? Anyway, more than 100 elite masters of the Wang family surrounded and killed Lin Mo frantically for more than half an hour, but still failed to capture him. On the surface, Lin Mo looked bloodied and badly injured, but in reality, he was still full of energy and still jumping around. It's outrageous, he's really impossible to kill, absolutely impossible to kill. However, all of the more than 100 masters of the Wang family were exhausted. They stopped fighting one after another, sat on the ground with sweat all over their foreheads, panting and almost dying of exhaustion. As a result, after a while, more and more people stopped and withdrew from the fight. Lin Mo was unhappy. Fuck, what the hell are you doing? I'm not tired of fighting 100 people alone, but you guys are tired? Why does the Wang family support you? Can a bunch of losers ever achieve anything? What a waste of time. Several more people simultaneously gave up and withdrew from the battle, then collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, almost suffocating. Are you kidding? Who the hell can withstand such crazy and unremitting output for more than half an hour? The physical strength, energy and true energy are all unable to keep up. If the overdraft continues like this, it will really be fatal. Just 2 minutes later, the last few people who had been holding on with gritted teeth also withdrew from the battle at the same time. Since then, all the elite members of the Wang family, more than 100 masters, have been exhausted. After the battle, Lin Mo looked at Wang Jingwei with dissatisfaction and scolded him angrily. Look at what you have under your hands? None of them are useful. They're all like they have kidney deficiency. How can you, Wang Jingwei, be the head of this family? Where's your dignity? You're still a wealthy family in Beijing? What do you think your Wang family is? You, Wang Jingwei, have completely disgraced the entire Wang family. I think you should give up being the head of this family. If you continue to lead this Wang family, it will be finished sooner or later. Damn it, you bastard, you dare to stare at me? As he said this, Lin Mo strode forward, raised his hand and slapped Wang Jingwei in the face. You still dare to glare at me? Oh my god, you still dare to do that, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo slapped Wang Jingwei more than 10 times in a row in front of everyone present. When the last slap landed, both sides of Wang Jingwei's face were swollen. The whole audience was stunned, silent as a mouse. Lin Mo raised his leg and kicked him again, directly at Wang Jingwei's crotch. Ah! In an instant, the head of the Wang family wailed, and the screams like a pig being slaughtered resounded, so shrill. A slight breeze blew by, and Wang Jingwei fell to the ground and rolled over. Lin Mo stepped forward and stepped on him, saying loudly, "Look at your lack of ability, you are a useless piece of mud. You tell me what's the point of you? Your entire Wang family is mobilized today. What's the point? What can you do to me? Why are you still not convinced? Come on, kill me, come on, don't be polite, don't be a coward, Wang Jingwei, kill me quickly, otherwise I will go back and force your wife and ex-wife to give birth to a dozen children for me. In the future, they will be my exclusive reproductive tools, do you hear me? Oh my god, you're not even reacting? You're really a green-haired turtle. You really have this special fetish, right? Obviously this is impossible. Although Wang Jingwei is not a good person, how could he have such a special hobby? The key is, can he stand up now? He was first slapped more than a dozen times, and then kicked in the crotch by Lin Mo. He was already in excruciating pain, and now he was being stepped on by Lin Mo. How could he stand up? As a result, seeing how cowardly he was, Lin Mo couldn't help but kick him away again. You useless old thing. Seeing you coming here with so many people, I really thought you could kill me. You scared me. It turns out that the Wang family is full of useless people. They don't have any strength at all, but they like to pretend. Wang Jingwei, you are pretending to be your mother in front of me. Alright, that's enough for today. Next time, Wang Jingwei, don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up twice. Remember that. Having said this, Lin Mo strode away. No one dared to stop him. Suddenly, Lin Mo turned back and walked up to Wang Holuan in the wheelchair. He smiled and said, I almost forgot about your grandson. When I worked under you and you were my boss, what did you say to me? Oh yes, you said you were attracted to my wife Tang Li, right? In an instant, Wang Holuan, who was already extremely nervous, was shocked. He never expected that Lin Mo would bring up this matter at this time. Although he himself almost forgot it, if Lin Mo hadn't suddenly mentioned it, Wang Holuan really wouldn't have been able to remember it. However, when he was Lin Mo's boss, he once really humiliated Lin Mo. It was because Tang Li went to Lin Mo to ask for money and was seen by Wang Holuan. Chapter 43, Shi Family Secret Skills, Tiangang Tyrant Dragon Body. At that time, although Wang Holuan did not have time to do it to the coquettish and sexy Tang Li on the spot, he asked Lin Mo to take the initiative to send Tang Li to his bed. Wang Xiaobi, she is my wife. We have a very good relationship and I love her very much. Fuck off, Lin Mo, who the hell are you? Negotiating terms with me? Do you really think you're a nobody? Listen carefully, I'm going to play with your wife, and I'm going to play with her right in front of you. What do you think? Do you dare not be happy? Don't forget that you're living here for me. Without me, who are you? You don't want to be in trouble, do you? Believe it or not, I will not only make you miserable, but I will also break your legs first, and then hang up your coquettish wife in front of you and play with her? When I'm done playing, I'll give it to my brothers to line up and take turns tasting. I'll use your wife to do team building to reward my brothers. Lin Mo, what can you do to me? A lousy laborer wants to negotiate with me? How old are you to have no patience? You really don't know how much you weigh. From now on, I can play with your wife whenever I want, and she must be available at my beck and call. Do you understand? Lin Mo naturally heard clearly what Wang Holuan said at that time. However, the Lin Mo at that time was not the Lin Mo of today. At that time, he was just a minor character in the original plot, but the current Lin Mo came from the book to replace the original owner. So now, Lin Mo is actually taking the opportunity to avenge the original owner. Although Wang Holuan hadn't had time to force the original owner to give up his wife, Lin Mo came through the book and disrupted everything, but in the original plot, after the original owner Lin Mo died, his wife was actually raped by Wang Holuan. The original owner of Lin Mo was beaten to death by Yi Lin for fighting for Wang Holuan. Afterwards, Wang Holuan went to the original owner of Lin Mo's home and made Tang Li cry and scream in front of the original owner of Lin Mo's morning hall. Of course, Tang Li is not a good person either. In the original text, she was raped by Wang Holuan in front of her late husband's funeral hall. It seemed that she was raped, but in fact, she was only half-hearted. This is explained at the end of the plot in the original text. No matter what, Lin Mo is now avenging the original owner. Come on, Wang Holuan, stand up. Aren't you capable? Didn't you say you like my wife? Come on, get up, I'll take you to her now. Didn't you say you could have fun if you wanted? And what about using her for team building? Misunderstanding. Wang Haoluan spoke in a trembling voice, wanting to admit his mistake and make a big thing small. What else can he do? At present, Zhang Bo, who was at the third level of martial spirit realm, was killed by Lin Mo. More than 100 elite masters of the Wang family were unable to do anything to Lin Mo, and instead exhausted themselves one by one. Even Wang Jingwei, the head of the Wang family, was beaten like a dog by Lin Mo. What can Wang Haoluan do now? Dare he not admit defeat? But in front of Lin Mo, Wang Haoluan really didn't even have the chance to kneel down. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Haoluan and his wheelchair were kicked away by Lin Mo. In the blink of an eye, Wang Haoluan fell heavily to the ground. Lin Mo rushed forward and crushed Wang Haoluan's arm bones with one foot. Ah! A pig slaughtering howl sounded. Wang Haoluan already had 10 fingers chopped off, and now Lin Mo had his right arm bone crushed. No, not just the right arm bone. In an instant, Lin Mo crushed Wang Haoluan's left arm bone into pieces. Crack! The sound of the arm bone breaking was quite crisp. Now Wang Haoluan is really disabled in both limbs. He has completely turned into a stick. And that wasn't the end yet. Lin Mo stepped on Wang Haoluan's chest again, pinning him to the ground and preventing him from rolling around. He said with a smile, "You've already been castrated. Your father took your thing away. What else can you use to play with Tang Li? You can't play with Tang Li, but I have already played with your sexy mother Chi Meiwei. She is very satisfied with me and even said she wants to give birth to a child for me." Really? Didn't your mom call your dad just now? Why don't you ask your dad what your mom said on the phone? Oh, right, it doesn't matter. After all, your mother didn't want you anymore. Isn't it your mother's fault that you were kidnapped this time? Why, you didn't tell your dad about this? Wang Haoluan's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like crazy, "Lin Mo, shut the fuck up, shut up." Shut up? Do you still need it? Everyone in the Wang family present had heard what Lin Mo had just said. And I can hear it very clearly. Wang Haoluan's mother Chi Meiwei was also involved in the kidnapping. What does that mean? Originally, the Wang family was still counting on Chi Meiwei to help them out. After all, Wang Haoluan was still Chi Meiwei's biological son. But in the end, Chi Meiwei was also involved in the kidnapping of Wang Haoluan? Oh, in this case, who else can stand up for the Wang family? What's the point of the Wang family? Now the morale of the Wang family is really low. Many people present, even many core elite members, are already thinking about finding another way out. The dignified Wang family is only in name only. At the same time, the system voice sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Detection, the villain Wang Haoluan's will is frustrated. The Wang family's luck is greatly reduced. Host replacement progress plus 15%. Current replacement progress is 40%. Rewards, Cleansing Tendon and Strengthening Marrow Pills 5, Jade 5, Earth Vein Spirit Marrow 5, and the Chi family's lost secret skill Tiangang Tyrant Dragon Body. Tiangang Ba Long Body, a physical training method. When practiced to the highest level, one can awaken the Tiangang Ba Long Body. After the system voice fell, Lin Mo smiled and spoke again to the frantic Wang Haoluan, "I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. Listen to me. You can't get your stepmother Zhou Shui, who you've been thinking about all the time. But I got her, and she's very smooth. I also got your own sexy and beautiful mother. To be honest, it's also very moist, even more moist than Zhou Shui. It makes me feel as happy as a fairy. So I won't kill you. I'll spare your life. After all, if Chi Meiwei gives birth to a child for me in the future, then you'll be my child's half-brother. Wouldn't that make me half your father? Half a father, God knows how Lin Mo could say such a thing. Anyway, as soon as he said this, Wang Haoluan immediately became half a father. Ah! The hoarse roar resounded wildly. Wang Haoluan was really going crazy. At this time, Lin Mo smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, you seem to have a fiancé, right? Don't worry, I'll take care of your fiancé from now on. I'll come to your house soon and promise to take good care of her for you. I'll make sure she never leaves me and can't stop wanting me." Chapter 44, The Qin Sisters' Tricks. In fact, Lin Mo was just talking. Although Wang Haoluan's fiancé is indeed good, and can even be said to be a beauty. Is he, Lin Mo, that kind of person? Beating someone into a pulp and stealing his fiancée, how could Lin Mo do such a thing, worse than that of an animal? Although he is not a good person and never wants to be a good person, especially after he traveled through the book to replace the original owner and gained the ability to not be a good person, he still has a bottom line after all. A person without dreams is a salted fish, and without bottom lines is a beast. But he has both dreams and bottom lines. Ding! Detected that the villain Wang Haoluan is about to seek help from his fiancée Yi Qingcheng. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Yi Lin, will also go to the Yi family to recognize his relatives. If Yi Lin succeeds in recognizing his relatives, he will become the legitimate son of the Yi family and gradually control the entire Yi family, thus laying a solid foundation for his future ascension to the immortal realm and achieving the status of immortal emperor. Main Mission 3 is now open. Mission Requirements 1. Stop Yi Qingcheng from helping Wang Haoluan make a comeback. Task Requirements 2. Stop Yi Lin from recognizing his relatives. Quest Requirements 3. Get the second page of the Heavenly Book from Yi Qingcheng's sexy mother, Yi Chuanshui. Rewards: 50 cleansing and marrow strengthening pills, 50 bottles of Jade Dew, 50 drops of Earth Spiritual Essence, and the Yi family's lost secret skill Soul Captivating Technique. Wow! The moment the system voice fell, Lin Mo exclaimed, wow! One task, 3 things to do? The rewards are okay, but the difficulty is obviously much higher than before. Task 1. Yi Qingcheng is Wang Haoluan's fiancé. How can Lin Mo stop her from helping her fiancé make a comeback? What does it mean to stop it? Or, in other words, to what extent does he need to achieve it to successfully complete the task? Let us look at Task 2 again. Stop Yi Lin from recognizing his relatives? It's even more outrageous. Blood ties can't be severed. How can recognition of relatives be stopped? As for Task 3, if Lin Mo remembered correctly, Yi Chuanshui seemed to be secretly practicing the Heavenly Book, but because he didn't know the right method, he got the Heavenly Book into his own body? That page of the Heavenly Book was gone, and had turned into a true Qi imprint and ran into Yi Chuanshui's body. In the original plot, Yi Lin had in-depth communication with Yi Chuanshui for several days before he finally managed to remove the imprint of the Heavenly Book from his body. So what does Task 3 require him to do? She even used the Yi family's lost secret soul capturing technique to tempt him. Is he the kind of person who can't resist temptation? Junior brother, what are you doing? Shin Honyu's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Mo looked up and saw his cool and beautiful senior sister Shin Honyu in leather jacket and leather pants walking towards him quickly with her sexy long legs. And next to Shin Honyu, there is naturally Shin Honyu, who has always been inseparable from him. The two sexy senior sisters came to Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. The fragrant breeze blew in his face, and Lin Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath and said with a smile, "Nothing, I just finished dealing with those rubbish from the Wang family and was about to go back." Go back? Shin Hongyu smiled, then used her delicate hands to pull the black silk stockings on her beautiful legs, and said leisurely, "Where to go back? What for?" Lin Mo was suspicious. Why does it feel like there's something wrong with this senior sister? At this time, Shin Hongyu smiled and said, "Junior brother, master has really treated you well. He even taught you Lingbo Weibu, the world's best light skill. It seems that you, little junior brother, are truly loved by the master." In fact, the favor that Shin Hongyu mentioned here has no other meaning. But Lin Mo is obviously not a serious person. Although he had not met the Tianshan sect master since he came through the book, he remembered the description in the original text. Stunning beauty, beautiful lady. Every frown and smile can bring disaster to the country and the people. Although the leader of Tianshan sect is over 100 years old and his actual seniority is even older than that of the old Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, he is eternally youthful and always so beautiful and charming. She is not only a stunning queen, but also an extremely domineering queen. So when Shin Hongyu mentioned pampering just now, to be honest, it would be great if Lin Majin could be pampered by such a Tianshan sect master. Forget about pampering, even whipping, ravaging and torturing is fine. Hey! Suddenly, Shin Hongyu stretched out her hand and waved it in front of the dazed Lin Mo, frowning slightly. "What are you doing? What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, nothing." Lin Mo came back to his senses instantly and changed the subject. "Senior sister, you want to learn Lingbo Weibu, right?" "Oh?" Shin Hongyu immediately smiled. "Do I have it?" He. Lin Mo muttered to himself, "Do you have any?" "You and Shin Hongyu, you two sisters, whatever you want to do is written on your faces, okay? Can you be more obvious?" Still pretending. Don't worry. Qin Hongyu suddenly said, Lingbo Weibo is the highest martial art in Tianshan, the best light skill in the world. Unless our master teaches us, we won't learn it. Otherwise, it would be considered stealing the master's skills, which is a serious crime in the sect and will be punished according to the family rules. That's right. Qin Hongyu took over and said, so how could we possibly let you, junior brother, secretly teach us Lingbo Weibo without telling master? Don't worry, we won't do that. He definitely said no, but then Qin Hongyu muttered, unless you, junior brother, force us to learn, we will never go against the sect's rules. At this moment, Lin Mo seriously suspected that he had heard it wrong. After all, what is Qin Hongyu talking about? He forced them to learn? Are you kidding? Both sisters are 5th level martial arts masters, and he is only in the late 3rd level. Yes, in the late stage, he was carrying out the system task of killing Zhang Xiao, and taking care of the Wang family members at the same time. First, he used the hundreds of people under Zhang Xiao to absorb the true energy to break through the shackles and advance to the early stage of the 3rd level, and then he was promoted to the middle stage without knowing it, and then stimulated Zhang Xiao to make crazy moves to help him advance to the late stage. Finally, he used the help of more than 100 elite masters of the Wang family under Wang Jingwei to madly absorb true energy and advance to the late 3rd stage. So it was true that he was now a 3rd-order martial spirit in the late stage. This level of strength was enough to be proud of, enough to dominate a region, but in front of Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu, the direct descendants of the Tianshan sect master, he was really nothing. So he could force them to learn Lingbo Weibo? How? By drugging them? Suddenly, Lin Mo thought, what happened to this part in the original plot? In the original story, the protagonist Yi Lin couldn't do the Lingbo Weibo at first, but in the middle and late stages, he had a great fortune and was taught the Lingbo Weibo by the leader of Tianshan sect. Later, the Qin sisters really wanted to learn it, but the result was... Oh, right, Lin Mo remembered. The Qin sisters deliberately got themselves drunk, and then because they were exhausted after being drunk, Yi Lin forced them to practice Lingbo Weibo. Chapter 45, The Reward for Hard Work. So this is the routine. Lin Mo was about to laugh when he thought of this, but suddenly, Qin Hongyu said, Brother, go ahead. Don't even think about it. We won't force you to teach us Lingbo Weibo unless you force us to learn it. Come on, let's go have a drink. To celebrate your victory over the Wang family, we'll treat you to a feast. A feast. Lin Mo is not Yi Lin. Yi Lin only knows how to eat a feast, but Lin Mo. He wanted to treat the Qin sisters as a main meal. After all, the Qin sisters knew nothing about how to learn and practice Lingbo Weibo, the supreme martial art of Tianshan and the best light skill in the world. Isn't it Lin Mo who has the final say? Like the Zhou family's complete version of Sanglongjin, when he was teaching Zhou Shui step by step, he made this sexy young woman sweat and gasp for breath. He would slap Zhou Shui's plump buttocks from time to time. This is how he teaches Kung Fu. After all, only a strict teacher can produce a good student. How can he not be strict? That very night, in a hotel near Shanghai Garden, Lin Mo had a full meal and a few drinks, and the Qin sisters were even more drunk. In order to learn the Lingbo Weibo, they really got themselves drunk. Senior sisters. Lin Mo chuckled and said, Are you drunk? Are you exhausted? That's not up to you. Today, I will teach you the Lingbo Weibo, the supreme and unique skill of Tianshan, no matter what. After all, I am only an outer disciple, and you are my master's direct disciples. How can I not pass on the Lingbo Weibo to you? Really? This doesn't require master's consent. I'll make the decision directly. No. Qin Hongyu is also an acting genius. He was drunk and pretended to wave his hands. He was half drunk and half awake, and it really looked like that. Without the master's permission, we can't learn. Qin Hongyu followed up with, well, Lingbo Weibo, this kind of supreme and unique skill must be taught by a master. Lin Mo was speechless. You guys are really good at pretending. Isn't today's drinking party just a routine set by you two sisters? I originally thought you were just pretending, but you actually got yourselves drunk. It is exactly the same as the original plot, and the original text explains that although they were drunk, with the two sisters' talents, it was not a problem for them to memorize the secret of Lingbo Weibo. The key is the mindset. I won't teach you the mental method. Lin Mo decided, teach you the moves directly. Teach step by step. Senior sister, come here. You must learn my Lingbo Weibo today. You have to learn it whether you want to or not. Let's start with you, senior sister Hong Yu. The Lingbo Weibo technique is the most important. I will teach you all the techniques first. After saying this, Lin Mo directly pulled Qin Hong Yu over, grabbed her delicate hand and started to play with the pose. Sister, please stop resisting. It's useless. Come on, lower this hand a little, raise this hand a little, then lift your chest, lift your hips, tighten your abdomen, and take a deep breath. No, you have to do this. As he was talking, Lin Mo hugged Qin Hong Yu from behind. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and Lin Mo breathed in the fragrance of Qin Hong Yu's body while correcting his starting posture for the Lingbo Weibo. And after his in-depth guidance, various close contacts were unavoidable. The key point is that he was serious throughout the whole process, which actually made Qin Hong Yu believe it. Slowly, God knows what happened next. Anyway, Lin Mo didn't return to Shanhaiyuan Villa from the hotel until noon the next day. Zhou Shuyi frowned as soon as they met, her eyes full of suspicion. What were you doing last night? Look at your listless face, it's as if you've been drained of all your energy. Tell me the truth, which little girl did you harm last night? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Mo said seriously, am I that kind of person? Who can I harm? It's almost the same if someone else is causing trouble for me, just like you and Sister Meihui. I was the one who was causing trouble for you too. I've wasted so much energy on you guys so many times, I'm feeling a bit drained now. Should you guys get me some abalone and ginseng or something to nourish me? In fact, he just said it casually, but as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of high heels was heard. Chi Meihui walked over with her long legs and flesh-colored stockings under her tight, mini skirt and said with a smile, sure, abalone, ginseng, bird's nest, shark's fin, bear paw, oysters, and deer penis and tiger blood wine, it's definitely a tonic. I guarantee it will make you feel full of energy and unable to stop. Lin Mo clearly had a bad feeling. What does the last part of her sentence, can't stop, mean? Why can't I stop? What does she want to do? Replenish first and then squeeze? No good intentions. To be honest, he wanted to escape, but it was too late. As for the things Chi Meihui just mentioned, they had already been prepared by the top imperial chef she had specially invited. In just a moment, the villa restaurant was filled with steaming delicacies and the aroma of wine. It's really abalone, ginseng, bird's nest and shark's fin, it's really bear paw and oyster, and the wine is really deer penis and tiger blood wine, and it's brewed with the Chi family's unique secret recipe. Damn it! Lin Mo forced a bitter face and laughed awkwardly. This is too nourishing, right? To be honest, I'm not that weak. I don't really need any supplements. You need it. Zhou Shuyi and Chi Meihui said in unison. Lin Mo was confused. What do they mean? Tang Li. Zhou Shuyi suddenly turned to look at Tang Li, who was standing next to her in a sexy maid outfit, and said with a smile, aren't you his wife? Then you have the most say. Tell me, does he need to be supplemented? Yes. Tang Li nodded without hesitation. Shit. Lin Mo had a headache. What is Tang Li doing? Does she need to be punished? How dare she backstab him? She couldn't figure out who her true master was? Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with it. Let us get through this hurdle first. With this huge table full of nutritious food, who knows what Chi Meihui is thinking? He had to be careful, he couldn't lose his virginity again. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is always cruel. If he had not already reached the late third stage of martial spirit cultivation after this meal, he would have died. However, hard work will eventually pay off. That night he asked Chi Meihui to personally take him to one of the 8 great families in Beijing, the Yi family. It is the Yi family of Wang Haoluan's fiancée Yi Qingcheng, and also the Yi family that the protagonist of Destiny will visit to recognize his relatives. The Yi family is one of the 8 great families. Its wealth and power are even greater than that of the Qi family, but not everyone can enter the Yi family's gate. If Chi Meihui hadn't led the way, it would have been difficult for Lin Mo to get in. And if he dares to force his way in, then the end will be the same as Yi Lin's. Because Lin Mo was entangled by the Qin sisters yesterday and wasted a lot of time on Chi Meihui today, he wasted time, causing Yi Lin to arrive at the Yi family in Beijing before him, but... Chapter 46, Future Corner, Yi Lin kills his father? Yi Lin was unable to get in and was stopped by the Yi family's bodyguard who refused to let him in. As a result, Yi Lin wanted to force his way in, but he was not strong enough and was quickly knocked down. The original plot is also like this, but in the original text, Yi Qingqing quickly heard the news and stood up for Yi Lin. And now, Yi Qingqing just came back from outside. According to the plot, she should soon know that Yi Lin came to recognize his relatives but was knocked down and driven away. Lin Mo arrived at the right time, just in time to arrive at the gate of Yi Mansion at this critical moment. Sister Mei Hui? Yi Qingqing saw Chi Mei Hui next to Lin Mo from a distance, so she asked the driver to stop the car as soon as it arrived at the door, then got out of the car and walked quickly towards him with her pair of black silk legs. It's really you, Sister Mei Hui. I thought I was seeing things just now. Hee sister, you never come here for no reason, so what brings you here? Come on, let's go in and talk while we walk. After saying this, Yi Qingqing took Chi Mei Hui's hand very familiarly. Cough cough. Lin Mo suddenly coughed. It was not good that Yi Qingqing treated him as heir, right? Finally, Yi Qingqing noticed him. At this time, Chi Mei Hui smiled and introduced, "This is my new boyfriend, Lin Mo." Lin Mo was speechless. Boyfriend? No, I don't mind you doing that, but could you please remove the word small? After all, I am not small or not, don't you know? My little boyfriend? Yi Qingqing was obviously very confused. Sister Mei Hui, are you sure? Chi Mei Hui took Lin Mo's arm and said with a smile, "Are you sure? How can I joke about something like this? Qingqing, don't underestimate me. My boyfriend is very capable." After a short moment, Lin Mo was speechless again. There's no need for you to tell Yi Qingqing about whether I can do this kind of thing, right? This is the fact. At this moment, Yi Qingqing is obviously more disheveled than before. Lin Mo knew clearly in his heart, we can't let Chi Mei Hui continue to lead the pace. He has to take control of the initiative. Just a few minutes later, in the reception hall of Yi Mansion, Lin Mo pondered for a while, and after organizing his thoughts, he said, "Miss Yi, I came to visit you this time because I wanted to see you. There are three main things. First, I want to cancel your engagement with Wang Haoluan. He's an uneducated loser, a hopeless piece of shit. He's unworthy of you, Miss Yi. Now that he's been castrated, this engagement is automatically void. Secondly, there is a Yi Lin who is your half-brother. He wants to come and claim his kinship with you. You must stop him. Otherwise, he will become the direct descendant of the Yi family. You will have no part in the Yi family in the future, and the huge estate will fall into Yi Lin's hands." There were three things in total, and Lin Mo had already mentioned two of them. When Yi Qingqing heard this, her face froze and she was stunned. Although there was no relationship between him and Wang Haoluan, and they had even met only a few times, and the Yi family was not interested in Wang Haoluan, but the Yi family is a famous and prestigious family. Their ancestor once had an ascender who was above the 8th level martial god, and now there are several 7th level martial saints in charge. It is definitely a powerful family with both strength and prestige. As such, they naturally pay attention to their reputation. Since Wang Haoluan and Yi Qingqing were betrothed before they were born for the sake of the Qi family, this marriage cannot be regretted. In other words, no matter what Wang Haoluan and the Wang family do, the Yi family will accept it. At the same time, Yi Qingqing also accepted it. After all, she, the daughter of the Yi family, has always been a good girl and would never disobey her parents. But now, Chi Mei Hui's boyfriend actually told her, Wang Haoluan has been castrated? That. As an innocent girl, she didn't have any wrong thoughts, and it was impossible for her to have any wrong thoughts. She just thought that marriage was about the continuation of the family line. How could the family line continue if Wang Haoluan was castrated? The Wang family cannot continue the incense, and her Yi family doesn't take care. But can the Yi family let her be childless for the rest of her life? Shouldn't it be possible? So this marriage. Wait, there's a second thing. She has a half-brother who is coming to visit her to acknowledge her relationship with him? Is this true? But where does she get a half-brother? When Yi Qingqing came back to her senses and asked this question, Lin Mo immediately replied, "Yes. Maybe you don't know it, but your mother definitely knows it. Before your father married your mother, he had a first wife, but she was murdered, so your father later married your mother. And this Yi Lin is the son born to your father's first wife." Having said that, Lin Mo became obviously absent-minded. Because he suddenly thought of another thing, the original wife of Yi Qianqiu, the head of the Yi family, is actually not dead. In the original text, he was a dead person in the early stage, but came back to life in the later stage. No, not coming back to life, but being released from hiding. Huangfu Qiushui, Yi Qianqiu's original wife, and the biological mother of the destined protagonist Yi Lin, is called Huangfu Qiushui. In that disaster, there was almost a double loss of life. She was seriously injured while giving birth on the way to escape. After giving birth, she desperately tried to divert the pursuers and jumped off a cliff. Afterwards, the baby Yilin was taken away by Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain who passed by, but Huangfu Qiushui did not die after jumping off the cliff. In the later part of the original text, he appeared as the leader of Taiyang Xiangfang to support Yilin. Yes, that's right, Lin Machuan remembered it. The current leader of Taiyang Xiangfang is Yilin's biological mother. Moreover, the original text said that this woman was as eternally youthful as the leader of Tianshan sect, and was incredibly beautiful. He. Lin Mo smiled evilly in his heart, and then said to Yi Qingcheng, seriously, Miss Yi, you have to listen to me. I understand the art of yin yang and the 5 elements, and can see a glimpse into the future. You can ask your sister Meihui to verify this. Yi Qingcheng immediately turned to look at Qi Meihui, and Qi Meihui nodded directly. It's true, Qingcheng, you can believe him without reservation. As long as you can trust me, Qingcheng, you can trust him. Did you hear that? Lin Mo said with a smile, I won't lie to you. I can really see a corner of the future. And in your future, I see Yi Lin usurping the Yi family's patriarchal power after recognizing him as his biological parent. He even drugged your mother, worse than an animal, and then let your father catch him while he was abusing her. As a result, the father and son fought, and Yi Lin killed his father. Yi Qingcheng's mind buzzed, and she was completely stunned. Not to mention her, such an innocent and good girl, even Qi Meihui was a little overwhelmed at this moment. The main reason was that Qi Meihui didn't fully believe that Lin Mo could predict the future with his fortune-telling skills. The reason she said that to Yi Qingcheng just now was because Qi Meihui, was conquered by Lin Mo physically and mentally. Chapter 47 Impersonating Yi Lin again. Qi Meihui's body and mind were conquered by Lin Mo, how could she not speak up for him? What did he say in the end? After Yi Lin recognized his relatives, he first took over the Yi family property, and then took over Yi Qingcheng's mother Yi Chuanshui. He was caught by Yi Qianqiu while committing violence, and then Yi Lin killed his father? What the hell? Is Lin Mo serious? Qi Meihui seriously suspected that he was making up stories and maliciously slandering her. But even though she was suspicious, she wouldn't expose him outright. She even said, Qingcheng, don't disbelieve me. My boyfriend is really quite capable. He really knows how to deduce fortune and can see into the future. So you must believe him. After all, I'm telling you the truth. I'd rather believe it than not. It's better to be safe than sorry. We must be prepared for any problem before it happens. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng subconsciously asked, how to prevent it? This is what Lin Mo was waiting for her to say. Simple. Lin Mo said directly, I will pretend to be him. I have a way to make your father believe that I am his biological son. Yi Qingcheng and Qi Meihui were stunned at the same time, and both women were obviously unable to react. Can he impersonate Yi Lin? How can I pretend to be this? As for how to impersonate, Lin Mo had naturally thought about this question a long time ago. He remembered that in the original text, Yi Qianqiu, the head of the Yi family, had actually received a letter from Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain, and Zhang Tianchi had explained everything in the letter. In other words, Yi Qianqiu already knew that Huangfu Qiushui gave birth to a son for him when he was seriously injured, and this son was taken away by Zhang Tianchi by chance, and then grew up in Longhu Mountain. At the same time, Yi Qianqiu also knew that his son had already gone down the mountain. However, the key point is that Zhang Tianchi also specifically instructed in the letter, Yi Qianqiu must not take the initiative to look for his son, but must let his son come to him himself, and after the recognition of his relationship, he must not interfere too much in his son's affairs, and must make sure that his son gets enough experience to the greatest extent possible. Experience. Yi Lin went down the mountain this time for the purpose of gaining experience in the world, so Zhang Tianchi specially wrote such a letter to Yi Qianqiu. As a result, this letter gave Lin Mo, the book traveler with a god's perspective, an opportunity to take advantage of. The opportunity that Lin Mo can take advantage of is that Yi Qianqiu has never met Yi Lin. I have never seen him, but I know that there is such a son, Yi Lin, who is going to come to visit me, Isn't it almost certain that Lin Mo is impersonating someone else? After all, he has a god's perspective on the entire plot of the original text, so isn't this something he can easily handle? Of course, he didn't tell Yi Qingcheng all this, he just said that he had a way, the mountain man had his own clever plan. So, half an hour later, Yi Qingcheng brought Lin Mo to her father Yi Qianqiu. Dad, he said it was your son Yi Lin. When he first came, he was stopped from entering and was even beaten by the gatekeeper. I don't think he's lying, so I brought him to you. Look. In fact, Yi Qianqiu was already watching at this moment, and he was staring at Lin Mo intently. There was a moment of silence in the air. Yi Qingchang was very nervous. After all, she was helping others to deceive her father. She didn't want to do that either, but she didn't want what Lin Mo saw in a corner of the future to really happen. She would never allow the damn Yi Lin to touch her mother. She actually doesn't care about the family property, but that bastard was so audacious that he actually laid hands on her mother, so he can't even enter the Yi family. We must stop them at the door to prevent any trouble. Dad. Suddenly, Lin Mo spoke to break the silence. Yi Qianqiu stood up and walked forward, without a trace of doubt in his eyes. Because just as the original text said, he had received a letter from Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain a long time ago. He had known that such a son would come to him, and he had been waiting for the moment when father and son would recognize each other. In the next second, Yi Qianqiu suddenly hugged Lin Mo, patting Lin Mo on the back and saying repeatedly, "Good, good, good son, good." From Yi Qianqiu's perspective, this is the son born to him by his white moonlight Huanfu Qiushui. How could he not be good? It's absolutely wonderful, it couldn't be better. Doubt? There is no such thing. What kind of person is Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain? With Zhang Tianchi's handwritten letter as proof, how could Yi Lin's identity be false? He must be Yi Qianqiu's biological son without a doubt. So at this moment, Yi Qianqiu was really excited and crying. At the same time, outside in the darkness of the night, Yi Qianqiu's real biological son Yi Lin was sleeping on the street with injuries all over his body, suffering from hunger and cold. Wang Haoluan also suffered the same fate. At this moment, Wang Haoluan had already come to the door, but was stopped outside the gate of Yi Mansion and the gatekeeper did not let him in. In fact, because they had received Yi Qingqing's instructions, several Yi family masters who were guarding the gate sneered and said, "A useless thing like you dares to enter the gate of our Yi family? Are you dreaming? Why are you still not convinced? Wang Haoluan, you've already been castrated, you're already a castrated dog, what else is there to be dissatisfied with? You still dare to glare at me, huh? You bastard, try glaring at me again? You'll be done for if I don't hit you." Following these words, several Yi family masters immediately began to rub their hands, ready to take action. Seeing this, Wang Haoluan hurriedly asked his men to push the wheelchair and take him away. On the way out, Wang Haoluan was furious and cursed, "Who the hell leaked the news? How come even a few guard dogs know that I was castrated? It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It really doesn't make sense." After all, although the series of events involving Wang Haoluan's kidnapping and castration caused quite a stir, the Wang family has been able to gain a foothold in the capital over the years by relying on their relationship with the Qi family, one of the 8 great families. Naturally, their relationships and connections are all in place. So it is really not difficult to suppress all those things. In fact, not many people know about what has happened to the Wang family recently. Even if the Wang family is already in a situation where it exists in name only, it is still the same. A centipede is dead but its body is still stiff. Because of this stubborn persistence, all parties did not dare to spread the affairs of the Wang family, let alone do anything to the Wang family, before getting the exact information. This is the residual power of the wealthy family. So at this moment, Wang Haoluan really felt that it didn't make sense. After all, how could he know that it was Lin Mo who was behind this again? On the other side, Lin Mo pretended to be Yi Lin and recognized Yi Qianqiu, and made Yi Qianqiu believe that his actual name in Longhu Mountain was Lin Mo. Soon, late at night, Lin Mo found an opportunity to meet Yi Qianqiu again. A mature and beautiful woman, sexy and charming, full of charm and endless temptation. Especially her long legs and flesh-colored stockings that were faintly visible at the slit of her cheongsam, which were plump, eye-catching and extremely seductive. Lin Mo stared for 2 seconds, walked forward with a smile, and took a deep breath of the beautiful woman's body fragrance from a close distance. Chapter 48 Yi Qianqiu, call mom? You are quite brave. Yi Qianqiu frowned slightly and said softly. Is it big? Lin Mo smiled and took another half-step closer, almost sticking his whole body to Yi Qianqiu. He dared to do this only because he remembered some things from the original text. Yi Qianqiu was secretly practicing the heavenly book, and Yi Qianqiu didn't know about it. And that page of the heavenly book was given to Yi Qianqiu by Zhang Tianchi when he fled, and he repeatedly reminded him to keep it well. As a result, Yi Qianqiu still doesn't know that the page of the heavenly book he was keeping had been replaced by Yi Qianqiu long ago. In fact, back then, Yi Chuanxue took the initiative to approach Yi Qianqiu just for that page of the heavenly book. In fact, her name is not Yi Chuanxue, she is a disciple of Taiyang Xiangfang. No, he is not an ordinary disciple of Taiyang Xiangfang. She is the leader of Taiyang Xiangfang, Fei Lingxue. Back then, the most powerful people in the world joined forces to hunt down Zhang Tianshi, and Fei Lingxue was one of them. It's just that she hid in the dark, and was always sneaky and didn't put in much effort, so even Zhang Tianshi didn't know that she was among the powerful people in the world who were chasing him. The key point is that she actually found an opportunity by doing this back then. She secretly followed Zhang Tianshi to the Yi family and learned that one page of the heavenly book was handed over to Yi Qianqiu. Originally, she wanted to use force, but then she thought, there are 13 pages in the heavenly book, and Yi Qianqiu only has one page. If she takes one page by force, what will happen to the other 12 pages? Instead of grabbing a page, it is better to play the long game and catch a big fish. As a result, Fei Lingxue fished for more than 20 years and even gave birth to a daughter, Yi Qingcheng, for Yi Qianqiu. And she still persists to this day. In the original story, although she persisted to the end, she gained nothing and even gave Yilin a free ride. In the end, she gave birth to a son for Yilin. It's outrageous. It's obvious that the original author is not a serious person. He let Fei Lingxue give birth to a daughter for Yi Qianqiu, and also let her give birth to a son for Yilin. When Lin Mo read this paragraph, he was filled with contempt and called the author a beast. But now, after traveling through the book and thinking carefully, he feels that, it seems that he can really cooperate deeply with Fei Lingxue. Anyway, at this moment, Lin Mo gently placed one hand on Fei Lingxue's waist, and then whispered softly beside her mouth, "Just now you said that I was brave, but in fact I am not only brave, but also capable. You must have heard that I can predict fortunes. What do you think I have calculated? For example, did I anticipate that you, the owner of Taiyang Xiangfang, concubine Lingxue, would change your name to Yi Chuanxue and approach Yi Qianqiu for the page of the heavenly book in his hand? Whether it was Fei Lingxue or Yi Chuanxue, at this moment, this mature and beautiful woman full of charm was completely stunned. The main thing is that she has never told anyone about these things, not even anyone in her own Taiyang Xiangfang knows about it, so how did Lin Mo know about it? Was it really calculated by some kind of fortune-telling technique? When she thought of this, Fei Lingxue was really scared. After all, isn't this guy the disciple of Master Zhang Tianshi? And he is Yi Qianqiu's biological son? Wouldn't he ruin her entire plan? Wouldn't all her efforts over the past 20 years be in vain? Auntie, don't be so anxious. Lin Mo sensed the murderous intent in her eyes and quickly said, "I know your secret, but I didn't say I would tell anyone else. Honestly, I just wanted to cooperate." Cooperation? Fei Lingxue was stunned and asked in astonishment, How can we cooperate? Lin Mo smiled, then took a deep breath of the body fragrance of the mature and beautiful woman in front of him, and said, "Of course, in-depth cooperation. You have already stolen Yi Qianqiu's page of the heavenly book and replaced it with something else. You practiced the heavenly book improperly and nearly went astray. Not only did you also cause that page of the heavenly book to transform into a brand and escape into your body. If I want to achieve this, can I do it without in-depth cooperation with you? Of course, if you cooperate with me in depth, it will naturally be of great benefit to you. Then we can practice together, using each other as our cauldrons, and achieve twice the result with half the effort. What do you think, Auntie, huh?" Fei Lingxue naturally thought Lin Mo's suggestion was feasible, but at the same time, she couldn't help but wonder, aren't you Zhang Tianqi's direct disciple? Aren't you Yi Qianqiu's biological son? Then why do you still need to cooperate with me? Could it be that you're just greedy for my body, so you're using this as an excuse to have a little kiss? Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately showed a serious face. "Auntie, are you kidding? Who do you take me for? As a man of integrity, I never approach women. As a man of pure heart and pure senses, how could I possibly desire your body? I'm telling you, don't underestimate people." Really? Fei Lingxue raised her delicate hand and gently pinched Lin Mo's chin. Then she put her fingers into his mouth, flicking his tongue. She smiled and whispered, "You're not interested in women, right? Are you sure you don't want my body? Then we have nothing to talk about. After all, how can I trust you without dragging you into this?" Lin Mo was stunned. She wanted to drag him down like this? How can there be such a token of allegiance? She really deserves to be the leader of Taiyang Xiangfang. It seems that in order to complete the task, he really has no choice but to sacrifice himself for perfection. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "Auntie, if you really want to say that, then there's really nothing to talk about. I'll listen to you." Fei Lingxue originally thought that he was really going to stick to his bottom line, but in the end he just said he would listen to her? Why does it feel wrong? Could this guy really be a disciple of Mount Longhu? Why don't you try it and know? Thinking of this, Fei Lingxue pushed Lin Mo away slightly, then reached out and pulled the flesh-colored stockings on her plump legs at the slit of her cheongsam, her eyes as charming as silk and her voice rippling, "Follow me. Come if you want." How could Lin Mo be afraid of her? He just didn't believe that she could eat him. As a result, the next day, when he appeared in front of Qi Meihui, he was very listless. Qi Meihui immediately showed a look of suspicion and asked, "What did you do last night? You can still harm others in this Yi family, right? Who did you harm?" Just at this moment, Yi Chuanxue came over. The mature beauty is wearing a sexy stepmother skirt, with a pair of long legs and flesh-colored stockings and high heels under the skirt. She is charming and full of charm. "Lin Mo, come here." Soon, Yi Chuanxue walked up to Lin Mo and said with a smile, "Come, call me mom." Lin Mo was very confused. He is now Yi Qianxiu's son, and she is Yi Qianxiu's wife, so there is nothing wrong with what she said. Will he shout or not? What are you standing there for? Yi Chuanxue urged, "Hurry up and call mom." Chapter 49. Are you a cheap guy? Although you and I are not related by blood, since you have already recognized your father, then you and I will be a family in the future, right? That is true, but Qi Meihui on the side clearly felt, this atmosphere seems very weird. Come here. At this time, Yi Chuanxue called several little maids in white silk clothes that she brought with her to Lin Mo. I have carefully arranged all of this for you. After all, you will be the young master of the Yi family in the future. How can you survive without someone to serve you? From now on, these little maids will serve you closely. Look how good your mother is to you. My dear son, why don't you call me mother? Lin Mo had a headache. Are all the wealthy ladies in Beijing so good at having fun? Does it have to be this way? Why are you still shy? Yi Chuanxue smiled at him and said meaningfully, "You weren't shy last night, so why are you shy now?" Last night? Qi Meihui's heart moved, and she began to scan back and forth between Lin Mo and Yi Chuanxue. I don't know if she was thinking the wrong thing, but the look in her eyes quickly became very strange. Just when Yi Chuanxue was about to force Lin Mo to call her mother, footsteps were suddenly heard. Yi Qianxiu, the head of the Yi family, came over. Haruyuki, you're here too? Yes, I specially found a few young, beautiful, and sexy maids to send to your son. After all, your son is also my son. In the future, he will call me mother just like Qingcheng, so how can I not be nice to him? Yi Qianxiu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay, you are still thoughtful. It was quite thoughtful. After all, Yi Chuanxue had forced Lin Mo to pledge his allegiance last night. From now on, they would really be on the same boat. Couldn't she be more considerate? These few light and soft maids in white silk stockings are just the beginning. Next, she found a few sexy female bodyguards in leather jackets and leather pants for Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo will be a member of the Yi family in the future. How can he go out without some pomp and ceremony? She even wanted to find him a daughter of a wealthy family for engagement and marriage. Chen Yuling from the Chen family, one of the 8 great families in Beijing, is a good example. After all, the Chen family also has a page of the heavenly book. In the past, Yi Chuanxue fought alone, being extremely cautious and careful in every step, as if he was walking on thin ice. Now that she has a helper like Lin Mo who is so capable, shouldn't she make good use of him? As long as I can finally collect all 13 pages of the heavenly book, everything will be worth it. Great value. Lin Mo was as ambitious as she was, so he naturally did not forget to practice hard. After all, strength is the bottom line. Just like last night, if he was not strong enough, how could he convince Yi Chuanxue? But it was after the competition with Yi Chuanxue last night that Lin Mo deeply realized that he still had a lot of room for improvement. He has to work harder. Although he is now in the late stage of the third order martial spirit realm, no one would complain that he has too much money, and no one would complain that his cultivation level is too high. Especially since Lin Mo, as a book crosser, really wanted to establish himself in this world and make a name for himself, he had to push himself to improve his cultivation level higher and higher. So he wanted to find Yi Chuanxue to compete with him again. She is at the peak of the 5th level martial arts realm, and her strength is even greater than that of the Qin sisters. This time he wanted to fight her for 3,000 rounds and let her seriously injure herself, and then stand up again with the help of the cleansing bones and changing marrow pill to rebuild her meridians and further transform herself. That afternoon, at Yi Mansion, in Yi Chuanxue's yoga room. Yi Chuanxue is wearing tight yoga pants, revealing her curvy figure. She is so charming. At this moment, she even raised her foot and stepped on Lin Mo's face, smiling. What did you say? You want me to use all my strength? I'll seriously injure you first, and then you can use the cleansing marrow pill to rebuild your meridians and be reborn? Yes. Lin Mo reached out and grabbed her jade foot, moved it away from his face and said seriously, I'm not kidding, I just want you to hurt me with all your strength. The beautiful woman smiled and moved her jade feet to step on Lin Mo's face again. Do you want me to hurt you, or do you want me to ravage you, destroy you, and torture you? I don't know what you are thinking, kid. You got a taste of success last night, didn't you? You've become addicted to me, your sister? You can't leave me? Who do you think I am? Last night I just wanted to drag you into this and make you show your loyalty. Now I don't have time. Suddenly, Lin Mo kicked her plump buttocks. Yi Chuanxue was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Are you looking for death? Lin Mo challenged, Yeah, I'm looking for death, do you dare to mess with me? Come on, kill me. I made you cry last night, and I can do the same now. After all, you're just a 5th level martial arts master, just to show off. Otherwise, why did you cry last night? Ha? You still dare to glare at me? Why are you still unconvinced? You're really not convinced, huh? Then why don't you do it? You're not afraid, are you? Are you afraid that you can't beat me and I'll hang you up and beat you up instead? Haha, will Yi Chuanxue be ravaged by him? What the hell is this bastard talking about? You don't know how to live or die. Okay, since you're looking for trouble, I'll grant your wish. Following these words, Yi Chuanxue took action instantly. Lin Mo was quickly beaten up, and thus relied on the Canlong force to continuously absorb true energy. Apparently this was his way of practicing. How can ordinary practice help you absorb true energy so quickly? Others become stronger through practice because they are willing to endure hardships and work hard, taking one step at a time. But Lin Mo just wanted to take a shortcut. If you are willing to endure hardships, there will be endless hardships to endure. No matter how hard you work, you cannot withstand the slightest capriciousness of power. How could he not understand this? So for him, anyone who doesn't take the shortcut is a bastard. When the opportunity comes, you must grab it tightly. Like now, on the surface he was indeed beaten badly by Yi Chuanxue, but in fact the true energy in his body was rapidly surging. Soon, when he was vomiting blood and seriously injured, he suddenly broke through and successfully advanced to the peak realm of the 3rd level martial spirit. You can now reach the 4th level of martial master. Come on, Anxue, keep going, keep hitting me, keep kicking me, come on, don't feel sorry for me, I can do it, I can handle it. Let go and kick me hard. I love being kicked by you. Just kick me hard, even if it means you're going to kill me. Hurry up. Yi Chuanxue was confused. You are a cheap guy, aren't you? Lin Mo was indeed quite mean at this moment, but Yi Chuanxue changed her mind. Do you really have the cleansing marrow pill? Do you really want to break it down and then rebuild it? Are you sure? Sure. Lin Mo stood up despite the pain and slapped Yi Chuanxue's plump buttocks. Come on, keep hitting me. Just don't kill me in one blow, and I'll break it and stand up again for you to see. Anxue, why are you still standing there? Hurry up, quick. While urging her, Lin Mo slapped the beautiful woman on her plump buttocks again. Chapter 50, promoted to the 4th rank martial master. He really didn't like this. It was just to stimulate her so that she would quickly take action and continue beating him. There is no way around it. This is the effect of the Canlong power. The harder you get beaten, the more true energy you absorb, and the faster your strength increases. In fact, the Zhou family's ancestor who created this set of skills was also a genuine 8th level martial god, and was only one step away from ascension. Among all the wealthy families in Beijing, except for the Wang family who made their fortune by relying on Phoenix men, the ancestors of the other families all have great backgrounds. Therefore, even though the Zhou family has been less powerful than the Wang family over the years, in fact, the Wang family is nothing without Qi Meiwei, while the Zhou family has a real heritage. Their ancestors even had an 8th level martial god at the peak level who created the Canlong gene technique. However, the ancestor failed to ascend to heaven, and no genius appeared in the Zhou family later, so it gradually declined and was suppressed by the Wang family, who relied on the Qi family to bully others. Otherwise, how could Zhou Shuyi marry Wang Jingwei? Perhaps it was fate that the Zhou family's martial arts technique, Sanglong Jin, would shine brightly under Lin Mo. Yi Chuanxue was slapped on the butt by Lin Mo just now. She was so irritated that she immediately started to beat Lin Mo again. As a result, her beating finally made Lin Mo give in. Oh? That's enough? You're begging for mercy, right? That's fine. Come on, good son, call me mom. Call me mom and I'll stop beating you. Are you going to scream? Yi Chuanxue said as she was about to kick Lin Mo in the face again. Lin Mo was convinced and could only compromise. Finally, Yi Chuanxue smiled with satisfaction and stopped completely. In a blink of an eye, Lin Mo took the tendon cleansing and marrow strengthening pill, and began to break down and then rebuild, rebuilding his meridians and being reborn. Yi Chuanxue was stunned. If she saw it right, this kid ate 2 cleansing tendon and strengthening marrow pills at once? He eats 2 of these at a time? Where did he get so much? Given by Zheng Tianchi of Longhu Mountain? Is he really worthy of being Zheng Tianchi's direct disciple? Is he really that rich? Thinking of this, Yi Chuanxue couldn't help but move closer. Do you have any left, boy? Give me one too? Ha? Ignoring me? What do you mean? You were calling me mom just now, but now you're ignoring me, right? Lin Mo. With a loud shout, Yi Chuanxue seemed to, somewhat really treat herself as her mother. It didn't work. Lin Mo was busy absorbing the medicinal effects and rebuilding his meridians, so how could he have time to pay attention to her? But she didn't give up. She moved closer and pressed her sweaty body against Lin Mo's. She even whispered in his ear, "Just give mom a tendon cleansing and marrow strengthening pill, okay? Still ignoring me? Then I'm going to do something bad." Yi Chuanxue was serious. She would do anything to get the tendon cleansing and marrow strengthening pill. After all, who doesn't want something that is priceless and hard to come by? That is much more valuable than the several hundred million yuan as a token of loyalty that Lin Mo gave him last night. So now she said she had to get one from this guy no matter what. She also needs to be reborn so that her strength can be taken to a higher level. But in fact, there is no need for that at all, because Lin Mo cannot absorb the efficacy of the 2 cleansing bones and strengthening marrow pills by himself, so he needs Yi Chuanxue's help. To help means to turn into a furnace and use his body as a furnace to refine the medicinal effects. Just when Yi Chuanxue was about to do something bad, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. His whole body was hot and unbearable as if he was bathed in fire, and it was obvious that he had reached the peak of what his body could withstand from the drug's effects. If he doesn't find someone to share the burden with, he'll explode. Because he had 2 previous experiences, he did not hesitate this time. He directly blocked Yi Chuanxue's mouth and poured the rich medicine into her continuously. By the time Yi Chuanxue reacted, the powerful medicinal effect of the cleansing bones and strengthening marrow pill had already transformed into a surging heat wave that was madly crashing through his body. The beautiful lady was startled for a moment, but then she reacted quickly and began to use her internal energy to refine the medicinal properties. This training took more than 2 hours. Before they knew it, all of her and Lin Mo's clothes were soaked with sweat. It was simply because the drug was too potent. It stimulated the bones, meridians, and blood when it took effect, naturally causing the 2 of them to feel unbearable burning sensation. As a result, it took them more than half an hour to absorb all the medicinal effects. The beautiful woman Yi Chuanxue naturally gained a lot, and Lin Mo even broke through the shackles of the peak realm of the 3rd-level martial spirit and successfully promoted to the 4th-level martial master. In an instant, his condition returned to full strength, and Lin Mo became very energetic. He felt that every part of his body was filled with explosive and terrifying power. Full of energy and absolutely driven. Just at this time, Qi Mingchuan, the adopted son of the Qi family, came to find Qi Meihui. And his attitude is very domineering. What exactly is going on with the Wang family? Why would someone say you kidnapped Wang Haoluan? Qi Meihui, what on earth do you want to do? Kidnap your own son? And castrate him? I told you not to be with Wang Jingwei, but you didn't listen. Now you're doing this again? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, you're simply. Just what? Lin Mo's voice suddenly sounded. Then, Lin Mo strode over and stood directly between Qi Meihui and Qi Mingchuan. While protecting Qi Meihui behind him, he looked at Qi Mingchuan coldly. Chi Mingchuan, you are just an adopted son of the Chi family. You don't even have any Chi family blood. How can you be qualified to give orders to my sister Mei Hui? Who do you think you are? Do you really consider yourself a member of the Chi family? And you even consider yourself the heir to the Chi family? You're just a bastard who was picked up. You don't even know who your biological parents are, and yet you dare come here to show off? Is this the place where you run wild? Get out, right now, Chi Mingchuan, get out of the Yi family. Chi Mingchuan was a little confused. Who the hell is this kid? How dare you tell him to get out? Wait. Chi Mingchuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he glanced back and forth between Lin Mo and Chi Meihui. Soon, the adopted son of the Chi family suddenly understood and began to comprehend a little. Lin Mo? Are you the one who defeated the elite of the Wang family? Why are you at the Yi family? Is this the place where a bastard like you can come? You still dare to tell me to get out? Believe it or not, I will break your dog legs. As soon as Chi Mingchuan finished speaking, Yi Qingcheng appeared with her slender black silk legs. Chapter 51, By the Dip Directly, Target Huangfu Qiushui. Chi Mingchuan, what are you yelling about in my Yi family? Whose legs do you want to break? As she said this, Yi Qingcheng came over with a gust of fragrant wind and stood directly beside Lin Mo. Without waiting for Chi Mingchuan to explain, she continued, this Lin Mo is my brother. He just got to know my father as his son. Now he is a member of my Yi family, and a direct descendant. How dare you, an adopted son of the Chi family, come to the Yi family and tell them to get out? Did you take the wrong medicine? Now Chi Mingchuan was really confused. Lin Mo is a member of the Yi family? What the hell? How is that possible? Lin Mo is just a small follower of Wan Holuan. How could he be a member of your Yi family? Yi Qingcheng, what did you say just now? You said he was your brother? He has already recognized your father as his son? Him? A direct descendant of the Yi family? Do you think I believe him? Chi Mingchuan was yelling and very excited. As soon as he finished shouting, Lin Mo raised his leg and kicked him. I don't care whether you believe it or not. A Chi family adopted son came to my Yi family and acted wildly. Are you rebelling? Who do you think you are? How dare you blare at me? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? As he said this, Lin Majian raised his hand and slapped Chi Mingchuan in the face. He was just kicked and now he was slapped. Can Chi Mingchuan endure it? He was furious and wanted to fight back immediately. But at this moment, Yi Chuanxue, who was sweating profusely, came over while wiping the sweat from her face, walking with her plump and beautiful legs. Chi Mingchuan, are you crazy? You dare to cause trouble on my Yi family's territory? And you want to beat my son? Are you looking for death? When Yi Chuanxue said this, Chi Mingchuan was shocked and then completely confused. After all, even Yi Chuanxue said so how could it be true that Lin Mo is Yi Qianxue's son? Now Chi Mingchuan really has to believe it even if he doesn't want to. At this time, Yi Chuanxue came to Lin Mo with a gust of fragrant wind and smiled at him. Don't be afraid, dear son, Mom is here, no one can bully you. Lin Mo was speechless. Could she please not be like this? Do you really like him calling you Mom so much? Where did this quirk of hers come from? It's amazing. At this time, Chi Meihui was staring at Yi Chuanxue's sweaty face, and unconsciously showed suspicion in her eyes. Obviously she noticed something. Lin Mo's face was covered in sweat just now, and now Yi Chuanxue is also sweating profusely? What were they doing before coming here? Some things are probably not allowed to be seen in public, right? Why don't you get out of here? In order to divert attention, Lin Mo looked at Chi Mingchuan again and scolded him. Chi Mingchuan, let me tell you, you can't act wildly in the Yi family, and the same goes for the Chi family. Isn't he just an adopted son of the Chi family? He doesn't even have a bit of Chi family bloodline. Do you really think you're that big of a deal? I have a higher status in the Chi family than you, because I am Sister Meihui's boyfriend now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo took Chi Meihui's hand. In that instant, Chi Mingchuan's heart was shaken and he was completely stunned. He had finally accepted the fact that Lin Mo was a descendant of the Yi family, so how come? Lin Mo suddenly became Chi Meihui's boyfriend? How could Chi Mingchuan react to this? The key point is that although Chi Meihui still has charm and sexiness, with fair skin and a hot body, she is indeed very charming and a stunner, but no matter what, Lin Mo is about the same age as her son Wang Holuan, right? Even if she and Wang Haoluan stood together and said they were siblings and no one would doubt it, she couldn't really find a man who was the same age as her son, right? What is this? How disgraceful. But Lin Mo didn't care about that. Seeing Qi Mingxuan's confused and disbelieving look, he simply hugged Qi Meihui and kissed her on the mouth. Immediately afterwards, he slapped Qi Meihui on her plump buttocks. Pa! The sound of the slap was quite crisp. Qi Mingxuan was shocked. He did believe it, but Qi Mingxuan was also really furious. It seemed that he really didn't expect Qi Meihui to be so good at playing. Did you see that? Lin Mo said, I told you that my status in the Qi family is higher than yours. Just because Sister Meihui is my woman, is that enough to qualify me? Qi Mingxuan opened his mouth and hesitated to speak. He wanted to refute but really didn't know what to say. I was so angry that my face turned green. Of course, he was not the first one. Before that, Wang Jingwei and his son Wang Haoluan were almost angered to death by Lin Mo. In comparison, what is Qi Mingxuan's? No matter what, Qi Mingxuan can only leave in disgrace. On the other side, Wang Haoluan received a letter of cancellation of engagement from the Yi family. The engagement was cancelled, and from then on Wang Haoluan and Yi Qingcheng had no relationship anymore. From then on, Wang Haoluan's world completely collapsed, and he no longer had any chance of making a comeback. In comparison, Yilin still has a lot of opportunities. After all, he is the protagonist of destiny, has great luck, and is favored by destiny. How can he be defeated so easily? But how could Lin Mo not have thought of it? Lin Mo was ready to buy at the bottom. That is the sexy and beautiful mother who went to find Yilin, Huangfu Qiushui. Isn't he the owner of Tiangxiangfang? Huangfu Qiushui became the owner of Tianxiangfang just by chance, but Ji Chuanxue was the real previous owner of Tianxiangfang. If she hadn't disappeared from the martial arts world in order to get close to Yi Qianxiu, leaving the huge Tiangxiangfang leaderless, how could Huangfu Qiushui have any place? Now he is going to use Yi Chuanxue's identity to take back the position of the owner of Tiangxiangfang. Without further ado, that very night, Lin Mo, together with Yi Chuanxue, Qi Meihui, Zhou Shuyi and many other wealthy and beautiful women in the Beijing circle, walked into the door of a Beijing club. Bai Walu. Just by hearing the name of this club, you can tell that it is a place of entertainment just like Wang Jiayi's Red House nightclub. In the world of high martial arts, there are places of entertainment like this everywhere. This is also one of the many reasons why Lin Mo likes this world very much. Handsome guy. At this time, a model-like long-legged lady came forward with her slender waist and plump hips. She glanced at the beautiful ladies beside Lin Mo and said with a smile, handsome guy, are you looking for someone? What kind of people are you looking for in a place like this? Lin Mo glanced at the beautiful legs of the queen in black stockings and said with a smile, of course I'm here to have fun, but I like to have fun with my sisters. After all, life is short, and this is the way to enjoy it. The long-legged lady was obviously stunned for a moment. It was obvious that she had never seen anyone like Lin Mo. The main thing is that these beautiful women around him all have extraordinary temperament and are obviously not his subordinates. So, how did he convince them to come with him to a place like this for entertainment? Is he really such a capable man? What are you doing? Lin Mo stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the long-legged lady, saying, don't just stand there. Lead the way. We must get the largest and most luxurious VIP box, and call all of your most beautiful top performers over. All my expenses today will be paid for by these sisters of mine. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chuanxue raised his leg and kicked him. What sister? Call me mom. Yu Jie was stunned, while Lin Mo was confused. No, what is Yi Chuanxue doing? She has left the Yi family and come to this kind of club, and she is still like this? This is simply outrageous. You always ask me to call you mom. Do you really think I, Lin Mo, am shameless? Chapter 52, Huangfu Qiushui's imported wine. It would be fine if it happened in private. I endured the humiliation and depended on you. But now, we are out in front of so many people, and you still dare to mess with me? You'd better not let me catch you, or you'll see how I'll deal with you. When the time comes, I will hang you up and make you sweat profusely and cry for your parents. Where's your boss's wife? Not long after, in the VIP box, Qi Meihui sat down and, while lifting her long legs in flesh-colored stockings, said to the royal sister, I heard your boss's wife is a stunning beauty, a beauty among beauties. My boyfriend likes mature people like your boss lady. Just call your boss lady over, and no matter how much money you pay, it won't be a problem. The royal sister was stunned, looking confused. Lin Mo was also a little confused. Does it have to be so direct? Although we were originally coming here for Huangfu Qiushui, it wouldn't be good to be so direct, right? What if we alert the enemy? However, Lin Mo thought again. In the original plot, Huangfu Qiushui didn't seem to know that Yi Lin had gone down the mountain at this time. He didn't even know that his own son was saved by Zheng Tianchi of Longhu Mountain. That should be the case, right? The main reason is that Huangfu Qiushui barely showed up in the early stages of the original storyline, and only suddenly showed up in the later stages to support Yi Lin as the head of Tianxiangfang. Therefore, Lin Mo wasn't entirely sure what was going on with Huangfu Qiushui. Although he was not sure if his reasoning was correct, Huangfu Qiushui should have known nothing in the early stage. Otherwise, why has Mao never shown up? It must be that he started to notice this person after Yi Lin became famous, and then gradually found out everything after various clues and careful investigation? That damn author didn't write it clearly and didn't explain these things at all, so Lin Mo can only take a gamble. Yes, take a gamble. Thinking of this, Lin Mo found a pen and paper and wrote a note, folded it and handed it to the queen. Come, give this to your boss lady. I think after seeing this, she will come over and drink with me. Suddenly, the queen was stunned again. This time, even Yi Chuanxue, Qi Meihui, Zhou Shudi and others were a little confused, and they were basically muttering in their hearts, what is this kid doing? What else can Lin Mo do? He just wrote a line on the note. Huangfu Qiushui, your son is in my hands, you don't want him to get hurt, right? Soon, in the office upstairs, the note was handed to a stunningly beautiful mature woman. The beautiful woman was originally half lying on the sofa lazily, her body spread out in a graceful posture, and every part of her body was so charming. But the moment she saw the words on the note clearly, the beautiful woman's face suddenly changed. She stood up and asked, "Where is the person who gave you the note?" The royal sister was terrified and quickly replied, "It's in the private room downstairs. He wants you to accompany him for drinks." Drinking companion? The beautiful woman frowned, a strange color flashed in the depths of her eyes, and she thought to herself, the other party knew that Huangfu Qiushui had such a son, and now he suddenly came to threaten her with her son. Could it be as simple as asking her to drink with him? But no matter what, she has to go. Even though she didn't believe her son was still alive, she wanted to take a gamble. After all, what if? If her son is really still alive, then, even if she has to sacrifice a little, it will all be worth it. When she gave birth to her son, she jumped off a cliff to divert the pursuers. Wasn't she betting that her son would be blessed with good fortune and a long life, and that good things will come to those who are lucky? Now that her wish has come true, how can she just ignore it? Huangfu Qiushui has already died once, so what is there to be afraid of? It was with this mentality that Huangfu Qiushui, who, in the original text was a T0 level superb beauty, quickly went downstairs and walked into the private room where Lin Mo was. In an instant, she came to Lin Mo with her plump, straight and long legs, bringing a gust of fragrance. Lin Mo looked up and saw what was in front of him. She is truly stunning and beautiful. Although she is Yi Lin's biological mother, you can't tell her age at all. A beauty like her is just a sign of maturity, not age. Mature and beautiful, with infinite charm. It is so sexy that people can't stop looking at it. What was the original author thinking, assigning such a beautiful mother to the protagonist? I'm afraid there must be something wrong with the original author. But, one thing is for sure, Lin Mo has to say thank you to the original author. God knows what he is thanking me for, but thank you is necessary anyway. What should I call you, handsome guy? Huangfu Qiushui suddenly asked Lin Mo with her red lips. Lin Mo patted Zhou Shui's butt next to him, asked her to move and make room, then motioned Huangfu Qiushui to come over and sit next to him. Huangfu Qiushui did not hesitate and did as he was told for the sake of his son. At this time, Lin Mo poured a glass of wine, handed it to Huangfu Qiushui, and smiled, "Feed me." Okay. The beautiful woman smiled and said gently, "Anyone who comes is a guest, and you are an honored guest. I should feed you wine." Huangfu Qiushui was about to feed Lin Mo the wine himself, but Lin Mo held up his hand to block the cup and said with a smile, "Drink it first, and then feed it to me yourself." In an instant, Huangfu Qiushui's heart paused, and a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Mo glanced at her long legs and stockings and continued, "A rich lady like you who has such a good taste, of course I have to drink your imported wine. And you just said I was a distinguished guest, so I guess you wouldn't refuse, right? Reject? Does Huangfu Qiushui have any choice? She has also been in the capital for the past few years, how could she not know the powerful people in the capital? By now she had recognized Qi Meihui and Yi Chuanxue. One is a direct descendant of the Qi family, and the other is the wife of the Yi family. Both women are from one of the 8 great families in the capital. Although Huangfu Qiushui has Taiyang Xiangfang behind her, the martial arts sects are ultimately not enough compared to the powerful people in the capital. Not to mention that these powerful people in the capital are already quite powerful, and all of them have 7th-level martial saints or even 8th-level martial gods in their charge. The royal family behind them alone is enough to intimidate Huangfu Qiushui and the entire Taiyang Xiangfang that she is in charge of. The capital city is the capital of the Xinwu Empire. The royal family is the royal family of the Xinwu Empire. The current empress is known as the strongest person in the world. It is rumored that she may be able to break through the void and ascend to the fairyland at any time. She is an 8th-level martial god at the peak of her power. With such a powerful person in charge, who dares to challenge the majesty of the royal family? Although the 8 great families in the capital are not members of the royal family, they all work for the royal family. Most of the people in their families are high-ranking officials in the court, and they have real power in the government and the country. So who would dare to go against the 8 great families? What's more, these powerful families are likely to have an 8th-level martial god in charge. Chapter 53, Steal his crystal and enter his hometown. In this case, Huangfu Qiushui would be unable to afford to offend him. Therefore, at this moment, she could only take the glass of wine that Lin Mo handed over, drink it, and then feed it into Lin Mo's mouth with her own mouth. Imported fine wine tastes quite good. Lin Mo also took the opportunity to give her 2 French kisses. With Huangfu Qiushui as a trump card in the future, how can Yi Lin, the so-called destined protagonist, fight against him? Not bad. After drinking the imported wine, Lin Mo casually put his arm around Huangfu Qiushui's slender waist, took another deep breath of the faint body fragrance of this T0 level beauty, and said with a smile, "Come on, continue. Let's get drunk tonight and not leave until we are drunk. You have to feed me every glass of wine yourself. If you don't, I won't drink it. I won't enjoy the wine. I won't care about anything else. You don't want your guests to leave disappointed, do you?" What Lin Mo really meant by his last sentence was, "You don't want to be unable to see your son, do you?" How could Huangfu Qiushui not understand the subtext? What can she do under this threat? For the sake of my son, I have no choice but to risk it all. She was willing to sacrifice her life for her son back then, so what does it matter now? As long as she can keep her son safe, no matter how great the sacrifice she makes, it is worth it. Thinking of this, Huangfu Qiushui took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Okay, I will definitely drink with you tonight." "Okay." Lin Mo clapped his hands. "That's exactly what I wanted you to say. I love drinking with a smart, mature, and sexy sister like you. Come on, fill up the cup, fill it up." Soon, the cup in front of him was filled up again, and he asked Huangfu Qiushui to drink it first, and then fed it to him personally. But on the other hand, Yi Lin felt very cold in his heart, and his whole state was very depressed and extremely weak. This time he came down the mountain to the world with a mission in mind. He was originally full of confidence and felt that with his ability, Yi Lin, he would be able to get things done quickly. Result. First, someone pretended to be him and went to the Su family to intercept and took away the page of the heavenly book. Then he was inexplicably involved in a bloody massacre in the trial department. After going through so much trouble to explain himself and clear himself of suspicion, he wanted to go to the Yi family to acknowledge his relationship, but in the end, he couldn't even enter the Yi family? He was even beaten up by the Yi family members? Everything is really going wrong. What should he do? Is he really not suitable to walk in this secular world? Should Yi Lin stay on Longhu Mountain forever? Why do I always feel like something is not right? Yi Lin frowned, his heart filled with suspicion. Then he thought of Lin Mo unconsciously, and muttered, "Who is this Lin Mo? How did he know that the Su family had a page of the heavenly book? And he even pretended to be me and took the heavenly book away first? It's like this person can predict my actions? Could it be that the reason I was turned away by the Yi family was because of this person's conspiracy? Facts have proved that the protagonist of destiny is really not stupid. Being able to figure this out based on clues shows that Yi Lin really has some ability. But that's where it ends. The key point is, even if he thought of this, what could he do? What should he do next? Go. Yi Lin's crystals were about to be stolen, and even his hometown was being robbed by Lin Mo. What else could he do next? Unknowingly, the scales of fate have begun to tilt. The destiny and luck on Yi Lin's body were quietly dissipating bit by bit, and then gathered into Lin Mo's body. On this page, Yi Lin had a nightmare. He dreamed of his mother, whom he had never met, and dreamed that she was abused, ravaged, and brutally tortured. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he could clearly hear her crying heartbreakingly. "Mom!" Yi Lin shouted loudly early in the morning and suddenly woke up from a nightmare. He woke up and found it was a dream, but he couldn't relax at all. It feels like the dream was real, too real. It's so real that it doesn't even seem like a dream. If it's not a dream, then what could it be? Yi Lin shook his head violently, muttering to himself, "I don't even know if my mother is still alive. I haven't heard from her in all these years. I guess I missed her too much, so I had such a nightmare. Yes, that must be it. Everything that just happened was just a dream." Yi Lin convinced himself, but he could not change the reality. In reality, no one knows what Lin Mo did to Huangfu Qiushui last night. Maybe I did nothing, maybe I did everything. That was the secret between him and Huangfu Qiushui. Anyway, he woke up at Huangfu Qiushui's house at noon. Huangfu Qiushui's home is on the rooftop of the Baihua building of the club. It is spacious, bright, magnificent, and very luxurious. Although she is not as rich as the 8 great families, as the head of Tiangxiangfang, she has already opened clubs like Baiwalu all over the country, so she is naturally not short of money. For example, Wang Jingwei's Wang family had assets of 40 to 50 billion yuan. She, Huangfu Qiushui, was at least much richer than the Wang family. "I'm considered a shareholder now, right?" Lin Mo said as he kneaded and massaged Huangfu Qiushui's silk-stockinged feet. "By investing in you, I'll also have a share in your Tiangxiangfang. From now on, we'll be family." Chapter 54, Advancement to the 4th Stage Midterm. "As long as you are obedient and do everything I say, I will let you see your son when the time is right. Remember, don't play tricks. Since I know everything about you, you should be able to imagine how capable I am. So please don't question me, don't try to go against me, otherwise not only will your reputation be ruined, but your son will also die a miserable death. Of course, I'm actually very easy to talk to. As long as you listen to me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." After saying that, Lin Mo lowered his head and took a deep breath. Then he leaned over to Huangfu Qiushui's mouth, nibbled on it with his tongue, and smiled. "Come on, hit me. Now you can vent your anger as much as you want. Think about what I did to you last night, and then use all your means to attack me. I want you to help me practice martial arts and use your fastest means to seriously injure me. As long as you don't kill me, everything will be fine. Of course, if you really take the opportunity to kill me, both you and your son will be miserable. Come on, do as I say, hit me hard." Huangfu Qiushui seemed impatient and kicked Lin Mo before he could finish speaking. Lin Mo was kicked in the face and it still hurt a little, but this was exactly the effect he wanted. "Come on, keep going, don't just stand there. Just let go and don't worry. Just think about how beastly I was last night. Are you instantly mad now? Go ahead and vent your anger on me, go ahead and beat me to death, don't treat me like a human being, just like I didn't treat you like a human being last night." Originally, Huangfu Qiushui had some concerns, fearing that Lin Mo was just joking. But now that he said that, she would be really rude. This beastly bastard can't be killed. We must try our best to meet his requirements. Unexpectedly, this was exactly what Lin Mo wanted. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Last night, the harder he worked, the more pain and happiness she felt. Now, the harder she worked, the more true energy her complete version of Sanglong Jin could absorb, and the faster he would grow. Huangfu Qiushui is a 5th-rank martial arts master. When she works hard, Lin Mo feels really jealous. It really hurt, and several bones were broken very quickly. But it was really cool, because the true energy in Lin Mo's body was growing very fast. As Huangfu Qiushui continued to attack, he clearly felt that the true energy in his body was becoming increasingly powerful. "Yes, that's it. Sister, don't stop. Keep going. Keep venting your anger. Keep using your tricks on me. I treated you like that last night. Don't treat me like a human being now. Hit me, hurry up, sister, don't hesitate, don't stop, keep hitting me, kicking me. Damn pervert." Huangfu Qiushui couldn't help but curse in her heart. It was obvious that she had misunderstood. Of course, Lin Mo wanted to absorb the true energy by getting beaten, but the current situation made Huangfu Qiushui think that he liked to be abused. This is exactly what the beautiful woman wants. She was tortured so badly last night, so she might as well take this opportunity to take revenge. Even if she couldn't really kill this bastard, she had to vent her anger. Oh my god. Lin Mo suddenly suffocated in pain. What the hell is she doing? Where is she kicking? Huh, can Lin Mo be that fragile? Even though he was in so much pain that he was suffocating, it was okay. It was impossible for him to be disabled, not to mention that he still had the tendon cleansing and marrow strengthening pill. Just half an hour later, it was almost over. Lin Mo was covered in bruises and blood. He felt that he was about to die, so he quickly asked Huangfu Qiushui to stop, and then swallowed 2 tendon cleansing and marrow strengthening pills immediately. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. Cleanse the tendons and marrow, reorganize the meridians, break and then stand up, be reborn, and achieve nirvana. Awesome! Lin Mo suddenly shouted awesome, and at the same time, he used his internal energy to infuse the medicinal effect into every part of his body. In an instant, the extremely hot and powerful true energy instantly shattered all his clothes and pants. No, it was not just shattered, but turned directly into ashes. The beautiful woman was stunned, and Huangfu Qiushui was dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Mo reached out and pulled him over, directly blocking her mouth and then transferring the huge medicinal effect of the cleansing bones and strengthening marrow pill into her body, thus turning this beautiful woman into a furnace to assist in refining. It was an old trick. With the experience from the previous times, Lin Mo was already very familiar with it, and it was quite clean and neat. Huangfu Qiushui also reacted quickly. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice, and the effect of the cleansing bones and strengthening marrow pill also had a power beyond her imagination on her. Who doesn't want to cleanse the bones and marrow and be reborn? In this high-level martial arts city world, strength is the bottom line and is definitely better than money. After all, rich people are not necessarily powerful, but for those who are powerful enough, it is easy to ask for money or persuade others. Just like that empress, at the peak of the 8th rank martial god realm, she rules the world, supreme and almighty. What does she want? If Huangfu Qiushui also had such strength, how could she be controlled by this bastard Lin Mo? Although she was currently using her cauldron body to help Lin Mo refine the medicinal properties of the cleansing bones and strengthening marrow pill, how could her hands not get greasy after handling pork? As long as the medicinal effects of the cleansing bones and strengthening marrow pill pass through her body, she will naturally be able to absorb a lot of it. She could even use some tricks to take the opportunity to absorb as much as possible. In this way, her cauldron would naturally not be so resistant. Just like last night, it was at best half-hearted. And last night's half-hearted consent was purely forced, and I couldn't resist because of my son. And now, she must get some benefits. It turns out that the benefits are huge. When all the medicinal effects were refined, Huangfu Qiushui clearly felt that the true energy in his body had increased a lot. My cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, has greatly improved. Correspondingly, Lin Mo broke through directly, advancing from the original early 4th stage to the middle 4th stage. Pa! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. Lin Mo, full of energy, slapped Huangfu Qiushui's plump buttocks. Where were you kicking me just now? You clearly want to make me childless, right? Also, how much of my medicinal properties did you secretly absorb? I asked you to help me refine them, but you were almost solely focused on absorbing them for yourself? That's about right, but isn't it a bit too much for you to keep absorbing it? As he said this, Lin Mo raised his hand and pinched the beautiful woman's chin. It seems I'll have to find another opportunity to give you a good beating, so that you won't be confused about how to satisfy me. Ha? What's with that look in your eyes? Do you want to hit me? It was more than just a beating. Huangfu Qiushui really wanted to kill Lin Mo right away. It's not enough to kill them, they also have to cut them into pieces and then chop them up and feed them to the dogs. If such a day really comes, she must do it, otherwise it will be difficult to get rid of her hatred and revenge. However, for now, she could only endure it for the time being. No matter what Lin Mo did to her, she could only endure it. She'll endure until she finds her son. At that time, she will definitely kill Lin Mo with her own hands. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Put your hair up." At this moment, Zhou Shuyi pushed the door open and walked in. She walked up to Lin Mo with her long legs and asked with a smile, "What do you want me to do with your hair? I've already made you sweat profusely, and you still won't stop?" Regardless of whether Lin Mo calms down or not, Zhou Shuyi wants him to calm down. After all, if he wasted too much energy on Huangfu Qiushui, what would happen to her, Zhou Shuyi? She also wanted Lin Mo to continue to give him in-depth guidance on Kang Longpo and other lost skills of the Zhou family. In addition, Qi Meihui also asked Lin Mo to help treat internal injuries. And Yi Chuanxue is counting on Lin Mo to work with her for a great cause. With so many rich and beautiful women in Beijing surrounding Lin Mo, how could Lin Mo have the chance to waste too much energy on Huangfu Qiushue? At this moment, Qi Meihui also arrived, and together with Zhou Shuyi, they dragged Lin Mo away. Chapter 55 Yi Lin stands up for the gold digger. On the other side, Yi Lin beat up the landlord's husband. Although it was the man who came to the house, broke in and grabbed Yi Lin's female landlord and was about to attack her, so Yi Lin's action this time seemed to be a brave act, but the man's face was bruised and swollen, and he was roaring at Yi Lin. Who the hell are you? You're so great just because you can fight? You're the only one who can fight. You fight because you know what's going on? I don't care what the situation is, anyway. Yi Lin wanted to refute righteously. The man interrupted directly. Anyway, your mother, shut up. I'm her husband, and this house is mine. You moved in without my consent, the owner, and you still have the nerve to yell at me? Why are you still not convinced? Still want to fight? Come on, kill me today if you dare. Damn, do you really think you're the only one in the world who can fight? You're just a martial arts practitioner, what's so arrogant about you? In fact, Yi Lin couldn't really be so arrogant. After all, he had encountered many setbacks since he came down the mountain, and now he was penniless. If he hadn't met a kind female landlord who took him in and let him stay for free, he would really have to sleep on the streets now. But the problem lies in the 8 words, kindly take you in and offer free accommodation. The so-called kind female landlord may not be kind at all. It is also possible that the real purpose is not to drink. This bitch. At this time, although the female landlord's husband had been beaten black and blue by Yi Lin, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was quite righteous. Let's be reasonable. Do you know what she did? Why did you help her beat me? She copied others by withdrawing sexual consent and sued me for raping her in marriage, all because I wouldn't pay for her father's surgery. I gave her a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan when we got married, but on the wedding day, her father demanded an extra 100,000 yuan, threatening to take her away from my wedding. I had already prepared the wedding banquet. What else could I do? I could only give her another 100,000 yuan, which would make a total of 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. I brought her home for 300,000, and then she forced me to give 100,000 as a gift for her brother's wedding. 100,000. That's 400,000 yuan. Last year, her father got sick, and I paid another 100,000 yuan for his medical expenses. How much? 500,000, right? This time it's even worse. Her father needs surgery, and the cost is over 600,000 yuan. She wants me to pay it all at once? At this point, the man was already yelling, what do you really think I am? An ATM? You're withdrawing your consent to sex from a month ago if I don't pay you 600,000 for surgery? You're accusing me of marital rape? Are you threatening me like that? Did you really learn from those bitches? Did you see the news? That woman who accepted the bride price and then accused someone of rape and sent him to prison had her entire family slaughtered and her entire clan implicated. Over 100 people were killed without exception. Even the judiciary department was affected. The murderer actually massacred the entire judiciary department. You really haven't heard of such a big news? Now you dare to use this trick against me? I'm going to fall for it. Finally, Yi Lin understood. So that's what's happening? It seems that this man is still right? But no matter what, Yi Lin thought about it and advised, no matter what, it's not okay for you to break in and beat a woman. You're not enemies. What deep hatred could there be between you two? Can't you just sit down and talk it out? You, a grown man, rushed in and started fighting without saying a word, so I had to stop you. Even now, if you dare to do it again, I will stop you. Really? The man sneered, obviously not afraid at all. He does not have the talent to practice martial arts, and as an ordinary person he cannot beat Yi Lin, but he just said that he is the only martial arts practitioner in the world? Can't he just find someone who can fight later? Therefore, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yi Lin. He looked directly at his wife and said through gritted teeth, listen to me, bitch. If we can survive, we will survive. If we can't, forget it. I've already invested so much money in your family, and now you want me to shell out over 600,000 yuan for your dad's surgery? Are you really taking me for a ride? Let me tell you clearly, I have this money, but I won't give you a cent. If you want to withdraw your consent or sue me for raping a woman during marriage, you can do whatever you want. Just wait and see if I kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the man turned around and left, slamming the door. But he didn't give in, instead he went to get help. Not long after, the man called Fong Yan. Fong Yan is Lu Yulan's sexy and beautiful mother, and Lu Yulan is Zhou Shuyi's sister-in-law. At this moment, Zhou Shuyi and Shi Meihui had brought Lin Mo back to the Shanhaiyuan villa. The two sexy beauties were asking Lin Mo questions non-stop. Why are you looking for Huangfu Qiushui? What secrets are hidden in the note you wrote to her yesterday? Do you have any evidence against her? You're not purely after her beauty, are you? You've gone to all this trouble, so you're just using that Huangfu Qiushui handle to threaten her into giving herself up? I didn't expect that you, Lin Mo, could actually do such a thing? What a beast! No, it should be worse than an animal. It was obvious that Zhou Shuyi and Shi Meihui wanted to force Lin Mo to tell the secret of Huangfu Qiushui. But how could he tell them everything? For some things, the fewer people who know about them, the better. So while he was trying to fool people, he unconsciously focused his attention on Fong Yan, a mature and beautiful woman who was answering the phone next to him. As a result, he accidentally heard a few words that pleased his ears. When Fong Yan hung up the phone, Lin Mo immediately came over. Sister Yan, do you need help? I'm here. Ha! Lu Yulan, who was playing on her phone nearby, immediately looked up, eyes full of vigilance. What are you doing? What are you doing here? Stay away from my mom. Lin Mo, I'm warning you, you pervert, don't you dare hit on my mom. Shit? Lin Mo was confused and sternly refuted. What nonsense is this? How could I possibly have any intentions towards my sister Yan? Am I that kind of person? That's possible. Zhou Shuyi interrupted. Sister Fong Yan, you really have to be careful. Don't let this kid get any evidence against you. Otherwise, he'll have to say to you, Sister Yan, you don't want your secret to be exposed by me, do you? Yes. Shi Meihui also joined in the fun. That must be how he dealt with Huangfu Qiushui last night. Lin Mo was convinced. What on earth were they talking about? Everyone deserves to be punished. Don't let me get the chance, or I'll show you what I'll do to you. You will suffer a lot then. Chapter 56. I was so scared of being poor that I didn't dare spend a single gold coin. Unfortunately, Lin Mo doesn't have that opportunity right now. Not only did he not have the chance to deal with these rich and beautiful women in Beijing, he even had to stay away from them and keep quiet. So he pulled Fong Yan away without saying anything. Come on, Sister Yan, I'll go with you right now. I heard you calling just now. Is your brother being bullied and needs help? It just so happens that I'm a helpful and kind person. Well, he's kind-hearted. Zhou Shuyi also came out and said this in a faint voice beside him. Lin Mo was slightly startled, his words were extremely messy. No, Zhou Shuyi, why do the words change in tone the moment they come out of your mouth? The kind-heartedness I'm talking about is the simple and kind-hearted demeanor of the ancient times, as well as the warm-heartedness of being willing to help others. Do you think I'm talking about kindness? Zhou Shuyi reached out and tugged at the black stockings on her plump legs, smiling. It's just a kind heart. You're just mistaking it for something else, aren't you? I clearly didn't say anything, but you, Lin Mo, are so anxious. It seems you really have evil intentions towards Sister Fong Yan. Otherwise, why are you feeling so guilty? Guilty? How could Lin Mo possibly feel guilty? At this time, Qi Mingchuan, the adopted son of the Qi family, felt guilty. Besides feeling guilty, I am also very scared. Just because he is in his own secret villa at this moment. In addition, the head of the Qi family, Shi Meihui's father, Wang Haoluan's grandfather, and Qi Mingchuan's adoptive father, Qi Wanhao, is also here. Qi Wanhao is over 60 years old, but he does not look old. He is very energetic, especially at this moment, his eyes are quite sharp. This fifth-rank martial arts master, looking at the room full of gold bars in front of him, smiled coldly and said in a cold voice, Who put these gold bars in your villa? Is this your villa? Oh, so many gold bars, they must be worth tens of billions, right? Qi Mingchuan, you're really amazing. You're relying on your status as the Qi family's adopted son to steal from the company? It's true that even if you're on guard day and night, this thief is the hardest to guard against. Dad. Qi Mingchuan opened his mouth in a trembling voice, trying to explain and plead. Pa. With a crisp sound, Chi Wanhao turned around and slapped him directly in the face. You bastard, who is your father? From now on, you are no longer a member of my Qi family. Qi Mingchuan, as the head of the Qi family, is hereby expelled from our home by me, Qi Wanhao. From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in our Qi family again. Dad! Qi Mingchuan fell to his knees, crying and begging for mercy. Dad, please forgive me this time. I was really scared of being poor when I was a child. Bang! Qi Wanhao didn't bother to listen and kicked Qi Mingchuan away instantly. Qi Mingchuan flew a long distance and hit the wall, his head bleeding immediately. At this time, Qi Wanhao strode forward, raised his leg and stomped on Qi Mingchuan's chest with a cold look and murderous intent. I didn't believe it when Mei Hui told me. After all, she's a good-for-nothing. I'd rather believe you than her, an unfilial daughter who gave birth to a child for that loser Wang Jingwei. But she spoke so seriously and in so much detail, even including the address of your secret villa. It was so detailed that it was almost as if she was deliberately framing you. But when I tried to test it, it turned out that she wasn't framing me. She just used a trick to lure the snake out of its hole and actually led you here. The evidence is solid, and we've caught the perpetrator red-handed. Qi Mingchuan, what else do you have to say? You should know my temper, so I don't think you dare to quibble, right? Quibble? Qi Mingchuan wanted to, but it had already come to this point. He had come here on his own initiative and was followed by someone. Then Qi Wanhao brought people to kill him. How could he, Qi Mingchuan, quibble? There is no point in making excuses. You can only admit it directly and then use the self-torture trick to play the emotional card. Dad, please forgive me this time. I was really afraid of poverty when I was young, so I was blinded by greed and went astray. All my money is here. I've converted it into gold bars and put them here. I really don't dare spend a single gold coin, Dad. The cries were resounding. Qi Mingchuan was really acting at this moment. His acting skills were extremely superb. He was really crying and crying. He cried as soon as he said he would. But so what? Who was Qi Wanhao? The dignified head of the Qi family in the capital, a fifth-rank martial arts master at the peak of his powers, a high-ranking official of the imperial court. While he might not be considered to have overwhelming power, he certainly held a high position of authority, with countless disciples. With such an identity, such a position, and such strength, coupled with the halo of a long-time official, could Qi Wanhao still be fooled by Qi Mingchuan's self-torture and emotional card? Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out, and Qi Wanhao stomped on Qi Mingchuan's kneecap and broke it. Ah! The pain was so severe that Qi Mingchuan let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Qi Wanhao frowned and gave a look to the sexy female bodyguard next to him. The female bodyguard immediately took a gold bar with her long legs in black fishnet stockings and forced it into Qi Mingchuan's mouth. In this way, Qi Mingchuan would not be able to make the pig-killing sound. The place immediately became quiet. Don't you like gold bars? Qi Wanhao sneered. How does this gold bar taste in your mouth? I remember when you and your mother were living on the streets, helpless and oppressed. I passed by and saw you. I couldn't bear it, so I brought you and your mother back home. I fed you well, clothed you well, paid for your education, and even had people teach you martial arts. Even if I couldn't say I treated you like my own child, I still nurtured you with the same care. I don't ask for anything in return for your cultivation, because it's not my turn for you to repay me. I don't need or expect you to make any contribution to my Qi family. You just need to do your job quietly, behave yourself, and live a peaceful life under the protection of my Qi family as their adopted son. But I didn't expect, Qi Mingchuan, you actually have ambitions? How dare you use your position to enrich yourself? You've only been working for a few years and you've already secretly embezzled billions of my Qi family's money? Having said this, Qi Wanhao's eyes were filled with even more murderous intent. Then his voice tone became even colder. To be honest, a few billion is nothing to my Qi family. But I won't tolerate your wolfish ambitions. I won't keep a dog like you who can never be tamed. Don't you like money? Like these gold bars? Okay, I'll have these gold bars melted into molten gold, and then fill every part of your body with that boiling hot molten gold. The melting point of gold is 1,000 degrees. One can imagine the pain when the 1,000-degree hot gold water enters the body. Anyway, Qi Mingchuan was afraid just thinking about it. He was afraid of pain and death. What he was most afraid of was dying from the burning pain of having 1,000-degree golden water poured into his body. Fortunately, he still has a trump card. Chapter 57. Yi Lin, is this all you have? Dad, please forgive me. For my mom's sake, please forgive me this time. Shi Mingchuan took out the gold bar from his mouth and cried out in pain. Apparently he had called out his own negative. That's his mother, Yang Shu. When Shi Wanhao heard Shi Mingchuan mention Yang Shu, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You even moved your mother out, right?" "Yes, she is my woman. She has been by my side and has been taking good care of me all these years." "But what does this have to do with you, Shi Mingchuan? You are you, she is she. You are her son, but not my son, Shi Wanhao. You don't have the blood of my Qi family. No matter what, you are just an adopted son, a dog raised by my Qi family. Shi Mingchuan, do you understand? You are not a stepson, but an adopted son. I brought you and your son home because I was attracted by your mother Yang Shu's beauty. Do you think I, Shi Wanhao, can do charity? I brought your mother with me and asked her to serve me, but I didn't give her a name. Do you know why? It's because of you." Having said this, a hint of teasing appeared in Shi Wanhao's eyes. Then his voice and tone were filled with a hint of mockery. "I don't want you to grow up in my Qi family with good food and drink, and then in the future when you become successful, you say that your mother has always endured humiliation and I am the villain who took your mother away. A little kindness, a little hatred. Giving you too much will make you take everything for granted, which is not good for me. So, I simply won't give your mother Yang Shu any status. I'll just treat her as a pure tool for sexual gratification. I'll summon her when I need her and send her away when I'm done. Every time she has to thank me for my favor and visit. To be honest, Yang Shu is quite good. She's obedient and sensible, gentle and charming. She knows her place and her own strengths. Often, she knows what to do with just a glance from me. She's not like you. She's ambitious and will never be tamed. So, are you really mother and son? How are you like mother and son?" Shi Wanhao was right. Yang Shu and Shi Mingchuan really didn't look like mother and son. Yang Shu has always been very clear about her position, but Shi Mingchuan is ambitious and has long wanted to take over her position. In the original storyline, he actually succeeded, but now everything is disrupted because of Lin Mo's coming through the book. Of course, not only Shi Mingchuan's everything was disrupted, but Yi Lin's as well. As the protagonist with destiny, Yi Lin will trigger various adventures no matter how frustrated he is, thus bringing opportunities and fortune. The female landlord who allowed him to stay for free this time was a gift from his destiny. But unfortunately, Yi Lin suffered setbacks one after another, and even his destiny could not hold on, so the female landlord he found for him this time was not a good person at all. Under normal circumstances, people who can bring opportunities to a destined protagonist like Yi Lin should be positive characters. However, Yi Lin suffered setbacks repeatedly, and his destiny and luck were consumed too much, so when it came to finding a noble person for him, he was obviously starting to be desperate. As a result, Lin Mo was attracted here. This is because the husband of the female landlord, the woman who was beaten up by Yi Lin before, is the brother of the beautiful woman Fong Yan, and the uncle of the sexy young woman Lu Yulan, Fong Xiong. Fong Xiong was beaten and called for help. He originally wanted to ask his sister Fong Yan to find a few martial arts practitioners, but Lin Mo caught up with him. In order to get rid of Zhou Shuyi and Qi Meihui's entanglement, Lin Mo volunteered to help. The result came. Yi Lin? Lin Mo was stunned. At the same time, Yi Lin also recognized him. His face darkened instantly and he frowned tightly. "Lin Mo? Are you the one who pretended to be me and went to the Su family to steal that thing? You also took Su Yuan away." Following this gloomy voice, Yi Lin strode forward, staring intently at Lin Mo, and shouted in a deep voice, "Hand over the things. Now and immediately. And Su Yuan, you'd better hand her over to me, otherwise." "What else?" Lin Mo smiled and interrupted him. "Who are you? How much do you weigh? How powerful are you? How dare you threaten me? Also, you helped that woman beat up someone's husband? Yi Lin, you really are the same as that woman. Look at her, that awful look, fat and big-eared, thick as a barrel but not tall enough. She's like a vampire, constantly moving things from her husband's house to her own. She's treating her husband like an ATM, and this time she's demanding over 600,000 yuan, threatening to withdraw her consent to sex. Is this some kind of marital rape scene? Who the hell is this person? Yi Lin, you're helping her? Then what good can you be? This is all a misunderstanding." Yi Lin frowned and explained loudly, I didn't know about these circumstances at the time. Lin Mo interrupted again. You hit someone without knowing the situation? And you hit the man who owns this house? You're living in someone else's house and you beat them up like that? Do you have any shame? Yi-Lin, do you have any shame? Yi-Lin really has the nerve, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident right now. He broke in and started beating people without saying a word. How can I just watch him beat a woman? They are still husband and wife after all. Is there anything that can't be discussed peacefully between husband and wife? Do we have to resort to violence to resolve it? I didn't understand the situation at the time, but no matter what, it was wrong for him to hit a woman. No? Lin Mo smiled, then picked up a chair and threw it at the fat and big-eared female landlord. Bang! With a loud bang, the chair shattered, and the landlady was hit so hard that her head was bleeding and she almost fell to the ground on the spot. Fortunately, Yi-Lin was quick-witted and stepped forward in time to support him. At this time, Lin Mo smiled and said, I hit her, so what? A bitch like her deserves to be beaten. Even if she's beaten to death, she deserves it. And you can't beat her here? Why, Yi-Lin, do you like this? Do you like this kind of fat, big-eared old sow? I didn't realize you have such a unique taste. Shut up. Yi-Lin was furious and suddenly clenched his fists and attacked Lin Mo. But Lin Mo is now in the middle stage of the 4th level of Martial Master, while Yi-Lin is only in the early stage of the 3rd level. Is there any need to fight? Lin Mo just punched Yi-Lin and sent him flying instantly. With a loud bang, Yi-Lin flew far away and hit the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Is that all you're capable of? Lin Mo strode forward, looking down at her with contempt, and said in a cold voice, You're standing up for a woman like this. I really thought you were capable. In the end, that's all you can do. It's really vulnerable. Chapter 58, Indiscriminate Attack Regardless of Friend or Foe? Yi-Lin was extremely dissatisfied and roared while struggling to stand up. As a result, Lin Mo raised his leg and stepped on his chest, pressing him directly to the ground, making him unable to move at all. I heard that you went to the Wang family to cause trouble for Su Wenwei's tens of millions of gambling debts? Why do you think gambling debts don't need to be repaid? Paying back debts is only natural, so what's wrong with the Wang family asking Su Wenwei to pay back the debt? If you're really capable, you should pay Su Wenwei back out of pocket. You're causing trouble for the Wang family and wanting them to forgive the debt. Who the hell do you think you are? You want to act like a good person, but you want others to spend money? That's a pretty good plan, isn't it? Let's talk about this again. What does the matter between the couple have to do with you? You're such a grown-up, Yi-Lin, are you really unable to tell right from wrong? You can withdraw consent to sex? And there's even rape between husband and wife? Just because you refuse to pay over 600,000 yuan for that old father-in-law's surgery, your wife, who you spend hundreds of thousands of yuan to marry, is going to be sent to jail for rape. Is there still law? Is there still justice? As he said this, Lin Mo looked towards the fat and big-eared female landlord. The female landlord avoided Lin Mo's gaze and was too nervous to meet his gaze. After all, how could she not know whether she felt guilty or not? In particular, the woman who caused a lot of controversy before, who received the betrothal gift but withdrew her sexual consent and sent her fiancé to prison, was really killed along with her entire clan. Not to mention the elderly and children, it is said that even pregnant women were not spared. It's true that even the baby in the pregnant woman's belly was taken out by cesarean section. Even the entire capital's trial department was massacred by the murderer. This matter has become known to everyone in the country. So now, how could the female landlord, who originally wanted to do the same to threaten her husband, not be afraid? But if she was to say she was afraid, she really wasn't afraid before Lin Mo came. After all, Yi-Lin had helped her drive her husband away, so what was there to be afraid of? Unexpectedly, her husband called over an even more powerful martial arts master, so she started to get scared. However, now that everything has been done, I'm afraid it's no use anymore. At this moment, Lin Mo yelled at the female landlord, I'm asking you a question. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Why did they spend so much money to marry you? Do you really think that hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts were given for nothing? If husband and wife are not allowed to touch each other, then what's the point of being a couple? Can't they just become sworn brothers? I've never heard of sexual consent being withdrawn in thousands of years, but now you idiots are really messing around. That's right. The landlord's husband, Fong Yan's brother Fong Xiong, couldn't help but say something. Lin Mo immediately glared at him. What is it? Do you think you are smart? I said she didn't say you are, right? Fang Xiong was stunned. Fang Yan, along with Qi Meihui, Zhou Shui, and the others who had come along to join in the fun, were also a little confused. What the hell is this guy Lin Mo doing? He attacks indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe, and scolds everyone he catches? However, I'm afraid Lin Mo was not wrong. I'm talking to you. Seeing Fang Xiong stunned, Lin Mo went straight over and fired at him. Look at the wife you found. This fat, big-eared woman looks even greasy than pork. How on earth can you eat her? Are you really hungry so you can eat anything? You spent so much money on betrothal gifts to marry such a thing? Is there something wrong with your brain? Did you get caught in the door? By the way, I heard on the way here that you hand in your salary on time every month. You're leaving the family finances to a fat pig like her? What are you thinking? Other people are just licking dogs at best, and they're all licking dogs for beautiful women. But you're different. Even being a licking dog can't satisfy you anymore. You upgrade to being a gaggle? And you're even being a gaggle for such a thing? Are you ashamed? Are you still a man? How could my sister Fang Yan have such a cowardly brother like you? Do you dare to be a coward again? What are you talking about? The sexy young woman Lu Yulan suddenly stood up and glared at him. What do you mean by your sister Fang Yan? When did my mother become yours? Don't take advantage of me. Lin Motsai said that Fang Xiong was too cowardly, and now he directly set an example for Fang Xiong. As soon as Lu Yulan finished speaking, Lin Mo immediately flashed over and pressed her acupoints to immobilize her, and then slapped her hard on the buttocks of this sexy young woman, which were tightly wrapped in tight ultra-short shorts. Pa! The sound of the slap was very crisp. What's your business? I'm talking to your uncle, why are you butting in? You're so disrespectful and unruly, and you're scolding me? If it weren't for me, your mother would have been raped by Wang Holuan. I saved her, so won't she and I be family from now on? So what if I said she's mine? Do you still have any objections? I let you have opinions, let you always talk back to me, let's see if you dare to do it again in the future. After saying this, Lin Mo Lang slapped him several times. Being treated like this in public, Lu Yulan was immediately filled with rage, and she felt like she was going crazy. However, she had been acupunctured by Lin Mo, and she could neither move nor speak. Therefore, no matter how angry she was, she could only let him do whatever he wanted. However, Lin Mo didn't want to do anything to her. After all, was he, Lin Mo, that kind of person? He was just demonstrating to Fang Xiong. Just as Lu Yulan was furious, Lin Mo turned to look at Fang Xiong and said, "See? This is what a man is, don't you know? I was just scolding you. I was scolding you, and you, my little niece, dared to interrupt me and disrupt my plan? Then can I not teach her a lesson? I'm telling you, if she does it again, I'll punish her mother as well. I'll make sure both mother and daughter are punished together. After all, if a daughter isn't well educated, it's the mother's fault, isn't that right?" Ha, Fang Xiong is either a turtle man or a bootlicker, how would he know if this is the truth? Even his fat and big-eared wife can easily control him, how can he understand the principles that Lin Mo is talking about now? This time, he was really pushed into a corner and didn't want to be the one to take out over 600,000 yuan, so he was tough for once. Otherwise, ha, the bootlicker is still the bootlicker, the turtle man is still the turtle man, 100%. Chapter 59, Too Damn, Too Cheap. Fang Xiong, listen to me. At this time, Lin Mo directly gave the final solution to this matter: divorce, let this fat pig leave the house. Really? You've already cut your losses. After all, how much money have you already spent on her? Do you think she's worth it? With her figure, which part of her is worth it? You, Fang Xiong, actually treasure this thing that no one wants even if it's given away for free? I'm telling you, if you don't divorce me, throw it away and get rid of it. Why are you still holding on to it? Are you treating it like a pig to be slaughtered for the new year? Lin Mo, shut up. Yi Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Mo almost forgot about him, so at this moment, Yi Lin had stood up again without realizing it. But what if he stood up? Who the hell are you telling you to shut up? Lin Mo kicked Yi Lin down again in an instant. Fuck, I gave you face, and you still have the guts to tell me to shut up? By the way, Yi Lin, let me tell you, your mother asked me to find it. Anyway, she's truly mature, charming, intellectual, and gentle, the kind that's absolutely captivating. Huh? What's with that look in your eyes? You're still glaring at me? Why don't you believe it? Believe it or not, I've already tasted it. Seriously, do you like younger brothers or younger sisters? Everyone present, like Chi Meihui, Zhou Shui, Fang Yan, even Lu Yulan who was acupunctured, and Fang Xiong and others, were all really stunned. After all, what is Lin Mo talking about? Why are we suddenly talking about Yi Lin's mother, huh? Suddenly, Chi Meihui's heart trembled, and she suddenly realized, Yi Lin? Didn't this kid Lin Mo use the name Yi Lin when he pretended to be the son of Yi Qianqiu from the Yi family? In other words, this Yi Lin in front of him is the real boss? He is the son of Yi Qianqiu? And Lin Mo mentioned Yi Lin's mother just now, could it be Huangfu Qiu Shuwei from Baihua Tower? When she thought of this, Chi Meihui was instantly confused. Correspondingly, Yi Lin struggled to stand up again, his eyes full of sharpness and murderous intent. Obviously his reverse scale had been touched. Although he didn't know that his beautiful mother was still alive, he couldn't stand Lin Mo's dirty words just now. However, Lin Mo wanted to provoke him deliberately. Stimulate Yi Lin and penetrate the will of this destined protagonist, causing his mentality to suffer a tremendous blow. Unknowingly, his Tao heart gradually collapses, and the destiny and luck on his body will naturally dissipate. Once his destiny and luck disperse, they will naturally be absorbed and condensed on Lin Mo. In this way, it is only a matter of time before Lin Mo replaces him. Isn't this what Lin Mo is after? Could it be that he is also attracted by Huangfu Qiushui's beauty? Even if he really did something worse than pigs and dogs to Huangfu Qiushui last night, it was only to strike at Yi Lin, the destined protagonist, and he had no other purpose. How dare you look at me like that? I even took care of your mother, so why can't I take care of you? I'm telling you clearly, last night, Huangfu Qiushui kept yelling at me, Daddy, spare my life, husband, spare my life. I'm going to kill you. Yi Lin roared madly and attacked suddenly. The destined protagonist suddenly exploded, and this time he really wanted to fight Lin Mo to the death regardless of everything. It's just because Lin Mo's mouth is so mean, so hurtful, and so cheap. Just ask who can bear it. But the problem is that Yi Lin couldn't bear it and couldn't beat it. At this moment, in full view of everyone, the fierce punch of this destined protagonist seemed extremely powerful, but was easily avoided by Lin Mo. Is it comparable between the middle stage of the fourth stage and the early stage of the third stage? Lin Mo didn't even have to use Lingbo Weibu, the supreme skill of Tianshan known as the best light skill in the world. While easily dodging Yi Lin's fist, he also slapped Lu Yulan's buttocks. Then he appeared next to Fang Yan, took a deep breath of the mature and beautiful woman's body fragrance, looked at Yi Lin, and said with a smile, with your ability, I'm too lazy to kill you. Besides, your sexy mother knelt before me last night and begged me with all her might not to hurt you. Although her words didn't completely convince me, I'm a kind person. Seeing how hard she tried, how could I not feel compassion? Ah, shut up, you bastard, shut up. Yi Lin roared madly again and rushed towards Lin Mo again. This time the momentum was even greater and the power was even stronger. It was obvious that the destined protagonist really wanted to kill. It looked like he really wanted to kill Lin Mo first and then cut him into pieces. It's the same as Wang Haoluan, Wang Jingwei, Zhang Xiao, and others before. But Wang Haoluan was completely ruined, Wang Jingwei was almost angered to death on the spot, and Zhang Xiao was completely dead. Anyone who goes against Lin Mo, who can have a good ending? Although Yi Lin is the destined protagonist who carries the destiny, it is impossible for Lin Mo to kill him now, but it is entirely possible to make him suffer a little. At this moment, Lin Mo raised his hand and fought with Yi Lin with a palm. The power of this palm instantly knocked Yi Lin back a long distance. Bang! Yi Lin violently retreated and slammed into the wall, instantly becoming seriously injured and vomiting blood again. In contrast, Lin Mo stood there motionless, his face not red and he was not out of breath, as if nothing had happened. He even had time to stick to Fang Yan and have an epic lung passing, and while enjoying the beautiful woman's body fragrance, he said to Fang Yan, Sister Yan, you smell so good, it's really fascinating. Let's have a deeper discussion later. I'll help you open up your meridians and teach you martial arts. I'll ensure you achieve superb martial arts skills in the future. And you don't have to repay me. I never expect anything in return when I do good things. If you really want to pledge your love to me, then I will reluctantly let you bear me 2 children. He said this to Fang Yan, but it made the sexy young woman Lu Yulan who was being acupunctured next to him very angry. If she could move, Lu Yulan would definitely attack immediately and fight Lin Mo to the death. After all, what on earth was this bastard doing? How dare he flirt with her mother in front of her? This damn beast is so despicable, shameless, and has no bottom line. However, Lu Yulan's sexy and beautiful mother Fang Yan, a mature and beautiful woman, does not think so. Even. Chapter 60, Crazy Attack on the Destiny Protagonist. After hearing what Lin Mo said just now, Fang Yan, the mature and beautiful woman, couldn't help but feel a little aroused. The main reason is that she divorced her husband a long time ago, so she has been alone for the past few years. The mature and beautiful woman felt lonely and empty, and had finally managed to survive these years. But now she was suddenly teased by a hot-blooded and energetic young man like Lin Mo. Who could still endure it? Who wouldn't he feel tempted by love? Especially, Fang Yan was really saved by Lin Mo before, otherwise she would have been wantonly tortured and ravaged by Wang Haoluan. She didn't even dare to think about the humiliation she would suffer at that time. Therefore, considering that Lin Mo has done her such a favor, how could she be on guard against Lin Mo? If Lin Mo is a well-behaved and modest gentleman, then Fang Yan must be honest as well. But Lin Mo is not that kind of person. What can she do if he insists on getting agitated? I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, Yi Lin's voice rang out. Before he knew it, the destined protagonist stood up again. Although he was seriously injured, his face had become extremely pale, and he even had difficulty breathing, but he still looked fearless. He took the initiative to approach Lin Mo step by step, gritting his teeth and making threats, constantly provoking him. I must kill you. If I can't kill him today, I'll kill him tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, next year, and the year after that. One day I will tear you into pieces and scatter your bones to ashes. Because you touched my weak spot, you absolutely shouldn't have said such rude things to my mother in front of me. Really? Lin Mo smiled slightly, his eyes full of interest. While continuing to breathe in the beautiful body fragrance of Fang Yan, he said to Yi Lin, who was approaching step by step, "You really are an indestructible cockroach. You can still stand up even after being injured like this? And you dare to threaten me? You look like you're going to attack me? Isn't that necessary? After all, who is Yi Lin? Destined to be the protagonist, blessed with good fortune, how could he be timid? Which destined protagonist would be cowardly? Isn't it necessary to do it even if you can't win? The main character is passionate, and he is protected by destiny and luck. He is just like an indestructible cockroach. Whenever he encounters a crisis, he can turn danger into safety. This is basically the setting for any destined protagonist, and Yi Lin in the original story is even more so. If Lin Mo guessed correctly, if Yi Lin continued like this, he would be able to break through and advance to the next level. Lin Mo has a goddess perspective, how could he let such a thing happen? Before the destiny and luck dissipated, a destined protagonist like Yi Lin was invincible. If Lin Mo really tried to kill him by force, he might get himself into big trouble. Therefore, you cannot kill them by force, you can only launch a mental attack. What a coincidence, this is what Lin Mo was best at. Like Lu Yulan, she was so angry at him that she was still in a turmoil, which made Lin Mo really unable to help but glance at her from time to time. Lin Mo, do you dare to tell me who you are? Yi Lin suddenly said this again. Obviously, this destined protagonist also seems to know that he cannot kill Lin Mo today, so he wants to find out Lin Mo's background to facilitate revenge in the future. Lin Mo thought about it and said with a smile, "I just said that your beautiful mother is very moist. I have already hung her up and ravaged her to my heart's content. So now I am her master. She doesn't even dare to lie down when I ask her to. Who are you asking me about? Do you really want to hear the story between me and your sexy mother? I can't believe you, Yi Lin, have this kind of hobby? How about I take some sexy photos of Huangfu Qiushui next time and sell them to you for 10,000 yuan each? Looking for death." Yi Lin gritted his teeth, his anger surging wildly, and he took action directly. But he was no match for Lin Mo, not to mention he was seriously injured. He would only bring shame upon himself by doing this. Lin Mo would not kill him, but he would press acupoints to immobilize him in just a moment. In an instant, Yi Lin, like Lu Yulan, was frozen in place, unable to move. Originally, Lin Mo didn't feel much about acupressure, but now he really thinks, the person who invented acupressure is a fucking genius. In other words, it is amazing that the original author created something like acupoint pressing in this world. Doesn't the Shenwu Empire in this world have a female emperor? When Lin Mo becomes strong enough in the future, if he sneaks into the Empress's bedroom and acupunctures the Empress to immobilize her, can he say, "Sister-in-law, don't move, I am my brother"? However, does Her Majesty the Empress have a husband? He was said to be the strongest man in the world, already at the peak of the 8th rank martial god realm, like a land immortal. He could break through the void and ascend to the immortal realm at any time. A woman like this. Yes, didn't the original text say that? Her Majesty the Empress has no husband. Shit, what the hell was I thinking? Lin Mo came back to his senses, raised his leg and kicked Yilin, who was pinned down by the acupressure point. Then he stepped forward and stepped on Yilin's face, smiling condescendingly. Who did you say was looking for death? Don't you have any idea how capable you are? You can't even win, yet you still want to show off? Yilin, tell me, apart from bullying ordinary people like Fang Xiong who don't have any talent for martial arts training, who else can you beat? I don't think you gained anything from the One family the last time you went there. I almost wiped out all the elite members of the One family, and now you still want to fight me? Speak up, I've already enjoyed your still charming and sexy mother, Huangfu Qiushui, to my heart's content. I've even stolen her crystals and even let her go in and out of your home thousands of times. What else can you possibly use to fight me? Wait until I ask your mother to give birth to some brothers and sisters for you. Then you can go play with your brothers and sisters, and sit at the children's table when you eat. How do you feel about that? Aw! Yilin roared, his eyes bloodshot and his eyes were about to burst. The roar was loud enough, but he was not strong enough. Even with the protection of destiny, he still couldn't withstand the setbacks he suffered repeatedly. Now that his life was not in danger, he was afraid that even destiny felt that Yilin deserved a blow and a desperate transformation. As for this blow, the damage is not great, but it is too insulting. At this time, Lin Mo squatted down and said to Yilin in a slightly lowered voice, "Don't think I'm joking. Your beautiful mother is called Huangfu Qiushui, right? Guess how I know it? Is it possible that I really found your beautiful mother and actually enjoyed her? Even, do you think I could use you to threaten her into submission? For you, she's willing to make any sacrifice. She'll do whatever I tell her to do, like a puppy. I'll get her pregnant and give birth to a few children for me. Of course, you don't have to believe me, but when I show up in front of you with a pregnant Huangfu Qiushui, just don't be too surprised." Chapter 61 Assisting Fang Yan to Clear the Meridians. If words could kill, then Lin Mo was clearly torturing Yilin to death. Who can withstand the huge blow brought about by his words just now? Anyway, Yilin was so angry that he vomited blood. In the acupoint pressing state, his body was unable to move and blood kept coming out of his mouth. One can imagine how angry this destined protagonist was. Just at this moment, the system voice sounded in Lin Mo's ears. Ding! It has been detected that the fate of the protagonist Yilin has been frustrated, his will has been severely damaged, his Tao heart has been severely damaged, and his destiny and luck have been seriously lost. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards: 10 cleansing and marrow strengthening pills, 10 bottles of jade dew, 10 drops of earth spirit essence, and 1 billion gold coins. With the reward in hand, it was obvious that Lin Mo's operation was quite excellent. Don't be lazy in basic exercises, keep going. He likes the feeling of working hard and exchanging sweat for results. It's almost time to go. As for how Fang Xiong was going to deal with his fat and big-eared wife, Lin Mo didn't bother to care. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with kind words. If Fang Xiong really continues to be a bootlicker, he deserves to die in the future. After all, it's all his own fault. It's really his own fault. After all, if it weren't for these bootlickers, how could gold diggers have a future? You reap what you sow. No one deserves sympathy. To put it bluntly, aren't these people disrupting the market? Just like those people who bought houses at sky-high prices, they all helped to drive up the housing prices, but the housing market collapsed just after they bought the houses. The house they bought for 5 million yesterday is only worth 1 million today, which means they lost 4 million directly. Who can they blame? When an avalanche occurs, is there any snowflake that is innocent? It's also like the man who castrated himself in order to practice the sort of exorcism. He was arrogant and domineering when he relied on the sort of exorcism to do whatever he wanted, but when he turned around, he couldn't have sex and enjoy the bliss because of the castration, so he started cursing. Aren't they all made by yourself? For example, Lin Mo never does anything unreliable, and he never takes shortcuts. He practices step by step, relying solely on secret efforts and the results he gains with sweat to amaze everyone. Lin Mo can definitely be said to be a role model for everyone in the world, and everyone should learn from him. For example, Fong Yen. This time when he returned, he found an opportunity to pull Fong Yen into the room and close the door. He wanted to help her open up the meridians in her body and teach her unique skills. He wanted her to learn from him so that she could have powerful strength in the future. Come, Sister Yen, sit down. Sit still and let me open up your meridians with my chi. Don't worry, I just want to help you embark on the path of martial arts training. I have no other intentions. It's definitely not some ulterior motive. After all, don't you know me yet? You know me. I'm a righteous person, so righteous that it's almost evil. Otherwise, would I have been able to show up in time to save you last time when you almost fell into Wang Haoluan's clutches? Sister Yen, think carefully about what I said, am I right? Hey, your meridians, why do they feel a little weird? Well, I'll give you a full body massage using my ancestral techniques. Lie down, yes, lie down, relax, take a deep breath, yes, don't be nervous. Could I possibly take advantage of your sister Yen? Are you kidding me? How could I, Lin Mo, be that kind of person? As he said this, Lin Mo sat at the head of the bed and grabbed Fong Yan's feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. He then began to massage her feet using his ancestral techniques, thereby stimulating the muscles and bones and unblocking the meridians, slowly opening up all the joints and 8 extraordinary meridians in Fong Yan's body. Many people cannot enter the field of martial arts because they do not have the talent for cultivation. To put it bluntly, it is because their meridians are blocked. As long as the meridians are opened up with professional techniques, they can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into martial arts true energy, which they can use for themselves and cooperate with martial arts to exert terrifying power. This is what martial arts is all about. As a book traveler with a god's perspective, how could Lin Mo not know this? Therefore, he was really helping Fong Yen to open up her meridians and really helping her embark on the path of martial arts practice. Only, this kind of thing is still a bit difficult. If it were not difficult, wouldn't everyone be able to practice martial arts? Although this difficulty is nothing to Lin Mo, it makes Fong Yen feel uncomfortable. How could it not make her body feel hot when it stimulates her muscles and bones and opens up her meridians? How could she not be out of breath? Anyway, in the end, when everything was done, Lin Mo just walked out of the door with sweat all over his forehead, and immediately saw Lu Yulan rushing up to him. Lin Mo, you bastard! Lu Yulan came up and cursed, what did you do to my mother? Are you still a human being, you bastard? I'm going to kill you. This sexy young woman was serious, mainly because she was really misunderstood by her beautiful mother Fong Yan's current condition. But as soon as she made a move, Lin Mo instantly pressed an acupoint to immobilize her again. Pa! With a crisp sound, he slapped her hard on the buttocks. Open your mouth and shut up, you bastard. You want to kill me at every turn. Have I given you face? Don't you know how capable you are? Do you think you can kill me? Don't say I was just helping Sister Fong Yen open up her meridians. Even if I really took the opportunity to do something worse than pigs and dogs to her, what could you, Lu Yulan, do to me? Ha? Still glaring at me? How can you still eat me? Come on, if you have the guts, come and kick me in the face. I'll let you kick me enough today, okay? Why don't you move? Don't you like it? Or are you reluctant to let go? Following these words, Lin Mo reached out and pinched Lu Yulan's chin, saying with a smile, you still can't bear to attack me, right? It seems you like me? Are you also fascinated by my great charm? But don't you have a husband? You like me and always try to attract my attention. You're always looking for opportunities to throw yourself at me. What about your husband, Zhou Shuyang? Oh, by the way, your husband Zhou Shuyang is my sister Shuyi's younger brother. His sister likes me, and his wife likes me too. So he must hate me to death? Doesn't he want to kill me? Maybe Lin Mo was just talking casually. But he was right. After all, how could Zhou Shuyang not know that his sister Zhou Shuyi and his wife Lu Yulan had been with Lin Mo recently? In particular, Zhou Shuyang had a good relationship with Wang Haoluan, but Wang Haoluan was defeated by Lin Mo. Even. Chapter 62, Fate's Favor, Empress Wu? Not only Wang Haoluan, but also the entire Wang family behind Wang Haoluan was destroyed by Lin Mo. So how could Zhou Shuyang not hate Lin Mo? He even paid someone to kill Lin Mo, but was discovered by his father Zhou Tianzheng. Zhou Tianzheng caught Zhou Shuyang and beat him up without saying a word. The fight was over by now, but Zhou Tianzheng was still furious, so he kept scolding Zhou Shuyang. You bastard, do you have any fucking brains? You're a traitor. Are you really a member of the One family? Lin Mo is a noble of my Zhou family. How dare you pay someone to kill him? You really have no brains, don't you? I really want to kill you right away. The roar resounded, and Zhou Tianjiang kicked Zhou Shuyang twice again. Poor Zhou Shuyang had just recovered from the beating he received last time, but now he was covered in wounds again and had to lie at home, unable to even go out. At this time, his sexy wife Lu Yulan had unknowingly been embraced by Lin Mo. The main reason is that Lu Yulan has always been at odds with Lin Mo and always wants to go against him. How can Lin Mo still tolerate her? This time he really wanted to give her a good beating, so that this young woman wouldn't always learn her lesson. She must see for herself how capable Lin Mo is. At the same time, Qi Mingchuan, the adopted son of the Qi family, had his cultivation abolished and was driven out of the house, and was never allowed to set foot in the Qi family again. Qi Wanhao didn't kill him after all. He let him go for the sake of his sexy mother Yang Shu. However, Qi Mingchuan was the adopted son of the Qi family. He was arrogant and domineering and had made countless enemies. Now that Qi Mingchuan was kicked out of the house, his enemies got the news from nowhere and came one after another. They soon blocked Qi Mingchuan at a street corner. TSK, Master Qi, how did you end up like this? Yeah, Master Qi, aren't you quite capable and awesome? Aren't you very domineering? Come on, try to be more domineering for me. Ha, a dog that has lost its home can no longer act arrogantly? Why is it that it is so quiet now? That's not right. I remember you, young Master Qi, were quite talkative, weren't you? Everyone says your mother, Yang Shu, has a powerful tongue and can always please the head of the Qi family. But I think you, young Master Qi, have an even more powerful tongue. Otherwise, how could you always lecture us like a bastard? Do you still remember how arrogant you were back then? Come, let me help you recall it. What the hell are you hiding for? I'm asking you a question, Qi Mingchuan, why are you hiding, you bastard? Look into my eyes. Look into my eyes. Look in my eyes. The enemy roared, and Qi Mingchuan trembled all over, shaking with fear. He was really scared. After all, a tiger in troubled waters will be bullied by a dog, let alone he is not a tiger? In the past, he was just relying on the power of the Qi family to bully others. Now everyone knows that Qi Mingchuan has been kicked out of the family and has nothing to do with the Qi family anymore. Who can take him seriously then? Don't you have to beat him to death? After all, Qi Mingchuan is not Yi Lin. Yi Lin is the real protagonist of destiny. He is really blessed with good luck. Therefore, although he has just suffered a critical hit from Lin Mo's tons of tons, he has triggered the favor of destiny because of the extreme frustration. A sexy long-legged lady in leather jacket and leather pants approached him. Yi Lin? What's wrong with you? How did you end up like this? Look at how miserable you are. Okay, follow me. I'm your senior sister. Senior sister? Yes, although I was expelled from the sect a long time ago, I have made great achievements. So Master still recognizes me as his disciple, and I am still your senior sister. This time, Master specifically sent me here to find you. Ha? What's that look in your eyes? What does it mean? Why don't you believe me, you little brat? Do you believe I'll beat you up? The queen is playful, sexy, and extremely charming. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who was sweating profusely as he was busy beating up Lu Yulan, suddenly received a system alert. Ding! It's detected that the protagonist of Destiny has triggered the favor of Destiny, the beautiful martial arts emperor sister, Chu Shaiyue. Counterattack mission triggered. Host, please find a way to interfere with the favor of Destiny and cause Chu Shaiyue and Yi Lin to turn against each other. Quest reward, the favor of the beautiful emperor Chu Shaiyue. Lin Mo was stunned, what the hell? What is the reward for the favor of the beautiful emperor Chu Shaiyue? And this doesn't make sense. Although there is a beautiful martial emperor Chu Shaiyue in the original text, she doesn't seem to be Yi Lin's senior sister, right? The plot has changed? Damn, Yi Lin suddenly has a beautiful senior sister, the emperor of martial arts? Isn't this cheating? With this method, who can beat you, a cheater? Besides, this system is really fucking interesting. You said that Yi Lin triggered the favor of Destiny, and then you let me find a way to interfere with the favor of Destiny? Are you messing with me? Is it possible for me to interfere with this blessing from fate by my own means? She is a 6th-rank female martial emperor. How can I make her turn against Yi Lin? I'm really impressed. Lin Mo was convinced, and so was Lu Yulan. Why did you stop? Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you yelling that you're going to ravage me to death? Lin Mo, you little loser, keep going. Hurry up and show us all your skills. I want to see what you are capable of. If you don't obey me today, I will raise you, Lin Mo. From now on, your nickname will be Little Waist. From now on, whenever you see me on the street, you have to bow your head and call me Mom. Do you understand? Lin Mo was slightly stunned. What was she doing? Why did she also want him to call her mom, just like Yi Chu and Xue? I'm really impressed. Who did you learn this from? What is going on? Could it be that all these wealthy and beautiful ladies have this kind of fetish? Suddenly, Lu Yulan raised her leg and stepped on Lin Mo's face, provoking, "What are you still standing there for? Are you out of energy? Lin Mo, is this all you're capable of? You're only good at talking, right? You always boast about how great you are, but when it comes to actual combat, your true colors are revealed. Waste, useless little dog, little waste. You still dare to glare at me? How dare you, a little useless dog, disobey me? If you have the guts, show some ability. Come and mess with me, torture me, destroy me, and ravage me. Do you, a little useless dog, have that ability? All talk and no action, all talk and no action. You still have the nerve to call my husband Zhou Shuyan useless? I don't think there's any man in the world more useless than you, Lin Mo. From now on, you will be the most useless, incompetent, and fastest little piece of trash in the world. From now on, your title, Lin Mo, will be the world's #1 little piece of trash." The voice was interrupted, and Lu Yulan's mouth was suddenly blocked by Lin Mo. Regardless of whether she was trying to provoke him just now, she really stimulated Lin Mo. Chapter 63. You are destined to always face headwinds. This time, Lin Mo really wanted to use all his skills to give Lu Yulan a good beating. I'll make you talk too much, make you shout, and make you stubborn. Open your mouth and shut up, you little dog. Do you think everyone is as useless as your husband? If I don't kill you today, I'll see if you dare to talk back at me again in the future. If I don't beat you up once and for all today, I'm not called Lin Mo. Lin Mo rarely acts like this. After all, he is a modest gentleman. How could he use violence so easily? But this time it was really Lu Yulan's own fault. He had no choice but to do this. Otherwise she really didn't know how powerful he was. Moreover, he had good intentions in helping her beautiful mother Fawn Yan to open up her meridians so that she could embark on the path of martial arts training in the future. But Lu Yulan thought that he had done something shameful to Fawn Yan? Are you kidding me? Who do you really think he is? Can he tolerate such slander and defamation? This is simply intolerable. Lu Yulan must be made aware of the rules. Just hang him up and whip him. Even if her husband came, Lin Mo would definitely not give her any face today. Even in front of her husband, he would give her a good beating. In fact, Lu Yulan's husband, Zhou Shuyi's younger brother Zhou Shuyang, was beaten by his father and was lying in bed unable to get out of bed. It was of course impossible for him to come to find his sexy wife Lu Yulan. However, Zhou Shuyi came. Her plump long legs are wrapped in Balenciaga, her black silk feet are stepping on Valentino, her slender waist is exposed, her giant peaks are towering, and her fiery red lips are full of charm. She dressed up carefully and came to find Lin Mo to have an in-depth discussion about the complete version of Tsanglong Jin. After all, that was the Zhou family's ancestral martial arts technique. As a member of the Zhou family, how could she not pay attention to it? However, his talent is limited and he does not fully understand many things, so he comes to Lin Mo for hands-on and in-depth guidance. Of course, maybe she has other intentions. On the surface, she wants Lin Mo to give her in-depth guidance on the skills, but who knows what she actually wants to do? After all, she has never been an easy person to deal with. For example, didn't the Wang family fall into her hands? Although Lin Mo was the one who made the greatest contribution, it was ultimately all because of Zhou Shuyi. The key point is that now many of the Wang family's industries have fallen into her hands. The Wang family, which existed in name only, was basically under her control. Just before she came to find Lin Mo, Wang Jingwei knelt in front of her. At that time, the sexy and beautiful Zhou Shuyi was more successful than ever before. Wang Jingwei, you have come to this day? Weren't you very capable back then? Don't tell me about your affairs, can I not control them? What do you want me to do? I'm just a dog, a tool, a plaything that you can use and discard at will? How are things now? Ha? Speak up, Master Wang, how do you feel? Why aren't you talking anymore? Don't you like talking? Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. It doesn't seem interesting. Originally, I wanted to divorce you quickly, but I changed my mind now. Although so many of your Wang family's assets have been transferred to me, they still need someone to take care of them. I'll ask you to help me manage them. I'll pay you 3,000 per month. Remember, your performance must not decline, or I'll deduct your salary. Not only that, I'll make you owe me money. So you must not be lazy. You must take care of it as you should and put your heart into it. Otherwise, how can you live? As for our relationship, I really don't think we need a divorce. It's fine as it is now. Of course, don't even think about touching me again. I just like the feeling of you, Wang Jingwei's wife, accompanying other men. Anyone can touch me, except you, Wang Jingwei. I can find anyone, except you. From now on, you, Wang Jingwei, will be the most popular man in the capital. Do you like it? I'm asking you a question, do you like it? At this point, Zhou Shuyi suddenly kicked Wang Jingwei in the face. She kicked with her high heels, leaving a bloody mark on Wang Jingwei's face. It was completely different from the time when she stepped lightly on Lin Mo's face with her bare feet and black silk jade feet. Kicking Wang Jingwei was really a kick, but kicking Lin Mo lightly could only be described as fun. After Wang Jingwei was kicked like that by her, he naturally responded immediately, I like it. I like being a tortoise and I like my wife to accompany other men. If Lin Mo heard this, I wonder what expression he would have. How could the once invincible head of the Wang family in the capital become such a person? Do you really have no shame at all? Face, compared to life, which one is more important? How could Wang Jingwei not have any idea of what was going on? If he doesn't obey Zhou Shuyi now, can he still survive? There is no doubt that Zhou Shuyi will not only kill him, but will also make him die miserably. Not only Wang Jingwei, but also everyone else in his Wang family is the same. Zhou Shuyi will definitely not let anyone in the Wang family go. I'm afraid that even the dogs raised by the Wang family will have their limbs chopped off and thrown into the sewer to die slowly. After all, they were once Wang Jingwei's partner, so how could he not know that Zhou Shuyi was really capable of doing such a thing? Therefore, at the moment, Wang Jingwei, the former head of the Wang family in the capital, can only endure humiliation and compromise, and try his best to survive. As long as I can survive, anything is fine. Does face matter? It doesn't matter. Before coming to find Lin Mo, Zhou Shuyi said to Wang Jingwei in front of so many people, now I'm going to find another man. If we accidentally have a child in the future, you will raise it. You have no right to have children. You are only fit to raise the children your wife has borne by other men. Wang Jingwei, you like it this way, right? Yes, that's right. I love raising the children my wife has with other men. I love them very much. That's good. I'm leaving now. Please kneel down and see me off. Farewell, my dear wife. I hope she has a good time out there. Who would have dared to imagine the scene at that time? Wang Jingwei really knelt down to see him off and even shouted those words loudly. Although it was forced, it was indeed a new way of doing things, which would definitely open the eyes of most people in the world. It's a pity that he was forced not to learn from King Gojianadu, who endured humiliation and slept on straw to taste gall, because he, Wang Jingwei, was destined to endure humiliation and was destined not to have the opportunity to turn things around and hold his head high. After all, there is Lin Mo supporting Zhou Shuyi from behind, supporting her. With Lin Mo's support, Zhou Shuyi will eventually rise to the top, so how can Wang Jingwei make a comeback? You can only keep having fun against the wind. There is really no way to turn the situation around. Chapter 64, Unraveling the Beauty Emperor Wu's Heart Knot. Not to mention Wang Jingwei, I'm afraid that the destined protagonist Yilin will always have to face difficulties. Because Lin Mo has found a way to make the female martial emperor Chu Shaiyue and Yilin turn against each other. Although he was trying hard to deal with Lu Yulan at this moment, suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head and he remembered a plot about Chu Shaiyue in the original text. The beautiful Emperor Chu Shaiyue had a miserable life when she was young and was almost abandoned as soon as she was born. Although she did not become an abandoned baby, her childhood was worse than that of an abandoned baby. She has a twin brother who has been breastfed since childhood. She has never had a single bite of breast milk. She has been drinking milk powder since she was born, the cheapest and lowest quality kind. Later, when she started to grow teeth, she could no longer even have low-quality milk powder and could only eat the leftovers of her parents. The eggs at home can only be eaten by her younger brother, and she never gets a share. Once, she couldn't help but eat half an egg, and her parents almost broke her legs. She couldn't get out of bed for more than a month. At home, her brother never had to do anything, but she had to share the housework since she could just walk. In the words of her parents, she is just a money loser and will have to get married sooner or later. A daughter who is married off is like spilled water. Sooner or later, she will belong to another family. Ever since she could remember, she had indeed always been treated as an outsider. Those were not her parents, that was not her home, and even her twin brother was not her brother. The most vivid memory for Chu Xiaoyue was when her younger brother shoved a toy water gun into her mouth. He didn't use any strength or caution and shoved her hard until her mouth was full of blood and she was crying non-stop. However, her parents just watched from the side, indifferent, and didn't care whether she lived or died. So what does Chu Xiaoyue mean in this family? This is the knot in the heart of this beautiful Emperor Wu. Lin Mo now really remembered that in the original plot, Chu Xiaoyue was an evil cultivator. Although she was a disciple of Zheng Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, she had been expelled from the sect long ago. It is because of the knot in the heart that one's mind becomes evil and one becomes too murderous. After Chu Xiaoyue became the martial emperor, the thing she wanted to do most was to find her parents and her twin brother, kill her mother and father, and kill her compatriots. Only in this way can she resolve her worries. But in the original text, Chu Xiaoyue was stopped by Yi Lin many times. As a result, Chu Xiaoyue was unable to resolve the knot in her heart even after her death. The key point is that in the end, she was killed by her parents who informed on her. Yi Lin forced her to reconcile with her parents, but that night, her parents gathered all the major sects and set up an ambush, resulting in Chu Xiaoyue being seriously injured and killed. Although many things have changed now because of Lin Mo's traveling through the book, Chu Xiaoyue's background setting has not changed, right? She still has the same knot in her heart, right? If Lin Mo takes the initiative to help him resolve his emotional issues, will she give herself to him directly? Well, definitely. Soon, Lin Mo put on his clothes and walked out of the room, ready to go find Chu Xiaoyue's parents. However, Zhou Shuyi came towards him, striding with long legs and twisting her slender waist and plump hips. She frowned and asked, "What were you doing in the room just now? Why didn't you open the door? You didn't do anything good, did you? Did you also give my sister-in-law to?" Ahem. Lin Mo suddenly coughed, then put on a serious face. "Listen to what you are saying? What can a gentleman like me do to your sister-in-law? She deserves to be dealt with, so shouldn't I satisfy her? I just gave her a good beating. Don't worry, this young woman won't die." Regardless of whether she was dead or alive, Zhou Shuyi immediately wanted to go into the room to see what was going on. But Lin Mo grabbed her. "Don't make a fuss. Even though she can't die, I've beaten her to a pulp. What's there to see? Come on, I'll take you out to do some work." "Ha? Damn, Sister Shuyi, what's with that look in your eyes? I'm talking about getting down to business. What do you think I'm talking about? Don't get me wrong, please don't get me wrong. You're a married woman after all. By the way, what's going on between you and Wang Jingwei now? Are you divorced?" Hearing Lin Mo mention Wang Jingwei, Zhou Shuyi's attention was immediately diverted. Why divorce? Is it necessary? It won't prevent us from being together anyway, so let's just leave it at that. I'm Wang Jingwei's wife. Aren't you more excited and motivated? Why, you still dare to say no? Lin Mo was very serious. What is it? I don't know what you are talking about. I don't understand a word of it. Besides, why are you involving me in your affairs with Wang Jingwei? What does this have to do with me? It's inexplicable, so inexplicable. Come on, go out and do some business with me. Lin Mo was indeed doing business this time, but he didn't know. Did he and Zhou Shuyi do anything else while they were in the car on the way? Anyway, that night, when Yilin opened the door of the hotel and saw Lin Mo and Zhou Shuyi, both of them were sweating profusely and panting. Especially Zhou Shuyi, her situation was so turbulent and the waves were rolling. You guys? Yilin didn't care about those things. After all, enemies would be extremely jealous of each other when they met. The moment he saw Lin Mo, his face darkened and his brows furrowed. It could even be said that he was full of murderous intent. Lin Mo, you still dare to come to my house? Do you want to die? Do you really think I can't deal with you? Yeah. Lin Mo smiled confidently, of course you can't deal with me. Even 10 of you wouldn't be my match. But I know that you have the support of a beautiful martial emperor senior sister, so I am definitely no match for her. But, I really came here specifically to see her this time. Yi Lin was a little confused. What on earth is Lin Mo talking about? How did this bastard know his senior sister Chu Shaiyue? Moreover, Lin Mo dared to come to him on his own initiative? What the hell? What's this bastard up to? Just then, the sound of high heels was heard behind Yi Lin. Emperor Wu, a cool and sexy beauty in leather jacket and leather pants, came over. In an instant, Chu Shaiyue came to the door and stood beside Yi Lin, looking at Lin Mo coldly. Lin Mo spoke first, "Senior sister, I brought you a gift. Aren't you with your biological parents and twin brother? I brought them to you, please look." As he said this, Lin Mo pulled the rope in his hand and instantly pulled the 3 people in front of Chu Shaiyue. An elderly couple and a middle-aged man. It was the family of 3 who were related to Chu Shaiyue by blood. "Shaiyue? Are you really my daughter Shaiyue? Is it really you? Shaiyue, please save us. This bastard is not a human being. He broke your brother's legs. You must avenge your brother. Sister, look at me, I am your brother, your dear brother." Chapter 65, Can't defeat him? Then I'll attack his heart. The family of 3 shouted loudly and were very excited. Seeing this, Yi Lin quickly asked Chu Shaiyue, "Senior sister, are these really your parents and brother?" Chu Shaiyue had no expression on her face and replied in a faint voice, "Yes." In an instant, Yi Lin's heart was shocked, and he glared at Lin Mo angrily. "Lin Mo, you dare to kidnap my senior sister's family? You're courting death. I can't beat you, but my senior sister is a dignified martial emperor. She can kill you easily in just a snap of her fingers. How dare you, a fool like you, kidnap her family? And how dare you come to her house? Lin Mo, you will die today, you are dead. Yes, you bastard, you're dead." The middle-aged man with a bruised face and blood all over his body also shouted. Lin Mo ignored her and stared straight at Chu Shaiyue, smiling and asking, "Senior sister, I really came here with sincerity. What do you think of my gift? Lin Mo, you still dare to provoke me?" Yi Lin roared. Unexpectedly, just as he finished his roar, Chu Shaiyue said softly, "Very good, very good." Yi Lin was stunned for a moment. What is going on? What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean by good or great? I'm your biological brother, and your biological brother was kidnapped by this bastard and his legs were broken. What are you saying here is good or great? Don't get excited. His father advised, your sister must be speaking sarcastically. I don't care if she's sarcastic or not. The middle-aged man continued to roar, is there anyone who's sarcastic like her? She doesn't even consider the time when she's sarcastic? Can't you see my legs are broken? Can't you see I'm covered in blood and wounds? My father is still tied up, and she still has the mind to say some bullshit here? You've never been smart since you were little, Chu Shaiyue. I think you're still as needy as you were when you were little. The man's originally arrogant roar suddenly turned into a pig slaughtering scream. It was because Lin Mo suddenly stabbed his kneecap with a knife. Originally only one leg was broken, but now the other good leg was stabbed in the kneecap, and it is definitely crippled as well. Lin Mo, you bastard. Yi Lin was furious and immediately raised his fist to attack Lin Mo. Unexpectedly, Chu Shaiyue grabbed him. Yi Lin was stunned for a moment. Lin Mo smiled and suddenly chopped off a finger of the middle-aged man, Chu Shaiyue's twin brother, with a knife. Ah! Blood splattered, severed fingers fell to the ground, and screams and wails resounded. Lin Mo. Yi Lin roared furiously. He really wanted to attack Lin Mo and stop Lin Mo's violence in time, but Chu Shaiyue still held him back, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Senior sister, what are you doing? This bastard is not a human being at all. He is hurting your brother, your own brother. What's wrong with my biological brother? Lin Mo said softly, what can a mere blood relationship prove? When senior sister Shaiyue was little, did this family of 3 treat her as a family member? At that time, senior sister Shaiyue was not even as good as an outsider in the family. Her own parents and so-called twin brothers didn't even treat her as a human being. Why is the dignified female martial emperor, so glamorous and beautiful, an evil cultivator? Why was she expelled from the sect? Isn't it because of the knot in her heart caused by this family of 3? If the knot in your heart is not removed, it will forever be a shackle. No matter how talented senior sister Xiayue is, she will always remain at the martial emperor realm and will never be able to walk the right path. But if you kill your mother and father with your own hands, and kill your own brother, I'm afraid that when you achieve enlightenment in the future, you will also be haunted by inner demons. If you are not careful, senior sister Xiayue, you will be possessed by demons and there will be no way back. What should I do? It's okay, I'll help you. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Yi Lin was completely stunned. Before Chu Xiayue could react, Lin Mo chopped off another finger of her brother's. Yi Lin woke up in shock and yelled at Chu Xiayue, "Senior sister! Sister, what are you doing? Stop him now! Stop dragging me along! No matter what, save your brother first. He's your biological brother, no matter what." "What do you mean by brother?" Lin Mo said with a smile, "I am senior sister Xiayue's good brother." "Who is this man?" "He's worse than a dog. He's just lucky enough to be born in the same family as senior sister Xiayue. Besides that, what else does he have? When my senior sister Xiayue was little, this bastard nearly killed her several times, and every time. At this moment, Lin Mo raised his finger and pointed at the couple, shouting angrily. Every time they just stood by and watching helplessly as the brother bullied his sister, watching helplessly as that bastard bullied my senior sister Xiayue to death. My brother doesn't deserve to be a brother, and my parents don't deserve to be parents. This family of 3 is all dogs, and they all deserve to die." At this moment, Lin Mo's roar resounded, and to the ears of Chu Xiayue, the beautiful martial emperor, she actually felt a vague urge to cry. In fact, she is very strong. If she is not strong, how can she become a 6th-level martial emperor? However, the stronger a person is like her, the easier it is for them to break down when they suddenly encounter tenderness, or when they suddenly meet someone like Lin Mo who understands her grievances. It is obvious that Lin Mo is trying to attack the heart. Attack the heart of Chu Xiayue, the 6th-rank female martial emperor. Since he couldn't win the fight, what else could Lin Mo do? You can't defeat them by force, you can only defeat them with wits. Among all the means of winning by wits, conquering the heart is the best. Isn't the effect pretty good right now? The main thing is that Lin Mo is really into acting and his acting is extremely realistic. No, it doesn't look like he's acting at all now. Senior sister Xiayue, others don't understand you, but I do. I understand all your grievances, everything about you. You were always alone before, and no one ever stood up for you. Even your mentor didn't understand you. Instead, he thought you had bad intentions and expelled you from the sect. But can I blame you? Don't try to persuade others to be kind without first experiencing their suffering. To be honest, I haven't experienced the pain you've experienced, senior sister. After all, no matter what, I'm not you. But it doesn't matter, senior sister, please believe me. I can empathize with you. I understand you, tolerate you, and support you in everything you do. I'm not just offering my support verbally. I'm not playing those empty words. I can really help you wipe out this family of 3 who are worse than dogs. Just say the word and I'll kill them right now. I'll take all the blame. I don't care. For my senior sister Xiayue, I'm willing to bear it all. Really, as long as you are happy, I can do anything. Chapter 66. He knows how to attack the heart. Damn it, with Lin Mo's acting and performance, how could Chu Xiayue not fall for him? It is impossible for her not to fall. After all, she is not a god. In the final analysis, she is just a woman who has been hurt countless times and has never recovered. Even though she is a 6th-rank martial emperor, beneath her cool and elegant exterior lies an extremely fragile heart. It's just that no one had been able to break her defense before, but now that Lin Mo is like this, who cannot be broken? Anyway, at this moment, when Yi Lin was about to yell at Lin Mo angrily, Chu Xiayue suddenly said, "Be quiet, it's none of your business." Yi Lin was stunned for a moment. It's none of his business? Senior sister, what are you talking about? What do you mean it's none of my business? No matter what, they are still your biological parents and brother. No matter how they treated you, blood is thicker than water. Obviously Yi Lin wanted to wake Chu Xiayue up. But he didn't know that Chu Xiayue didn't want to wake up at all. If reality is scarier than nightmares, what good is waking up? If reality is really more unbearable than nightmares, then it would be nice to sleep in nightmares forever. Yi Lin didn't know this, but Lin Mo did. At this moment, Lin Mo interrupted Yi Lin and said, "Blood is thicker than water. what do you mean by blood is thicker than water? Were you not the one who was bullied when you were little? You are so stupid and talk nonsense. Why are you pretending to be a good person? You call her senior sister just like me, but you're so ruthless? Listen to what the hell you're talking about. Blood is thicker than water, damn it. Then I'll drain all the blood from this family of 3. I want to see if their blood is really thicker than water. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo slashed the wrist of the man in the couple. Then he stabbed the woman in the wrist. The couple screamed in pain, but Jilin was even more excited than the people involved. Lin Mo, what the hell do you want to do? If you dare to touch them again, I. Suddenly, blood splattered, and Lin Mo chopped off another finger of Chu Xiaoyue's brother. Yilin, what do you want? You really want to help outsiders, right? Do you really not consider senior sister Xiaoyue's feelings at all? I can see that you don't care about what she wants. You only care about those bullshit principles that you think you have. For you, what senior sister Xiaoyue wants is not important. What's important is that you maintain your image as a good person. After all, we are a reputable and upright sect. How could we allow an evil cultivator like senior sister Xiaoyue, who was expelled long ago, to mess around? You're just like your master. You never consider senior sister Xiaoyue. You just blindly believe that wrong is wrong and evil is evil. You expelled her from the sect because she made a mistake this time. If she makes the same mistake again next time, shouldn't you also destroy her cultivation? Even outright cleansing her out? How can you consider her your own? You just want to tame her, like a wild beast, into the kind of obedient poultry you desire, right? It doesn't matter what she's been through. All you want is for her to obey you. If she doesn't, you'll kill her. Yilin, do you dare to say otherwise? Yilin felt numb all over. What the hell is going on? But he had no idea how to refute it? Where the hell did Lin Mo get all these weird ideas from? Senior sister. At this time, Lin Mo turned to look at Chu Xiaoyue and said seriously, to be honest, I know the art of yin-yang, 5 elements, feng shui and divination. I can see a corner of the future. Sister, do you know what your future holds? You wanted to kill this family of 3, the adulterers, but Yilin tried to stop you time and again. He was determined to make you reconcile, and he wouldn't let you get your revenge. And guess what happened in the end? Just when you were brainwashed by Yilin and really wanted to try to reconcile, this family of 3 informed on you and gathered your enemies from various famous and upright sects to set up an ambush. Senior sister, think about how many enemies you have. Wasn't it because those so-called famous and upright sects came to Longhu Mountain to put pressure on you that you were expelled from the sect? I think you must know, senior sister. Your enemies have wanted to kill you for a long time, and finally they got the chance, an opportunity given by your biological parents. In the end, you were surrounded and killed tragically. Are you willing to accept this, senior sister? Today. If you don't listen to me today, something will definitely happen in the future. There will be no surprises. If you don't believe me, just ask Yilin. Ask him if he would let you kill the 3 of them. Ask him if he would stop you no matter what. As long as he says he'll let you take revenge with your own hands, as long as he says he won't stop you, even if he says he might support you later when he figures it out, even if it's just a possibility, as long as he dares to say that, I'll turn around and leave now, and never get involved in this again. Senior sister, ask him. No need to ask. Yilin was also amazing. He actually came up with a divine assist at this time. Senior sister, don't listen to his instigation, and you don't need to ask me. I am a direct disciple of Zheng Tianzhi of Longhu Mountain, and so are you. You should know that right is right and wrong is wrong. No matter what, you can't kill your biological parents and brother. The past is the past. When will the cycle of revenge end? Even a family vengeance might be resolved, not to mention that these 3 people are your biological parents and brother. You and they are family. How can there be any hatred between family members? There are no wrong parents in the world, and there is no overnight hatred between family members, so you don't need to ask the questions he asked you to ask. I will definitely not let you kill your own biological parents no matter what. No matter what, I will definitely try my best to stop you, even if it means risking my life. Because what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. Senior sister, you were expelled from the sect by Master, proving that you were wrong once. Now, how can I, as your junior disciple, watch you make the same mistake again and again and remain indifferent? As for what he said about a future role, about you dying at the Hongmen feast where you reconcile with your parents, that's completely nonsense. I can guarantee that such a thing will never happen. As soon as Yi Lin finished speaking, Lin Mo sneered, "You promise? Who do you think you are? When I deposited money, the bank guaranteed I could withdraw it whenever I needed it. But when I really needed to withdraw money urgently, the bank was like a dog. They asked me to make an appointment 3 days in advance and then asked me why I wanted to withdraw the money. It was as if the money was not mine but theirs. They might even tell me my money is gone, that it was taken away by a temporary worker and that the bank has nothing to do with it. If the bank is like this, what about you, Yi Lin? How come your words are more effective than the bank's?" Chapter 67, The Ice Thick Doesn't Tea Form in a Day. "Lin Mo, shut the fuck up!" Yi Lin suddenly yelled. The roar resounded, but it was useless. The beautiful Emperor Wu Chu Shiwei had already leaned towards Lin Mo in her heart. Especially at this time, Lin Mo said again, "Senior sister, you heard everything he said just now. He will definitely stop you no matter what. But I'm different. I don't care about right or wrong, good or evil. I just know that you've been wronged. I just want to make you feel better and untie the knot in your heart. Does right or wrong matter? As long as you're happy, isn't that enough?" It seems that Lin Mo is not just trying to win people's hearts, he is also painting a rosy picture. All the cake painting skills he learned from various capitalists before crossing over were now really used on Chu Shiwei, the beautiful martial emperor. Really, senior sister, compared to principles, I would choose you unconditionally without even thinking about it. As long as senior sister is happy, I don't care about any principles or bottom line. I don't care even if I have to kill everyone in the world. What's more, I just killed these 3 dogs who deserve to die. After all, the relationship between us is based on feelings, so why talk about principles? Besides, as long as we become strong enough in the future, we will be the principal. No matter what we do, there will be great scholars to debate for us, so what is there to be afraid of? Sister, don't you think so? What's there to be afraid of? Life is short, so you have to take revenge and do whatever you want without hesitation. Otherwise, we're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, and nothing works. Are we born just to put ourselves in a difficult position? Everything in the world is born free, so why should there be so many rules? Besides, who makes the rules? Why do they make them? Isn't it just to control us, to enslave us, so that we can be slaves and cannon fodder? The truth of the world is nothing more than this. If we really want to find a way out, we must break free from all worldly constraints. Senior sister, come and kill these 3 members of this family. Take revenge and untie the knot in your heart. Today, right now. At this moment, Chu Shiwei really took a step forward. Seeing this, Yi Lin hurriedly shouted, "No, senior sister, you can't." "Why not?" Lin Mo immediately yelled, "Yi Lin, are you even a human being? Do you really not want senior sister to take revenge? Senior sister helped you, and even came to deal with me to help you, and this is how you repay her? Who the hell are you, Yi Lin? What on earth is senior sister to you? You really don't take my senior sister Shiwei seriously? Her parents gave birth to her, but they thought she was a money loser and never treated her as a human being. Her brother is from the same mother as her, but he treats her like a slave, bossing her around and giving her all sorts of orders since she was little. He was even yelling at her just now. Her master accepted her as his disciple, but thought she had evil intentions? He actually humiliated her and kicked her out because of a group of outsiders. And you're the worst piece of shit. Yi Lin, you don't deserve to call her senior sister. From now on, she's my senior sister only. Lin Mo's operation is really unique. Who can stand him doing this? No. Chu Shiwei suddenly spoke. Lin Mo paused. What does that mean? A lightning-fast slap in the face? Did he fail? Damn, this shouldn't be the case, right? In response, Yi Lin was overjoyed. I knew that senior sister would be able to distinguish right from wrong. Right and wrong? Chu Shiwei spoke again, interrupting Yi Lin's ecstatic voice. What do you mean by right? What do you mean by wrong? I was going down the mountain to gain experience and I happened to see an old woman fall down. I helped her up out of kindness, but she tried to blackmail me, saying that I had hit her. Her children arrived and asked me why I should help her if I didn't hit her. I still remember their faces clearly, so I got back in the car, stepped on the accelerator and ran over the whole family. After that, I ran over them back and forth several times, making sure that they were all turned into meat paste and dead before I left. Later, I was on a high-speed train and there was a child in the back seat who was making a lot of noise. I asked his parents to intervene. I tried to persuade him gently, but his parents just opened their mouths and started yelling at me. Everyone in the car focused their attention on me, as if I had done something wrong. So, in front of the couple, I twisted the child's head off alive, cut off the couple's tongues, and finally sent the entire family of 3 to hell. Another time, I had a friend, a very good friend. No, I shouldn't say friend, I should say sister. She was the daughter of my neighbor when I was little. I didn't have enough to eat at home, so she often brought me snacks. I was often beaten, and every time she would take me to her house to bandage my wounds and apply medicine. Her parents were also very kind to me. They were a ray of light in my dark childhood, the only ray of light. But good people never get good rewards, and good people never live long. That year, I went down the mountain to gain experience. When I finished my mission and was about to go find her, I heard that she had a terminal illness. The surgery cost over 1 million yuan, and her family had no money. She was hospitalized for just 1 month and it emptied out all their savings. I was able to call her parents just in time when she needed to have surgery. Of course, I paid the 1 million yuan surgery fee without hesitation. As soon as I hung up the phone, I was ready to transfer the money to her parents. But it turns out the bank has a limit and won't let me transfer my money. I called and asked about it, but the bank told me to be careful of scams. No matter how much I explained, they refused to let me transfer the money, saying it would take at least 7 days to increase the transfer limit. 7 days later? I can take the nearest flight and it only takes 1 day. But a day later, when I rushed there, she had already passed away because she couldn't undergo surgery in time. Having said this, tears were clearly glistening in the eyes of the beautiful Emperor Chu Shiyue. She only has one friend and one sister, who can be said to be her only relative. As a result, because of the bank limit, she was not allowed to transfer the money, and her only relative was gone. Later, she went to that bank and started a massacre, from the bank president to ordinary employees, including security guards and temporary workers, leaving no one alive. All of them were slaughtered. Just as she slaughtered all the people in the bank, she received a call from her friend's parents, saying that the morgue fee was tens of thousands of dollars, and she would not be allowed to take the body away unless she paid. Then. Chapter 68, Turning Back is Not the Shore. With a butcher knife you can become a Buddha. She then rushed back to the hospital and went on a killing spree again. She doesn't like to reason, the sword in her hand is the best reason. Every time before she drew her sword, no one ever reasoned with her. But every time she drew her sword, all kinds of people would start talking about all kinds of great principles. Just like her master, like Yi Lin. Oh. At this moment, Chu Shiyue shook her head and gave a bitter smile. She then glanced back and forth between Yi Lin and Lin Mo, took a deep breath, and said, "Back then, Master thought I was full of murderous sins and blood on my hands. I was so evil that I almost wanted to execute me to cleanse the family. Although he showed mercy in the end, he still expelled me from the sect. All the famous and upright sects say I'm an evil cultivator, but I still don't understand, what exactly is evil about me? What's wrong with me? What is right? What is wrong? What is good and what is evil? Although I am the martial emperor, there are still many things that I still cannot understand. Until today, until just now, your words made me suddenly realize." At this moment, Chu Shiyue stared at Lin Mo intently, smiled, and then said, "You really made me understand it thoroughly. I used to be blinded by a single leaf, but now I finally see the world clearly." "What's your name, kid?" "Lin Mo? I think I heard Yi Lin call you that just now?" "Yes, Lin Mo." Lin Mo replied. Chu Shiyue stepped forward and said seriously, "Lin Mo, you just said that right or wrong doesn't matter, as long as I'm happy, that's all that matters." "That's right." Lin Mo felt there was a chance and replied immediately, "I am like this. As long as I have my eyes on someone, like you, senior sister, then even if you are wrong, I will still argue for you. Even if it's not right, we still have to fight for it." Chu Shiyue repeated softly, then asked Lin Mo, "What if it's right?" Lin Mo replied again in seconds, "There's no point in arguing, and even if you're right, don't let it go." Perfect answer. Chu Shiyue smiled, a rare smile that came from the bottom of her heart. She herself didn't know how long it had been since she had laughed like this. Perhaps there never was. Maybe this really is the first time. Perhaps it was because of this that after she smiled, she said to Lin Mo, "You are not my junior apprentice brother, you will be my real brother in the future." Yi Lin was confused. Lin Mo was ecstatic. "Sister." With a loud shout, Lin Mo shamelessly threw himself directly into the arms of Chu Shiwe, the beautiful martial emperor. The brother and sister hugged each other, which made Yi Lin frown quickly. "Senior sister, you, how could you do this?" Lin Mo was not a good person. He pretended to be me and went to the Su family to steal the heavenly book. He was also in cahoots with the 2 female killers who massacred the judgment department. "Senior sister, you can't make the same mistake over and over again and get yourself into trouble. If you keep making mistakes, there will be no turning back." "Turn back?" Chu Shiwe smiled, then kissed Lin Mo lightly and tenderly on the face, then looked at Yi Lin and opened her red lips. "Why should I turn back? I've already set sail on the sea of suffering and braved the wind and waves, and now you're telling me to turn back? Turning back doesn't necessarily mean you'll find the shore. It's very likely that this is a trap carefully laid by you, the noble and upright people. If you put down your butcher knife, you will become a Buddha instantly. The reason why I cannot become a Buddha yet is because I have not killed enough people with my butcher knife. Just like what my brother Lin Mo said just now, when I lay down my butcher knife and become a Buddha, there will be great scholars to debate the scriptures for me. What is right and wrong, what is good and evil, in the end it's just a matter of winners and losers, that's all." "Senior sister." Yi Lin roared. It was obvious that this destined protagonist was really anxious. But there's no point in being anxious. Can he still control the situation right now? How to control the situation? Lin Mo and Chu Shiwe, one is in the middle stage of the 4th level martial master, and the other is in the early stage of the 6th level martial emperor. Who can Yi Lin beat? He couldn't beat anyone, but he was really brave. He actually dared to rush forward and resolutely stood in front of Chu Shiwe. "Senior sister, if you want to kill your parents, kill me first. No matter what I say today, I will never sit idly by. I can't stand by and watch you make mistakes again and again." Lin Mo was still immersed in the sweet kiss Chu Shiwe had just given him. When he heard Yi Lin's words, he couldn't help but look puzzled. What the hell is Yi Lin doing? How dare he do this at this time? He really doesn't understand what's going on right now? Do you really think Chu Shiwe doesn't dare to kill him? You know what, Yi Lin seemed to really think so. "Senior sister, please listen to my advice. No matter what, calm down first. Think about it, blood is thicker than water. Think about it, it was they who gave you life and brought you into this world. Without them, where would you be? That's why they say there are no wrong parents in the world. No matter what they did, it's worthy of forgiveness. Just because they gave birth to you." "Really?" Lin Mo suddenly interrupted. "So what? Should we give them an award? Giving birth is such a big deal? Who asked them to give birth? Did my senior sister let them? Did they ask my senior sister when they gave birth? No, it's my sister now, Sister Shiwe. Did they ask for my sister Shiwe's opinion when they had the baby? Did they ask for my sister Shiwe's consent to have another child? Doesn't that mean they can have children whenever they want? And then they don't care about the children anymore. What kind of nonsense is that? I spent money to buy a pet and I have to take good care of it, but they can do that to their own children. How can they be called a nobody? Are you worthy of being a human being? You're clearly worse than pigs and dogs. Yi Lin, do you really think everyone in the world is worthy of being a parent? Have you ever heard of the term original family? Do you know what kind of stories are behind this term? You don't even know how to play basketball, and you still have the nerve to yell about it? What are you yelling about? Besides the fact that blood is thicker than water and that there are no parents who are not good, what else can you do? Yi Lin opened his mouth to refute. The result was speechless. With Lin Mo's sharp words, how could Yi Lin refute him? He is a destined protagonist created by the original author with just a few strokes. He seems to have a tragic life experience, but in fact he grew up in a greenhouse comfort zone and has never experienced the sufferings of the world. After he came down the mountain and entered the world, he was smooth sailing all the way. How could he have the thousands of insights that Lin Mo had as a cow and horse at the bottom of society? Without the thousands of insights from the grassroots as theoretical support, where would the sharp words come from to refute it? Therefore, Yi Lin was now speechless and really didn't know how to refute. On the other hand, Lin Mo's words were more sharp. What are you talking about? Why don't you say something? Are you mute or have you run out of words? So you really only know that blood is thicker than water and that there are no wrong parents? You don't know anything else, and you don't care about anything else? Especially not caring about what my sister Shaiwa has been through, because you don't care about her feelings at all, right? Chapter 69, The Heart Knot is Untied, and the Darkening Begins. Lin Mo asked harshly, but Yi Lin said nothing. It's not that I don't want to refute, but I really don't know how to refute. The protagonist of destiny, the chosen one, just obeys destiny and does everything he thinks is right. How can he care about so many things? How could anyone deal with Lin Mo's extremely insidious psychological tactics? Anyway, Yi Lin was silent for a long time, and finally said, "Senior sister, don't listen to him. You have to walk the right path and you really can't make the same mistake again and again. Can you just listen to my advice?" "I can't listen to a word." Lin Mo stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Lin while saying to Chu Shaiwe, "Sister Shaiwe, go and kill that family of 3 to avenge yourself. I'm here to stop him. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop you from taking revenge today. I have to stop you even if I can't. Even if it costs me my life, I will make sure you succeed in your revenge. But don't be anxious, sister. Don't let that family of 3 die too easily, otherwise it will be too easy for them. Take your time and let them die slowly. I can still stop Yi Lin. I guarantee he can't interfere with you." Lin Mo. Yi Lin roared and attacked Lin Mo directly. The two men immediately started fighting, and a big battle was about to break out. Of course, the so-called battle was because Lin Mo deliberately gave in to Yi Lin, so that he could absorb the true energy through that Sanglong gene and let Yi Lin help him improve his cultivation. All he had to do was tie up Yi Lin and stop him from disturbing Chu Shaiwe. So, did Lin Mo really need to be so serious? Was it worth it? It's good like this now. Not only can he entangle Yi Lin, but he can also absorb true energy to enhance his cultivation. After he gets injured, he can also attract the attention of the beautiful martial emperor Chu Shaiwe. It's 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? At this time, Chu Shaiwe really walked towards the family of 3. Suddenly, the 3 members of the family were all panicked, and they were all terrified, and they were scared to death. "You, what do you want to do? Chu Shaiwe, don't do anything rash. We are your parents no matter what, you can't do anything rash. Chu Shaiwe, you evil creature, I don't believe you dare to rebel today. If you have the guts, come and kill me. I want to see if you, an evil creature, have the guts." "Sister, calm down. Don't listen to what mom says. Calm down." Calm? Chu Shaiwe was actually quite calm. She had never been so calm before. She knew exactly what she was doing. At this moment, a cold light flashed, and Chu Shaiwe cut the woman's tendons with a sword. Then he cut the tendons of his feet with another sword. With 2 sword strikes in an instant, before the woman could even scream, Chu Shaiwe had already severed all the tendons in her hands and feet. Ah! A pig slaughtering sound rang out, and the woman realized that Chu Shaiwe was no longer the little girl who was bullied by others, but had become a dignified 6th-rank female martial emperor. Of course, for this woman, for that man, and for their family of 3, it makes no difference whether she is a 6th-rank female martial emperor or a 7th-rank female martial saint. After all, they are just ordinary people who don't practice martial arts and are not even entry-level first-level warriors. How can they know what the concept of a 6th-level female martial emperor is? As for Chu Shaiwe, the 3 of them didn't need to know anything. Now they just had to get the surgery. In the next second, Chu Shaiwe casually slashed the man's tendons in his hands and feet with 2 more swords. The screams like a pig being slaughtered rang out again, and to Chu Shaiwe's ears it sounded very pleasant, wonderful, and exciting. She liked their screams now, which were filled with fear, pain, and despair. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now I have finally waited, and I will show no mercy. "Senior sister." Yi Lin was still shouting and trying to stop her. "Shut up." Lin Mo suddenly kicked Yi Lin in the face and sneered, "Don't you know how capable you are? You don't have that ability, yet you still want to meddle in other people's business? You keep calling me senior sister? Who is your senior sister?" "She's my sister." Yo, you dare to glare at me, you little brat? What's wrong with you not accepting it? Come on, use all your skills. If you want to save someone, just do it quickly. Do you hear me?" After saying this, Lin Mo kicked Yi Lin in the face again. He specifically hit people in the face, causing little damage but a strong insult, in order to irritate Yi Lin as much as possible so that Yi Lin could exert all his strength and allow Lin Mo to absorb more true energy. Yi Lin is indeed worthy of being the destined protagonist. Even though his cultivation is not as good as Lin Mo's, and his internal injuries have not healed, he still performs exceptionally well in a furious state, and his output is astonishing. After fighting for a while, Lin Mo deliberately took the beating passively. He could clearly feel that his body was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is exactly the effect he wanted. But it was impossible for Yi Lin to go over and save people. Every time, Lin Mo attacked at the critical moment, forcing Yi Lin to fight even harder in the hope of winning quickly and saving people. Result: before I knew it, half an hour had passed. Yi Lin's true energy was exhausted and he collapsed from exhaustion. Lin Mo seemed to be seriously injured, but in fact, thanks to the strange and powerful explosive output of Yi Lin, the destined protagonist, he absorbed enough true energy and was promoted again. From the middle stage of the 4th level to the late stage of the 4th level. If Yi Lin were replaced by someone else, his level of cultivation alone would definitely not be able to provide so much true energy to Lin Mo. But is Yi Lin someone else? He is the protagonist of destiny, blessed with destiny and luck. So how can his output capacity be judged by common sense? But Lin Mo was ridiculously strong. His body had undergone several transformations under the powerful effect of the cleansing bones and changing marrow pill, so his bones were as hard as iron and his defense was amazing. Not only did he withstand all of Yi Lin's output, but he also absorbed enough true energy with the help of the Tsanglong force and successfully advanced. At the same time, Zhu Shaiyue had already taken care of the family of 3. When Yi Lin looked carefully, he saw only body parts all over the ground. Not only were the 3 members of the family killed, their bodies were also dismembered. And he was dismembered while still alive. He watched helplessly as his tendons in his hands and feet were cut, then watched helplessly as his hands and feet were chopped off, and watched helplessly as various parts of his body were constantly separated. I can only watch and do nothing. Zhu Shaiyue wanted the 3 of them to slowly die in extreme fear and despair. The dying process lasted half an hour. Finally, the knot in the heart of this beautiful Emperor Wu was completely untied. From then on, she will have no obstacles in her heart, no fear, and will move forward courageously and be invincible. Good. At this time, Lin Mo did not forget to praise, Sister Shaiyue did a great job, that's what we should do. Who cares about his biological parents or younger brother? As long as he has hatred in his heart, I will kill him without hesitation. Even the King of Heaven cannot stop him. Chapter 70, The Empress's Ascension Battle. Lin Mo was indeed right. Now there is indeed no one who can stop Zhu Shaiyue's path to evil. Before, she was not considered evil because she still had some emotional problems. Now that her heart knot has been untied, this is the beginning of her true transformation into the dark side. A witch who proved her truth through killing suddenly appeared. No one can stop it anymore. And this witch only recognizes Lin Mo as her younger brother. At this moment, under Yi Lin's terrified gaze, Zhu Shaiyue walked up to Lin Mo with her long, beautiful legs and smiled, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied with a smile, "It's just a minor injury, it's not a big deal. As long as Sister Shaiyue succeeds in revenge and resolves the knot in your heart, it's worth it for me." "It doesn't matter." Lin Mo is not a bootlicker, but he knows how to talk. "Now, if you say something nice to win the heart of this beautiful Emperor Wu, won't you be able to do whatever you want in the future? The main thing is to grasp it. Anyway, now the mission is accomplished." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully turning Zhu Shaiyue and Yi Lin against each other, successfully completing the countermission favored by destiny. Reward, the favor of the beautiful Emperor Wu. At the moment when the system voice sounded, Zhu Shaiyue gave Lin Mo a sweet kiss, blocking his mouth with her bright red lips. After a passionate kiss, Zhu Shaiyue turned to look at Yi Lin, who was still staring at the corpses on the ground in a daze. "Yi Lin, listen carefully. From now on, I will no longer have any relationship with you or Longhu Mountain. We cannot work together if we do not share the same ideals. I, a discarded disciple who was expelled from the sect long ago, have my own path to follow. I'll spare your life today, but next time we meet, you better not have caused trouble for my brother Lin Mo, otherwise I will take your head." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Shaiyue took Lin Mo away. Yi Lin stood there in a daze, staring at the corpses on the ground. He was still in a daze and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The main reason was that he really couldn't believe it. Xu Shiwei really killed her own parents and younger brother with her own hands? And it was such a cruel massacre? It's over. After finally coming back to his senses, Yilin muttered to himself, "It's over, senior sister, you are really finished now. You have completely fallen into the devil's way and there is no turning back. What a sin, senior sister, you are committing a sin." At the same time, on Longhu Mountain, Zhang Tianshi seemed to have sensed something. He looked up at the sky and gradually frowned. "Evil elephant, killer star, Xu Shiwei, what on earth have you done? Evil creature, evil creature." After saying this, Zhang Tianshi stood up. The old Taoist priest wants to go down the mountain himself to clean up the mess. Unexpectedly, at this moment, an uninvited guest came to the door. The man was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, walking in the air and falling from the sky. The stairs in the air, each step is condensed by sword energy. Extraordinary means and miraculous skills. Before anyone knew it, a cold wind started to blow all over Longhu Mountain. The old Taoist priest stared at the man, his expression gradually changing, becoming more solemn than before. Xinwu Empire, the Imperial Empress, Huangfu Jingyi. 8th rank martial god, the pinnacle of the realm, only a hair's breadth away from ascension. She came here today probably to unravel her inner knot. Huangfu Jingyi had already reached the peak of the 8th rank martial god realm, and was only a hair's breadth away from ascending. But he gained nothing from these years of seclusion, and was never able to break through the void and ascend to the fairyland, all because his heart knot was not resolved. She thought she could forget it, but in fact, how could she forget the revenge for her father's murder? During the dispute over the heavenly book, the leader who led the crowd to hunt down Zhang Tianshi was none other than her father, Huangfu Jingyi Huangfu Xiangba. But in the end, Zhang Tianshi defeated all the heroes and narrowly won a thrilling battle with Huangfu Xiangba. No, it wasn't a narrow victory, it was just a narrow victory of half a move. With just half a move, Huangfu Xiangba died at the hands of Zhang Tianshi. At that time, Huangfu Jingyi was there watching it with her own eyes. How could Huangfu Jingyi forget witnessing her father's downfall? Therefore, now, as her heart knot is not resolved, she cannot ascend to heaven and can only stop at the peak of the 8th level martial god realm, trapped in the human world forever. You are here after all. Zhang Tianshi sighed, his eyes full of complexity. Huangfu Jingyi stepped down the last step of the sword energy ladder and stood opposite Zhang Tianshi. She opened her red lips softly and said, "My father's revenge has not been avenged, and the knot in my heart has not been resolved. If you don't come, I will be trapped in the human world forever. But you know very well that it was your father's fault back then." Zhang Tianshi obviously wanted the other party to turn back from his wrong path. Wrong? Huangfu Jingyi interrupted, "What do you mean by wrong? He was wrong if he lost, but what if he had won back then? What if I win today? Even if I'm halfway ahead of you, am I right or wrong? Right and wrong are really not important to you at all?" Zhang Tianshi asked in a deep voice. Huangfu Jingyi's eyes were calm, her heart as still as water, and her answer was straightforward, "Whether it's right or wrong, my words don't count, and neither do your words. When you won, no one dared to say you were wrong. If I win today, no one will dare to say you're right in the future. The strong prey on the weak, the victors take all, the victors take all. The victory or defeat between you and me is enough to sway the hearts of the people, enough to turn the world upside down and reverse right and wrong." You? Zhang Tianshi was obviously angry. But Huangfu Jingyi didn't want to say more and interrupted again, "There's no point in saying more. Old master, please take action." In an instant, behind the Empress in snow-white clothes, sword energy instantly condensed in the sky. The overwhelming sword energy, the murderous intent, and the biting cold. Zhang Tianshi looked up, took a deep breath, and said, "You are indeed very strong, much stronger than your father was back then. But you are so strong, why do you insist on taking such an unconventional approach and going your own way? Kill me to prove your truth. Even if you succeed, you will only be a killing god after ascending to the immortal realm. Why bother? Besides, if you ascend, what will happen to this huge Xinwu Empire? Once you leave, the entire empire will be leaderless and will inevitably fall apart. Is this what your father wants to see?" It must be said that what Zhang Tianshi said was indeed right. The Xinwu Empire was falling apart, which was naturally not what the late Emperor Huangfu Xiangba wanted to see. But for Huangfu Jingyi, it doesn't matter. If she ascends to heaven, the survival of the entire human world will no longer have anything to do with her, let alone a small Xinwu Empire. Those who ascend should have a grand vision. Those who achieve great things must not pay attention to trivial matters. Otherwise, how can anything be accomplished? Therefore, no matter what Zhang Tianshi said today, Wang Fujingyi's ascension battle is inevitable. If you succeed, you will ascend to heaven. If you fail, you will be reduced to ashes. The worst that can happen is death. For someone like Wang Fujingyi who was at such a level, what else could she not accept? In other words, the knot in my heart has not been untied yet. If she could resolve the knot in her heart, she would surely be able to successfully step onto the 9th level ascension realm. Either ascend or die, these are the two possible outcomes Wang Fujingyi had in mind, but ding! A sudden change in fate has been detected. Empress Wang Fujingyi is about to be seriously injured and lose her memory. Please be prepared to pick up the missing items. Chapter 71, Ascension Battle, Divine Sword Controls Thunder. In the Shanhaiguan villa, when Lin Mo was helping the beautiful martial emperor's sister Chu Shaiyue to knead and massage her silk stockings and jade feet, the system voice suddenly rang out. Lin Mo's heart was shocked, he was really confused. Mainly, he seriously suspected that he had heard it wrong. A sudden change in fate? Will the Empress be seriously injured and lose her memory? The system asked him to be prepared to pick up bargains? Damn, is this system serious? He actually had to take advantage of the Empress? What a joke, she is the Empress, the peak of the 8th level martial god, the strongest person in the world who was only one step away from ascension. It must be this Empress, right? Could it be someone else? How dare Lin Mo, with his level of cultivation, take advantage of the weakness of an 8th rank martial god? Isn't that playing with fire? What if you burn yourself? What are you doing? Suddenly, Chu Shaiyue raised her foot and rubbed Lin Mo's mouth, and asked with a smile, why are you still distracted? What bad things are you thinking about? No. Lin Mo came back to his senses instantly and continued to massage Chu Shaiyue's silk stockings and jade feet. At the same time, he said, sister, don't wander around the world anymore. Just stay here with me. You are my sister, my home is your home, what's mine is yours, even I am yours. Really? Chu Shaiyue raised the corners of her mouth and smiled mysteriously, and said in a faint voice, even you are mine? What do you want to do? You want your sister's body, right? It seems like you really have other intentions. Could this be your ultimate goal? Humph, I was saying that no one would be nice to me for no reason. How could that be? Lin Mo said solemnly, sister, who do you take me for? I'm your brother, how could I possibly desire your body? Besides, I am a pure-hearted person, free from all desires, and have never been interested in women. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden sound of high heels clacking. Two sexy beauties, Qi Meihui and Yi Chuanxue, arrived. A tight cheongsam with a high slit, with plump legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings faintly visible, is extremely seductive and tempting. A girl wearing a super short hip skirt, with equally plump and slender legs wrapped in black stockings, is also very charming and sexy. However, the two beautiful ladies were not coming for Lin Mo this time. They heard that Lin Mo had brought back a beautiful martial emperor, so they came to see what was going on. Ha! Lin Mo frowned when he heard Qi Meihui say this. What do you mean by kidnapping? Who did I kidnap? How dare you say such nonsense? How can I seduce the beautiful martial emperor? Then what do you call this? Chu Shaiyue actually joined in the fun. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then said, I'm being moved by true emotion. Emma, luckily he thinks quickly and can even think of words like true emotion and touching. He is so smart. Chu Shaiyue? Suddenly, Yi Chuanxue's face changed drastically. At this time, Chu Shaiyue also looked towards Yi Chuanxue, the beautiful lady, and then stared at her intently for a few seconds, frowning slightly. You are. It was obvious that the beautiful Emperor Wu recognized the former leader of Tianxi Yangfang. After all, the other party recognized her, the evil female martial emperor, so how could she not recognize the other party, the former leader of Tianxi Yangfang? Ahem. Lin Mo noticed something was wrong and interrupted in time. From now on, we are all family. This is a hint to Chu Shaiyue not to reveal Yi Chuanxue's true identity. Chu Shaiyue reacted quickly and said with a smile, what did you just say? Pure and unattached to women? Then what about these two beautiful ladies from wealthy families in Beijing? What's their relationship with you? You? We are innocent. Lin Mo said immediately. The next second, Qi Meihui exposed her, innocent? How white? Whiter than my legs? Lin Mo, do you still have some shame? Why don't you say you're pure and unselfish when you're going all out on me? When you need me, you call me mom, but when you don't, you say you're not interested in women? Cough cough. Lin Mo really couldn't help coughing this time. The main thing is, what is Chi Mei Hui talking about? It's all such a mess, how come he can't understand a word of it? But at this moment, Yi Chuanshui actually said to Chu Shiwe, he and I are truly innocent, because he has to call me mom. Lin Mo's face was immediately filled with question marks. Chu Shiwe blinked, and her delicate hands gently stroked the stockings on her legs. She then glanced back and forth between Lin Mo, Yi Chuanshui, and Chi Mei Hui, and said, is he really innocent with you? Because he has to call you mom? But didn't he also call her mom when he used her? Is there such a mess between you two? Ugh. Lin Mo said quickly, sister, don't listen to what they say. It's all slander and defamation. They are slandering me. Really, there's nothing complicated between us. We're just friends, good friends. Really? Chu Shiwei asked with a smile, how good is it? Before Lin Mo could answer, Chi Mei Hui walked over and sat down, and while lifting up her long legs in stockings, she rushed to say, so good that we can just kiss each other. Lin Mo was speechless for a moment. Did she have to say such nonsense at this time? Oh my god, he is innocent. However, innocence is probably not important anymore. Because at this moment, a loud thunder suddenly fell from the sky. Crack! Thunder roared, shaking the earth. Outside the window, a huge arc of electricity came from the sky, illuminating the entire night in an instant. In full view of everyone, thunder rumbled and electric arcs filled the sky, lasting for a long time. Everyone in the capital and even the entire Zhengzhou saw that in the direction of Longhu Mountain, the magic sword controlled the thunder and crossed the sky. In the secret realms of the major families, many ancestors who had been in seclusion for many years were awakened. Then, someone soon recognized. That is the royal secret technique, the divine sword secret to controlling lightning? Oh my god, the Empress has come out of seclusion? The Empress has emerged from seclusion and appeared at Mount Longhu? Could it be, this is the duel between the Empress and Zhang Tianchi at Mount Longhu? Oh my god, the Empress versus Zhang Tianchi? This is Ascension Battle? Is this the Empress's Ascension Battle? In fact, the battle for the ascension of Empress Huangfu Jingyi had already begun. After all, it had been a while since Lin Mo received the system's reminder to prepare to pick up the bargain. Just a few moments ago, on the top of Longhu Mountain, Empress Huangfu Jingyi had already exchanged hundreds of moves with Zhang Tianchi. The sword energy is everywhere, the murderous aura is surging, and this ascension battle between the two strongest men in the world is bound to be earth-shattering and shocking. At this time, the battle was gradually becoming more intense. The best proof is that Huangfu Jingyi used the royal secret sword to control thunder. Right now. The mysterious shock of heaven and earth, the divine thunder from all directions, the magnificent power of heaven, lead it with the sword. Chapter 72 You suffer, I pick up the spoils. Snap. Thunder roared, and a rolling sea of thunder descended from the sky. Thousands of lightnings intertwine and condense, constantly forming swords. The magic sword controls thunder, and lightning turns into a sword. In an instant, the sky over Longhu Mountain was filled with lightning swords. The murderous aura is so strong that it shocks the heavens and the earth and makes ghosts and gods cry. From all directions, ancestors from various secret realms rush to Longhu Mountain to watch the battle up close, hoping to learn something from this rare ascension battle that only happens once in a century. However, when the ancestors arrived at the place, they found that the entire Longhu Mountain had been engulfed by thunder and lightning. Looking around, every inch of space was interwoven with terrifyingly powerful lightning. Is this the divine sword Eulasian, known as the Royal Supreme Martial Art? Oh my god, this is too scary. This is too scary. Don't even get close to it. Not only can I not get close, I have to stay as far away as possible. Don't let the gods fight bring disaster to a small fry like me. The ancestor of a secret realm actually calls himself a small fry. I'm afraid he can only do so in front of Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain and the Empress. The only ones who can make an elder call himself a small fry are these two strongest men in the world. Before this, the world did not know who was stronger. One of them had escaped unscathed from the pursuit led by the previous emperor, and successfully guarded the 13 pages of the heavenly book, and became famous throughout the world since then. One is the daughter of the late emperor, who was gifted by nature, rare in 10,000 years, and self-taught. She has already reached the peak of the 8th rank martial god, far surpassing the late emperor. Back then, the late emperor was defeated by Zheng Tianshi because of that half-move difference. Now, his daughter has come to Longhu Mountain in person and has taken the initiative to provoke this battle of ascension. Between her and Zheng Tianshi, the murderer of her father, only one of them is destined to survive after this battle. The winner will ascend to heaven, and the loser will be reduced to ashes. Of course, this is just what people think is the only ending. Even Zhang Tianshi and Huangfu Jingyi thought so, but in fact, there is a second ending. That would mean both sides would suffer losses, and neither would be able to ascend. Because the gate of heaven is closed. The last person who ascended to heaven smashed the pot after eating, demolished the bridge after crossing the river, blocked the road when he reached the top of the mountain, and as soon as he ascended to heaven, he blocked the way of ascension for everyone in the future. So over the years, both Zhang Tianshi and the Empress had the ability to ascend, but they were never able to do so. One thought that he had not yet found the opportunity to ascend, and the other thought that it was caused by his own emotional knot. The result is the current battle of ascension. But in fact, the road to ascension has long been cut off. The heavenly gate, which had been blocked by the previous ascender, could not be opened at all. The world doesn't know the truth, but how could Lin Mo's system not know it? Therefore, the system predicted everything and was paying close attention to the battle situation at this time, so that it could immediately locate the location of the seriously injured and amnesiac Empress, allowing Lin Mo to rush over and take advantage of the opportunity. After this battle, the Heavenly Master went into seclusion and the Empress lost her memory. The system had already deduced this outcome. What the system cannot accurately deduce right now is the exact location of the Empress after she was seriously injured and lost her memory. However, the approximate location has been found. Southwest of Longhu Mountain. At this moment, Lin Mo had already gone out. He, together with Chu Shiwei, Jimehui, Yi Chuanshui, Zhou Shui and others, took a helicopter and flew directly to the southwest of Longhu Mountain. After all, it is a rare ascension battle that only happens once in a century. Who wouldn't want to watch it? Maybe you can realize something from it, and then your cultivation will be greatly improved, and maybe you can even ascend to heaven in the future. Even if you don't understand anything, it's still worth watching such a great battle. After all, isn't it a million times more exciting than those crappy movies with cheap special effects? However, the entire Longhu Mountain is now covered by thunder and lightning, and there are sharp swords made of lightning everywhere. The power is terrifying and seems to have the ability to cut through the void. Who dares to get close? Therefore, Shi Meihui's helicopter could only be parked far away outside the southwest of Longhu Mountain and did not dare to get close at all. Even drivers are afraid of being struck by lightning. Are you kidding? Looking at Longhu Mountain now, it is like a sea of thunder. Who wouldn't be afraid? Even the ancestors of the secret realms could watch from afar, though they couldn't see anything. Can you see it? Zhou Shui suddenly asked Lin Mo in the helicopter hovering high in the sky, where are the Empress and Zhang Tianshi? Why can't I see anything? Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and lay down directly with his head resting on Zhou Shui's beautiful black silk legs. It was obvious that he had looked at the top of the mountain for a long time but still saw nothing. I might as well stop looking at it and just wait for the system's instructions. Anyway, he came here to pick up some bargains, not to watch the game. The Battle of Ascension, can anyone watch it? In fact, right now, several secret realm ancestors have died in the terrifyingly powerful lightning outside Longhu Mountain. Among them is Shangguan Lingyu from one of the 8 great families in the capital. This is a beautiful old ancestor who has the secret of maintaining her youthful appearance. She is over 300 years old, but still has her charm. She has fair skin, a slim waist and a plump butt, and curvy figures. She is full of sexy and hot charm. Moreover, Shangguan Lingyu is not dead yet, or rather, not completely dead yet. There is still hope. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was breathing in the wonderful body fragrance of Zhou Shui, received a system prompt. Ding! It has been detected that the beautiful ancestor of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Lingyu, was seriously injured by lightning while watching the battle. She is dying but not yet dead. The host can go while she is still alive. Lin Mo was stunned. Damn it, what the hell is while the heat is on? I'm a real gentleman, and you want me to take advantage of the situation? While it's hot, sister? Saving lives is more important, okay? Suddenly, Lin Modong stood up, then descended to the ground through the helicopter's rappel rope, and then, guided by the system, quickly arrived at a deep grass area outside Longhu Mountain. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, he saw a stunningly beautiful lady lying there dying. Lin Mo also remembered that in the original plot, Yi Lin had picked up a lot of loopholes in this ascension battle, and now it was Lin Mo's turn. But seriously, he is not taking advantage of a bargain, nor is he doing what the ghost system says about taking advantage of the opportunity. He is saving people. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. No matter who this lady is, we must rescue her quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Artificial respiration, yes, artificial respiration. Lin Mo was in a hurry and went up to give artificial respiration to the beautiful lady's mouth. You know what, it's quite useful. The effect is significant. The beautiful woman was dying and having difficulty breathing. She was about to suffocate. After Lin Mo delivered a wave of oxygen mouth to mouth, she was obviously feeling much better. Damn system. This situation is clearly still salvageable, yet you're telling us to take advantage of the situation while it's hot? While the heat is on? How could I possibly do something worse than pigs and dogs? Am I the one taking advantage of someone's misfortune? I'll talk to you, you damn system, later. I'll save the person first, then give him artificial respiration. Yes, again. Chapter 73 Amnesia? I am your husband. After more than 10 rounds of artificial respiration, Lin Mo injected a lot of true energy into the other party, and fed him a Zhou family dragon and tiger pill, as well as a tendon cleansing and marrow strengthening pill. He really tried his best to pull the other person back from the gates of hell. At this time, the system reminded that many ancestors nearby were attacked one after another because of their carelessness in watching the battle, and one after another they were seriously injured and fell into coma. Lin Mo recalled the original plot. It seemed that Yi Lin had picked up a lot of loopholes in this ascension battle? Is that possible? Go find Yi Lin, we must not let this grandson succeed in picking up the leaks and accumulating a series of great opportunities. Then, an hour later, at the foot of Longhu Mountain, many old ancestors who were seriously injured while watching the battle woke up from their coma. Some found that all the treasures on their bodies were gone, and some who still had the magic to maintain their youthful looks and charm even found that their clothes were in disarray. I don't know who spread the news that a man named Yi Lin was taking advantage of the situation and looting all over the mountains. And when the ancestors came to Yi Lin admitted it. It's me, it's me. It's true that I saved you, but it was just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Really? You don't need to thank me. I also came here to watch this ascension battle. But after arriving, I found that many of the seniors had been injured one after another, seriously injured and unconscious, and their lives were in danger. They needed to be rescued immediately, So you took the opportunity to plunder all the treasures on me? An old ancestor suddenly shouted angrily. Another old ancestor followed up with a roar, so you didn't even let an old woman like me go? You even stripped me of my clothes? Are you really that hungry that you can eat anything? Yi Lin's mind buzzed, and he was completely confused and couldn't react at all. At this time, a beautiful woman with a hot body, who was obviously as good at maintaining her youthful appearance as Shangguan Lingyu, frowned and glared at him with gritted teeth. I may not be an old woman, but I am at least over 100 years old. You saved me and you can do that to me? And you even took away my stockings and bra afterwards? Yi Lin, where did you come from, you lecher? How dare you be so presumptuous? Yi Lin was even more bewildered. He had no time to digest this huge amount of information before another beautiful old ancestor shouted at him, to cultivate the ultimate sword art, I have kept my virginity pure for over 200 years. Today, you, a bastard, have destroyed my virginity. I swear I would not be a human being if I don't kill you. As soon as the angry roar fell, the beautiful old ancestor immediately attacked Yi Lin. I saw a cold light flashing. The opponent's sword energy was extremely sharp and very fast. As fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Yi Lin was unable to dodge and was seriously injured in an instant. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. The next second, the sharp sword in the opponent's hand was pointing directly at Yi Lin's throat. Are you kidding? She is the ancestor of a secret family. Just now she said that she has been practicing the ultimate sword art for more than 200 years and has kept her chastity for this. What kind of cultivation and what kind of strength does that require? How could Yi Lin possibly withstand it? However, no matter what, he did provide rescue, saving so many ancestors who were seriously injured by lightning while watching the battle, so he definitely could not die here today. At most, your reputation will be ruined, but your life will definitely be saved. Even if he couldn't keep it, What did it have to do with Lin Mo? It's not like he, Lin Mo, personally took action against Jilin, the destined protagonist. If someone else took action, would they be able to bear the consequences? Would it be his turn to worry? Anyway, at this moment, the ascension battle on the top of Longhu Mountain is over. And under the guidance of the system, Lin Mo has successfully found the seriously injured and unconscious Empress Huangfu Jingyi, a female emperor Huangfu Jingyi, and a beautiful ancestor of the Shangguan family in the capital, Shangguan Lingyu. This is the greatest fortune that the destined protagonist Yilin in the original plot has obtained in this ascension battle. Now this fortune belongs to Lin Mo. Late at night, Lin Mo carried Shangguan Lingyu on his back and hugged Huangfu Jingyi, quickly left the vicinity of Longhu Mountain and headed straight for the nearest hotel. After arriving at the hotel and checking in, Lin Mo's first thing was to perform artificial respiration on Huangfu Jingyi, then inject her with true qi, feed her the dragon and tiger pill and the cleansing muscle and marrow pill, and help her refine the medicinal effects. After all, this beautiful empress is still in a coma. How can she refine the medicine on her own? Of course he has to help. Even if the empress woke up in the middle of the process, he would still continue to help refine the medicinal effects. Jingyi, are you awake? Don't move. You're seriously injured. I'll help you refine the medicine to heal your wounds. You, who are you? The empress's eyes were blank. Of course she didn't recognize Lin Mo, and she also forgot who she was. Just as the system predicted, the empress was seriously injured and lost her memory. What? Lin Mo's face was filled with astonishment. He asked in disbelief, Jingyi, you don't know who I am? Jingyi, are you kidding me? Lost your memory? I'm your husband. No, that's impossible. You are the empress. How could you possibly lose your memory? You won't lose your memory. This should only be temporary. Yes, temporary. How could you lose your memory? This is simply impossible. Wait, Jingyi, wait for me to heal your injuries. Then you should be able to remember everything. Yes, I'll be able to remember it once I'm healed. I'm sure I can. Lin Mo was in high spirits, his acting was superb. The more he spoke, the more anxious he became. At the same time, he was frantically urging his true qi to speed up the refining of the medicine. It looked like he really wanted the Empress Huangfu Jingyi to get better soon. Huangfu Jingyi believed it anyway. After all, Lin Mo had acted so well that he could definitely win the Oscar for Best Actor. How could Huangfu Jingyi not believe it? At this moment, the beautiful Empress stared at Lin Mo for a few seconds without blinking, without a trace of doubt in her eyes. She just said softly, I don't remember anything. I don't remember who you are, who I am, or what happened before. My mind is blank, I don't remember anything. No. Lin Mo's acting exploded, and he burst into tears and cried, how could you not remember anything? Jingyi, how could you? We promised to hold your hand and grow old together, that we would never be apart for the rest of our lives. We promised to ascend together and march into the immortal realm together. We promised that after this battle we would abandon the secular world and practice hard until we ascend. How could you forget, Jingyi? You can't forget, you can't forget, you can't forget. The crying turned into roaring, and Lin Majin mobilized his true energy like a madman, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood as if he was furious. Puff! God knows how Lin Mo managed to vomit blood suddenly. Obviously, in order to gain the deep trust of the Empress, he really tried his best. Chapter 74, The Sharp Contrast Between Villains and Decent People. Are you okay? Seeing Lin Mo vomiting blood in a hurry, Huangfu Jingyi couldn't help but subconsciously show concern. Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled bitterly, and said resolutely, it's okay, I will make sure that your injuries are healed as soon as possible, and I will make sure that you remember everything as soon as possible. Hearing his words come from the heart, and watching him frantically mobilize his qi to refine the medicine for her wounds, Huangfu Jingyi was deeply moved. She said sincerely, although I have lost my memory and don't remember anything, I don't think you would lie to me. I believe you are my husband. Lin Mo was ecstatic, but he said, Jingyi, stop talking. Hold your breath and concentrate on practicing qigong and regulating your breathing. The most important thing now is to heal your injuries and restore your memory. Other than that, nothing else matters. As long as you can get better, as long as you can remember everything, remember every little moment we spent together, as long as you can become the Jingy who has me in her eyes and heart and only wants to spend the rest of her life with me, I will do whatever you want me to do. I will definitely help you regain your memory as soon as possible, even if it means risking my life. With such acting skills, who can handle it? Who would have thought that he was just acting? How could the Empress Huangfu Jingy, who was now like a blank sheet of paper after losing her memory, have imagined that there would be such a despicable and shameless person like him in the world? Anyway, after Lin Mo frantically urged his true chi to refine the effects of the medicine, he was exhausted and sweating profusely when Huangfu Jingy came up to him, took the initiative to offer her red lips and gently kissed him on the mouth, saying softly, "It's okay, just take it slow. I feel like as long as you're here, it doesn't matter whether I can recover my memory or not." How can it not matter? Lin Mo said seriously, "You are the dignified empress of this huge Shenwu empire, the strongest person in the world at the peak of the 8th level martial god realm. How can you survive without those memories of the past? Don't worry, Jingy. I will do everything I can to help you recover your memory. You will definitely remember everything soon. As long as it helps you regain your memory, I'm willing to do anything." At this moment, Lin Mo's extremely serious and solemn look is simply shameless and despicable. However, he was even more despicable. At this moment, Lin Mo seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, isn't it said that repeating past scenes and doing things you used to love is the best way to restore your memory? Jingy, come here. I'll help you put on your stockings. You used to love ordering me to put on your stockings. Because you are the Empress, and I am your male favorite. Yes, male favorite. Although I am your only male favorite, I cannot deny that you forced me into it. You, relying on your status as the Empress, took a liking to my beauty and immediately issued an imperial decree for me to sleep with you. Of course I won't. After all, I'm a man of integrity, and I'm married. I have to be loyal to my wife, so how could I sleep with you? But you don't care. You are the Empress, ruling the world and owning everything. If it's something you want, you must get it, even if you have to rob or use force. So, on my first day in court, you raped me. You ravished me, tormented me, and demanded that I be at your beck and call from now on, to satisfy your every need, anytime, anywhere. From then on, I have been serving you all the time. Every time you ask me to put on your stockings myself, you step on my face. Speaking of this, Lin Mo took out a pair of stockings from somewhere. Jingy, look, this is what you like me to put on you the most. Every time I put it on, you step on my face a few times. Come, I'll put it on for you right away, and see if you can recall anything from this scene that has been repeated countless times. After saying this, Lin Mo took Huangfu Jingy's pair of white, tender and delicate feet, and then really put on the stockings for her. Huangfu Jingy did not resist, but just muttered naively in her heart, "Was I really like this before?" No matter how much she grumbled, she had completely lost her memory and her brain was blank, like a blank sheet of paper. So even though she had doubts, she didn't want to let Lin Mo down, so she tried her best to cooperate and did whatever he said. In an instant, the beautiful Empress put on her stockings, raised her legs and stepped lightly on Lin Mo's face, trying her best to recall. But this had never happened before. What could she recall? In the end, of course, I couldn't remember anything. In the end, she felt embarrassed and said to Lin Mo apologetically, "I'm sorry, It's okay." Lin Mo quickly said caringly, "Jingy, you don't have to say sorry. After all, how can you remember the past so quickly after losing your memory? Take your time. We're not in a hurry. Just take your time. Come, Jingy, give me your feet. I'll give you a foot massage. You used to love me giving you foot massages the most. It's just that you always ordered me around at that time. Naturally, I was extremely reluctant at first, but there was nothing I could do. After all, you are the Empress. And now I am willing to do this, because you have already conquered me. You have completely conquered my body and soul. Now I just want you to get better as soon as possible, remember everything as soon as possible, and become the Empress of the Shenwu Empire again as soon as possible. For you, I'm willing to do anything now." After saying that, Lin Mo lowered his head and gave her a passionate kiss. Being able to be as shameless as him is obviously a real realm. Someone like Yi Lin is far from reaching this level. As a result, Yi Lin was still explaining frantically at the foot of Longhu Mountain. "I really didn't do that. I really didn't do those things. I swear, I was just trying to rescue her. I never did anything else besides normal rescue. Please believe me, you must believe me. It's actually easy to make people believe him. Doesn't Yi Lin just need to bring out his identity as a direct disciple of Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain? After all, who is Zhang Tianchi? He is one of the two main characters in this ascension battle. Who wouldn't trust Zhang Tianchi's direct disciple? But a destined protagonist like Yi Lin must be a stubborn person who doesn't care about anything else but sticks to his principles. Because he is truly innocent and only provided rescue services and did nothing else, so all he needs to do is explain and clarify things. Why should he bring up his identity as a direct disciple of Master Zhang? Wouldn't it seem guilty to use that identity as a cover? Is he guilty? As long as he has done nothing wrong, he is not afraid of ghosts knocking on his door. Yi Lin is upright and has nothing to fear from his own shadow. Chapter 75, one is going smoothly, the other is struggling. As long as you have a clear conscience, there is no need to move outside the sect to cover yourself up. Yi Lin is an upright person and he doesn't believe that he cannot prove his innocence. In contrast, Lin Mo doesn't care about his innocence at all. At this moment, he ran to the front of the beautiful ancestor Shangguan Lingyu again, and found Shangguan Lingyu also lost his memory. Amnesia? You don't remember who I am? Lingyu, are you kidding me? I'm your husband. No way, you really don't remember? You don't remember anything? Your name is Shangguan Lingyu, and you are the ancestor of the Shangguan family in the capital. You are over 300 years old, and you have always been so beautiful because of the secret of preserving your youth. Why don't you believe me? You ask me how old I am? I'm definitely not over 300 years old. I'm only in my 20s. What? You said you're over 300 years old and I'm in my 20s, so how did we get together? No, Lingyu, how dare you ask me this question? You should ask yourself what's going on. Don't you know it clearly? You forced me to do this. You, a beautiful old lady over 300 years old, forced yourself on me, a handsome young man in his 20s. You even drugged me that night and abused me to the point where I was almost dead. How else could we be here with such an age difference? Even though you have the secret to maintaining your youthful appearance and your looks and figure are indeed quite good, even if you are eternally youthful, you are still over 300 years old. How could a young man in his 20s like me be with you? Other people get gold bricks when a woman is 3 years older than her husband, kingdoms when a woman is 30 years older than her husband, and elixirs when a woman is 300 years older than her husband, but am I that kind of person? Think of me, Lin Mo. I'm a handsome man, as handsome as Pan and as beautiful as Songyu. I'm also ambitious and hardworking. I'm sure I'll be able to make a name for myself in the future with my own abilities. Why would I need to rely on someone else for support? Having said this, Lin Mo unknowingly started to act like a dramatic character again. His acting skills were becoming more and more sophisticated. He was so angry that there was no trace of acting at all. Anyway, at this moment, Shangguan Lingyu, who had lost his memory like Huangfu Jingyi and was as blank as a sheet of paper, was really confused. She was confused and didn't know whether to believe it or not. After all, she is a beautiful ancestor who is over 300 years old. Even if she has lost her memory, she is much more cautious than Huangfu Jingyi, the empress girl in her 20s. But at the moment, Lin Mo's performance is becoming more and more expressive and there is really no flaw at all. I don't want to be a gigolo, but Lingyu, you forced me to do that. You even drugged me. You relied on your status as the beautiful ancestor of the Shangguan family in the capital, with all the money, power, and everything. So, in order to get me, you really did whatever it took. I still remember that night when you drugged me and told me, you don't want your family to die because of you, do you? Look, you were like this at the time. Do you think you were still a human being? Then what can I do? Can't I just let you control me? Unexpectedly, that was just the beginning of my nightmare, because there are more than one evil person like you. Later, I was favored by the Empress. She also coveted my body and used all kinds of threats and inducements on me. She even issued an imperial decree, openly ordering me to serve her in the bedroom and become her male concubine. Ever since then, I've been toyed with by you two in turn. Now, after a battle of ascension, she has lost her memory, and you have lost your memory too? I risked my life to rescue you, and you tell me you don't remember anything? Is this fair? Why are you doing this to me? What are you going to do to me in the future? Lin Mo was so immersed in the role that Shangguan Lingyu had to believe it. Okay, don't be like this, calm down, can't I trust you? Lin Mo raised his head, frowning. What do you mean by trusting me? Lingyu, what do you mean? You're talking as if I deliberately made up all this nonsense while you were losing your memory? No. I didn't. What do you mean? That's obviously what you meant. Shangguan Lingyu was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. Forget it. Lin Mo responded with one move after another. You women are all heartless and disloyal. None of you are good. Especially powerful women like you just love to play with people's feelings and then throw them away like old shoes, huh? You're still pretending to have amnesia. Maybe you just want to dump me. Shangguan Lingyu, you're just tired of playing with me and want to kick me away, right? Yes or no? No. That's not the case. Shangguan Lingyu was really anxious. I didn't lie to you, I really have lost my memory, I really don't remember anything. Lin Mo stared at her eyes intently, and after a moment of silence, he said, Okay, I'll believe you for now. But if you dare let me find out you're lying to me, I'll fight you to the death. Back then, you forced yourself upon me, and over the past few years, you and the Empress have been working together to make my health worse day by day. Now if you dare to team up and pretend to have amnesia in order to kick me out, I will never let you go. I will risk my life to fight you. Why are you still standing there? Do you think I'm kidding you? Do I look like I'm joking? Come, I'll help you relive the previous scenes and try to help you regain your memory. Give me your feet. I'll help you put on your stockings first. Didn't you love stepping on me in stockings? I want to see if you really have lost your memory. In a short period of time, Lin Mo turned from passive to active. With his ability, how could Yi Lin compare with him? At this time, Yi Lin was in an extremely passive position and was deeply trapped in the trap of proving his innocence. Speak up, how do you prove your innocence? Exactly. If you weren't after the treasures on me, why did you save me? That's right, how could you be so kind for no reason? You must have some ulterior motive. On the surface, they're rescuing people, but in reality, they're taking advantage of the situation to rob people. Don't think we can't see it. Taking advantage of others' misfortune is despicable and shameless, and extremely despicable. Yi Lin, why don't you speak? Are you mute? Now let me ask you one thing, if you really didn't do anything excessive to me, then why did you save me? Need I say that? I bet the bastard was just trying to take advantage of the situation, but he realized the person wasn't dead yet, so he just tried to save him. That's right, it must be like this. How else could it be possible? All the ancestors attacked together, and various voices rose one after another. Originally, Yi Lin could have rushed back to the sect in time to see Zhang Tianchi for the last time, but unfortunately, he was now being entangled by the ancestors at the foot of the mountain. As a result, Chapter 76, Yi Lin's Evil Deeds, What Does It Have to Do with Me? On the top of Longhu Mountain, the seriously injured and dying Zhang Tianchi was pale and barely breathing. He wanted to hold on for a moment and wait for Yi Lin's arrival, then give him a thorough explanation before going into seclusion to recuperate. Logically speaking, with such a big commotion going on in this ascension battle, even the ancestors from various secret realms have come out of retreat to watch the battle, so Yi Lin will definitely come as well. And after this battle, Yi Lin shouldn't rush up the mountain to find out what's going on, right? Unexpectedly, Zhang Tianchi waited and waited, but Yi Lin still did not show up. No. I can't wait any longer. I really can't hold on any longer. We must retreat and close the mountain. Yi Lin, what on earth are you doing? Well. With a sigh, Zhang Tianchi stood up with difficulty and slowly entered the cave with heavy steps. Soon, the dragon-breaking stone in the cave fell down. Immediately, the mountain defense formation was activated and the mountain was sealed. At the foot of the mountain, everyone noticed it one after another and exclaimed in surprise. Is this, the Dragon Tiger Mountain's defensive formation? Oh my god, the mountain guarding formation has been activated? How could this happen? Master Zhang is still alive? But he wants to close the mountain? Could it be that the Empress won this battle? Otherwise, why would Zhang Tianchi still stay in the human world and even close his mountain? Isn't it because he was defeated that he closed his mountain to recuperate? The Empress won? Then, does that mean the Empress has ascended to heaven? Unconsciously, people came to this conclusion. Zhang Tianchi was defeated and seriously injured, and he closed himself off in seclusion to recuperate, while the female emperor Huangfu Jingyi won and ascended to heaven. Finally, Yi Lin became anxious. After all, Zhang Tianchi is his master. How could his master be defeated and seriously injured? Then Yi Lin would have to go up the mountain quickly to take a look? Fortunately, he finally remembered this, but it was too late. The formation has been activated, Longhu Mountain has been sealed, no one can enter. Even though Yi Lin is Zhang Tianzhi's direct disciple, there is only one way for him to enter the mountain now, and that is to break the formation by force. Are you kidding me? He dares to forcibly break through the Longhu Mountain sex formation? Besides, he doesn't have that ability. Right now, he could only be blocked outside the formation barrier of Longhu Mountain like everyone else, feeling anxious. At the same time, inside the hotel, Lin Mo brought Shangguan Lingyu, who was wearing a silk stockings in Cheongsam, to meet the Empress Huangfu Jingyi. He also sighed, "Don't be so unfamiliar, okay? You two may be king and subject, but that's only on the surface. When you're torturing me together in private, you're really familiar with each other and have fun together, okay? Really? I don't know what to say to you. How can you act like a king and his subjects? Besides, why is it always me who gets hurt? Especially now that you both have lost your memories, how am I supposed to clean up the mess you've left behind? Forget it, let's not talk about it. No matter what, the most important thing is to help you recover your memory. I can't help it. Who made me suffer like this? Alas, my life is really miserable." After a sigh, Lin Mo continued, as Shangguan Lingyu and Huangfu Jingyi looked at each other in bewilderment, "You are both seriously injured now, so just stay in seclusion in this hotel to recuperate. If you need anything, just call me. If I'm not around, call me. In short, don't go out and show yourselves. After that battle, all the powers know that you were seriously injured. Now many people are looking for you, especially your enemies. I can't deal with your enemies, and I can't deal with you with your serious injuries either, so you must hide and heal your wounds first. Anyway, you just have to listen to me. How could I possibly harm you? I'm doing this for your own good, otherwise I wouldn't bother serving you. Come, let me help you recall the past and try to regain your memory. I have to go out for a while. After all, there's a mess waiting for me to clean up outside. It is said that it is to recreate past scenes to help restore memory, but what it actually does, I am afraid only Lin Mo himself knows." In any case, Shangguan Lingyu and Huangfu Jingyi were both at a loss, and they could only do whatever Lin Mo said. There is no way. The two women have lost their memories and their minds are blank. After losing their memories, they have only come into contact with Lin Mo. So, they have to believe whatever he says, right? They have no access to any other information at all and are unknowingly trapped in the information cocoon that Lin Mo has carefully woven for them. What can they do? I can only think that he used to let them control him, so now everything should try to go along with him as much as possible. After all, he was also trying to help them recover their memories, and it was for their own good, so of course they had to fully cooperate. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his kindness? In fact, the two women felt that this was really difficult for him. After all, where can you find a man as good as him? Especially since they had treated him like that before. It seems I have to find an opportunity to make it up to him in the future. On the other side, Shi Meihui, Yi Chuanxue, and others were wondering. Where's Lin Mo? Where did this guy go? I don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time. He didn't answer my call just now. I heard that many people at the foot of the mountain were seriously injured by lightning because they were not careful while watching the battle. What do you think? Could this fellow Lin Mo have taken advantage of the situation? Picking up a bargain? You mean, taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Taking advantage of others' misfortune? That shouldn't be possible, right? I don't think he would do such a thing. Su Yuan from the Su family was indeed naive, otherwise she wouldn't have said such words. As a result, as soon as she said this, Shi Meihui, Yi Chuanxue and Zhou Shuyi, the three beautiful ladies, all showed strange looks in their eyes. Obviously, the three women had the same perception of Lin Mo. They all felt that only Lin Mo could do such a thing. The next day, at Shanhaiyuan Villa, when Lin Mo finally returned, Zhou Shuyi immediately stepped forward and asked, "Where on earth have you been? Ha? Why are you still so listless? Didn't we go to Longhu Mountain to watch the battle last night? Where did you go fooling around again?" Those aristocratic family secret realm ancestors who were seriously injured and unconscious at the foot of Longhu Mountain, who were robbed or even lost their virginity, were all. Hey! Lin Mo interrupted seriously, "What are you talking about? Those things were all done by Yi Lin, what does it have to do with me? This is a joke. Am I that kind of person? Could I do something so despicable? Zhou Shuyi, I think you deserve to be punished. Suddenly, Zhou Shuyi took off her high heels and stepped on Lin Mo's face with a split. She blocked his mouth and smiled. You are not that kind of person? And you still say I deserve to be punished? So what did you do last night? And why did you come back just now? Also, what's wrong with you being so listless? Who drained your energy and spirit? Chapter 77, To save someone, can we take advantage of their misfortune? Or rather, which beautiful, unconscious ancestor did you exhaust your energy on? As soon as Zhou Shuyi finished speaking, the sound of high heels was heard. Shi Meihui walked over with her long legs and stockings, bringing a gust of fragrance as she stood in front of Lin Mo and asked with a smile, Did Ji Lin get framed by you, right? At the beginning you said you were a direct disciple of Master Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain, but it turns out you are not. It is Yi Lin who is the real Longhu Mountain disciple. He is also the biological son of Yi Qianqiu of the Yi family in Beijing, yet you pretended to be him and even went to find his beautiful biological mother and raped her for an entire night. Ha, Lin Mo, you really don't look like a good person. So those things you did last night at the foot of Longhu Mountain and took advantage of the situation to rob people must have been. What is it? Lin Mo interrupted anxiously, I told you that you can take medicine carelessly but you can't say anything carelessly. You are clearly slandering me. You are slandering me, slandering me. In fact, Shi Meihui doesn't care what the truth is. Although she took the initiative to get close to Lin Mo in the beginning because she wanted to use the power of Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain to get the protection of an 8th-level martial god. But in the end she found out that Lin Mo was not Zhang Tianchi's disciple? After all this time, who is Yi Lin? But it doesn't matter. After all, the matter is done, the rice has been cooked, she is already in the same boat with Lin Mo, and she has even become this guy's cauldron. What else can she do? What's more, even if this guy is not a disciple of Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain, he still has some skills and is definitely not an ordinary person. What ordinary person could bring a 6th-level martial emperor like Zhou Shuyi home? Moreover, Shi Meihui's internal injuries that had lasted for many years were indeed about to be cured by Lin Mo. In addition, while she transformed into a furnace to help him refine the medicinal effects, she did take the opportunity to absorb a lot of the medicinal effects, gained a lot of benefits, and her cultivation improved greatly. These alone are enough to keep her and Lin Mo's close relationship going. After all, it is profitable, and Lin Mo is indeed quite capable, so let's just take it as a win-win situation. But at the moment, Shi Meihui couldn't help but ask, what on earth did you do last night? Did you take advantage of the situation and plunder the treasures of several aristocratic family ancestors? And you also destroyed the Zhao family's toad blood? And you took the stockings and bra from the Chun family? Lin Mo, you are really amazing. You really don't do anything. What do you mean by not doing anything? Lin Mo sternly retorted, catching an adulterer and a couple, catching a thief and taking the stolen goods, do you have evidence? Are you just talking nonsense? You really just spread rumors with your mouth? I have to prove I'm myself when I go to the bank to withdraw my own money. You say I did these things that are worse than pigs and dogs. What evidence do you have? How can you prove I did these things? You really have to be kidding. I heard it was Yi Lin who did it, but you insist on blaming me. Who doesn't know that I, Lin Mo, have always been a righteous gentleman? How could those petty thefts have anything to do with me? If you dare to do this again, I will sue you for defamation. Just at this time, Zhou Shuyi came. Lin Mo immediately stepped forward and said, Sister, you must stand up for me. They maliciously spread rumors and slandered me, saying that I was the one who did all the things Yi Lin did last night. Sister, just tell me if it's outrageous or not. Do I, Lin Mo, look like that kind of person? It's really outrageous. Zhou Shuyi said softly. Lin Mo immediately became excited. Look, even my beautiful sister, the Emperor Wu, said you are outrageous. You really are too outrageous to the extreme. I'm saying you're outrageous. Zhou Shuyi stared at Lin Mo intently, then said shockingly, how dare you hold the Empress hostage, and even take advantage of her amnesia to lie to her that you're her husband? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. At the same moment, Shi Meihui and Zhou Shuyi were also stunned, as if petrified. Before I knew it, the air here became dead silent. Until, Zhou Shuyi frowned and broke the silence, saying to Lin Mo, are you trying to kill yourself? How dare you treat the Empress like that? That's Huang Fu Jingyi, a powerful 8th-rank martial god at the peak of her power, just a hair's breadth away from ascending. It was she who initiated the ascension battle last night. Even though she's severely injured and has lost her memory now, she'll eventually recover her memory, right? Then, won't she be able to slaughter your entire clan? 9 clans. Qi Meihui was confused. These 9 clans must include her and the entire Qi family? Zhou Shuyi was even more terrified. All 9 generations of the family would be implicated, and anyone who had any connection with Lin Mo would suffer. Would she, Zhou Shuyi, and the entire Zhou family be able to escape then? This was the truth. Even Xu Shaiyue couldn't help but say, if she really wants to slaughter your entire clan, I will suffer as well. And no one can withstand the wrath of a peak-level 8th-rank martial god. By then, we will all die, and not a single body will remain intact. Lin Mo, you are such a bold person. How can I say anything good about you? I just accepted you as my brother and you caused this kind of trouble, you. Xu Shaiyue paused and really didn't know what to say. At this moment, Lin Mo's mind suddenly lit up. He stared intently into the eyes of the beautiful martial emperor sister and asked, Sis, since you know everything, then, why didn't you stop me at that time? Stop you? Xu Shaiyue glared at him. When I found out, you were already giving the Empress artificial respiration. How could I stop you? Was it too late? Besides, who could have expected you to have a sequel? I thought you were just taking advantage of the situation to give him some artificial respiration. Wait a minute. Lin Mo interrupted, Sister, that's not right. I was doing artificial respiration to save someone. How can that be considered taking advantage of someone's misfortune? The Empress was seriously injured at the time. She was literally on the verge of death. She could have died at any moment. How could I have done that if I hadn't given her artificial respiration immediately? And I swear, I did it purely to save people, without any improper intentions. What happened next? Xu Shaiyue asked immediately, then you lied to her and said you were her husband. Why was that? Lin Mo's brain raced, and after thinking carefully, he replied, you can't say it's a lie, right? Who knows if she really has lost her memory? What if it's fake? What if she's pretending to have lost her memory and actually has some plans for me? What should I do then? Shouldn't I be on guard? So, in order to test whether she really has lost her memory, Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a pair of stockings flew from the side and hit him in the face. Chapter 78, Divide the Spoils, a few essence cleansing and marrow removing pills for each person. It's Qi Meihui. The beautiful lady from the Qi family in Beijing took off her stockings and threw them at Lin Mo's face. She glared at him with her beautiful eyes and said unhappily, you bastard, you really don't have any shame at all? You're focusing on someone who's despicable and shameless, right? So audacious that he dared to set his sights on the Empress? If you're not careful, your entire clan will be implicated. By then, all of us will be implicated by you. Lin Mo, you're such a bastard. What is it? Lin Mo took the stockings that hit his face and sternly retorted, what do you mean by lewd and audacious? I don't even know what you are talking about. I've already said that I was purely trying to save people in the beginning. After all, as a kind-hearted person like me, how could I just stand by and watch someone die? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Even if it means risking blackmail, I will save them. What's more, they haven't blackmailed me yet. They just said they have lost their memory. As a handsome boy like me, I have to protect myself when I go out. Otherwise, what if bad guys take advantage of me? That's why I was cautious and directly said he was their husband to test whether they really had lost their memory. Isn't that human nature? What's wrong with that? After hearing Lin Mo's rather righteous words, Qi Meihui was completely speechless. She really didn't know what to say. It's really uncomfortable to want to refute but have no words. So much so that she really wanted to raise her leg and kick Lin Mo in the face. It's better to shut his mouth to stop him talking nonsense. But she was also afraid that this bastard would get excited because of it. After all, this bastard could really regard it as a reward. After all, they had had in-depth communication several times. How could Qi Meihui not understand what kind of person Lin Mo was? However, she suddenly thought of a detail. Did Lin Mo just talk about them? He lied about being their husband to test whether they really had amnesia? Who are they? Besides the Empress Huang Fujingyi, who else is there? When Qi Meihui asked this question, Lin Mo frowned immediately. What do you mean by they? Isn't it just the Empress Huanfu Jingyi? Did I mention they just now? Qi Meihui was a little confused. Is this bastard playing tricks, or did she really hear it wrong just now? Was he really talking about her and not them? How likely is this? Just when Qi Meihui was feeling suspicious, Chu Shaiyue suddenly spoke up. The other one is Shangguan Lingyu, the beautiful ancestor of the Shangguan family who has the secret to maintaining her youthful appearance. In an instant, Qi Meihui's face changed instantly. Zhou Shui, who was standing by, was also extremely shocked. Shangguan Lingyu? Shangguan Lingyu of the Shangguan family? The 7-level martial saint who's over 300 years old? Yes. Chu Shaiyue nodded. It was her. The 7-level martial saint, who was over 300 years old, was also seriously injured by lightning and fell into a coma due to her carelessness while watching the battle. Lin Mo saw it and went up to her and gave her artificial respiration. Artificial respiration is to save people. Lin Mo quickly explained, "Do you think I want to? I also know that this is not good." At that time, I really refused in my heart because I was afraid of causing misunderstandings. But she was barely breathing at the time, her life hanging by a thread. If no help was given, she could have died at any moment. What could I have done? Is it my style to stand by and watch someone die without rescuing them? I definitely have to save them even if it means risking misunderstanding. I really can't care less about anything else in order to save them. After all, it's a life. Don't you agree? Qi Meihui really didn't know whether it was right or not. After all, how could she know what the situation was at that time? Anyway, she really wanted to raise her leg and kick Lin Mo in the face. And you have to kick him hard enough to make him clearly realize that it is not a reward. But now that things have come to this, the most urgent thing is to find out what Lin Mo is trying to do. What are you going to do next? Chu Shaiyue and Qi Meihui were obviously thinking the same thing. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in pursuing them, and if Chu Shaiyue knew everything so clearly, she must have been following Lin Mo all the way and observing him secretly. She didn't stop it at that time, so can she still be held accountable now? What to pursue? Isn't it good to go with the flow? Although Lin Mo's approach is unconventional and extremely risky, it is undeniable that the benefits are definitely proportional to the risks. Imagine a female emperor and an ancestor of a noble family. These two characters both fall into Lin Mo's control after losing their memories. What can Lin Mo gain by using them? Even humans can get it, and have even gotten it, so what about others? When faced with the question raised by Chu Shaiyue, Lin Mo's answer did not disappoint. What else can we do? Of course, we can use them to control the government and the Shangguan family. In this way, the entire government, including the Shangguan family, one of the 8 great families in the capital, will be under our control. Then, won't we be able to take off? Upon hearing this, Qi Meihui immediately laughed and said, "You seem to have let something slip? What you originally wanted to say was that it was under your control. That means your original plan didn't include us, right?" "What's right?" Lin Mo immediately retorted, "How could it be right? Can it be done without you? How can I handle such a big thing by myself? Of course, it requires all of us to work together. Besides, even if I really have that much ability, even if I can really handle it by myself, I definitely won't eat it alone. Am I, Lin Mo, the kind of person who eats it alone? Aren't you?" Qi Meihui and Zhou Shui said in unison. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then frowned. "What do you mean? When have I ever eaten alone? Even good things like the essence cleansing pill and the nectar in jade do I shared with you." "Share?" Zhou Shui interrupted. "What do you mean by share? You just want us to make you a furnace and help you refine the medicinal properties." "That's right." Qi Meihui followed up. "You're so kind to let so many of us work together to build the furnace for you, and then you only share a small portion of the medicinal benefits. If you're really sincere, why don't you give each of us a few essence cleansing and marrow removing pills to try?" In fact, Qi Meihui just said it casually. After all, the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill is a rare elixir. How many pills should each person get? Are you kidding me? However, right after Qi Meihui finished speaking, Lin Mo said directly, "Let's break up." After saying this, he actually took out more than a dozen essence cleansing and marrow removing pills. It's not his anyway. They were all looted from the ancestors of aristocratic families who were accidentally knocked unconscious while watching the battle at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Just divide it, what's the big deal? Is Lin Mo that stingy person? Today, everyone who sees it gets a share, so I'll give a few to everyone here. What's wrong with that? Chapter 79. A 7th level female warrior saint came to visit? Come on, I'll give it all to you, so you don't have to say I'm stingy. Everyone has a portion. Give me a few each. Where's Yi Chu and Xu Wei? Where's Yi Qing Chang? And where's Fang Yan and Lu Yulan? Call them all over. I, Lin Mo, am not the kind of person who favors one over the other. If I say everyone has a share, then everyone has a share. I guarantee that no one will be left out. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Mo discovered. Chi Meihui's eyes became extremely strange at some point. Oh my god, Sister Meihui, what's with that look in your eyes? What does it mean? Didn't you just tell me to give everyone a few essence cleansing and marrow removing pills? Now you're not happy about it? Why, do you want to be the only one favored? Do you want to eat all by yourself? I have so many essence cleansing and marrow removing pills here, the quantity is so large, can you swallow them all by yourself? Lin Mo's words seemed a bit frivolous, but Chi Meihui ignored him and frowned as she asked, could it be that you took advantage of the situation to get these essence cleansing and marrow removing pills from the ancestors of those aristocratic families? Our Qi family has an ancestor, known as Old Lady Qi, who married into the Yi family in her early years and is therefore a member of the Yi family. Old Lady Qi came out of seclusion to watch the battle at Mount Longhu. She was accidentally struck by lightning. When she woke up from her coma, all her elixirs and treasures were gone. She was even stripped of her clothes. Wasn't that done by Yi Lin? Lin Mo interrupted, who else but Yi Lin could do such a wicked thing? You may suspect that I took the elixirs and treasures from that old lady Qi, but you can't think that I would strip an old woman of her clothes, right? You can't make such a joke. Only a bastard like Yi Lin would not even let go of an old woman. He is really hungry so he can eat anything. Do you think I am hungry? I am a very picky eater, okay? Let's take a step back and say, even if I took away old lady Qi's elixirs and treasures, I would never strip her clothes. Really? If you said she had the secret to staying young and was as beautiful and sexy as you, then I might do that. But she's obviously not. Otherwise, why would she be called Old Lady Qi? And how could something like that happen to her have anything to do with me? Is that the truth? After saying that, Lin Mo thought for a moment and added, of course, I didn't take the elixirs and treasures from Old Lady Qi. I'm not that kind of person and I wouldn't do that kind of thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Meihui immediately asked, where did you get all these essence cleansing and marrow removing pills? And how come you have so many? You said you were a disciple of Master Zhang Tianchi from Mount Longhu, so I didn't doubt you when you took out the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill. But you have absolutely no connection to Longhu Mountain. So where did you get the essence cleansing and marrow removing pills? And how many of them? Don't you think you should explain it? Explain? Lin Mo frowned slightly and said, I have done nothing wrong, so I am not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. I am upright and have nothing to fear from my shadow. Why should I explain if I have a clear conscience? Who doesn't have a secret? It's normal for a handsome and capable man like me to have some secrets, right? And don't worry about where I got these essence cleansing and marrow removing pills. Just tell me whether you want them or not. Chi Meihui was speechless and didn't know what to say. No matter what, she had to take the essence cleansing and marrow eliminating pill. After all, it would be a waste if she didn't take it, and it would be worth it if she did. After all, this thing could really help her transform herself and reach a higher level of strength. Just as Chi Meihui fell silent and took the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill in her hand, Zhou Shuyi couldn't help but ask, Lin Mo, you're really not afraid that the ancestors will come after you for doing this? What's the score? Lin Mo slapped Zhou Shuyi on the plump buttocks. I've already told you that the looting of those ancestors had nothing to do with me, why don't you believe me? You have to slander me and make me take the blame? What's the grudge? That's right. Chi Meihui interrupted, you even dared to lie to the Empress and say you were her husband. Is there anything in this world that you wouldn't dare to do? Even leopards have to borrow your courage. Who in this world is braver than you, Lin Mo? Lin Mo took over the conversation and said, isn't it bad to be brave? And you know, I'm not just brave, I'm also brave in other aspects, such as ability, charm, and… Zhao Qian from the Zhao family in Beijing is here to visit. A clear female voice suddenly came from downstairs in the villa. In an instant, Qi Meihui's face changed drastically. Zhao Qian from the Zhao family in Beijing? Is he the ancestor of the Zhao family who has remained chaste for more than 200 years in order to cultivate the ultimate sword art? This beautiful old ancestor who had the secret of maintaining her youth accidentally fell into a coma at the foot of Longhu Mountain. When she woke up, she found that her palace seal was gone. She was extremely furious and almost killed Yi Lin, the suspected culprit, on the spot. Now, why is she here? Could it be that he is here to track down the real culprit? Thinking of this, Qi Meihui couldn't help but look up at Lin Mo. At the same time, Zhou Shuyi and Chu Shaiyue also focused their attention on Lin Mo. Lin Mo was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? What are you looking at? Qi Meihui opened her mouth but hesitated to speak. She really didn't know what to say. If Lin Mo is really the culprit, and Zhao Qian has traced him here following the clues, can he still escape today? I'm afraid he will have to die at Zhao Qian's hands? As the beautiful ancestor of the Zhao family in the capital who has the secret of maintaining her youthful appearance, Zhao Qian is also a 7th-rank martial saint like Shangguan Lingyu. Therefore, if she wants to kill Lin Mo, even Chu Shaiyue, a 6th-rank martial emperor, cannot stop her. Even though there is only one level difference between the martial emperor and the martial saint, there is actually a world of difference between them. In this urban world of martial arts, the term transcendence is specially tailor-made for martial saints. Not to mention that Chu Shaiyue is still only at the initial stage of the 6th Order Martial Emperor realm. Even if she is at the peak of the 6th Order Martial Emperor realm, as long as she fails to break the shackles of the 6th Order peak, she is only a Martial Emperor, which is still a world of difference from the 7th Order. Only when you reach the 7th level can you be called a saint. In short, the 6th level Martial Emperor is the limit of mortals, and starting from the 7th level, mortals are no longer human, but saints. In addition, the 6th level Martial Emperor, like the 5th level Martial Sect, is known as the Grand Master of Martial Arts. In other words, the 5th level Martial Sect is the Grand Master, and the 6th level Martial Emperor is the Grand Master. If a Grand Master wants to go further and become a saint, it is harder than ascending to heaven. Many ancestors of aristocratic families have been stuck at the peak of the 6th level for many years and have never been able to become a saint in their entire lives. In short, there is a watershed between the 6th and 7th levels. If you cross it, you will enter another world. If you can't cross it, your life will be like this. No matter what, you are still just a mortal body. And a 7th-rank martial saint like Zhao Qian has skin as white as ice and bones, and looks as ethereal as a fairy. Chapter 80 How dare he? At this moment, Zhao Qian was outside the gate downstairs of the villa. Although she is over 200 years old, she has fair skin, bright eyes, white teeth, long legs and a slim waist. She is not even a mature beauty, but looks younger than Qi Meihui, Yi Chuanxue, and Zhou Shuyi, a cold and elegant lady. The queen is cold and elegant, otherworldly, as if she is not of this world. After all, she practiced the ultimate sword art, and she kept her chastity for more than 200 years. The flying fairy from the sky and 10,000 swords returning to the origin that she practiced were the strongest single-target sword technique and the strongest group attack sword technique in the world, respectively. Both of her unique skills were the strongest. Otherwise, how could she say it was the ultimate sword art? In addition, the snowflake sword she created is also unique in the world. Therefore, a female martial saint like her must have a cold and aloof look, as if she is not concerned with worldly matters, right? Even if the toad's blood is no longer there, it actually does not affect the various swordsmanship she has already mastered. It's just that she cannot make further progress in the field of ultimate swordsmanship. Of course, this was bad enough for her. It was precisely because she was so upset that she revisited the old place and came to Shanhaiyuan specifically to relax. Unexpectedly, Shanhaiyuan no longer belonged to the Zhao family, and was actually sold out by the unfilial descendants of the clan. That's why she just said out of courtesy, Zhao Qian from the Zhao family in the capital is visiting. As a result, Chu Shaiyue, Qi Meihui, Zhou Shuyi and others thought that she came here to track down the culprit based on some clues. At this time, Lin Mo was explaining upstairs, it's impossible, right? How could the culprit be traced here? Her palace blood was lost because of Yi Lin's fault. It really has nothing to do with me, okay? No, what do you mean? Am I, Lin Mo, really such a despicable, shameless person in your eyes? Can I take advantage of her misfortune and steal Zhao Qian's uterine seal? I'm really impressed by you guys. What kind of joke are you playing? A man as upright as me who has no sympathy for women would never do such a shameless thing. I swear. Crack. Just as Lin Mo finished speaking, a thunderclap suddenly fell from the sky. There was a bolt of thunder in the clear sky, and the sound echoed throughout the capital. Holy shit? Lin Moling was confused. What the hell did this mean? Even God is against him, right? Of course not. The thunder just now was caused by the Empress Huangfu Jingyi in the distant hotel. Although the Empress has lost her memory, her abilities are still there. The magic sword controls the thunder, which will naturally bring about rolling thunder from the sky. However, the Empress is now seriously injured, so the power of this supreme royal skill is not as strong as before. Its power is far less than 1/10,000th of that in the Ascension battle, or even less than 100,000th. But the thunderbolt she caused was indeed too timely. Just when Lin Mo swore. However, Lin Mo insisted again and again and went downstairs to open the door for Zhao Qian himself. As the door opened, Zhao Qian took the initiative to step forward with her pair of white and slender legs. Although she was cold, she was also polite. Hello, I am Zhao Qian from the Zhao family in the capital. I am visiting my hometown again and would like to come in here to relax. I wonder if you can help me. Lin Mo was surprised, revisiting the old place? Zhao Qian nodded, yes, this place once belonged to my Zhao family, but the Zhao family was not ambitious enough and sold it off. So that's it? Lin Mo knew she wasn't here to track down the culprit. After all, how could they trace the culprit back to him? He had acted so cleanly at the time. Ugh. What's clean? He never did that. Only a shameless bastard like He Lin would do such a thing. Is it convenient? Seeing that Lin Mo seemed a little absent-minded, Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask again. Lin Mo came back to his senses with a start and nodded quickly, it's convenient, please come in. At this time, Qi Meihui and Zhou Shuyi also came out. Zhao Qian's eyes fell directly on Qi Meihui, and she asked suspiciously, are you, the little girl from the Qi family? Little girl. Qi Meihui looked much more mature and charming than Zhao Qian, but she directly called her a little girl. This, really worthy of being an ancestor. In response to her words, Qi Meihui stepped forward with a smile and said respectfully, Qi Meihui of the Qi family greets the ancestor of the Zhao family. Ancestor? Zhao Qian frowned. She hated the word old the most. After all, how old is she? She looks younger, prettier, and more elegant than Qi Meihui, right? Although she had held this little girl in her arms when Qi Meihui was little, and her generation was indeed there, but... What ancestor? Call me sister. Zhao Qian didn't care about that and directly asked Qi Meihui to change her words and call her sister. No, what sister? Doesn't she look younger than Qi Meihui? Then how could Qi Meihui call Zhao Qian sister? No, you can't call me sister. Just call me by my name. Ah? Qi Meihui was stunned. What? Zhao Qian glared at him. I'm warning you, I'm in a bad mood, so I came here to relax. Don't mess with me. Yes. Qi Meihui was indeed a little confused. Would she dare to call the Zhao family ancestor, who was over 200 years old, by his name? The key is this really a good thing? Won't the Zhao family cause trouble for her when they find out? Oh, right. Suddenly, Zhao Qian changed the subject and asked Qi Meihui, why are you here? Is this place under your name now? Did you buy my old house? No. Qi Meihui sold Lin Mo out without hesitation, it's him. This place belongs to him now. Suddenly, Zhao Qian turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo muttered in his heart, did Qi Meihui sell him out? Why does it feel like Zhao Qian wants to deal with him? To whip him? To ravage him? Zhao Qian suddenly took a step forward and stared closely at Lin Mo's eyes from a close distance, suspiciously, why do I feel that the aura on you seems very familiar? Have we met before? At this moment, Qi Meihui and Zhou Shuyi couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in their hearts. In contrast, Lin Mo remained calm, Sister Qian, although you are as beautiful as a fairy, you are hundreds of years old after all. It's not good to use this trick to get close to me, right? Of course, I know I'm handsome, and anyone who sees me can't help but be infatuated with me. So, Sister Qian, I can understand that you want to get close to me. But I, Lin Mo, also have ambitions and ideals. I will never be a gigolo, so Sister Qian, please forgive me. It's impossible for us to be together. Qi Meihui and Zhou Shuyi both looked at each other with question marks in their eyes. They were really shocked by what Lin Mo said. How dare this bastard? Who gave him the courage? Chapter 81. He really didn't lie this time. To dare to do this in front of the dignified Zhao family's ancestor, the female martial saint, one can only say that this guy is truly brave. I'm afraid there is no one in this world who was braver than him. But then again, if he dared to lie to the empress and say that he was her husband, then what else would he not dare to do? When you think about it this way, what's happening right now isn't surprising at all. For Lin Mo, it's just basic operation. Don't be stupid about basic exercises. However, it is also possible that Lin Mo was so brave just now just to divert Zhao Qian's attention? Who knows? Anyway, Zhao Qian didn't have the mind to think about why Lin Mo's aura seemed familiar. After all, she was not just visiting her old place to relax, she also had important business to do. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly remembered. In the original plot, it seems that Zhao Qian also has a page of the heavenly book in her hand? That's right. At that time, Zhang Tianshi was being hunted by powerful people all over the world. Zhao Qian came out to help him when he was in danger. Therefore, Zhang Tianshi gave one page of the heavenly book to Zhao Qian for safekeeping. And later, Zhao Qian placed that page of the heavenly book in a secret room in the Shanhaiyuan villa? Damn it! Lin Mo suddenly realized, as early as when the system gave him this villa as a reward, he felt that the name Shanhaiyuan seemed familiar. Could it be that this place appeared in the original text? And it is also the place where a page of the heavenly book is located? So now, is Zhao Qian here to take away that page of the heavenly book? Yes, Lin Mo remembered again. In the original plot, Zhao Qian accidentally fell into a coma while watching the Ascension battle. After waking up, she found that she had been taken advantage of by a rapist and her uterine seal was gone, so that she could no longer improve the ultimate swordsmanship she had practiced. So at this time, Zhao Qian had her eyes on that page of the heavenly book. She wanted to learn the heavenly book secretly like Yi Chuanxue. Although the heavenly book has no words, that is for ordinary people. A female martial saint at the ancestor level like Zhao Qian can naturally sense the imprint of the mental method on the heavenly book. Even Yi Chuanxue can do it, otherwise how could she learn it secretly, let alone Zhao Qian? What if Zhao Qian took away the imprint of the mental method on that page of the heavenly book? What would happen to Lin Mo? Gotta stop her. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's brain began to work rapidly again. 10 minutes later, just as Zhao Qian was upstairs following her memory to find the secret room where the page of the heavenly book was located, Lin Mo arrived. Sister Qian, I calculated with my fingers that you came here for the heavenly book? Ha! Zhao Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Lin Mo in astonishment. Lin Mo smiled, don't be surprised, I am proficient in the art of yin and yang, the 5 elements, feng shui, and divination. I can predict everything and even see a corner of the future. I've known for a long time that there's a heavenly book here. But I'm different from you. I've never thought about taking the heavenly book, because I don't want something that doesn't belong to me. And I calculated that this heavenly book is not yours. It was given to you by Zhang Tianshi for temporary safekeeping. So how can you have any intention of taking it now? And you only have one page of the heavenly book. What can you learn from that one page? It's simply not enough to make up for the fact that you can no longer improve upon the ultimate sword art. You might even go astray due to careless cultivation, so you must be very careful, very cautious. After hearing this, Zhao Qian's eyes were filled with astonishment. Obviously, she really didn't expect that Lin Mo in front of her actually knew everything. Yin Yang, 5 elements, feng shui, and divination? Do such things really exist in the world? And it seems that Lin Mo was really proficient in it? Zhao Qian frowned slightly and thought for a few seconds, and couldn't help but want to give it a try. You just said you could predict everything, even see a glimpse into the future? Then what else can you figure out with me? She was giving Lin Mo a question. However, Lin Mo had already thought of it, and this was exactly what he was waiting for. And now, he has already remembered everything about Zhao Qian in the original plot. Since you asked me to calculate, Sister Qian, I will figure out all your secrets clearly. You have been chaste for over 200 years, not for the purpose of cultivating the ultimate sword art. Or rather, cultivating the ultimate sword art was just a side job. In fact, you have remained chaste for a man for more than 200 years, right? Zhao Qian's heart was shocked, and her head was buzzing at the same time. She was confused. She was really confused. This kid in front of me really knows everything? Can you even figure out that person's affairs? How did he do it? Is the art of yin and yang, the 5 elements, feng shui, and divination really so magical? It's a pity that man is missing. Before Zhao Qian could recover, Lin Mo spoke again, the king of the divine martial empire, Dugu Wuqing. The only descendant of the Dugu family, he is gifted by nature and a peerless talent. He is also the sworn brother of the late Emperor Huangfu Xiangba and was personally appointed the divine martial general by Huangfu Xiangba. Such a person, even I had to avoid him when he was young. No, Sister Qian, what are you looking at me with? At least respect me, after all, I am telling the truth. How could Zhao Qian not know whether it was the truth or nonsense? Now she just wants to know, how much does Lin Mo know? In other words, how many things can he calculate? The key is whether he can calculate why Dugu Wuqing disappeared, and if he is still alive, where is he? When Zhao Qian directly asked these 2 questions, Lin Mo didn't hesitate. He pretended to count on his fingers and sighed, dead. What? Zhao Qian was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. Lin Mo sighed again, then said, how could I lie to you about this? Dugu Wuqing is indeed dead. He died at the hands of Zheng Tianshi while helping Huangfu Xiangba snatch the 13 pages of the Heavenly Book. I guess it's fate. During the battle for the Heavenly Book, Master Zhang Tian fought a fierce battle with Dugu Wuqing. Master Zhang Tian narrowly won, beheaded Dugu Wuqing, and fled the scene of the battle with a seriously injured body. He should have fallen into the hands of Huangfu Xiangba, but at this moment, you came out of seclusion and assisted Master Zheng Tianshi. He just killed Dugu Wuqing, his hands are still stained with Dugu Wuqing's blood, and you saved him, This is true, these are all real plots in the original text. Lin Mo really didn't tell a single lie this time. Therefore, his repeated sighs were sincere, he really felt that, it was fate. In the original plot, Zhao Qian turned evil and became the enemy of Zheng Tianshi and Yi Lin after learning the truth. Now, Lin Mo just brought the plot forward. How could this happen? Zhao Qian's eyes were filled with disbelief, and she murmured to herself in a trembling voice, how could this happen? Why is this happening? Why? No reason. Lin Mo interrupted, fate is fickle, fate plays tricks on us, that's all. Chapter 82, Tianxiang Tower's Bodybuilding Yoga. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhao Qian showed a bitter smile in her eyes. The wry smile turned into a miserable laugh without him noticing. The miserable smile gradually turned colder, and it became as cold and frosty as ice. The beautiful female warrior took a deep breath, and quietly completed the transformation from black and white, good and evil in this turbulent time. Want revenge? Lin Mo knew how to take advantage of opportunities, and this was the second time. God knows when was the first time he took advantage of Zhao Qian. I can help you get revenge. Don't you want to secretly learn the Heavenly Book? What's the point of learning only 1 page? Even if you learn it, what will it matter? Can it avenge your Dugu Wu? Even though Zheng Tianshi is seriously injured, he's still alive. He's still an 8th rank martial god, a peak-level warrior, capable of competing with the Empress for the qualification to ascend. So, even if you want to kill him while he's seriously injured, it's going to be difficult, and there's a high probability that you'll lose your life. If you trust me, we can work together to collect the 13 pages of the Heavenly Book. Then, we can cultivate together as each other's cauldrons. Not only will we achieve twice the result with half the effort, but we will also greatly reduce the chances of going astray if we're not careful. What did you say? Zhao Qian frowned, her voice full of doubt. Collecting 13 pages of the Heavenly Book? Are you kidding? Lin Mo smiled and said, I'm not kidding. I already have 2 pages of the Heavenly Book here, and with the one in your hand, that makes 3 pages. 3 pages of the Heavenly Book, almost a quarter of it, right? There are 10 pages left. We will definitely be able to take them all down together in the future. Zhao Qian was even more surprised than before. You have 2 pages of the Heavenly Book in your hand? Obviously Zhao Qian still had some doubts. So, Lin Mo took out the page of the Heavenly Book that he had tricked from the Su family and said, I have 1 page here, and Yi Chuanxua has 1 inside her body. She also wanted to learn it secretly, but she failed and almost went astray. She even got the mark of the mental method on the Heavenly Book into her body and couldn't get it out. But fortunately, I am here now. I can slowly gather all 13 pages of the Heavenly Book. Then I can use him as a cauldron and use the dual cultivation method to replicate the Heavenly Book imprint in his body into mine. Then you can replicate it in your body. In this way, won't we all be able to cultivate the complete version of the 13 pages of the Heavenly Book together? Having said that, Lin Mo put away the page of the heavenly book, then took 2 steps towards Zhao Qian and said in a serious tone, "If you believe me, we will join forces. After all, I already know everything about you, but you know very little about me. I think this should be enough to prove that I am capable enough to join forces with you, a 7th level female warrior saint, right?" After Lin Mo finished speaking, Zhao Qian fell silent. It is not easy for Lin Mo to get this beautiful female martial saint of the ancestor level to join his camp. It is still a bit difficult. But he is not in a hurry. After all, good things take time. He can take it step by step and there is no need to worry at all. This Zhao Qian will be his sooner or later. No, what do you mean by his person? He is not lusting after her body. It should be said that she, Zhao Qian, will be in his camp sooner or later. Sooner or later we will be on the same path. No rush. He also took the initiative to say, "No rush, you think about it carefully, and then come to me when you have thought it over, or I will come to you." After saying that, Lin Mo turned around and left. He was walking in a hurry because he saw in the distance Huangfu Qiu Shui had arrived. This is the sexy and beautiful mother of the destined protagonist Yi Lin. Although she has not been conquered by Lin Mo yet, she is ultimately under Lin Mo's control. She must be available at any time and meet any requirements of Lin Mo at any time. For the sake of his son, Huangfu Qiu Shui could only endure the humiliation and obey orders obediently. Of course, she didn't come here to ask to be ravaged. It was Lin Mo who called her and asked her to come over. Come. In a blink of an eye, Lin Mo pulled the beautiful woman into an empty room. Closing the door casually, Lin Mo took out a set of tight yoga clothes and asked Huangfu Qiu Shui to change into them. "Don't just stand there, teach me yoga instead. Doesn't Taiyang Xiangfang have a set of yoga exercises for both men and women? It's said to greatly enhance physical fitness and improve physique? Then wouldn't it be more effective if combined with my essence cleansing pill and nectar jade dew?" The beautiful woman frowned and gritted her teeth. "Are you going there for that bodybuilding yoga technique? Do you really need me to expose you?" Lin Mo said seriously, "What are you talking about? If I'm not going there for the bodybuilding yoga, what else could I be going there for? You're still exposing me? You've learned to talk back, haven't you?" After saying this, Lin Mo slapped Huangfu Qiu Shui's peach-like buttocks. Pa! The slapping sound was crisp. The beautiful woman felt humiliated, but she could only endure it. There was no other way. For the sake of her own son, she had to swallow any injustice or humiliation. She endured humiliation and risked her life to save her son. If she could even sacrifice her own life, what about other things? Anyway, no matter what Lin Mo wanted, she just had to do it. On the other hand, Yi Lin once again triggered the favor of destiny and became connected with an ancestor of a noble family who had been saved by his timely rescue. The ancestor of the Zhou family in Beijing, Crazy Zhou. It is the Zhou family where Zhou Shuyi is. Although the Zhou family is not one of the 8 great families, it is still a second-rate family in Beijing, and it is the kind with a solid foundation. It is definitely not comparable to the Wang family, which rose to prominence by relying on the Phoenix Man. Therefore, there is still such an ancestor in charge. However, Crazy Zhou has not walked in the secular world for 100 years. After being in seclusion for 100 years, he was suddenly awakened by the secret technique of controlling thunder with the divine sword in the Battle of Ascension, so he came out to watch the battle. As a result, he was accidentally hit and was rescued by Yi Lin when he was on the verge of death. Although Crazy Zhou was also robbed and many of his elixirs and treasures were gone, he believed in Yi Lin and firmly believed that it was not Yi Lin who did it. There must be someone else who took advantage of the situation to rob him. "Thank you for your trust, Senior." It was rare to hear someone believe in him, and Yi Lin was so grateful that he burst into tears. Crazy Zhou laughed. "What's there to thank me for? If you hadn't rescued me in time, I would have lost my life. Come on, let's go to my house. From now on, you will be the honored guest of my Zhou family." The Zhou family's distinguished guest, and now there is only one distinguished guest in the Zhou family, and that is Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo is now very powerful. Not only has he become a late 4th stage master in a short period of time, but he has also become the son of Yi Qianxiu of the Yi family. He also recognizes a 6th stage martial emperor Chu Shaiyue as his sister. At the same time, he has a close relationship with Qi Meiwei. Qi Meiwei even publicly declares that Lin Mo is her man. Wouldn't the Zhou family have to worship Lin Mo? Now Lin Mo is the Zhou family's biggest backer, even bigger than the old ancestor, Crazy Zhou, who has not been able to come out once in 100 years and is not known whether he is still alive. The key is reliability. Thanks to Lin Mo's relationship, the Zhou family has been making a lot of money in the business world recently. Just got a 10 billion order from the Qi family. A 20 billion contract will also be signed with the Yi family. Therefore, at this moment, the head of the family, Zhou Tianzhang, is personally selecting a beautiful secretary for Lin Mo. Chapter 83, Zhou Family Ancestor, Crazy Zhou. In Zhou Tianzhang's words, Lin Mo is now the Zhou family's worshipper and the honorary chairman of the Zhou group. The honorary chairman is still the chairman. How can he do that without a female secretary to serve him personally? At the very least, the honorary chairman of the Zhou family must have a female secretary, and she must be selected personally by Zhou Tianzhang. Graduated from a prestigious university? No, this figure won't do. Master of Economics? That won't do either. We're selecting a secretary for Mr. Lin, not a technician. You know what a secretary is, a secretary? What's the point of having a high degree and strong professional skills? Anyone who doesn't have the right looks and figure won't be accepted. As the personal secretary of our Zhou group's honorary chairman, she must be young and beautiful, with a good figure and temperament. Of course, if a person is beautiful, sexy, and charming, then it doesn't matter if they are young or not. The age requirement can be relaxed appropriately. Do you understand me? In the office, in front of Zhou Tianzhang, the human resources director, who was wearing an OL uniform and a miniskirt and black stockings, shook her head blankly. Zhou Tianzhang's eyes widened instantly. You don't even understand this? Big breasts mean you're stupid? Mature, sexy, voluptuous, and full of femininity, even if she's in her 30s or 40s, it doesn't matter. Age isn't the key. What matters is that she's beautiful and has a good figure. As long as she still has charm and can please Mr. Lin and serve him comfortably, does age matter? Some people who have the secret to maintaining their youthful appearance still look like little girls even in their teens. As the Human Resources Director, you must be aware of the abilities of those who practice martial arts, right? Don't even mention a few dozen years old. Some of the ancestors of aristocratic families are still sexy and beautiful even if they are hundreds of years old. It was true, but the director in black silk stockings and a miniskirt was just an ordinary person, born without the ability to practice martial arts, so how could she understand these things? How could she have the opportunity to come into contact with those beautiful ancestors who were hundreds of years old and could still maintain their youthful appearance? However, now she has the opportunity to meet an ancestor of the Zhou family who is over 200 years old. That's Crazy Zhou. Crazy Zhou has already brought Yi Lin to the downstairs of Zhou Group. Meanwhile, at Shanhaiyuan Villa, Zhou Shuyi knocked on Lin Mo's door and walked in. She glanced back and forth between the sweaty Huangfu Qiushui and the equally sweaty Lin Mo, and smiled. What are you doing in this room? Lin Mo, you are really energetic. You called Yi Lin's sexy mother over in broad daylight and tortured her. What do you mean by torture? Lin Mo corrected sternly, watch your words. Don't make me sound like a lustful, sex-hungry ghost. I'm asking Sister Qiushui to teach me the bodybuilding yoga technique, Tiangxi Anglu's exclusive bodybuilding technique. Do you understand? Really? Zhou Shuyi raised the corners of her mouth and smiled mysteriously, then looked at Huangfu Qiushui, whose tight yoga pants were already soaked with sweat. Bodybuilding yoga? Are you wearing yoga pants? But she's already panting like this, and looking at how turbulent her waves are, is this normal? Lin Mo, do you dare to say that you didn't do anything else to her that was worse than an animal? Lin Mo's face was solemn, and he said seriously, bodybuilding is bodybuilding. We are really just practicing yoga. What could I do to her that is worse than an animal? Zhou Shuyi, do you really think I'm that kind of scumbag? I've personally taught you the Zhou family's unique skills, meticulously training you and imparting all my knowledge to you. There was so much physical contact throughout the whole process, and you still don't understand my character? Oh. Zhou Shuyi laughed and said, it would have been better if you hadn't mentioned it. Now that you mention it, I really remember it. As for your character, Lin Mo, I know it all too well. You're so shameless and vulgar. You took advantage of teaching me the Zhou family's unique skills to do that. How much more so than this kind of yoga that involves even more intense physical contact? Lin Mo suddenly felt a headache. What on earth is Zhou Shuyi talking about? Why did he start to not understand? Wasn't he teaching her seriously when he was personally and in-depth guiding her in the Zhou family's unique skills? Apart from teaching seriously, has he ever done anything out of the ordinary? There's no need for any unnecessary extra movements, right? Could it be possible that he could take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of me? What a joke! How could Lin Mo be so shameless? At this time, Huangfu Qiushui went to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. Zhou Shuyi saw this, smiled and was about to continue attacking Lin Mo, when suddenly, her cell phone rang. It was a call from her father Zhou Tianzheng. Hello, Dad. Hey, I'm here. Lin Mo agreed shamelessly. Get out of here. Zhou Shuyi raised her leg and kicked him. Lin Mo dodged. After all, she didn't take off her high heels. How could he let her kick him in the face? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Tianzheng frowned. What did you say? Ah. Zhou Shuyi came back to her senses instantly. No, Lin Mo just agreed there. I told him to get lost. Zhou Tianzheng was stunned for a moment, with a strange look in his eyes. He changed the subject and talked about business. The ancestor has come out of retreat. It seems that he was injured while watching the battle in Longhu Mountain. Bring Lin Mo along to the family dinner tonight. Remember, you don't have to come, but you must bring Lin Mo with you. Lin Mo is now an important figure in my Zhou family and a worshipper. Do you understand? How could Zhou Shuyi not understand? Offerings and ancestors are both of almost equal importance in any family. After all, the ancestors basically seclude themselves all year round and usually don't care about worldly affairs. If they are not forced to do so, they will really seclude themselves for decades or even hundreds of years. Correspondingly, offerings are different, as they can provide assistance at any time. The ancestors are like distant water that cannot quench immediate thirst, while offering sacrifices is like a close neighbor that can be of great help. Therefore, Zhou Shuyi must invite Lin Mo, the worshipper, to the Zhou family's family dinner tonight. This is the task that Zhou Tianzheng specifically assigned to her over the phone. Even Zhou Shuyi cannot go, but Lin Mo must be invited. Unexpectedly, when the call ended, Zhou Shuyi looked up at Lin Mo, and Lin Mo said directly, I heard everything, I won't go. Just because you asked me to go, I have to go? Why? I, Lin Mo, am not your dog. Besides, that's your family dinner. Why would I join in the fun? Do I have anything in common with your so-called ancestor? Common topics? Zhou Shuyi smiled faintly and said quietly, I don't know if you and our ancestor have any common topics, but I know you're trying to take this opportunity to make demands on me, right? After putting forward the conditions, do you have one more thing to say? You don't want your father to punish you for my absence, do you? Right? How could I not know what you're thinking? After she finished speaking, Zhou Shuyi started to style her hair. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately looked alert. Why are you putting your hair up? Chapter 84. You have a 6th level martial emperor, I have a 7th level martial saint. Zhou Shuyi smiled. What do you think? What else can I do with my hair in a bun? What's that expression on your face? Why, you just exhausted all your energy on Yilin's beautiful mother, so you feel weak now? Humph, it seems you're no match for me. You seem smart and capable, but in reality, you're as hollow as a shill. How about I find an old Chinese doctor to give you a folk remedy to nourish you and regulate your body? Conditioning? Lin Mo didn't want to bother with it at all. Does he need it after all? Aren't those essence cleansing and marrow removing pills in his hand more effective than the traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions? Now he can be said to be made of steel and iron, with a terrifyingly strong physique, extremely powerful abilities, hard bones, and an extremely long lifespan. He will be able to live for hundreds of years in the future, and in time he will become the ancestor of a region. So why do we need to meet that Zhou family ancestor? What common topics could such a handsome and promising young man like him have with the older generation? He thought so in his heart, but he still went. Zhou Shuyi struggled hard and forced him to go with her. But when I got to Zhou's house. Come, welcome Mr. Lin. The head of the family, Zhou Tianzheng, personally came forward with a row of black stockings, OL uniforms, miniskirts, and long legs. Those were all personal female secretaries selected by Zhou Tianzheng himself for Lin Mo. They all have fair skin and beautiful looks, and all have sexy long legs of at least 38D. Not only is she beautiful and has a good temperament, but she also has a sweet and gentle voice. Welcome, Mr. Lin. When this row of tall legs bowed and shouted these words in unison, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel touched. Originally he was still blaming Zhou Shuyi for dragging him along, but now it seems that it was all thanks to Zhou Shuyi's insistence. The Zhou family's etiquette is acceptable. Lin Mo deserves to come. If I don't come, wouldn't it be a disservice to the Zhou family's head? In particular, Zhou Tianjing then directly said, Mr. Lin, you are now the tribute of my Zhou family, and also the honorary chairman of my Zhou group, so these female secretaries are all selected by me personally to honor you. From now on, they will serve you closely. Each of them will obey your orders and follow your lead. Mr. Lin, what do you think, is this okay? Okay. Lin Mo immediately replied, that's great. Master Zhou, you're so polite. If I said no, wouldn't that be a waste of your kindness? So it must be okay, it must be okay. Zhou Tianjing laughed heartily, while Zhou Shuyi beside him muttered, what a pervert, how can he not be good? Pa! Suddenly, Zhou Tianjing glared at Zhou Shuyi and scolded her, what are you mumbling about? Do you have any manners? That's right. Lin Mo also scolded, how dare you do this in front of your father? You have no respect for your elders. Zhou Shuyi widened her eyes. How dare this bastard say that she was disrespectful? Has he really forgotten that he was just a small follower under Wang Haoluan? At that time, she didn't even look at him straight in the eye. It was a great honor for a little follower like him to get a pair of her stockings. Has he really forgotten the past completely now? Master Zhou, don't worry. Suddenly, Lin Mo said to Zhou Tianjing, although Sister Shuyi is ignorant, I will help you discipline her in the future. I guarantee that she will become more and more obedient day by day. Hearing this, Zhou Shuyi really wanted to kick him in the face. He also disciplined her? And made her more obedient day by day? Oh, isn't he afraid that his health will get worse day by day? Tianjing. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. The ancestor, Crazy Zhou, is here. Although he has white hair, he does not look like an immortal. Instead, he was nonchalant and even gave people a sneaky feeling, just like an old gangster. In fact, Zhou Tianjing was not impressed by this ancestor, because strictly speaking, this was not the direct ancestor of his lineage, but a side branch of his ancestors. In short, this Crazy Zhou is the cousin of Zhou Tianjing's great-grandfather. They are just cousins, not biological brothers. That is to say, Zhou Tianjing's great-grandfather and this Crazy Zhou have the same grandfather. Even from Crazy Zhou, one has to count 2 generations back to have the same ancestor. The key point is that Crazy Zhou has been in seclusion for the past 100 years, has never shown up, and has never cared about the life and death of the Zhou family. When Crazy Zhou was young, his reputation was not very good, and it could even be said that he was notorious, which ruined the reputation of the entire Zhou family. With all these factors added together, it would be strange for Zhou Tianjing to have a good impression of this ancestor. However, Crazy Zhou's seniority was obvious, so Zhou Tianjing had no choice but to treat him with courtesy. Ancestor. At this time, Crazy Zhou was walking towards the side, and Zhou Tianjing hurriedly greeted him, Ancestor, this is the current offering of my Zhou family, Mr. Lin. Offering? Crazy Zhou looked at Lin Mo with unfriendly eyes. Lin Mo turned his gaze to Yi Lin, who was behind Crazy Zhou. Yi Lin? Zhou Shuyi frowned. Why is he here? What Yi Lin? Crazy Zhou shouted angrily, you called me Yi Lin? He saved my life in Longhu Mountain. He is the benefactor of our Zhou family, and now he is my sworn brother. You all have to call him ancestor. Zhou Shuyi was stunned. Sworn brothers? Yi Lin suddenly became the ancestor? Are you kidding? At this time, Crazy Zhou looked at Zhou Tianjing again and said in a deep voice, let me ask you, what kind of shitty worshipper is this Lin Mo? What is his virtue and ability? I was standing there watching for quite a while. I heard my brother Yi Lin say that Lin Mo was no good. And yet you treated a piece of shit like him as a guest of honor and an offering to my Zhou family? Is he worthy? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere here suddenly became depressing. After all, on one side is the ancestor, and on the other side is the offering. How should this be done? Just when Zhou Tian was feeling extremely embarrassed, a cool and elegant lady walked in from outside the door with her long, slender legs. Then, the cold and elegant voice of the queen sounded. Isn't he worthy? If he is not worthy of being the Zhou family's tribute, then how can you, Crazy Zhou, be qualified to be the ancestor of the Zhou family? Crazy Zhou, who do you think you are? As she spoke these words, the royal sister came over with gusts of fragrance and stood directly beside Lin Mo, with unparalleled grace and proud determination. Crazy Zhou frowned tightly and revealed the other person's identity through gritted teeth, Zhao Qian. It was indeed Zhao Qian, the 7th-rank martial saint of the Zhao family in the capital. She had remained chaste for more than 200 years for the sake of her lover Duguwuching, and had practiced the ultimate swordsmanship in the process. She had revisited Lin Mo's Shanhaiyuan villa before. At that time, Lin Mo took the initiative to approach her for cooperation. Finally, seeing that she was hesitant, he asked her to think about it. Now she has made up her mind. It was also a coincidence that she, a 7th-level martial saint, just happened to meet Zhou Fengzi, a 6th-level martial emperor, who wanted to stand up for Yi Lin. Chapter 85, What Ancestor? It turns out to be a blood-sucking worm. Zhao Qian is over 200 years old and is in the late 7th stage of martial saint. She practices the ultimate swordsmanship. Her two special skills are the strongest single-target swordsmanship Flying Fairy from the Sky, and the strongest group attack swordsmanship 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin. In addition, she also created her own snowflake sword, which could freeze 19 continents with one sword. Crazy Joe was also over 200 years old, at the middle stage of the 6th level of martial emperor. But Sanglung Jin he practiced was an incomplete version. It was said that the three most crucial pages of the core content of the Sanglung Jin were lost by his generation, causing all the unique skills to be lost, and even Crazy Zhou himself was not able to learn it. In this comparison, what is Crazy Zhou in front of Zhao Qian? Even though they were of the same generation, whether in terms of cultivation level or personal achievements, Zhao Qian still needed Zhou Fengzi to look up to her. I'm afraid that even if I look up to her, I won't be able to compare with her. After all, the gap between the late 7th level martial saint and the middle 6th level martial emperor is a huge one. Moreover, Zhao Qian has the secret to maintain her youthful appearance. She is still a queen and looks much younger than Zhou Shuyi, a mature young woman. Correspondingly, Crazy Zhou is already old and frail, his blood and flesh are weak, and his energy, physical strength, and constitution are all far inferior to those in his youth. So how can an old man like him compare with Zhao Qian? There is simply no comparison. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Qian did not take this so-called ancestor of the Zhou family seriously at all. Crazy Zhou, why are you silent? Weren't you just relying on your status as the Zhou family's ancestor and acting so arrogantly? Are you mute now? Or are you just born silent? Then why were you barking in front of Lin Mo just now? So, an old man like you can only bully the younger generation by taking advantage of your seniority? You. Crazy Zhou was angry, but he didn't dare to lose his temper. After all, when you get angry, you have to fight. Can he beat Zhao Qian? If they really started fighting, wouldn't Zhao Qian chop off his head with one sword? How am I? Zhao Qian remained calm and said calmly, I've been in seclusion for the past 100 years, but I've come out at least a dozen times. Each time, I helped the Zhao family deal with some mundane matters, eliminated some competitors in the family business, and took the opportunity to observe the situation of other families around the world. But every time I come out of seclusion, I find you, old man, in seclusion. Have you been in seclusion for 100 years now? A full 100 years? Crazy Zhou, you're quite interesting. You're called the Zhou family's ancestor, enjoying all the Zhou family's resources, yet you've been able to stay out of the world for 100 years and never do anything for the Zhou family? You only know how to take, but never give anything to your own people. How can someone like you be worthy of being an ancestor? Back in the day, the Zhou family's ancestors were also glorious. I heard that the Zhou family ancestor who created that Sanglong Jin technique was also an 8th rank martial god at the peak level. Although he failed to ascend to heaven, he was still a legend who once aspired to ascend to heaven. Otherwise, how could your Zhou family have been passed down to this day? It's a pity that there are too many people like you, Crazy Zhou, who just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. You only know how to suck the blood of the young people in the clan and enjoy the resources they have worked hard for, while you do nothing and have made no contribution to the clan for nearly 100 years. The Zhou family, which once produced a peak-level 8th rank martial god, has fallen into decline. There's a reason for this, and you, Crazy Zhou, are one of the reasons. Zhao Qian, you're not fucking done yet, are you? Crazy Zhou roared angrily, as if he was irritated and could no longer endure it. However, how could Zhao Qian be afraid of him? Not to mention Zhao Qian, even Lin Mo is not afraid. So what if it's endless? You dare to do it, old man? Don't you let people say it? Is my sister Qian wrong? From the beginning, I didn't like you, old thing, but at that time I also felt that you were the ancestor of the Zhou family after all. No matter what, I had to do it for Sister Shuyi's sake and because the head of the Zhou family found me so many beautiful personal secretaries. So no matter how much I dislike you, I have to restrain myself. But you're such a piece of shit. You've been secluded for 100 years and never done anything for the Zhou family? I, the newly arrived Zhou family's worshipper, have brought tens of billions of dollars in business to the Zhou family. Otherwise, why do you think the Zhou family's head would find so many beautiful secretaries for me? Could it be that I forced him? Of course, as a minister, I have done my duty and have made considerable contributions to the Zhou family. Therefore, Patriarch Zhou is grateful from the bottom of his heart and wants to thank me. That's why he gave me so many beautiful secretaries as a token of his gratitude. Look at you, crazy Zhou. What have you done for the Zhou family, old man? You need to have food and drink during your 100 years of seclusion, right? Do you need the Zhou family to bring you food and drink every once in a while? Otherwise, you'll starve to death. Do you think you're a god? Even Zhou Tianzheng was stunned by Lin Mo's words, because it seemed to be true. But Zhou Tian, as the head of the family, had never asked about matters like these, which were handled by a dedicated person. So sometimes he couldn't help but wonder, is that crazy ancestor Zhou still alive? How could there be no news for a whole century? In fact, the person in charge of delivering meals would definitely know whether the person is dead or alive. Even if he cannot enter the retreat place to see the ancestor, he can still tell from the way the plates are used. It is normal for meals to be delivered every day and for the plates to remain untouched for several months. After all, the ancestor is in seclusion and can go without food for a year or two as long as he practices fasting. But not eating for 100 years is absolutely impossible. Under normal circumstances, you will need to eat normally at least half of the time within 3 to 5 years. Zhou Tianzheng had ignored this point before, but now after hearing what Lin Mo said, and then doing some careful calculations, he realized that this old man, crazy Zhou, had really wasted a lot of Zhou family resources in the past 100 years? Damn it! Even Zhou Tianzheng was pissed. That's too much. The patriarch suddenly stepped forward and said solemnly, "Old ancestor, you are indeed going too far. If it weren't for what Lord Lin mentioned just now, I would have almost forgotten that our Zhou family has a considerable amount of expenditure every month specifically used to provide resources for you, the ancestor. It's been 300,000 a month since 100 years ago, including everything from food and clothing. Anyway, the 300,000 a month has to be spent. Even when the Zhou family's business was at its most difficult, they never reduced this expenditure. 300,000 a month, that's 3,600,000 a year, 36 million in 10 years, and 360 million in 100 years. Of course, this amount of money isn't much for the current Zhou family, but we have been wholeheartedly serving you, our ancestor. Yet, you've never done anything for our Zhou family." "Shut up!" Crazy Zhou suddenly shouted angrily, "Zhou Tianzheng, what do you want to do? Is it your turn to lecture me? You want to teach me how to do things? Are you rebelling? What a bastard!" Chapter 86, After 100 years of seclusion, he is still a waste? Perhaps wanting to show off his authority in front of the younger generation of the Zhou family, Crazy Zhou suddenly became arrogant. So imposing and majestic. "Listen up to me, everyone. I am the only ancestor of the Zhou family. I have the highest seniority. Everyone in the Zhou family must obey me. Zhou Tianzheng, are you going to send these dozen female secretaries to serve this damn Lin Mo? I say no. Who the hell is Lin Mo? I told you he's not worthy of being a tribute to my Zhou family, he's just not worthy. From now on, my Zhou family will only have one worshipper, and that is Yilin. Yilin saved my life and is now my sworn brother. He is the most qualified to be the Zhou family's chief minister and the honorary chairman of the Zhou group. Zhou Tianzheng, you and the dozen or so female secretaries must show respect to Yilin. Do you understand? It's okay if you don't understand. Anyway, I have the final say in the Zhou family now. You must listen to me because I am the ancestor of the Zhou family. I am the only ancestor of the Zhou family now. What I say is what goes. Everyone in the Zhou family must obey my orders. As for outsiders, they have no right to interfere in the affairs of my Zhou family." His last sentence was obviously directed to Zhao Qian. Obviously, he, the ancestor of the Zhou family, was also afraid that Zhao Qian, the 7th-level female martial saint, would forcibly interfere in the affairs of the Zhou family. What would Crazy Zhou do then? Wouldn't that be a huge disgrace? How could he still have the dignity to call himself the patriarch of the Zhou family? Therefore, he now has to give Zhao Qian a heads up in advance. No matter how capable Zhao Qian is, she has no right to interfere in the Zhou family's affairs. However, at this time, Crazy Zhou did not dare to look at Zhao Qian's reaction, and turned directly to look at Zhou Shui. "Are you Zhou Tianjing's daughter?" From now on, you will stay with my sworn brother Yilin. Yilin will be the Zhou family's heir apparent. Of course, you must serve him diligently and stay away from those random people out there. Do you understand? I can't hear you. Lin Mo directly reached out and put his arm around Zhou Shuyi's sexy waist wrapped in a layer of black waist silk, pulled her into his arms, looked at Zhou Fengzi, and said directly, "Old man, are you still ordering me around? If the Zhou family hadn't taken care of you for the past 100 years, you would have starved to death. Why are you still in seclusion? What the hell are you doing in seclusion? What have you cultivated in 100 years? What realm have you reached? Do you have the guts to fight my sister Qian? Do you dare, old man? Don't you dare? Then you can't do it either. You haven't achieved anything in your cultivation for 100 years. Have you ever thought about the reason? Is it because you haven't worked hard enough? You've been pretending and trying to deceive yourself all this time, right? And you're just eating and drinking for free at the Zhou family? You're a loser. Other people are useless because they are old, but you are useless to begin with, and now that you are old, you have become even more useless. You're such a loser, yet you don't even realize it. You want to bully the Zhou family and reap the benefits? This is fucking hilarious. You've accomplished nothing in 100 years, and haven't made any contribution to this entire organization, and yet you're still giving orders? Where on earth do you get the nerve to do this, old man? You are so outrageous. Crazy Zhou was so angry that his roar was trembling. He immediately punched Lin Mo, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Mo directly. But since Lin Mo dared to provoke him, how could he not have any support or be on guard? The moment Crazy Zhou raised his fist, Lin Mo immediately hid behind Zhao Qian, Sister Qian, beat him up. Although Zhao Qian was also a little speechless about this guy, but this kid is not simple. She didn't agree to cooperate on the spot at Shanhaiyuan before because she didn't know Lin Mo well, so it would take some time. But now she has realized, this kid is really capable. It can even be said that there is all kinds of weirdness about him. Therefore, at this moment, she naturally could not allow Crazy Zhou to kill Lin Mo. In just a moment, the sword light appeared, and the sword energy was everywhere. Zhao Qian arrived first after starting later, and in an instant she forced Zhou Fengzi back with one sword. "You Crazy Zhou," roared as he was nearly pierced by a sword. He was furious but didn't dare to lash out. He just glared and gritted his teeth. "Zhao Qian, you really want to break the rules and interfere in my Zhou family's affairs?" Zhao Qian had a calm expression and said in a calm voice, "I'm really not interested in your family affairs, old man, but you really can't kill Lin Mo. Not only will I protect him, but the Yi family in Beijing will also protect him because he is the son of Yi Qianqiu of the Yi family." What? Crazy Zhou was stunned, his eyes wide open, full of disbelief. The son of Yi Qianqiu, the head of the Yi family? How is this possible? Meanwhile, Yi Lin was completely bewildered. Lin Mo was Yi Qianqiu's son? Yi Qianqiu? Wasn't that Yi Lin's biological father? How did Lin Mo become Yi Qianqiu's son? Then whose son is Yi Lin? No, this Lin Mo was impersonating Yi Lin again. No wonder the Yi family refused to let Yi Lin in no matter what. It turns out that it is Lin Mo who was behind this again. "Lin Mo, you bastard, you!" Yi Lin suddenly roared. "Shut the fuck up." Lin Mo took action instantly and punched Yi Lin in the face as fast as lightning. Are you kidding? How could he not know that Yi Lin would expose him, Lin Mo, after he realized what was happening? Can he let Yi Lin succeed? It's better to strike first and make this grandson shut up. In a flash, Yi Lin was punched and fell to the ground. Lin Mo raised his fist again and attacked, grabbing Yi Lin and beating him up. When Crazy Zhou saw this, he naturally wanted to help. After all, Yi Lin was his sworn brother. However, at this moment, just as Crazy Zhou was about to make a move, several strands of sword energy appeared in an instant, exuding frosty murderous intent and directly locked onto Crazy Zhou. "Zhao Qian, you. Lin Mo is under my protection. Crazy Zhou, you won't be able to kill him today even if you try your best." "Why, you don't believe me? Then try it. Let me see what you, an old man, have cultivated after 100 years of seclusion. Don't be like what Lin Mo just said. In fact, you have only been pretending to work hard for 100 years. Do you think the result will play along with you?" Crazy Zhou was really going crazy. He was obviously filled with rage and was furious, but he didn't dare to move at all under the lock of Zhao Qian's sword energy and murderous intent. After all, she is a 7th level female martial saint. Is that a joke? If Crazy Joe makes any rash move now, he might really die. He is over 200 years old, how can he not cherish his life? The older they get, the more they value their lives. This is a common problem among the older generation. Otherwise, why would he retreat for decades or even hundreds of years? To put it bluntly, isn't it just to avoid the risk of fighting with others as much as possible? Therefore, facing the absolute military threat from Zhao Qian, a 7th level female martial saint, Crazy Joe really didn't dare to move. Even though his sworn brother had been beaten to a bloody pulp by Lin Mo, Crazy Joe could only stand there and watch. Chapter 87, Remove this old waste from the family tree. Of course, no matter how hard Lin Mo tries, there will be limits to the severity of his actions. After all, Yi Lin is the protagonist of destiny, and he is blessed with destiny and luck. How could Lin Mo kill him? What if he triggers some kind of divine favor? Wouldn't that be a big trouble? So Lin Mo just beat Yi Lin half to death, just to prevent Yi Lin from speaking out and exposing that Lin Mo was not Yi Qianqiu's son, that's all. Done. Finally, Lin Mo kicked Yi Lin in the crotch again. This really made Yi Lin feel dizzy and almost fainted. He couldn't even scream. Crazy Joe's eyes were filled with rage, and he looked like he really wanted to rush up and kill Lin Mo immediately. But with Zhao Qian's intimidation, he didn't dare. On the contrary, Lin Mo came towards him again. Aren't you quite capable, old man? Isn't Yi Lin your sworn brother? You didn't care that your sworn brother was beaten like this by me? Then why were you pretending to be such a coward just now? You also want to give Yi Lin these female secretaries that Patriarch Zhou gave me? And you also want to give my sister Shi to Yi Lin as well? You're such a jerk, old man. Do you really think the Zhou family is yours? Are you using the family's resources to do yourself a favor? So you just talk, right? You don't have to actually give anything anyway. When your sworn brother is in trouble and really needs your help, why don't you make a move? Are you just standing there watching? Watching your sworn brother get beaten like a dead dog by me? Oh, I've finally seen clearly that you, old man, are just such a piece of shit. No wonder you've done nothing for the past 100 years, just been in seclusion, and haven't made any contribution to the Zhou family at all. That's fine, but you haven't achieved anything after 100 years of seclusion. That's not good either. You haven't achieved anything after 100 years of seclusion. How dare you call yourself the ancestor? Who else can have an ancestor as useless as you? Look at the Empress. She's the same age as me, only a few years older at most. But she's already reached the peak of the 8th rank martial god realm. She even took the initiative to find Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain to initiate the Ascension War. And what about you? You old loser, you even got accidentally injured while watching a fight, and you almost died in Longhu Mountain. And you still had to rely on Yi Lin to save your life? In the end, Yi Lin saved your life, and you want the Zhou family to do you a favor? And then, when Yi Lin gets into trouble, you just stand there and watch, and do nothing? Honestly, I've been walking around the world for so many years, and I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Crazy Joe was so furious that he was about to explode. After all, he is the dignified ancestor of the Zhou family, more than 200 years old. But he was beaten to a pulp by a youngster like Lin Mo? And in front of so many people? Where would Crazy Joe put his face? Wouldn't people laugh their heads off? How will he survive in the future? But Lin Mo didn't bother to care about him, and quickly said, "How can a shameless old loser like you be qualified to be an ancestor? Sister Shuyi, Master Zhou, you all listen to me. Just kick this old loser out of the house and remove his name from the family tree. After all, what's the point of keeping him in the Zhou family? What can he bring to the Zhou family? This will also save us $300,000 a month, which is a lot of money." Lin Mo, shut the fuck up. Crazy Joe couldn't help but roar, "My Zhou family's affairs have no right to involve an outsider like you." Who is an outsider? Lin Mo interrupted him directly, "I am now the Zhou family's tribute and the honorary chairman of the Zhou group. How dare you, an old loser, call me an outsider? I, an outsider, can bring tens of billions of dollars in business to the Zhou family. What about you? What can an old man like you do for the Zhou family? Speak, are you dumb? Are you naturally silent now? Even after 100 years of seclusion, you're still this useless. If you had tried even a little harder, you wouldn't be like this. What can the Zhou family expect from a useless piece of shit like you? Come on, old loser, tell me what use you are. Crazy Joe didn't want to talk. He wanted to take action and kill Lin Mo directly. Cut the body into pieces, stomp it into pieces and throw it to feed the dogs, and finally grind the bones into ashes. If Lin Mo doesn't die, Crazy Joe will probably never be able to sleep for the rest of his life. Zhao Qian also noticed this at this time and couldn't help but remind him, Crazy Joe, you want to kill him? Do you want to find an opportunity to kill him secretly? Then I must remind you again, if anything happens to Lin Mo in the future, the Yi family and I will come directly to you without asking the reason. So you'd better pray that Lin Mo won't have any accidents in the future, otherwise you might die without even knowing how you died. After she finished speaking, Zhao Qian walked straight into the Zhou family. Lin Mo quickly followed, and then Zhou Shuyi and Zhou Tianzhang also left Zhou Fengzi alone. After all, there is Lin Mo. Lin Mo has close relations with so many aristocratic families in Beijing, and now he is so close to Zhao Qian, the ancestor of the Zhao family in Beijing. Compared with him, what is Crazy Zhou who has not made any contribution to the Zhou family for 100 years? Why bother with him? It's already very good that the Zhou family has raised him for 100 years. They have absolutely done their utmost. Especially now, the Zhou family is on the rise thanks to Lin Mo, and it is an unprecedentedly rapid rise. How can they continue to support a waste like Crazy Zhou? Therefore, the head of the family, Zhou Tianzhang, really had to do what Lin Mo had just said, and directly expel the so-called ancestor, Zhou Fengzi, from the family and remove his name from the family tree. It's better to lean on a big tree for shade. Leaning on Crazy Zhou? Forget it. Before this, the Zhou family had already fallen into decline, otherwise how could Zhou Shuyi marry Wang Jingwei? Fortunately, Lin Mo appeared like a godsend from heaven, and the Zhou family began to get better. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have to depend on the Wang family's mood now, huh? However, Zhou Tianzhang seemed a little too attentive to Lin Mo. Not long after, during the meal, Lin Mo just took a few more glances at the sexy concubine wearing a low-cut suspender dress next to Zhou Tianzhang. As a result, as soon as Zhao Qian left, Zhou Tianzhang pushed the concubine directly to Lin Mo's side. Come and have a few more drinks with Master Lin. Stay with me and make sure you serve Mr. Lin well. Hey. Lin Mo knew that Zhou Tianzhang had misunderstood, and quickly said, Master Zhou, please don't be like this. I just took a second look just now. I really didn't mean it that way. After all, a gentleman doesn't take away someone else's love. How could I be the shameless person who steals someone's love? You didn't even let go of my father's precious daughter, how could you let go of his concubine? Zhou Shuyi said quietly beside him. Humph, what kind of bastards have you never done? And you still want to pretend to be a gentleman? It's like I don't understand what kind of person you are. Chapter 88 Rules, What are rules? Lin Mo didn't like what he heard and glared at Zhou Shuyi. You're slandering me again, aren't you? Our relationship is innocent, so why would I even spare your father's daughter? Didn't you hear me clinking glasses with your father just now and calling him brother? Then his daughter is my daughter. How could I touch you? How could I be such a beast? Zhou Shuyi, the way you talk now is really out of tune. I don't know who learned this from. Just wait until I'm free, and see how I'll deal with you then. The sound suddenly stopped. Before Lin Mo could finish his words, Zhou Shuyi suddenly raised her leg and stepped on his face. With his mouth blocked, Lin Mo was speechless. On the side, Zhou Tianzhang ran away directly. It was obvious that he could no longer get involved in the affairs here and had to avoid them. Why does Zhou Tianzhang want to interfere in young people's affairs? At most, he would leave his sexy concubine in a low-cut halter dress to join in the fun, but he would leave himself alone. After all, he still had important things to do. He had to revise the family tree and remove that Crazy Zhou from the family tree in the name of the head of the Zhou family. With the loss of a useless ancestor who already had a bad reputation, and the gain of a capable priest like Lin Mo, it is absolutely worth it. The key point is that behind Lin Mo are the three major Beijing families, Shi, Yi, and Zhao. Among the 8 great families in Beijing, 3 of them have close relations with Lin Mo. In the future, the Zhou family will be able to take off with the help of such a big tree like Lin Mo, right? Before the Zhou family took off, the first to take off might be Zhou Tianzhang's sexy concubine and Zhou Shuyi. Who knows about this kind of thing? Anyway, that night, Crazy Zhou and Yi Lin both slept on the streets. The wind was howling in the cold, the old man and the young boy were starving, and they had no money and really had nowhere to go. I could only endure like this, shivering until dawn. At dawn, people from the capital city law enforcement department came to find Crazy Zhou. Crazy Zhou, I heard that Zhou Tianzhang has expelled you from the family and removed your name from the family tree. Does that mean you are no longer a member of the Zhou family? If that's the case, we'll have to reopen the files on some cases. Do you still remember that over 100 years ago you killed a law enforcement officer from our law enforcement department? Don't remember? It's okay, we'll help you recall. Our law enforcement officer was having a major conflict with his parents at home. No, it wasn't just a minor conflict, it was more like a deep-seated hatred. Simply put, his parents wanted him to support them, but he refused and even assaulted them, quite violently. He beat them up in the street, severely injuring them. Their heads were bloodied and bruised, a horrific sight. You should remember Crazy Zhou, right? Yes. Crazy Zhou frowned tightly, his voice gloomy. Of course I did. An unfilial person like him is rare to come across in a century. How could I possibly forget him? Yes, I killed him. Shouldn't he have been killed? He was beating his parents in the street, and he managed to beat his elderly parents until they were bleeding. I happened to run into them, and I saw the injustice and shouted, "Yell at your mother." Suddenly, the leading law enforcement officer interrupted in a deep voice, "Have you ever heard that there is always something hateful about pitiful people? You still yell? What qualifications do you have to yell like a crazy old man? Do you really think you are a big deal?" Mad Joe's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly demanded, "What do you mean? Shouldn't an unfilial villain be killed?" The law enforcement officer sneered and replied, "Unfilial and evil? What do you mean by unfilial? And what do you mean by evil?" Our law enforcement officer was called Lin Biao. He was self-reliant from a young age. Every gold coin he used to pay for school was earned through part-time work. His father was a gambler, and his mother was a supporter of his younger brother. All the money in the family was either lost by the men gambling or used by the women to support their younger brothers. Lin Biao has been self-reliant ever since he can remember, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to survive. His father and mother were both worthless. They didn't care about Lin Biao's life or death. It was a miracle that Lin Biao survived to grow up. He even gritted his teeth and persisted in going to school and was admitted to our law enforcement department. During those years, Lin Biao was the most impartial and selfless person in the entire law enforcement department, and he was also the most capable. He was able to seek justice for the disadvantaged without displeasing his superiors. Even the city lord praised him as a promising talent. A person like that died at your hands? And you still think you're so righteous? And you still have the nerve to say you're standing up for what's wronged you? Lin Biao's parents never cared about his life or death. Why should they expect him to support them when they get old? Support them for nothing? If it were me, I wouldn't care about the life or death of that old couple. This is called every wrong has its perpetrator, everything is cause and effect. Our law enforcement officers were right there at the scene, and they didn't care. So you're the one meddling? You think you're noble, you think you're righteous, you think you're great? You don't even know the ball, yet you're standing up for justice? Who do you think you are? Crazy Joe was stunned for a moment, then after coming to his senses, he frowned and took a deep breath, saying, "So what?" Even if his parents didn't care about him when he was little, they still gave him life. Otherwise, how could he have come into this world? There's an order of seniority and distinction between the old and the young. There are no bad parents in this world. No matter what, he has to fulfill his obligation to support his parents in their old age. He can't hit his parents, no matter what. This is the rule. If he breaks the rule, he must die. It is obvious that Crazy Zhou is almost exactly the same as Yi Lin in this regard. Didn't Yi Lin say before that there are no parents who are not good? No wonder Yi Lin and this Crazy Zhou became sworn brothers. It turns out they are really the same kind of people. Is this what they mean by people of the same kind tend to stick together? But right now, the law enforcement officers of the law enforcement department don't care about that. Okay, these are the rules, right? If you break the rules, you have to die, right? Alright, life for life, so come with us now. After all, according to the rules, even if Lin Biao deserved death, it wouldn't be your turn to resort to lynching him, especially since he was the law enforcement officer of our law enforcement department. You, Crazy Zhou, committed intentional homicide, which is your first crime. You also committed the deliberate murder of a law enforcement officer, opposing our court and raising suspicions of rebellion, which is your second crime. We will now bring you to justice and set the record straight. Someone, take him away. Yes. You dare. Crazy Joe suddenly roared. The leading law enforcement officer sneered, What? You still want to arrest people? You want to kill a few more law enforcement officers? Oh yeah, you, Crazy Joe, seem to be a 6th-rank martial emperor, right? Then wouldn't it be easy for you to kill us? Haha, a 6th-rank martial emperor? That's so impressive, isn't it? There are 13 of us here now. If 13 can't catch you, then we'll send out 30, 300, 3,000, 30,000, 300,000. Chapter 89 Lin Mo, you are a real dog. I'm not kidding. At this moment, the law enforcement officer is serious. Majestic, imposing, oppressive, and extremely serious. After all, behind the law enforcement department is the imperial court and the entire Shinwu Empire. Who dares to go against the court? Who dares to stand against the empire? Does Crazy Joe dare? Not to mention him, even Zhao Qian, a dignified 7th-level martial saint, would never dare to do that. After all, the Shinwu Empire is truly a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden, masters are everywhere, and there are absolutely many talented people and strong people. Even though the empress who was at the peak of the 8th-rank martial god realm was suspected to have ascended to heaven, the royal family standing at the top of the pyramid and controlling the entire Shinwu Empire was definitely not leaderless. There is still a regent queen to intimidate the heroes. Empress Huangfu Jingyi and Regent Empress Huangfu Jingyuan are twin sisters. Moreover, Huangfu Jingyuan is also at the peak of the 8th-level martial god realm, and is only a step away from ascending to the 9th level. So now, even though the Empress Huangfu Jingyi is suspected to have ascended to heaven, the entire court is still in good order, without any chaos. As long as the court was not in chaos, the princes from all sides did not dare to act rashly, let alone a mere madman like Zhou. So what could he do now? Would he dare to attack the 13 law enforcement officers of the law enforcement department? If he really dares to take action, the next time there will really be 30 people coming. If 30 people can't take him down, then there will really be 300 people, 3,000 people. Anyway, anyone who dares to confront the imperial court is simply courting death. But then again, the last time the sisters Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu massacred the trial department, they were really brave and lucky. Especially since the two of them were only at the middle stage of the 5th-level martial sect, not even as good as Crazy Zhou, who was at the middle stage of the 6th-level martial emperor. As a result, they actually massacred the trial department and killed several judges, and finally escaped safely. There's no way around it. In the original storyline, they are the destined beauties of the protagonist. How could they not be protected by some destiny? But now, the destined protagonist Yi Lin has suffered repeated setbacks, so that the Qin sisters have no interaction with him. In order to learn the highest skill of Tianshan, Lingbo Weibu, from Lin Mo, he deliberately got himself drunk and then lost the first blood. Right now, while Crazy Joe didn't dare to act rashly and surrendered himself obediently, the Qin sisters came to Lin Mo's door. At this moment, Lin Mo had just come out of the room of Zhou Tianjing's sexy concubine. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw two cool and beautiful ladies in leather jackets and leather pants walking towards him with their long legs in black stockings and fishnet stockings. Senior sister Red Fish and Red Jade? Senior sister, why are you? How come you, a bastard, came out of Zhou Tianjing's concubine's room? Qin Hongyu asked directly. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then explained, No, please don't misunderstand me, senior sisters. I was drunk last night and passed out, so I was dazed and helped into the room by the Zhou family's concubine. But I just went into her room. I didn't do anything last night. You two sisters know me well. I, Lin Mo, have always been upright and I'm not that kind of person at all, right? Is that right? Qin Hongyu said quietly, Are you sure you're not that kind of person? Then what did you do during that in-depth instruction when you were teaching us Lingbo Weibu step by step last time? Lin Mo was slightly startled. He recalled carefully and said, Did I do anything at that time? No, right? Isn't this just my normal teaching? Do you think I could take advantage of you? That's not right. Senior sister Hongyu, what are you doing? What do you mean? Qin Hongyu resisted the urge to step on his face and said angrily, You know what I mean. A breeze blew by, lifting the long hair of the Qin sisters. Lin Mo also reacted quickly, thinking that the two sisters had suddenly come to him probably to ask for something, and what else could they ask him for? Seniors, have you encountered any bottlenecks while practicing Lingbo Weibu? Or is there something you don't understand? That's fine. I happen to be free right now. I'll give you hands-on, in-depth guidance. I'll teach you meticulously and without holding back. I guarantee you'll master everything quickly. What are you looking at me with? Don't you believe me? No, don't you know who I am, Lin Mo? Senior sisters, you should know me. There is no man in this world more reliable than me. If you can't even trust me, who else can you trust? Come on, two senior sisters, follow me. As he said this, Lin Mo simultaneously pulled the Qin sisters' hands. Come, follow me to Shanghai Garden. This time, I will definitely let you gain a deeper understanding of Lingbo Weibo. Really? You don't have to worry that I have ulterior motives. After all, I am your junior fellow apprentice, and you are my senior sisters. How could I possibly harbor ill intentions towards you two? Am I that kind of person? Could I do something so beastly? This is obviously impossible. After all, I'm not a bastard like Yilin. By the way, sisters, you've all heard about it, right? There was a guy named Yilin who took advantage of the situation at Longshan Lake when many ancestors were watching the battle and accidentally got hit and fell unconscious. He was so shameless that he even didn't let the old lady go. He's a real beast, worse than an animal. Oh yes, senior sister, you have seen him before. Last time, after you massacred the trial department and were besieged, I drove to rescue you, but he was blocking your way. I stepped on the accelerator and knocked him away. Senior sisters, you saw it with your own eyes. You should have an impression, right? That bastard was Yilin. Oh, I won't say anymore. Who knows what kind of wicked villain Yilin is? Anyway, it's better if I don't run into him, otherwise I will kill him and eliminate this evil for the people. At this point, Lin Mo's righteousness became even more awe-inspiring. Really, a shameless scum like him, a scum of the world, must be killed to appease the public's anger. On the other side, Yilin, who was already living on the streets like a beggar, suddenly sneezed. He had originally made the acquaintance of Zhou family's ancestor, Crazy Zhou, but now Crazy Zhou has also been taken away by the law enforcement department, leaving Yilin alone. Although Yilin didn't know that he was the destined protagonist, he had a lot to rely on after he came down the mountain and entered the world, such as the Su family, the Yi family, and the female martial emperor Chu Shaiyue. Unexpectedly, the Su family was intercepted by Yilin, and Su Yuan and the page of the heavenly book were deceived by Lin Mo. Then the Yi family is also like this. It seems that Lin Mo has replaced Yilin and gone to the Yi family to recognize his relatives. The beautiful Emperor Wu Chu Shaiyue was even instigated by Lin Mo to rebel, and she turned completely evil, killing her father and mother and her own brother. Her methods were extremely cruel, so that she completely embarked on a path of no return and could never look back. Everything is related to Lin Mo. How could Jilin not realize that there is something wrong? Chapter 90. Are you such a hard-working person? Not only is there a problem, but it's a big problem. There is a big problem. Yilin muttered this with a frown, and a hint of determination gradually appeared in the depths of his eyes. Lin Mo, I don't care who you are, and I don't care how big the problem is. I believe I can turn the tide and shatter all your schemes. Evil cannot defeat good, the devil is 1 foot high and the Tao is 10 feet higher. As long as I work hard and persevere, as long as I always believe in myself, the one who laughs last will definitely be me, Yilin. What's this little setback? It's nothing to me, Yilin. I'm not afraid of hardship, I love it. I can't defeat you yet because I haven't tried hard enough. Just wait. After I've worked my butt off, I'll definitely be able to crush you under my feet. Then I'll make you pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold, for everything you owe me. What doesn't belong to you will never belong to you. You, Lin Mo, will definitely be defeated by me, Yilin, in the future. It's not because of anything else, but because I am sure that you can endure hardships as well as I can. I have been an orphan since childhood. I, Yilin, have suffered a lot in the end. Everything that doesn't kill me will make me stronger. I am grateful to the heavens and the earth, grateful to my parents for giving me life, grateful to my master for teaching me everything he knows, and even I have to thank you, Lin Mo. Thank you for making me stronger and more resilient. Thank you for all the suffering you have brought me. I am grateful for everything in this world. I, Yilin, am always grateful. Everything has only helped me grow faster. Lin Mo, what can you use to fight me? I, Yilin, can fall down millions of times, countless times, but what about you? Lin Mo, if you fail once, if you fall down once, you will never be able to stand up again. But I am not like you. I can do what you can't do. I, Yilin, can stand up again no matter how many times I fall. I have to say that Yilin's speech was truly a hearty and inspiring one. I don't know if he can move others, but he moved himself anyway. Now he is really full of fighting spirit and full of hope for the future. Yilin doesn't even take Lin Mo seriously. Lin Mo is different. He even puts Yilin's biological mother on himself, in his heart. Right now, after Lin Mo had given the Qin sister some in-depth, hands-on guidance, he took advantage of the break to go to the next room to ask Huangfu Qiushui for advice on the various techniques of bodybuilding yoga. Be humble and eager to learn, seek in-depth advice, and strive to pay attention to every detail. After all, it was rare to have a beautiful woman like Huangfu Qiushui as his personal tutor, so of course he would not miss any opportunity to study and make progress. You must learn the bodybuilding yoga technique completely. Of course, the bodybuilding yoga in Taiyang Xiangfang is just an auxiliary for Lin Mo. In fact, what he is really practicing is the Qi family's unique skill, Tiangang Balong Body, which was rewarded to him by the system before. This is the Qi family's unique martial art that has been lost for a long time. If you practice it to the highest level, you can awaken the Tiangang Balong martial body, which is invulnerable to swords and spears, and is immune to water and fire. Moreover, the various martial arts performed with this martial body are even more powerful. However, the reason why this unique skill was lost in the Qi family was not because the technique was gone, but because no one in the Qi family could learn it. This is because the Tiangang Balong is also a bodybuilding exercise like the Taiyang Xiangfang yoga, and it is also extremely domineering. It has very high requirements for the physical constitution of the practitioner, even to the point that it is absolutely harsh. In mild cases, the bones will be injured, and in severe cases, all the bones in the body will be broken. Who can bear this? Even if one can endure it, the training process will certainly be extremely painful. The key point is that apart from the ancestor who created this martial art, no one else in the Qi family has been able to practice the Tiangang Balong technique to perfection. Not only has no one reached the pinnacle of cultivation, but several geniuses in our ancestors also destroyed their very bones and limbs because of this skill, turning them into cripples. So who would dare to practice? Over time, this martial art became a mere name in the Qi family, practically obsolete, practically the same as if it had been lost. However, Lin Mo did not obtain this technique from the Qi family, but rather as a task reward given to him by the system. The system will naturally give a prompt. The bodybuilding yoga technique of Taiyang Xiangfang is the system's prompt. He needs to use the bodybuilding yoga technique to neutralize the tyranny of Tiangang Balong's bodybuilding technique with its flexibility, so as to achieve both hardness and softness. In fact, this is also the only way to practice the Tiangang Balong body tempering technique to perfection, just like the ancestor of the Qi family did. In other words, Tiangang Balong is originally a dual cultivation method and cannot be practiced alone. If practiced alone, it is impossible to reach the ultimate state because it is too overbearing and no one can withstand it, unless the Tiangang Balong body is awakened after practicing it to the ultimate state. But without the Tiangang Tyrant Dragon body, I can't practice to the realm of perfection, and if I can't practice to the realm of perfection, I can't awaken the Tiangang Tyrant Dragon body. What should I do? Therefore, many people in the Qi family had serious doubts. This Tiangang Tyrant Dragon body was not something that could be cultivated by humans at all. Only an 8th level martial god like the ancestor or even an 8th level martial god at the peak level could cultivate it. As a result, this technique was naturally lost in the Qi family. However, now, Lin Mo has made some progress in cultivating the Tiangang Tyrant Dragon body with the help of Huangfu Qiushui's bodybuilding yoga technique. It is obvious that his bones are harder and his physique is stronger. Both his strength and speed are steadily improving. In addition, he often uses the cleansing essence and marrow pill to transform himself, so now his body is really terrifyingly strong. In any case, Huangfu Qiushui couldn't stand his torment. What are you doing? Qin Hongyu suddenly walked in, glancing back and forth between the sweaty Huangfu Qiushui and Lin Mo, her voice full of suspicion. You are actually... Ahem. Lin Mo knew she had misunderstood and quickly explained, Sister, what are you thinking about? I'm doing yoga with Sister Qiushui. Really? Taiyang Xiangfang's bodybuilding yoga technique, could I really lie to you? At this time, Qin Hongyu also walked in with her long legs. She also glanced between Lin Mo and Huangfu Qiushui, then frowned and stared at Lin Mo with her beautiful eyes. You let us practice on our own next door, and you come here to have fun? What do you mean by romantic and happy? Lin Mo said seriously, who is romantic and happy. Am I that kind of person? Didn't you see my sister Chioshui was wearing tight yoga pants? We were just practicing yoga, the Tiangxiangfang bodybuilding yoga technique. I was using the flexibility of this yoga technique to counteract the fierceness and dominance of the other bodybuilding technique. Really? Qin Hongyu was clearly unconvinced. You were teaching us next door just now, and while we were on our own, you came here and asked someone to teach you some yoga technique? So busy? So hardworking? Why didn't I realize you were such a hard-working person before? Chapter 91, You are not worthy of this, you lick the dog. You can't see it yourself, so you blame me? Lin Mo said confidently, I have always worked so hard. Anyone who knows me knows it. It seems that senior sister Hong Yu, you really don't care about me at all. Otherwise, how could you not know how hard I'd been working? Really, I've been secretly working hard all this time, just to surprise everyone one day. After all, this world is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Only hard work can prevail. If I'm not strong enough, it's definitely not the environment that's the problem. The strong never complain about the environment, they only look for problems within themselves. For me, although I'm already quite strong, at least I'm considered pretty good compared to my peers, I'm never satisfied and never slack off. I always stick to the good habit of self-examination 3 times a day, constantly asking myself if I'm not working hard enough, and if I need to work even harder to get everything I want. With regard to my character and good qualities, are you two sisters really ignorant of them? As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu frowned at the same time. Then, the two sisters turned their heads at the same time, looked at each other, and then Qin Hongyu stepped forward and did a split, then raised her leg and stepped on Lin Mo's face to block his mouth. She smiled and said, You think you have good morals? Do these 4 words have anything to do with you? Don't we know what kind of person you are? We saw through you last time, you bastard. Now you dare to quibble? Do you think we will believe you? Do you really think we are big-breasted and brainless? Lin Mo wanted to explain, but his mouth was blocked and he couldn't open it at all. He felt really wronged, even more wronged than Doi. But Qin Hongyu blocked his mouth. How could she do that? Suddenly, Qin Hongyu frowned. What are you doing, you bastard? Epic lunging, huh? Qin Hongyu said quietly, You're rewarding him like this. Isn't he going to take advantage of this great opportunity to have an epic lung flutter? Oh my god. Lin Mo was really impressed. How did he become so epic? Is this a joke? He was literally stepped on in the face, and he took advantage of that moment to have an epic lung attack? Do these two sisters really think he is a pervert? He taught them Lingbo Weibo with good intentions, and this is how they repay him? Oh heaven and earth, good intentions don't get good rewards. How could they do this? On the other side, someone from the Chen family in Beijing was also questioning. How could you do this? My son is the eldest son, why can't he get anything from this Chen family? The eldest son, shouldn't he be the heir? Shouldn't he be the future head of the Chen family? But now, as soon as you come out of seclusion, you're going to deprive him of his status as heir? And you won't even give him anything? How is this any different from kicking him out of the house? What on earth did he do wrong? Old ancestor, why did you treat him like this? Why? Chen Shishir, the Chen family's patriarch, a beautiful patriarch who, like Zhao Qian, possessed the same virility to maintain her youthful appearance, smiled. She then lifted her long, plump legs in flesh-colored stockings and tugged at the stockings with her delicate hands. She said softly, How dare you ask me why? Open your mouth, eldest son. Shut up, eldest son. What's the surname and name of this eldest son you gave birth to for the Chen family? Lu Feiyu, the eldest son of the Chen family, has the surname Lu? He takes your surname, Lu Qian? Then he can just inherit your Lu Qian's family business. What does it have to do with my Chen family? When Chen Shishir said this, Lu Qian, who had just looked so righteous, was stunned for a moment, and then her heart sank. 2 seconds later, Lu Qian refused to accept the offer and gritted her teeth. Grandmaster, is this what you're doing? Just because Feiyu didn't take his father's surname, you're going to deprive him of his status as heir? And you're not going to give him anything? Is this fair? Fairness? Chen Shishir sneered, You're talking to me about fairness? Who are you, Lu Qian? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about fairness? Do you really think you're nothing? Ancestor. At this time, Chen Yuqiang, the eldest son of the Chen family, stood up and wanted to protect his wife. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful old ancestor glared and shouted angrily, "What's your business? I said he didn't say you were it? As the eldest son of the Chen family, in charge of the entire Chen family business, you actually hang yourself on this tree? Just revolving around this woman? Look at your ancestors, and then look at your peers. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Look at you, Chen Yuqiang. You're the head of the Chen family, but you don't even have a concubine? And you gave your son a foreign surname? You have brought shame upon the Chen family, and you still dare to protect her, Lu Qian? I see you don't want the position of head of the family anymore. Do you really think that the position of head of the Chen family must belong to you, the eldest son? Just for what you've done, I can destroy you right now. I'll make you, Chen Yuqiang, and your son from another family get out of the house together. From now on, you're not allowed to set foot in the Chen family again. Why do you do that? Lu Qian suddenly couldn't help but roar. In an instant, Chen Yuqiang's heart was shocked. It's over. After all, who is Chen Shishir? The real ancestor of the Chen family, who is over 100 years old, and she has spent a lot of effort on maintaining her youthful appearance over the past 100 years, and even so, she has already reached the late 7th order martial saint realm. Is this something Lu Qian can afford to offend? As expected, at this moment, a cold light flashed in Chen Shishir's eyes, and suddenly her aura was released, and in an instant, she knocked Lu Qian away with the tremendous pressure of a 7th level martial saint. Puff! Lu Qian vomited blood and fell to the ground, seriously injured and dying. Plop! Chen Yuqiang hurriedly knelt down and begged, "Grandmaster, please calm down, calm down." Calm down? Chen Shishir sneered and said indifferently, "Calm down what anger? How can Lu Qian really anger me? Does she deserve it? But you, Chen Yuqiang, are the head of this family and you really bring honor to the Chen family. I've only been in seclusion for 30 years, not caring about worldly affairs, and yet you've messed up this huge Chen family? The eldest son of the Chen family actually took an outsider's surname? Chen Yuqiang, you are really capable and talented. You gave up your good position as the head of the Chen family and chose to follow those secular people and become a bootlicker? The Chen family, one of the 8 great families in the capital, actually produced such a useless bastard like you. I think you should quit being the head of this family and just abdicate. Don't stay in my Chen family anymore. You don't deserve it, you don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. The voice was resounding, cold and frosty, full of murderous intent. Especially for Chen Yuqiang, he was really frightened by the words of the beautiful ancestor Chen Shishir. Are they really going to abolish his position as the head of the family? Even kicking them out of the house? Chapter 92 Yilin, who do you think you are? Isn't this bad? A voice suddenly sounded. Yilin actually appeared in the Chen family, and as soon as he arrived, he confronted the ancestor in public. Even if you are the ancestor, you can't just abolish the dignified head of the Chen family like this. This matter is too serious to be treated as a joke. Besides, Patriarch Chen didn't do anything wrong. After all, what era is this? Who stipulated that children must take their father's surname? Can't they take their mother's surname? As long as the child's father agrees, there is no problem at all. No one else has the right to comment. Especially Patriarch Chen. As the head of such a large family in the capital, can't he even make a decision on such a small matter? He loves his wife and respects her opinion, so he lets the child take his mother's surname. This is exactly what a good man of the new era looks like. Not only is it not wrong, it's worthy of praise. Praise your mother. Suddenly, an elder from the Chen family stood up and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Who brought you in? Where did you come from, you bastard, to dare to act so wildly here?" Yilin frowned and was about to speak when suddenly, a man rushed in from outside the hall, grabbed Yilin and roared angrily, "Who the hell asked you to come here? Didn't I tell you that I would get someone to inform everyone about you? I told you not to wander around, but you still came straight here? Are you looking for death?" Immediately afterwards, the man turned to look at the senior members of the Chen family, and explained repeatedly with sweat on his forehead, He said he had something very important to discuss with the head of the family, so I brought him in and told him to wait for the announcement. But I didn't expect him to come here and make trouble." "What are you joking about?" Yilin interrupted solemnly, "I'm not joking. I, Yilin, am a disciple of Master Zhang Tianshi from Mount Longhu. I came to see the patriarch today to fulfill a promise we made back then. I have a handwritten letter from my master, Master Zhang Tianchi. After saying this, Yi Lingjin took out his master's handwritten letter. However, the next second, the letter ran directly into the hands of Chen Shishir, the beautiful ancestor of the Chen family. After Chen Shishir got the letter, she used her palm power to smash the handwritten letter from Zhang Tianchi to pieces without saying a word. You? Yi Lin was stunned and furious. What about me? Chen Shishir frowned. So what if you have a personal letter from Master Zhang? At the foot of Longhu Mountain, you took advantage of the situation and stole all the treasures from the ancestors. You even stripped old Lady Qi of her clothes. A bastard like you who wouldn't even let an old woman go, so what does it matter if you're really Master Zhang's disciple? Why didn't you claim to be a disciple of Zhang Tianchi when you were at the foot of Longhu Mountain? Now you've come to my Chen family to defraud us, and you've transformed yourself into a disciple of Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain? Do you think I will believe you? Yi Lin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly recognized Chen Shishir. She was the one who said that he had stolen her stockings and bra. Didn't he expect that she was the ancestor of the Chen family? This is such a coincidence. Thinking of this, Yi Lin quickly came back to his senses. What a coincidence, it's all a misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding, Master Chen, please listen to my explanation, there is someone else who took advantage of the fire to rob at the foot of Longhu Mountain, it really wasn't me, Yi Lin. Suddenly, Chen Yuqiang, the head of the Chen family, spat out a mouthful of blood. It was Chen Shishir, the beautiful old ancestor who destroyed Chen Yuqiang's cultivation. You, what are you doing? Yi Lin was shocked and angry, and couldn't help but shouting, I said he did nothing wrong, why are you? What about me? Chen Shishir interrupted coldly, Yi Lin, who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Chen family? The eldest son of the Chen family has taken an outsider's surname. Now it's your turn as an outsider to take charge of the Chen family's affairs? This dignified Chen family in the capital is really ruled by an outsider? If I don't come out, I'm afraid the entire Chen family will be usurped by someone else. You? Yi Lin was angry, but speechless, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yi Lin didn't know what to say, but Chen Shishir kept talking. She quickly added, You, Yi Lin, said Chen Yuqiang was right, but I insist he was wrong. You think his position as the head of the family cannot be abolished, but I insist on destroying his entire cultivation. My Chen family doesn't keep useless people. A mere bootlicker is not worthy of being a member of my Chen family, especially not worthy of being the head of my Chen family. Yi Lin, aren't you capable? Aren't you a disciple of Zhang Tianchi? You came uninvited, and you act bossy and plead for Chen Yuqiang right away? Who do you think you are? Even if you really are a disciple of Zhang Tianchi, so what? Zhang Tianchi is Zhang Tianchi, and you are you. Do you really think you are Zhang Tianchi himself? Do you think you have such a great reputation? If you say Chen Yuqiang is right, then he is right? What are you still talking about the new era with me? Having said that, Chen Shishir couldn't help but smile, then turned to look at Lu Qian. Then, Chen Shishir stepped forward with her beautiful legs, which were even whiter and tenderer than those of a little girl. She stared at Lu Qian closely and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, when you persuaded Chen Yuqiang to let the child take your surname, you also used the new era as an excuse, right? Oh, the new era? In the new era, do you take your father's surname or your mother's? Come on, tell me, look me in the eye and say, Lu Qian, do you take your father's surname or your mother's surname? Speak up, aren't you quite eloquent in front of Chen Yuqiang? Otherwise, how did you convince the head of the family, huh? Oh yes, I'm afraid that you and Chen Yuqiang, Lu Qian is the head of the family, right? Oh, you're quite capable. You don't even have a dowry, but you took hundreds of millions of dollars in betrothal gifts from my Chen family. And now you want to be the head of my Chen family? If you marry into my Chen family will have to worship you. Even the eldest son of the Chen family has to take your surname. You are really capable, Lu Qian. If I don't leave the sect for a few more years, I'm afraid this huge Chen family will have to change its surname to Lu, right? Actually, Chen Shishir just said this casually. After all, she had just been out of confinement for a few days and didn't understand many things, but she might be right now. It was simply because Chen Yuqiang doted on Lu Qian too much, and he would go along with her in everything. It could almost be said that he would do whatever Lu Qian asked for, and Chen Yuqiang would really satisfy her 100%. Therefore, now, the financial power of the entire Chen family is in Lu Qian's hands. All the important positions in the entire Chen group are also controlled by Lu Qian's family. On the other hand, Chen Yuqiang, the head of the Chen family, doesn't even have a female secretary to help him handle official business. Even the maids in the house were all distant relatives from Lu Qian's mother's side, 18 generations apart. Chapter 93, The whole family of 3 was destroyed. Perhaps Lu Qian did not intend to undermine Chen Yuqiang, the head of the family, but she did so from the very beginning. Naturally, it is conceivable that Lu Qian may not have really thought of sidelining Chen Yuqiang and the entire Chen family. She just felt that everything she did was natural. It is natural that the children she gave birth to should take her surname. No matter who Chen Yuqiang is, since he is married to her, Lu Qian, it is natural that he cannot get too close to any other woman. As for concubines, that is absolutely impossible. Since Lu Qian married Chen Yuqiang, it was natural for her to control the financial power of the entire Chen family. Things like that, anyway, everything in the past was taken for granted. As a result, a letter completely shattered Lu Qian's dream. At the foot of Longhu Mountain, the beautiful ancestor of the Chen family accidentally fell into a coma and woke up to find that her stockings and bra had been taken away by the criminals, and there was also a letter on her body. The letter detailed everything Lu Qian had done in the Chen family, and directly stated, in the future, the Chen family will be destroyed by the hands of Chen Yuqiang and Lu Qian. Not knowing who wrote the letter, Chen Shishir certainly didn't believe it at first. But when she returned to Chen's house and asked someone, she found out that it was exactly what the letter said. How can this be? The dignified Chen family in Beijing is about to let outsiders make the decisions? How could Chen Shishir just sit back and watch? So there was this scene of cleaning up the house today, but unexpectedly Yilin happened to catch up. Although Yilin didn't know the inside story, based on what he knew, he really felt that Lu Qian had done nothing wrong. Therefore, at this moment Yilin still wanted to argue and still wanted to confront Chen Shishir, the ancestor of the Chen family. Don't you think you've gone too far? Patriarch Chen is the head of the family here. Even if you're the ancestor, you should obey his orders. Don't you understand the rules? You're usually in seclusion, and now you're out here trying to interfere with the affairs of the patriarch and his wife? And you're even taking it upon yourself to depose the patriarch? Is that right? Is that reasonable? Let me ask you, what right do you have to abolish the head of a family? What is a head of a family? Shouldn't the head of a family have the most power in the family? And who is the head of the Chen family? You're not one of them, are you? Then what qualifications do you have to give orders here? Besides, what does the couple's life have to do with you? I told you this is a new era. The old customs of male superiority and female inferiority no longer exist. As long as the head of the Chen family is willing, why can't he hand over the financial power of the Chen family to his wife? It's your turn to make irresponsible remarks. Yilin's righteous voice was suddenly interrupted. At the same time, a loud slap was heard. Chen Shishir slapped Yilin in the face, and then slapped him again in a hurry. Bang! Yilin was blown away, slamming into the wall with a loud bang, and then fell to the ground with a bloody head. The next second, 2 members of the Chen family stepped forward and held him down. Chen Shishir said sternly, Yilin, do you really think you are something? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Do you have the right to speak here? You still want to reason with me? Are you worthy? Even if Zhang Tianzhi himself came, he wouldn't be able to control the affairs of my Chen family. Besides, I don't believe you are Zhang Tianzhi's disciple at all. You're such an ignorant person, you're just courting death. After the cold voice fell, Chen Shishir turned her head and stared at Lu Qian again. And you, do you take yourself seriously too? A married-in person who doesn't even have the blood of our Chen family, and you still want to give orders and be the master of the Chen family? Chen Yuqiang spent so much money to marry you, and now he has to keep you as a sacrifice? You two are truly a match made in heaven, one willing to fight the other? It's all good now. Chen Yuqiang is no longer the head of my Chen family, and you, Lu Qian, and your bastard have nothing to do with my Chen family anymore. So what if your son has the blood of my Chen family? I only know that his name is Lu Feiyu. Since he has your last name Lu, he is no longer a member of my Chen family. Is this what you want? Are you satisfied now? Are you happy? I. Lu Qian's voice trembled, she was tongue-tied and hesitant to speak, regretting it deeply. Especially at this moment, Chen Shishir ordered in a cold voice, come here, break Lu Feiyu's legs, throw him out of the Lu family, expel him from the family, and remove his name from the family tree. The same goes for Chen Yuqiang. As for Lu Qian, abolish her cultivation, cut her face with a knife, and then throw her out. At this moment, Lu Qian was completely stunned. My son's legs were going to be broken? Just because he took Lu Qian's last name? Just because your last name isn't Chen, you have to be treated like this? Why? No matter why, someone has already pinned Lu Feiyu down. No! Lu Qian cried hurriedly, no, he is a member of the Chen family, he is the blood of the Chen family, please don't do it, woo woo. The cries and screams rang out, but the Chen family ignored them. Soon, someone hit Lu Feiyu's leg with a stick and broke it. Then he broke the other leg with another stick. Ah! Lu Feiyu screamed in agony. Lu Qian cried and screamed, but was held down by someone, and even her own cultivation was abolished. From then on, Chen Yuqian, Lu Qian, and Lu Feiyu's family of 3 were all ruined. One is the head of the Chen family but listens to his wife's orders in everything, the other is a woman of ordinary origin who has a strong desire for control and is extremely competitive but does not know herself, and Lu Feiyu. In fact, Lu Feiyu was fine. He really did nothing wrong. The only mistake was that he was manipulated by his mother to take her surname as soon as he was born. As the eldest son of the Chen family, he took his mother's surname. This was his only fault. The mistake was made by his mother, but he, Lu Feiyu, was asked to take the punishment. At the moment his legs were broken, Lu Feiyu turned evil. Lin Mo calculated the time perfectly and arrived at the door at this moment. He had finally managed to get rid of the Qin sisters and ran here, and he was still living as the son of Yi Qianqiu from the Yi family in Beijing. After all, Lu Feiyu is an important person to Lin Mo. How could Lin Mo not come today? It seems I've come at the right time. Lin Mo's voice rang out at this time, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Chen Shishi's eyes were cold, and the rest of the Chen family frowned. Lin Mo? Yi Lin gritted his teeth. You again? You? What's wrong with me? Lin Mo interrupted. You, a random person, can come, but I can't? After all, I am also a direct descendant of the dignified Yi family of Beijing. I heard that the Chen family has a beautiful ancestor who has the secret of preserving youth. I, Lin Mo, have come to pay my respects on behalf of the Yi family of Beijing. A direct descendant of the Yi family? Chen Shishi asked coldly, your name is Lin Mo. How can you be a direct descendant of the Yi family in Beijing? Chapter 94 Lu Feiyu, you come to clean up the mess. Don't get me wrong, Lin Mo explained. My father, Yi Qianqiu, didn't let me take my mother's surname like Chen Yucheng did. I was stranded outside when I was young, and it was Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain who picked me up, raised me, and gave me the name Lin Mo. I only recently came down from the mountain and went to the Yi family to recognize my relatives, so the name Lin Mo is still used. I haven't been able to change my surname or given name yet. However, my identity as a direct descendant of the Yi family is absolutely genuine. You're fucking bullshit. Yi Lin roared and rushed directly towards Lin Mo. As a result, Lin Mo took action and directly mobilized his true energy to perform a remote acupoint pressing move. In an instant, Yi Lin froze in place, unable to move or speak. Lin Mo smiled. You took advantage of the situation to rob people in Longhu Mountain, and you still dare to act wildly in the Chen family? Yi Lin, do you really take yourself seriously? Why are you everywhere? You're such a useless piece of shit, you're really a ghost that won't go away. You don't have much ability, but you want to meddle in everything. And you can't figure out how to manage it. What's the point of you living in this world? After saying that, Lin Mo turned and looked at Chen Shishi. Sister Shishi, for the sake of the Yi family in Beijing, how about letting me take care of this trivial matter today? Hearing this, Chen Shishi became interested. Oh? You want to meddle in other people's business too? How are you going to do it? Lin Mo smiled, turned and walked towards Lu Feiyu, whose legs had been broken, and said, you didn't do anything wrong, but your legs were broken just like that. How do you feel? Do you hate it? Who do you hate? Of course you hate the culprit of all this, right? That's right, you should hate Lu Qian. Hate her for being so self-righteous and letting you take your mother's surname. You are clearly the eldest son of the Chen family. You are of a respected status and could have everything, even inherited the entire Chen family and become the next head of the Chen family. But now you have both your legs broken and become a cripple. Is this fair? Who caused all this? Yes, it was Lu Qian. If she hadn't taken herself too seriously, if she hadn't been so self-righteous and couldn't tell the difference between a big king and a small king and made you, the eldest son of the Chen family, take your mother's surname, how could all this happen now? She has never been able to recognize herself. In the past, even you, her son, couldn't stand many of the things she did. Your father is the dignified head of the Chun family, so why doesn't he even have a female secretary to help him with official business? Other families have all sexy maids, but why are all the servants in your family made up of all sorts of relatives from Lu Qian's family, who are thousands of miles away? Lu Feiyu, tell me yourself, how many times have you been laughed at by your peers? How many people have asked you to your face, why is your father's last name Chen, but yours is Lu? Why does your father, the head of the Chun family, have no say at all, whether at home or outside? Why is it that someone from another family is the head of your Chen family? Is it because the men in your Chen family are not good enough? Like father, like son. Your father is a henpecked, useless henchman, so you, Lu Feiyu, must be a loser too. Whenever you go out or do anything, you have to report to Lu Qian. Even when eating, you have to follow Lu Qian's instructions on how many times to chew. With this kind of attitude, what kind of future can you have? Lu Feiyu was completely stunned. Because every word and sentence Lin Mo said to him was true. Lu Feiyu has really been asked those questions tirelessly by his peers since he was a child. When I asked him why he took his mother's surname instead of his father's, did he think he didn't have a father? Ask his father why he listens to his mother so much, is he a loser? Ask him if his mother had the child with another man, and his father was just a scapegoat? From childhood to adulthood, the peers around Lu Feiyu really asked him this question to his face. Again and again, countless times. Who could have imagined how much shameful ridicule Lu Feiyu felt behind all those face-to-face questions? If Lu Feiyu was just a child from an ordinary family, then no one would care if he took his mother's surname, but is he a child from an ordinary family? He is the eldest son of the Chen family in Beijing. The eldest son of the Chen family doesn't have the surname Chen. Isn't this a joke? How can his peers not pay attention to it? In fact, what Lin Mo just said was just the tip of the iceberg. However, Lin Mo already knew enough. So the question is, how did he know? Of course, it's through the original plot in the memory of this book traveler. Lin Mo has a god's perspective, what could he not know? Otherwise, how could he appear here at the right time today? And now, all he has to do is to persuade Lu Feiyu to rebel and bring him under his command. This will not only give Lin Mo an extra number 1 general, but also help this tragic character in the original plot to make a small counterattack. Come on, Lu Feiyu, stand up. Right now, use your broken legs to stand up, walk over, and kill Lu Qian, the culprit who caused all this. She hurt you so badly, and your father too. This ignorant bitch has caused you and your son so much pain. Why can't you kill her? When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Especially Yi Lin. Is this bastard Lin Mo going to incite Lu Feiyu to commit treason and kill his mother with his own hands? Asshole. But Yi Lin had been acupunctured and could neither move nor speak. No matter how angry he was, he could only hold it in. Lu Qian can speak. You, what on earth are you talking about, you bastard? You actually want my son to kill me? What's wrong with killing you? Lin Mo casually retorted, I can't kill you? Who are you? Do you still think you're the master of this Chen family? Everyone knows that marrying into a wealthy family is like entering a deep sea, so everyone is very cautious after marrying into a wealthy family. But you, on the other hand, what do you think of this dignified Chen family in Beijing? You've entered the Chen family and you still want to give orders? Are all the ancestors really in seclusion, leaving you, a monkey, to be the king of this Chen family? Rich families always prioritize matching families. Chen Yuqiang was giving you a lot of face by marrying you, yet you still dare to make so many ridiculous demands? You've had the great honor of marrying into the Chen family, yet you dare ask them to worship you? You even dare to ask their eldest son to take your surname? What's the matter? Are you trying to make a scene? Do you think Chen Yuqiang is your son-in-law? I'm really giving you face. Why are you still not convinced? If you hadn't let the eldest son of the Chen family take your surname, would he have his legs broken now? How could Chen Yuqiang, the head of the Chen family, have his cultivation crippled and be expelled from the family? It's all your damn fault. Things have come to this point and you still think you're right? Having said that, Lin Mo looked at Lu Feiyu again. Come on, stand up, go over and kill her. If you dare, I'll heal your legs. I promise I'll get you back on your feet soon, and I can even preserve your status as the eldest son and heir of the Chen family. Chapter 95 Yi Lin, you lost this round again. Now it depends on whether you dare or not, and whether you can make up your mind or not. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, a strange look appeared in the depths of Chen Shishir's eyes. Originally, this beautiful old ancestor was just watching the show, but after hearing this, she suddenly became interested. So at this moment, in full view of everyone, Chen Shishir suddenly said, "Okay, let's do as he says. Lu Feiyu, if you can really kill Lu Qian and clean up the mess for my Chen family, I will return the identity of the eldest son of the Chen family to you. I've teased you, now it depends on whether you have the courage." Instantly, Lu Qian was horrified and shouted in panic, "Feiyu, no, don't listen to them. I am your mother, I am your biological mother, how can you kill me?" "My biological mother?" Lin Mo sneered, "So what? So amazing? Do I need to give you an award? You're the only one who knows you're his biological mother? Have you ever considered him for a second?" When Lu Feiyu, the eldest son of the Chen family, was mocked for not having the same surname as the Chen family head, "Where were you, Lu Qian? Lu Qian, tell me yourself why you let him take your last name. Is it because your Lu family has $1 trillion fortune for him to inherit? Or is it because he can gain some great honor by taking your last name? Speak up, does your Lu family have $1 trillion fortune? If it weren't for the hundreds of millions in betrothal gifts you took from the Chen family, the Lu family wouldn't even be worth a dime. What will you gain by letting your own son take your surname? You don't want him to inherit the Chen family name, but you want him to inherit the Chen family business? You want both, you bitch. What are you thinking? Do you have a brain? You clearly don't have the ability, but you still want to take advantage of everything. You really can't bear any loss? Are you comfortable and satisfied now that things have turned out like this? Are you still feeling wronged? Shut up." Suddenly, Chen Yuqiang defended his wife domineeringly and yelled at Lin Mo, "You are not allowed to say that about my wife, I won't allow it." "You won't allow me?" Chen Shishir sneered and said with interest, "Chen Yuqiang, you're really a hopeless case. Do you really want to protect this bitch now? My entire Chen family was nearly in danger of falling into Lu Qian's hands. Fortunately, I came out in time to clean up the mess. But Chen Yuqiang, you still dare not change your ways? Okay, very good, great, you don't allow it, right? What do you mean? You don't allow others to bully Lu Qian? Someone, pull out all the nails on Lu Qian's 10 fingers. Pull hard, pull slowly. Yes." Immediately, a member of the Chen family responded and stepped forward. Someone quickly found a pair of pliers. Seeing this, Chen Yuqiang was going crazy. No, It can be seen that Chen Yuqiang really loves Lu Qian. However, everything now was done by Lu Qian herself. A person of ordinary origin who marries a wealthy family actually dares to regard himself as the master of a large and powerful family in Beijing. Isn't that courting death? In the original plot, there was a destined protagonist like Yi Lin to help her, but now Yi Lin is in a difficult situation and can hardly save himself. Who can save her? Lu Qian. I'll do it. At this moment, Lu Feiyu suddenly roared, and then shouted hoarsely, "I'll do it myself, let me do it." In an instant, the whole audience was stunned. Only Lin Mo nodded calmly, "Okay, let him come in person." He, the eldest son of the Chen family, was ridiculed since childhood because of Lu Qian. Now his legs have been broken. If nothing unexpected happens, his life will be ruined. Therefore, his hatred for Lu Qian can be said to be irreconcilable. So it's absolutely the right time for him to come now. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Chen Shishir nodded and said, "Okay, let him come." No. Suddenly, Yi Lin, who had been acupunctured, forced his energy to break through the acupuncture points. He rushed to Lu Feiyu while spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing? That's your mother, your own mother. There are no such things as wrong parents. Without her, where would you be? She just asked you to take her last name. What's wrong with that? Who said you have to take your father's last name? It's a modern age now. What's wrong with taking your mother's last name? Lu Feiyu, listen to me, your mother is not wrong, not at all. She carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. Why can't she decide what your last name is? She gave you this life, so what's wrong with her letting you take her last name? And since your father agreed, no one else has the right to express an opinion. Really? Lin Mo sneered, if his father was anyone else, there would be no problem, but his father is the head of the Chen family in Beijing. He is the face of the Chen family and represents the Chen family wherever he goes. Eating the Chen family's food and smashing the Chen family's bowl? Openly letting people laugh at the Chen family's eldest son for not having the surname Chen? The Chen family has no shame? Without the Chen family, who would Chen Yuqiang be? And who would Lu Qian be? Without the support of the ancestors, how could Chen Yuqiang succeed in anything? Do you know what it means to be in a wealthy family and feel helpless? The Chen family doesn't belong to Chen Yuqiang alone. Even if he is the head of the family, he can't have the final say on everything. Anyway, I think there's nothing wrong with my sister Shishir. Since Lu Feiyu's surname isn't Chen, he's not the eldest son of the Chen family. He should be kicked out and made to inherit Lu Qian's family business. Didn't Lu Qian let him take the surname Lu? So he should inherit the Lu family's business. Is there something wrong with that? And Chen Yuqiang, doesn't he think it's none of the Chen family's business? Then Chen Yuqiang should just stop being the head of the Chen family and have his cultivation abolished and kicked out of the family. It's that simple. It is indeed that simple. Everything Lin Mo said is in line with Chen Shishir's ideas. At this moment, Lin Mo really became a mouthpiece for Chen Shishir and other members of the Chen family. I'm afraid Chen Shishir is not the key, especially those other people. After all, they have been displeased with Chen Yuqiang and Lu Qian for more than a day or two, but Chen Yuqiang is the head of the family, so they have always dared not speak out and have been holding this anger in their hearts for many years. Now Lin Mo helped them express what was in their hearts. How refreshing. It's so cool. However, Yi Lin still wanted to refute it this time. But Lin Mo didn't give him a chance and kicked him away. Bang! With a loud bang, Yi Lin hit the wall again. Then, Lin Mo stepped on Yi Lin's face, looked down at him, and sneered, "Still want to talk nonsense? Who do you think you are? Today I'm here as a direct descendant of the Yi family in Beijing to intervene. What about you? Who are you? What the hell has this got to do with you? A despicable villain who took advantage of the situation to rob people at the foot of Longhu Mountain, dares to act wildly in this Chen family? Who gave you the courage? You're always saying there's no such thing as a perfect parent? Damn, you're just saying that all the time." Chapter 96. This woman is crazy. If Chen Yuqiang and Lu Qian were really that powerful, how could they have let things turn out like this? Are you, Yi Lin, satisfied with today's situation, or are they, the three of them? It seems like no one is satisfied, huh? After he finished speaking, Lin Mo turned and looked at Lu Feiyu. What are you still standing there for? Get started and get rid of the culprit who caused all this. As long as you can show your resolve and prove that you're still a man of blood, and not a coward like your father, Chen Yuqiang, I'll heal your broken legs. I promise you'll be able to stand up again soon. Now crawl over here and clean up the mess for your Chen family. That's right. Chen Shishir took over and said, Lu Feiyu, if you think you are a member of the Chen family, then clean up the mess. If you think you are not, then you don't have to do anything. Anyway, your last name is Lu. I have punished you and done what I should do. From now on, you, Lu Feiyu, have nothing to do with my Chen family. You do have one last chance now, but can you seize it? Can you make the most of it? I can. Lu Feiyu growled, and then dragged his broken legs and crawled towards Lu Qian. Lu Qian was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. After all, that was her own son who she had carried for 10 months and gave birth to. Now her own son was going to attack her? How can that be? You can't do that. Lu Feiyu, you bastard. Even though Yi Lin was stepped on by Lin Mo, he still shouted at Lu Feiyu, who was getting closer and closer to Lu Qian, that's your biological mother. Without her, there would be no you. How dare you hit her? You are such a rebellious person who deserves to be struck by lightning, Lu Feiyu, you bastard. Shut up, Lin Mo said leisurely. Yi Lin, are you tired? Look at what a mess you've become. Do you still have the time to meddle in other people's affairs? She always says that without her, you wouldn't exist. Yi Lin, when your mother gave birth to you, didn't she call you in advance to ask if you wanted to? And then you said yes, and then your mother gave birth to you. So you're always feeling grateful to her? But she, Lu Qian, shouldn't have called before giving birth to Lu Feiyu, right? Isn't it because she wanted to have a child to continue the family line so she could marry into a wealthy family? After receiving hundreds of millions in betrothal gifts, how could she dare not give birth? To put it bluntly, isn't it all for her own sake? Giving birth to a child and letting the child take her last name, isn't that just an attempt to make herself feel a sense of existence? She has no ball skills, and she has nothing to show off. She can only sacrifice her child's future for her own temporary face. After all, other people's children take their father's surname, but she, Lu Qian, is so awesome because her own child takes her own surname. How unique and awesome is that? In the end, she was happy. Has she ever considered the future of the child? She can't even be a human being, and she's giving birth to a child. How can she be a mother? Lu Feiyu, just listen to me. Act now and clean up the mess. This will clear the Chen family's name and clear your own name. Use Lu Qian's blood to tell her that you are a member of the Chen family, not her Lu family. Lin Mo's voice was resounding, and his momentum was absolutely overwhelming. On the other hand, Yi Lin wanted to refute but was hesitant and stuck. He really didn't know what to say at this moment. Anyway, I was very anxious, extremely anxious, even more anxious than Lu Qian. At this time, Lu Feiyu had already dragged his broken legs and crawled to Lu Qian, holding the pliers handed over by the Chen family in his hand, sneering, laughing miserably, and grinning grimly. After grinning, Lu Feiyu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Mom, I've wanted to ask you for a long time, what am I in your eyes? It's just like he said. You asked me to follow your surname Lu just to highlight your sense of superiority and uniqueness, right? To show that you are very capable, to show that you can control my father, the dignified head of the Chen family, right? Then have you ever thought that the Chen family is not just about my father, but there are many ancestors behind him? The ancestors are the foundation of the Chen family's profound heritage. Do you understand? You thought you had him under control, but in the end you hurt him and yourself. Your damn vanity has harmed our family of 3. Do you understand? Whether you understand it or not, it's all over. From now on, my surname is Chen, my name is Chen Yu, and I am the eldest son of the Chen family, not some Lu Feiyu. You gave me this life. Now I will take your punishment. Then I will give you a quick death and let you go with dignity. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feiyu suddenly clenched the pliers in his hand and began to pull out his fingernails. Ah! A heart-wrenching sound was heard. The bloody scene is not suitable for children. Feiyu, don't do it, Feiyu, don't do it. Chen Yuqiang screamed. The beautiful old ancestor Chen Shishir was also stunned. At the same time, Lin Mo was also stunned. Obviously, the scene before him was really beyond his expectations. He really didn't expect Lu Feiyu to be so tough and hard. The original plot didn't say that Lu Feiyu would do this. From the description in the original text, Lu Feiyu didn't seem like someone who could do such a thing. It seems that Lu Feiyu has reached a higher level? Has he broken free from the constraints of the original text and found his own unique way of life? Awesome! Lin Mo sighed in his heart and wanted to step forward to stop him, but Lu Feiyu was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Lin Mo didn't need to stop him. This kid Lu Feiyu really had great courage and pulled out all the nails on his 10 fingers. God knows how painful that is. Anyway, he really did it. After doing that, Lu Feiyu endured the excruciating pain, trembling all over as he looked at Lu Qian, and said in a trembling voice, Mom, I can only do this for you. This is all. Now, I want to clean up the mess for my Chen family. I'll take you on your way right now. No. Lu Qian suddenly yelled, and then kicked Lu Feiyu away. Just now, when Lu Feiyu pulled out his own nails for her, the woman just stood there in a daze. And now, when she saw Lu Feiyu was about to attack her, the woman lost control of her emotions and screamed like crazy, Lu Feiyu, what right do you have? What right do you have? I gave birth to you. I gave you this life. Without me, there would be no you. I gave you this life, so what's the problem with me letting you take my last name? You still want to kill me now? You rebellious bastard, how dare you? Lu Feiyu, do you dare? You don't dare, because you are my child. I am your mother, do you dare to kill your mother? You will be struck by lightning, you bastard. Chapter 97 How can you turn against each other so easily? So what if I get struck by lightning? Lin Mo said, taking over Lu Qian's words, a man of 8 feet tall, born between heaven and earth, how could he be afraid of being struck by lightning? Besides, if he kills you to clean up the Chen family, he won't necessarily be struck by lightning, but if he doesn't do it, he will really be kicked out of the house and lose everything. His legs are already broken. To be honest, I can heal them, but the prerequisite is that he, Lu Feiyu, must be a man and must be ruthless enough to prove that he is a member of the Chen family. After all, I represent the Yi family of Beijing. The Yi family and the Chen family are both members of the 8 great families of Beijing. We have always been of the same blood and are basically inseparable. So I will definitely only help the Chen family with treatment. If Lu Feiyu is as useless as his father Chen Yuqiang, and just as stubborn and unrepentant, then I won't care about his legs. His life will be truly ruined, and he will never be able to stand up again. Having said that, Lin Mo turned and stared at Lu Feiyu, his face solemn, his voice and tone heavy. Lu Feiyu, listen to me carefully. If you want to gain something, you must give up something first. Don't be like Lu Qian, who wants everything and has no idea who she is. She will never know how much she is worth. People like her, even if they temporarily gain something beyond their own understanding, will lose it sooner or later, and they will even lose their lives. Her life has already been like this. What about you, Lu Feiyu? Do you want to follow in her footsteps, or do you want to be yourself and be the true eldest son of the Chen family? Come on, ask yourself, who do you want to be? Lu Feiyu gritted his teeth as he was thinking about how to answer. At the same time, Yi Lin, who was still being stepped on by Lin Mo, was struggling desperately, trying to get up and wake up Lu Feiyu, and trying his best to stop Lu Feiyu from doing anything stupid. But he couldn't get up. Lin Mo stepped on him so hard that he couldn't stand up even if he tried his best. Yi Lin could only scream. Lu Feiyu, please wake up, please don't be stupid, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life, you will regret it. Regret? Lin Mo sneered and continued, I really don't know what Lu Feiyu wants to regret. What is he regretting? Just now, when Lu Feiyu took the blame for Lu Qian, what was Lu Qian's reaction? Did you, Yi Lin, really not see it? Look at her expression just now. Does she seem to care about her son at all? Does she seem to have Lu Feiyu in her heart? From the very beginning, she only cared about herself and never considered others. Otherwise, how could she have the nerve to ask the Chen family for a betrothal gift of several hundred million when she clearly had no dowry at all? Otherwise, would she completely disregard Chen Yuqiang's reputation and the child's future and insist on having the child take her surname, Lu? When has Lu Qian ever considered others? Isn't it all her own fault that she's in this situation now? A person like her will ruin their family no matter who she marries. Even the head of the Chen family couldn't withstand the bad luck she brought, let alone others. Lin Mo, you, shut up, shut up, shut up. Yi Lin roared at the top of his lungs. As a result, Lin Mo kicked him directly. What's so great about having a loud voice? Just because you're loud, you're right? You can't argue with someone, so you just start yelling. But no matter how loud you yell, what's the point? Suddenly, Lin Mo's voice was interrupted. Because at this time, Lu Feiyu took action, using all his strength to stab Lu Qian's throat. With the Chen family holding Lu Qian down, it was easy for Lu Feiyu to strike with the knife. He only needed to use all his strength to swing the knife. Of course, it seems easy, but it is actually a bit painful. But he did it anyway. Blood splattered, Lu Qian fell to the ground, and died from then on. Very good. Lin Mo raised his hands and clapped, his eyes full of praise. Not bad. First you pulled out your own nails to repay your mother's kindness, and then you killed Lu Qian yourself to clean up the Chen family. Lu Feiyu, you are really good, very good. Oh no, now you are no longer Lu Feiyu, your name is Chen Yu, the eldest son of the Chen family in the capital. Following these words, Lin Mo turned to look at the beautiful ancestor Chen Shishir and asked with a smile, Sister Shishir, am I right? Chen Shishir nodded in agreement without hesitation. Obviously, she was also very satisfied with Lu Feiyu's performance just now. Not only her, but other people in the Chen family were also satisfied. Among all the people present, only Chen Yuqiang and Yi Lin were dissatisfied, but their attitudes were obviously not important. It doesn't matter at all. Especially Yi Lin. Not long after, Yi Lin was thrown out. The Chen family didn't care whether he was the disciple of Zheng Tianzhi of Longhu Mountain. Chen Yuqiang was locked up in the basement and left to fend for himself. He was not allowed to be released without Chen Shishir's order, nor was he allowed to be given food or water. Chen Yuqiang, this dead bootlicker, was left to fend for himself in the basement. Let's throw Lu Qian's body into the basement as well. Lin Mo suddenly suggested, doesn't Chen Yuqiang put true love above all else? Isn't he willing to do anything for Lu Qian? Let him watch her dead body rot in front of him. And if you don't bring him food or drink, is there a chance he'll eat Lu Qian? He loves her so much, obeys her in everything, and doesn't care about the Chen family at all, so he shouldn't eat Lu Qian just to save his own life, right? Oh, it's so hard to guess. After all, who knows about this kind of thing? You are so cruel. Chen Shishir said softly, and then asked people to do as they were told. Lu Qian's body was really put into the basement to accompany Chen Yuqiang. At this time, Lin Mo looked towards Lu Feiyu. No, it should be Chen Yu now. Lin Mo looked at Chen Yu and said, don't just stand there. Let someone take you to clean up. I'll take you away later and make sure your broken legs are healed. As for... Following these words, Lin Mo turned to look at Qin Shishir and smiled. Sister Shishir, may I have a word with you for a moment? That was the ancestor of the Chen family, but he called her Sister Shishir in front of so many people. And Chen Shishir actually agreed. Okay, follow me to the study. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Shishir walked away with her pair of white and slender legs. Lin Mo smiled and took a step forward to follow. Soon, the study. As soon as the door closed, Chen Shishir suddenly attacked and kicked Lin Mo. Lin Mo was caught off guard and was kicked down in an instant, and then Chen Shishir stepped on his face. Fortunately, this beautiful old ancestor who is over 100 years old has no habit of wearing shoes. Otherwise, if she had a pair of high heels on her feet, wouldn't she pierce Lin Mo's face? But even so, Lin Mo also frowned. After all, who likes to have their face stepped on? Even if this is a beautiful woman, it won't work. Absolutely not. Chapter 98, Gather the Heavenly Book and Change the Future? Sister Shishir, what are you doing? What do you think? You idiot, how dare you ask? Did you write that letter? You were the one who took advantage of the situation at the foot of Longhu Mountain and stole my things, right? What? What do you mean by taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Sister Shishir, what are you talking about? Wasn't the person who took advantage of someone's misfortune at the foot of Longhu Mountain Yi Lin? That Yi Lin from before. How could it be me? You bastard, are you still pretending? I'll kill you. No, Sister Shishir, calm down, look at how angry you are so upset. You still dare to talk nonsense? You dare to tease me? Lin Mo, you are dead today. Dead? That's obviously impossible. You have to know that Chen Shishir is actually in the late 7th stage of martial saint. If she really wanted to kill, that kick just now would be enough to kill Lin Mo. Absolutely easy and effortless. But isn't Lin Mo still fine? And now, she didn't use any strength on her feet, even. Lin Mo reached out and grabbed her delicate feet, easily pulling them away from his face. Then he stood up and said with a smile, Sister, I definitely didn't take your things at the foot of Longhu Mountain. After all, I, Lin Mo, am a direct descendant of the Yi family in Beijing. I have to maintain my dignity. How could I possibly do such a thing? What kind of thing? Chen Shishir glared at me coldly and asked, Didn't you take anything from me? Then how do you know what I lost? I don't know. Lin Mo said casually, Did I say I know? I just think that no matter what you lost, Sister Shishir, the person who took advantage of your misfortune and took your things is a bastard, shameless and despicable. And I definitely wouldn't do that. Taking something without asking is called stealing. How could I steal? If you're talking about stealing people, I might be a little interested, but stealing things, just kidding. As a direct descendant of the Yi family, is it necessary for me to do that? If I really want something, can't I just ask someone to buy it for me? After all, I have money, right? Sister Shishir, don't you think so? What a head! Chen Shishir took 2 steps forward, then stared intently into Lin Mo's eyes from a close distance, her voice cold and clear. Can you buy my stockings and bras too? Lin Mo was stunned. Sister Shishir, what did you say? Are these the 2 things you lost at the foot of Longhu Mountain? Oh my god, what kind of bastard could do such a vile and shameless thing? Damn, this is so shameless. I can't bear to watch this. Sister Shishir, don't worry, leave this matter to me. I will definitely help you find this shameless bastard, and then tear his body into pieces and grind his bones to ash. I will make him never be reborn. Really? Chen Shishir sneered, You're quite good at acting, and it really looks like the real thing. Were you an actor before you returned to your roots? A fresh meat in the entertainment industry? Oh no, you don't have that kind of looks, so he must be a talented actor? Lin Mo was stunned. What on earth does she mean? Is this a compliment to him or an insult to him? Never mind, it doesn't matter. After all, he had important matters to discuss with him and couldn't be delayed. Thinking of this, Lin Mo directly changed the subject. Sister Shishir, don't you want to know why I know so much about your Chen family? How do I know that the Chen family will be destroyed by Qin Yuqiang and Lu Qian? Did I just hear some things from others and deliberately exaggerate them to create alarmist stories? Of course not. In fact, I can predict good and bad luck and see a glimpse of the future. Chen Shishir had a cold expression on her face, and she might even raise her leg and step on Lin Mo's face again at any time. But when she heard these words, she instantly became interested, and her eyes lit up obviously. Predicting good or bad luck? Can you see a glimpse of the future? Are you sure? I'm sure. Lin Mo nodded confidently. I think Sister Shishir, after seeing my letter, you should have checked and verified whether the current Chen family and Chen group are all Lu Qian's family members, from top to bottom. She, Lu Qian, is an outsider with an ordinary background. It's a great honor for her to marry into the Chen family. Yet, she still can't figure herself out. She even dares to bully the Chen family and use Qin Yuqiang to replace the heads of all the core departments of the Chen group with people from her family. Sister Shishir, what do you think she wants to do? Isn't it obvious that she wants to take over your position? If this continues, do you think the Chen family will recover? Anyway, in the little future I saw, Chen Yuqiang died a tragic death, and the entire Chen family quickly perished. Lu Qian donated money and ran away, taking the Chen family's money to find her first love. And all the ancestors of the Chen family, including you, Sister Shishir, eventually died at the hands of Yi Lin. Yi Lin? Chen Shishir was shocked. How is that possible? How could that loser Yi Lin kill us? Lin Mo smiled and said, of course it's not possible under normal circumstances, but Yi Lin has a very strong character and good luck. He has all kinds of great fortunes and can encounter great opportunities. Therefore, he grows rapidly and will become a great man in the future. By then, many powerful people in this world will die at his hands, becoming stepping stones for him to gradually ascend to the gate of ascension. Sister Shishir, please don't think I'm joking. What I'm talking about is a glimpse into the future. Unless there are unexpected events, the future will be like this. Chen Shishir is obviously not a big-breasted and brainless girl, and she immediately understood the key point. Accident? What if there's an accident? Then the corner of the future you saw can also be changed? Of course. Lin Mo nodded and said solemnly, as long as the method is correct, it can be tampered with in the future. In fact, I have already changed some of it. However, tampering with the future is going against the will of heaven and destiny. Therefore, it is difficult for me to do it alone. So I need to find someone to help me, like you, Sister Shishir. You don't want to die at Yi Lin's hands in the future, do you? If that is destiny, do you want to change it? Defy fate and change your destiny. Chen Shishir bit her lip, then frowned and fell into deep thought. It is definitely impossible to trust Lin Mo completely. But he did help the Chen family clean up their mess and get rid of the scourge of Lu Qian. If he couldn't really see a glimpse of the future, how could he explain it? Half believing and half doubting, Chen Shishir gradually regained her composure and asked, how can one defy fate and change one's destiny? Simple. Lin Mo said directly, all the answers are in the heavenly book. As long as we collect all 13 pages of the heavenly book, we can solve all problems. Chapter 99, The Truth Behind the 1,000-Year-Old Ascender. I already have one page in my hand. Another page is in the hands of Yi Chuanshui of the Yi family, one page is in the hands of Zhao Qian of the Zhao family, and Sister Shishir, your Chen family also has a page. Having said this, Lin Mo directly took out the page of the heavenly book in his hand, his eyes flashing, and then asked, why did Yi Lin come to the Chen family today? How could Lu Qian, a mere gold digger, have achieved such a status in the Chen family today, and even be able to destroy the entire Chen family in the future? Chen Yuqiang is just a bootlicker, how come he can hang around a gold digger in such a big Chen family and no one can stop him? Sister Shishir, do you know why? You don't know, but I do. It sounds like a joke that a gold digger and a bootlicker could destroy the Chen family, one of the 8 great families in Beijing. If there is even the slightest mistake in any link, both the gold digger and the bootlicker will die miserably. However, Chen Yuqiang has a page of the heavenly book in his hand. He is blessed by destiny, and that page of the heavenly book was personally handed to him by Zhang Tianchi of Longhu Mountain. Yi Lin also came here today for that page of the heavenly book. He wants to retrieve that page for Zhang Tianchi, and he also wants to retrieve the remaining 12 pages. There are 13 pages in total. They are the key to reopening the heavenly gate and resuming the path to ascension. At this time, Chen Shishir obviously didn't understand. Lin Mo knew why she didn't understand, so he didn't wait for her to ask any questions before continuing. In the previous battle between the Empress and Zhang Tianchi for ascension, neither of them was able to ascend. Master Zhang is seriously injured and in seclusion, and the Empress is still in the human world. Because the heavenly gate has long been closed, the path to ascension is also cut off. It was cut off by Zhang Tianchi's ancestor, a man named Tang. Ha! Chen Shishir was really stunned. The heavenly gate is closed, and the path to ascension is cut off? Master Zhang Tianchi's ancestor was surnamed Tang? Lin Mo nodded. Yes, isn't the last person to ascend in this world surnamed Tang? Chen Shishir was stunned again, then frowned. Tang Haiho from 1,000 years ago? He was the last person to ascend to heaven, but how come I didn't know he was the ancestor of Zhang Tianchi of Dragon and Tiger Mountain today? Lin Mo smiled. This is something that was slowly revealed in the later stages of the original story. Do you know? However, I have to say that the story about the last ascender, Tang Haiho, is quite interesting. Tang Haiho took his mother's surname. His mother's name was Tang Yin, known as Ayin. She was the most beautiful woman in the world at that time and a standard for a strong person in the world. During those years, anyone who became the strongest among the mortals would take that Tang Yin for themselves. So Tang Yin is a woman serving 12 men, the 12 most powerful men in the world. This one ascended, and Tang Yin left it behind, and then it was taken by the newly promoted strongest person in the world. Then the newly crowned strongest person in the world ascended, and a new strongest person took over and continued to possess Tang Yin. That's how it is. There are 12 baton holders in Tang Yin's relay race. Before Lin Mo could finish his words, Chen Shishir was already stunned. After all, what is this guy talking about? How dare he do that? Was he going to die? After all, Tang Yin was an ascended being, and his son, Tang Haiho, was the last ascended being on earth. Now, how dare Lin Mo spread rumors about Tang Yin? Isn't this seeking death? When Chen Shishir finally came to her senses and said this with a frown, Lin Mo casually said, "What do you mean by spreading rumors? Who spread the rumors? Every word I said is true. Tang Yin was a woman serving 12 husbands. Otherwise, guess why Tang Haiho took his mother's surname? Because he doesn't know who his biological father is, so he can only take his mother's surname. In fact, Tang Haiho's biological father's surname is Zhang, and he is the ancestor of Zhang Tianchi of the current Longhu Mountain. So Tang Haiho is actually a member of the Zhang family, but he himself doesn't even know it. He doesn't know that you know? Chen Shishir stared at Lin Mo intently and questioned, he's the last ascended being in the world, and he doesn't even know who his biological father is. How could you know? Lin Mo, you idiot, are you kidding me by talking nonsense? Who's kidding? Lin Mo actually had a plan for this, blurting out without a second thought, Tang Yin, a woman, serves 12 men, plus herself, that makes 13. Doesn't that correspond exactly to the 13 pages of the heavenly book? The heavenly book came from the immortal realm, or perhaps even from the heavenly realm above it. It has 13 pages in total. The 12 strongest people in the world ascended to heaven each with a page of the heavenly book in their hands. The last page fell into Tang Yin's hands, so Tang Yin eventually ascended as well. After Tang Yin ascended, all 13 pages of the heavenly book fell into the hands of her son Tang Haiho, and Tang Haiho also ascended with the help of the 13 pages of the heavenly book. At this time, Lin Mo's eyes, expression, voice and tone all became serious. Because he hit the point, which was not revealed until much later in the original plot. Think about it, just one page of the heavenly book can create the strongest person in the world. 12 pages of the heavenly book can also create 12 strongest people in the world. And these 12 strongest people in the world also ascended to heaven with the help of a page of the heavenly book in their hands. Finally, Tang Yin relied on those 12 pages of the heavenly book to lead to the most crucial final page. From then on, a total of 13 pages of the heavenly book were gathered. How could Tang Yin not ascend to heaven? Do you understand? Why didn't Tang Yin ascend earlier or later, but only after gathering all 13 pages of the heavenly book? Because Tang Yin doesn't have that kind of talent, her comprehension is ridiculously poor. She's completely big-breasted and brainless. Therefore, even 12 pages of the heavenly book aren't enough. She must gather the complete 13 pages of the heavenly book before she can ascend by relying on the power of the heavenly book. The same goes for Tang Haiho. His aptitude is ridiculously poor and he has no ability at all. Without the heavenly book, he is nothing but a fool, even worse than a pig. So after he ascended to heaven with the help of the 13 pages of the heavenly book, he destroyed the bridge after crossing the river, cut off the path to ascension, and closed the heavenly gate, forbidding anyone on earth to ascend. When Chen Shishir heard this, she couldn't help but say, "You pick up the bowl to eat, and then put it down to curse? You smash the pot just because you're full?" Lin Mo smiled, "Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, how could Tang Yin serve 12 ascendants by himself, but then not a single ascendant appeared in 1,000 years? Do you really think that the people of these past 1,000 years lack the qualifications? Even someone like the current empress lacks the qualifications? You're kidding. An aristocratic family ancestor like you, who's over 100 or nearly 200 years old, is only a 7th-rank martial saint, but the current empress is only in her 20s and has already reached the peak of the 8th-rank martial god realm. Isn't this enough talent to ascend?" Chapter 100, People on a Boat Are Not on a Bed. This is the fact. Lin Mo really didn't make up anything this time. Every word he said to Chen Shishir was true. The truth behind the absence of any ascenders in the past 1,000 years is that Tang Haiho, the last ascender in the world, demolished the bridge after crossing it, cut off the path to ascension, closed the heavenly gate, and used the 13 pages of the heavenly book to block the path to ascension for all living beings in future generations. Since he was using the heavenly book to block the road, he naturally had to use the heavenly book to break the deadlock. But the 12 strongest people in the world whom Tang Yin had served in the past all left behind a page of the heavenly book in their hands after they ascended to heaven. They wanted people in later generations to be able to ascend to heaven with the help of the heavenly book. When Tang Yin ascended to heaven, he left behind all 13 pages of the heavenly book in his hand, just wanting his son Tang Haiho to be able to ascend successfully in the future. Then, when Tang Haiho ascended to heaven, he did not take the 13 pages of the heavenly book with him. It was for the sake of his descendants. Like mother, like son. Tang Yin left the heavenly book only for his son, while Tang Haiho left the heavenly book for all the future generations of his lineage. In this way, Tang Haiho is much better than Tang Yin. But he blocked the path to ascension for all living beings in the world. This grandson only allows his descendants to ascend to heaven with the help of the heavenly book. In this way, he is even better than his mother Tang Yin. It is true that like mother like son, the son is better than his father. However, what Tang Haiho never expected was that his biological father's surname was Zhang, and he himself also had Zhang family blood flowing in his body. Therefore, in the following 1,000 years, amidst all the great changes in the world, the descendants of the Zhang family, guided by their bloodline, snatched the 13 pages of the heavenly book from the hands of the Tang family. The so-called Tang family members are the direct descendants of Tang Haiho. The descendants of the Zhang family are the direct descendants of the Zhang family from Tang Haiho's biological father's lineage. It is true that Tang Haiho is also a direct descendant of the Zhang family, but he just took Tang Yin's surname. But the problem is, Tang Haiho not only took his mother's surname, but also the talents and qualifications in his genes were inherited from his mother. What kind of talent did his mother Tang Yin have? She needed 13 pages of the heavenly book to ascend. Even if she had 12 pages, she wouldn't be able to ascend. Even if she had one less page, she wouldn't be able to ascend. Is there any need to explain this gene? In addition, Tang Yin's ancestors for 7 generations were all prostitutes, a total of 7 generations, each one a prostitute. How many messy foreign genes have been accumulated? Therefore, even though Tang Haiho was considered a direct descendant of the Zhang family, and even though the Zhang family bloodline was very powerful, it was ultimately diluted by Tang Yin. With just that one blow, Tang Yin's genes almost destroyed the Zhang family bloodline in Tang Haiho's body. Therefore, Tang Haiho's descendants are really worse than the previous generation, and they are completely unable to bring out the advantages of the Zhang family bloodline. Even though they have the complete version of the 13-page heavenly book, they have not produced a single ascender. Even the 13 pages of the heavenly book could not save the bloodline passed down by Tang Haiho. Otherwise, why do all powerful families attach great importance to bloodline inheritance? Isn't this a living example? If we don't pay attention, won't Tang Yin destroy his excellent bloodline genes in one go? Anyway, in the end, all 13 pages of the heavenly book in the hands of Tang Haiho's descendants were taken away by the descendants of the Zhang family. Because Tang Haiho had placed his own bloodline mark on the heavenly book, anyone with the same bloodline would automatically be guided. This was the path Tang Haiho had paved for his descendants, so that they could successfully retrieve the heavenly book if they accidentally lost it. Unexpectedly, the descendants of the Zhang family followed the bloodline to find the Tang family and then took away the heavenly book. Afterwards, the Zhang family passed the book down from generation to generation, and it finally came into the hands of the current Zheng Tianshi. But at this moment, the Tang family was unwilling to give up, but they did not have the strength to take back the heavenly book. So out of revenge, they made public the fact that Zhang Tianchi had 13 pages of the heavenly book in his hands. In an instant, the world was in chaos, and those who wanted to snatch the heavenly book emerged one after another. Even the emperor of the Xinwu Empire, Huangfu Xiangba, took action personally. This is the whole story of why Zhang Tianchi was hunted down by the whole world. But Zhang Tianchi is worthy of being Zhang Tianchi. He managed to shoulder all the burdens with his own strength. That's not right. Suddenly, Lin Mo paused when he said this, and then changed the subject. What do you mean by his own strength? How could he have that ability? Chen Shishir frowned and said, isn't it just one person's effort? Of course not. Lin Mo sternly corrected, he relied on his own strength to create a facade. It was spread by people who didn't know the inside story, from 1 person to 10, and then to 100, that spread the story unknowingly. In fact, he relied on the strength of the entire Zhang family, and he barely managed to protect the 13 pages of the heavenly book in his hand after escaping death. Besides, he actually didn't protect it. Didn't he tear the 13 pages of the heavenly book apart and give them to the 13 families? And why didn't he come down the mountain to retrieve the heavenly book all these years? Isn't he still afraid? It wasn't until now that he felt the time was right that he asked Yilin to go down the mountain and find those 13 families one by one to retrieve the heavenly book. And now, the current empress has just arrived to start the Ascension War. Oh, Tianchi Zhang is seriously injured again. Now, only Yilin is left. How can he protect those 13 pages of the heavenly book? Finally, here comes the point. Lin Mo took a step forward, staring intently into Chen Shishir's eyes from a close distance. While breathing in her body fragrance, he said, the future of the Chen family will be destroyed by Chen Yuqiang and Lu Qian. Because it was Zhang Tianchi who handed that page of the heavenly book to Chen Yuqiang is blessed by destiny, and Yilin will definitely help him and Lu Qian. Even though Lu Qian is dead now, many things haven't changed. If you and I want to reverse destiny, we must work together to gather the 13th Master's heavenly book before Yilin does. Do you understand? We must join forces. From now on, we're all in the same boat. You want a bed, right? Chen Shishir suddenly said. Ha? Lin Mo was slightly stunned, then he put on a serious face. What do you mean by a bed? What are you talking about? Who do you think I, Lin Mo, am? Can I still covet your beauty and your body? Please, you are over 100 years old, almost 200 years old, okay? Although you have the secret to maintaining your youthful appearance, and are indeed fair, tender, beautiful, sexy and full of charm, to be honest, I still prefer 18-year-old girls. Suddenly, Chen Shishir raised her legs and did a vertical split, blocking Lin Mo's mouth with her foot. What's wrong with me being over 100 years old? How dare you, a bastard, say you don't want my body? Where do you get the nerve to do that? If you really don't want to be greedy, what did you do at the foot of Longhu Mountain while I was unconscious? You didn't just take my underwear, did you? Chapter 101. Why is Zhao Qian targeting me again? There are some things I just don't feel comfortable saying out loud. Do you really think I don't know? Following these words, Chen Shishir strangled Lin Mo's neck with a pair of stockings and gritted her teeth. To be honest, I really want to strangle you to death, you bastard. It's obvious that you did everything, but you framed Yilin for everything? How can there be someone as despicable and shameless as you in this world? Is there anyone more shameless than you, Lin Mo? Face? Lin Mo reached out and grabbed Chen Shishir's jade feet, took them away from his face, and said with a smile, what is your face? Can it be eaten as food? I may be shameless, but I know what is right and what is wrong. Like Chen Yuqiang and Lu Qian, Yilin really thinks they are right, but I firmly stand on your side, Sister Shishir. Isn't this enough to prove that we are on the same side? Chen Shishir snorted coldly, then walked to the side and sat down. Then, she lifted up her sexy long legs and said quietly, Traveler? Are you talking about someone in the same bed again? Lin Mo said seriously, what do you mean by people on the same bed? I never said that. I really don't have any evil thoughts towards you, Sister Shishir. But you just mentioned people on the same bed, and now you're doing it again? Sister Shishir, what are you doing? Why do I feel like you're really craving my body? After all, you've been in seclusion for many years, pure-hearted and abstaining from sex. You've been lonely and empty for so many years. Now that you've finally come out, I'm sure you're looking for a chance to indulge yourself. Otherwise, how could you wear such sexy underwear the day you just came out of retreat and rushed to watch the Ascension battle? Lin Mo's voice suddenly stopped. Chen Shishir looked at him with a smile and said leisurely, "How did you know what kind of underwear I was wearing that day?" I was going to put the letter on you at that time, and I accidentally saw it." Lin Mo said this with obvious guilt. "Really?" Chen Shishir's smile grew wider, and then she said something shocking. "I was thinking of letting you go, but you've already revealed my secret, so don't even think about leaving. After all, you brought this upon yourself. You asked for it. You took my underwear and are so obsessed with me, so I will fulfill your wish today." Lin Mo clearly had a bad feeling in his heart. What does Chen Shishir want to do? What's that look in her eyes now? High-end hunters always appear as prey? Damn it! Lin Mo reacted, but it was too late. Just now he said that Chen Shishir had been abstaining from sex during her retreat and had been lonely and empty for many years. He had just said it casually, but he turned out to be right. He accidentally revealed the unspeakable secret in the heart of Chen Shishir, the beautiful ancestor of the Chen family. So can he still leave now? Are you kidding? How can Chen Shishir, who is over 100 years old, be a good person? She was a natural talent, but she spent a lot of energy on maintaining her youthful appearance, otherwise she would have reached the 8th level martial god realm long ago. So, why does she spend so much energy on maintaining her youthful appearance when she can obviously be stronger? Are beauty and figure really that important to her? I'm afraid it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, Lin Mo can't leave now. At the Zhao family, Zhao Qian, the beautiful and royal sister who was over 200 years old, was scolding someone. She sat here, with her long legs and black stockings lifted up, and two people stood in front of her. One was a sexy beauty, her junior Zhao Shangyan, and the other was Zhao Shangyan's husband Xiao Zhan. Zhao Shangyan is a mature and beautiful woman like Qi Meihui and Zhou Shui. Although she is nearly 40 years old, her skin is as fair and tender as those of 18-year-old girls. She has an extremely hot body with a slim waist, big hips, and long legs. She is plump and sexy in just the right way. She can be said to be a goddess at the ceiling level in the slightly plump world. She really lives up to her name and is very sexy. However, her husband Xiao Zhan, who is a son-in-law, is only in his 20s and is a top young star in the entertainment industry. Top-tier young fresh meat? At this moment, Zhao Qian directly started to mock him from this point. How top-tier? How fresh? How many more years can this face of yours stay fresh? I'm over 200, nearly 300, and I still look like I'm in my 20s. What about you? You're a mortal with no cultivation roots. Your blooming period is only a mere 10 or so years, at most 20. Do you think our Xiangyan is not worthy of you? Also, how did you become such a top star? Without the financial support of my Zhao family, how could you, Xiao Zhan, be where you are now? Now you're still so stubborn. You've only been in my Zhao family for 2 days and you want Xiangyan to give your child your surname in the future? Heh, Xiao Zhan, who the hell are you? Do you really think you're that great? How can you be so arrogant even though you're a son-in-law? Do you think you and our Xiangyan are a match made in heaven? Do you think you are the one marrying her? Why do you want us to worship you as a son-in-law after you enter our Zhao family? When you heard that Chen Yucheng of the Chen family was severely punished for not letting his child take the father's surname, you, Xiao Zhan, a mere son-in-law, immediately got excited? What are you thinking? Do you have a brain? Chen Yucheng is a moron, and so are you? He is at least a direct descendant of the Chen family in Beijing, but what about you? Who the hell are you, Xiao Zhan? That's it. Zhao Shangyan suddenly opened her mouth and wanted to interrupt. Zhao Qian immediately glared at him. What do you mean? I said he didn't say you? Do you think you're smart? Big-breasted, brainless thing, look what you found. You only made it in the entertainment industry thanks to the support of my Zhao family. You accepted over 1 billion in betrothal gifts from my Zhao family and became my son-in-law. How dare he let you give your child his last name? Zhao Shangyan, do you have any brains? How dare you bring this kind of stuff home? Are you sick? Ancestor. The beautiful woman felt aggrieved and wanted to act coquettishly like a little girl. What ancestor? Zhao Qian glared at him again and scolded. What ancestor? What ancestor? I look younger, sexier, and more attractive than you, and you still dare to call me ancestor? Call me sister. Sister she. Zhao Shangyan had no choice but to do as she was told. The generations are definitely messed up, but there's nothing that can be done about it. Besides, Zhao Qian has a secret to maintain her youthfulness, as if she's forever young. She's indeed younger, prettier and more charming than Zhao Shangyan, a younger generation. However, what Zhao Qian said next made Zhao Shangyan even more confused. Kick this bastard out of the house, and I'll find you another one. How about Lin Mo? The one next to Qi Meihui, I'll snatch him away for you and let him marry into the Zhao family and be your husband. Okay, you big-breasted, brainless bitch, don't say anything. I know you'll be satisfied, so it's settled. Chapter 102, These beautiful women in Beijing are not to be trifled with. I'll go ask Lin Mo to marry me later. But now, break Xiao Zhan's legs and throw him out. Right now. How could Zhao Shangyan dare to disobey Zhao Qian's order? Soon, her son-in-law Xiao Zhanjin had his legs broken and was thrown out of the gate of the Zhao family villa. The next day, at Shanhaiyuan Villa, Lin Mo had just returned from Chen Shishir's place. He was feeling listless and aching in his back. He was resting his head on the legs of the black stockings secretary Zhou Tianzheng had given him, with his eyes closed, when Zhao Qian came to visit, bringing Zhao Shangyan with her. Lin Mo stood up and stared at Zhao Qian for 2 seconds. He then turned his head and fixed his gaze on the mature and sexy beauty Zhao Shangyan. Curiously, Sister Qian, what are you doing? This is Zhao Shangyan, a junior of our Zhao family. Her useless son-in-law had no talent at all, but he had the crazy idea of wanting her child to take her father's surname. Because of that, I broke his legs and threw him out of the Zhao family. Shangyan is in need of a son-in-law right now, and I think you're a perfect fit. Lin Mo was a little confused. What is Zhao Qian talking about? What does he mean by suitable? She wants him to be the son-in-law of the Zhao family? Oh my god, Sister Qian, are you kidding me? No kidding. Zhao Qian sat down across from him, casually placing her long legs in black silk stockings on the sofa. She smiled. Aren't you going to collaborate with me on a deeper level, and on a big project? How can I trust someone else with such a big project? Then if you marry my Shangyan, you won't be an outsider anymore. You won't have to marry into the Zhao family's family, and you'll have another wife. You'll also have the status of being the Zhao family's son-in-law. Isn't that good? Lin Mo was stunned again, then turned around and looked Zhao Shangyan carefully from head to toe, and found. This Zhao Shangyan is really good. Mature, charming, graceful and elegant, she is excellent in every aspect. No, not just passable, but pretty amazing. She is indeed a stunningly beautiful woman, even more beautiful than Zhou Shuyi and Qi Meihui. But, he can be attracted by the body, but how can he be attracted by the heart? It's not a good idea for him to marry her, right? That's right. Sister Qian, I actually have a wife. After saying this, Lin Mo pointed directly at Tang Li, who was wearing a miniskirt and crotchless stockings. She is my wife, and we haven't divorced yet, so. It's okay. Zhao Qian interrupted him before he could finish. Our Zhao family is an aristocratic family in the capital, passed down for thousands of years, and is very traditional. Tradition? Lin Mo was puzzled. Why did she bring up tradition again? What does this have to do with whether it's traditional or not? At this time, Zhao Qian nodded and smiled. Yes, it's traditional. It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So what if you already have a wife? Will it prevent you from marrying another one? This. Lin Moling was confused. He really didn't expect her to do this. How should he deal with this? Does she really want him to be the son-in-law of her Zhao family? Isn't it bad? Qi Meihui's voice suddenly rang out. Then, the beautiful woman from the Qi family came over, her legs in stockings under her super short hip skirt, and sat down next to Lin Mo. She smiled at Zhao Qian and said, Sister Qian, you know, Lin Mo is my man. Aren't you robbing him? Originally, Lin Mo thought that Qi Meihui was here to help him out, but after hearing what she said, why did he feel even more confused? Lin Mo was in a mess, but Zhao Qian didn't care. Without even thinking about it, she said casually, What do you mean by open robbery? Didn't I just say that we are from aristocratic families and are very traditional? As a man, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? A man as capable as Lin Mo, marrying my Shangyan wouldn't prevent him from marrying you, right? Now Qi Meihui was also a little confused. The main thing is that she really can't understand what's going on with Zhao Qian. Why is she suddenly trying to steal her man? However, why did Qi Meihui keep pestering Lin Mo? Isn't it because Lin Mo is capable enough? Now he is already a powerful warrior in the late 4th stage of martial art, and he also possesses the unique skills of various schools. From time to time, he uses the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill to temper himself and be reborn. Now his bones are very hard and his physique is very powerful. In addition, he also has 2 5th-level martial arts masters, Shin Hongyu and Shin Hongyu, and a 6th-level martial arts master, Zhu Shaiyue, and even. This shameless bastard also hid the Shangguan family's beautiful ancestor Shangguan Lingyu and the Empress Huangfu Jingyi, and lied to them that he was their husband. Who knows what earth-shattering things he will do in the future? So how could Qi Meihui stop pestering him? At this moment, seeing that Zhao Qian really wanted to snatch the man away, Qi Meihui immediately expressed her stance, then I will marry her too, and I will marry Xiang Yan together. Lin Mo's heart was shocked, his eyes were stunned, and he really couldn't react. No, Sister Meihui, why are you joining in the fun? Who's joining in the fun? Qi Meihui puffed out her chest and replied, do you think I'm kidding you? I'm serious, okay? What Sister Qian said just now is right. As for men, especially men with great abilities like you, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? So I'm going to marry you along with Xiang Yan. It's fine. I don't feel there's anything wrong with it anyway. What about me? Suddenly, Zhou Shuyi also came. Ha, here comes another one to join in the fun. Lin Mo really had a headache. What on earth are these rich and beautiful women in Beijing trying to do? Are they ganging up on him? Is that really a good idea? The key point is that he doesn't want 3 wives and 4 concubines at all. He is a very upright and loyal man. He can only love one person in his life and want to have that one person's heart and stay with her until old age. How can he have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Is Lin Mo the kind of person who is fickle and has many wives and concubines? At least there is a bottom line, right? No, he has to stay away from people like them. This is not a circle he can stay in. People like Chen Shishir are simply not human. He really can't afford to offend any of these rich and beautiful women in Beijing. So half an hour later, Lin Mo took the opportunity to slip away and ran directly to the hotel where Empress Huangfu Jingyi and Shangguan Lingyu were staying. Jingyi, Lingyu, I'm here. How do you feel? Have you recovered some of your memory? Not yet? Don't worry, I'll help you repeat the previous scenes over and over again. I'm sure you'll slowly remember them. Come, Jingyi, give me your feet. I'll help you put on your stockings and high heels. These were your favorites in the past. If you think about them carefully, you might remember something. And Lingyu, I brought you your favorite black crotchless stockings. I believe they can help you regain your memory. It is impossible for her to be helpful, because she is a beautiful ancestor of the Shangguan family who has been in seclusion for many years. How could she and Lin Mo have had any past? Chapter 103, Regent Queen, Huangfu Jingyuan. What could she remember when there was nothing at all? Lin Mo said that he wanted them to recover their memories as soon as possible, but if they really remembered something, I'm afraid they would tear Lin Mo into pieces immediately. By then, Lin Mo will die without knowing how he died. There will be absolutely no surprise at all. However, whether it is the beautiful Empress Huangfu Jingyi or the stunningly beautiful ancestor of a noble family, Shangguan Lingyu, they both lost their memories due to serious injuries. How could they recover so easily? What's more, they are all Lin Mo's people now. I'm afraid I'll get pregnant soon. By the time they really regain their memories, the children may have already been born, or even be several years old. Will they be able to kill the childless father with their own hands then? Moreover, Lin Mo had a purpose this time. Shangguan Lingyu has a badge on her waist that symbolizes her identity, and Huangfu Jingyi has a sword in her hand that symbolizes the supreme imperial power, the Emperor's sword. At night, when Lin Mo left in a sweat, he took away Shangguan Lingyu's badge and Huangfu Jingyi's Emperor's sword. Then he entered the palace holding the Emperor's sword. God knows what he did with the Emperor's sword. Anyway, late at night, the Regent Queen Huangfu Jingyuan received the news in the imperial study. Her face changed drastically and she was extremely shocked. What? Someone brought my sister's Emperor's sword into the palace? He molested the princess, forcefully kissed the princess, and even had the national treasury allocate 300 billion to the Yi family? He also took away a project contract worth $1 trillion from the Ministry of Commerce? Who is this person? Where is he? Did he just leave? You come to report to me after everyone has left? The Empress was furious. She stood up suddenly, frowned and thought for a while, then left the imperial study, climbed over the eaves and walls, and ran out of the palace in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Mo had just left the palace gate, holding two sexy female generals in leather jackets and pants in each hand, and said, "What's wrong with male favorites? Is it embarrassing? Let me tell you, being the Empress's male favorite is not shameful at all. On the contrary, it is my honor. After all, she's the Empress. I can work hard for her and sweat for her. Isn't it my honor? Of course, it's an honor, but one thing is one thing. In my heart, I'm still unwilling. At first, I really wanted to resist. After all, I'm a married man. How could I sleep with the Empress? But the Empress has taken a fancy to my beauty and is forcing me to sleep with her. Otherwise, she will kill my entire family and exterminate all 9 generations of my clan. So what can I do? Alas, I really have no choice. I have no choice but to submit to the tyranny of Her Majesty the Empress." The voice was suddenly interrupted because a person suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mo and blocked his way. In an instant, Lin Mo's heart was shocked and his expression quickly froze. The current Empress? The person blocking the road ahead is Huangfu Jingyi? She? How could she be here? Moreover, her eyes were cold and her face was stern. Damn, she recovered her memory? Lin Mo muttered in his heart, panicking. But then he noticed the yellow dragon robe on the other person, and suddenly thought, the Empress seems to have a twin sister? Regent Queen Huangfu Jingyuan? Yes, it should be her. Your Majesty. Just in this life, the 2 sexy female generals in Lin Mo's arms came forward to salute. Lin Mo also stepped forward and smiled. Lin Mo greets Her Majesty. There was a gentle breeze blowing everywhere. Huangfu Jingyuan stared at Lin Mo with a cold gaze for a few seconds, then asked the 2 sexy female generals to retreat. She then asked Lin Mo, "Are you the Empress's male favorite? Did my sister give you the Emperor's sword?" "Of course." Lin Mo was very calm and said seriously, "If not, could it be that I could have snatched the Emperor's sword, which symbolizes the supreme imperial power?" "Your Majesty, the Empress has not actually ascended to heaven, and she has been seriously injured. She is now in seclusion recuperating. Therefore, she bestowed upon me the Emperor's sword and ordered me to go out and serve her. In addition, the Empress also asked me to inform Her Majesty the Queen that the heavenly gate has been closed and the path to ascension has been cut off. We must gather all 13 pages of the heavenly book to break this situation." "What did you say?" Huangfu Jingyuan was shocked. "The gate to heaven is closed? The path to ascension is blocked?" Lin Mo nodded, "Exactly. 1,000 years ago, the last ascended being, Tang Haiho, was so despicable that he destroyed the pot after he had eaten his fill. He didn't care about the lives of others and even did something as despicable and shameless as blocking the path to ascension and closing the heavenly gate. Your Majesty, do you know why? It's because Tang Haiho is as dull and stupid as a pig or a dog. He was able to ascend to heaven successfully purely by relying on the 13 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. Under such circumstances, how could he allow future generations of geniuses to continue ascending? The more future generations of geniuses ascended to the immortal realm, the greater the pressure on Tang Haiho. So he blocked the path of ascension, closed the heavenly gate, and forbade future generations of geniuses to ascend. Because of this, not a single ascendant has been born in the past 1,000 years. Hearing this, Huangfu Jingyuan was completely stunned. She said that with her and her sister Huangfu Jingyi's talents, why couldn't they ascend to heaven? It would be fine for her, after all, she was not that interested in ascension. Compared with ascension, she preferred to take care of the affairs of the court, so she didn't put much thought into cultivation. But her sister Huangfu Jingyi has been in seclusion practicing hard, searching for that opportunity to ascend, but she has never been able to ascend. Before, Huangfu Jingyuan was curious about why this happened, but now she finally understood. Could it be that the gate to heaven has been closed and the road to ascension has been blocked? Your Majesty. Lin Mo then spoke again. To break this situation, in addition to gathering all 13 pages of the heavenly book, we must also find the descendants of Tang Haiho, the last ascended one. Because it was Tang Haiho who cut off the path to ascension and closed the heavenly gate. When he ascended, he also left his bloodline mark on the 13 pages of the heavenly book, so... At this point, Lin Mo's voice suddenly paused, and then his entire tone became extremely serious and concentrated. After we gather together at the 13 pages of the heavenly book, we must use the blood of Tang Haiho's descendants to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Only in this way can we resume the path of ascension and open the gate to the immortal world. Huang Fu Jingyuan's eyes flickered with a strange color as she asked, Tang Haiho ascended thousands of years ago. Where should his descendants go to find him? In such a vast sea of people, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. How difficult is it? Not really. Lin Mo smiled, I can find them. Oh? Huang Fu Jingyuan was stunned, you can? I can. Lin Mo was full of confidence, well prepared, and shameless. After all, I am the Empress's male favorite. The Empress is attracted by my beauty as well as my great ability. Chapter 104, The Divine Sword Yulei, reappears in the world. My ability includes finding the Tang family and using their blood to continue the path to ascension, opening the heavenly gate and thus assisting the Empress and Queen in their ascension. My dear and beautiful Queen Regent, do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo took out the page of the heavenly book in his hand. The heavenly book has no words on it, but Huang Fu Jingyuan can easily feel the imprint of the martial arts on it. Lin Mo did not hide anything in front of the Regent Queen, and continued, I have one page of the 13-page heavenly book, Yi Chuanshui of the Yi family has one page, Zhao Qian of the Zhao family has one page, and Chen Shishir of the Chen family has one page. There are only 4 pages here, and the remaining 9 pages are in the hands of 9 families. I know who those 9 families are. I will go to each of them and take away every page of the heavenly book from them. At that time, the truncated path to ascension will be reconnected, and the tightly closed gates to heaven will reopen. Not only will the Empress and the Queen's 2 sisters be able to ascend easily, but the rest of the world's geniuses will also ascend one after another. The entire world will once again experience the prosperity of 1,000 years ago. And that bastard Tang Haiho, he's kept my mortal world from producing a single ascender for 1,000 years, causing our vast land to decline for a full 1,000 years. How many geniuses have been buried in that 1,000 years? Back then, his beautiful mother, Tang Yin, served 12 men. In just over 10 years, she sent 12 ascendants away, an average of 1 per year? That's not even counting the other ascenders who ascended during the same period, so is it difficult to ascend? As long as the path to ascension isn't blocked, the heavenly gate will remain open. Any genius can ascend. It's not difficult at all for a genius. As a result, this human world has lost thousands, or even tens of thousands, of ascenders over the past 1,000 years. Sister Queen, tell me, should we settle this account with Tang Haiho? Should we kill him and all his descendants? As he spoke, Lin Mo became excited unconsciously. Huang Fu Jingyuan couldn't help but nod after hearing this, but the Queen was still the Queen after all. While nodding in approval, she also asked Lin Mo, you've said so much, how can I believe you? Just because of the Emperor's sword in your hand? What did you do after entering the palace with the Emperor's sword? If this Emperor's sword was really given to you by my sister, then shouldn't the first thing you did when you entered the palace with the sword be to see me? But after you entered the palace with the sword, you molested the princess, forcefully kissed the princess, and forced the national treasury to allocate 300 billion to the Yi family? And you even took a project contract worth 100 billion from the Ministry of Commerce? You left without even saying hello to me, and as you left, you hugged 2 sexy female generals in leather jackets and pants? If this queen hadn't shown up in time, would you have taken those 2 sexy female generals to the hotel? Does that sound like something a good person would do? Facing the queen's words, Lin Mo didn't even think twice and said casually, I didn't say I was a good person. And what is good and what is bad? The 13 pages of the heavenly book are a gift from the unknown. Whoever can obtain it will be blessed with destiny. But Tang Haiho, as foolish as a pig and a dog, used the heavenly book to ascend to heaven, then destroyed it and cut off the path to ascension, causing our human world to decline for 1,000 years. Is this good or bad? Isn't it still the case that whoever has the heavenly book is the best? There is no such thing as right or wrong, good or evil. In the end, it's just a matter of winners and losers. Besides, it's hard to be a good person. Why should I be a good person? If I really am a good person, I will be blackmailed if I help someone. After all, why should I help someone if I didn't hit him? Is this what it means to be a good person? A good person? These days, even dogs don't behave well. I feel like I'm fine the way I am now. After all, no matter what I do, as long as I can achieve success in the future, there will be great scholars who will debate the classics for me. Queen sister, don't you agree? After Lin Mo finished speaking, Huang Fu Jingyuan smiled and nodded, saying, okay, I'll trust you for now. You can do whatever you want to do, but it's best not to let me find out that you're lying to me, otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and die miserably. Lin Mo immediately took over the conversation. As soon as he finished speaking, crack! Thunder exploded, and thunder descended from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge arc of electricity fell from the sky in the distance, shocking the heaven and earth, making ghosts and gods weep, and instantly illuminated the entire capital city. The true secret of controlling thunder with the magic sword? It's my sister. The queen was astonished. She originally thought that her sister Huangfu Jingyi had successfully ascended to heaven after the ascension battle. Naturally, she did not fully believe Lin Mo just now. She just wanted to see what this guy was doing. But now, the secret of the divine sword controlling thunder has reappeared in the world. Who else could it be except her sister? Sister really failed to ascend? Is she really still in the human world? How could I possibly lie to you? Lin Mo reacted quickly and quickly replied, everything I just said was true. Every word couldn't be truer. But the Empress is seriously injured and is recuperating in seclusion, not seeing anyone. This includes you, Your Majesty. You'd better not disturb her retreat. After all, the whole world is watching you. If you reveal the Empress's whereabouts, many things will become really troublesome. It's really troublesome. Lin Mo is not exaggerating. After all, who among the powerful countries in the world doesn't want the supreme imperial power of the Empress? If people knew that the Empress did not ascend to heaven but was seriously injured, how many people would be ready to make trouble in secret? By then, I'm afraid that even Huangfu Jingyuan, an 8th rank martial god at the peak of his power, would not be able to suppress all those monsters. You must know that outside this Xinwu Empire, there is Fusang in the east, South Korea in the south, Western Europe in the west, and North America. Those 4 powers are not vegetarians. Even if the 4 great powers didn't have a peak level 8th rank martial god in charge? No, it's impossible not to have it. According to Lin Mo, the gate to heaven on earth has been closed, and the road to ascension has been cut off, so no matter how talented one is, they cannot ascend. Then, who knows if there is any old fellow among the 4 powerful countries who has already reached the peak of the 8th rank martial god but has never been able to ascend because the heavenly gate is closed? In this case, the whole situation becomes even more serious. The news that Sister Huangfu Jingyi is seriously injured must not be leaked, and her whereabouts must be kept absolutely confidential. It would be best if even Huangfu Jingyuan doesn't know. Thinking of this, the Queen Regent Huangfu Jingyuan couldn't help but nod at Lin Mo. Okay, I'll trust you. Go ahead and take good care of my sister. If she makes any mistake, I'll hold you accountable. Don't worry. Lin Mo immediately assured, and vowed, if anything happens to the Empress, I, Lin Mo, will come to see her with my head. Someone's coming over there. It seems like they're chasing me from the palace. I'll be leaving now. Take care, Queen Sister. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo ran away. And that far away. Chapter 105 Tang Xiufei and Tang Shou. A tall, middle-aged man came quickly and took a step forward. In an instant, he was 10 meters away. That was obviously the Dongfang family's superior lightness skill teleportation. And this middle-aged man is none other than the eldest son of the Dongfang family's patriarch. He is also the imperial court's general Tiance, and a 7th rank martial saint at the peak of his powers. Dongfang Jianyi. Dongfang Jianyi has 2 brothers, namely General Shense Dongfang Jian'er and General Shenwu Dongfang Jiansan. The Dongfang family has 3 heroes, all of whom are 7th level martial saints. They are the top 4 of the 8 great families in the capital, the Dongfang family. In a blink of an eye, Dongfang Jianyi had arrived in front of Huangfu Jingyuan. He saw Lin Mo, but didn't chase him. He just stared at the direction where Lin Mo had just slipped away and said, Your Majesty, I heard that this man entered the palace with the Emperor's sword and messed around. He molested the princess and forcibly kissed the princess. He also forced the national treasury to allocate 300 billion to the Yi family. In addition, he took a project contract worth trillions of dollars from the Ministry of Commerce. They are suspected to be bandits, but they possess Her Majesty the Emperor's sword, so I have come to investigate personally. No need to look. Huangfu Jingyuan's eyes were cold as she replied directly, I've already investigated everything. There's nothing wrong. I won't bother you, General Tiance, with any questions. Also, pass down the order that no one else in the court, whether high or low, is allowed to interfere. Seeing the Emperor's sword is like seeing the Empress. This is the rule. Since he holds the Emperor's sword, no matter what he wants, all the court officials must obey him and must not disobey. Otherwise, they will be charged with treason and executed without mercy, regardless of the reason. Dongfang Jian was stunned for a moment. Although he was puzzled, in front of Huangfu Jingyuan, the regent queen at the peak of the 8th rank martial god realm, he could only obey the order. I obey your command. A gentle breeze blew by, and fallen leaves flew everywhere. In an instant, the queen disappeared into the distance. Dongfang Jian stood up and raised his head, his eyes full of depth, and his expression gradually became complicated. At the same time, Lin Mo went straight to the Shangguan family, one of the top 4 of the 8 great families. Qi, Zhao, Chen, and Yi are the lower 4 families, and the upper 4 families are Dongfang, Shangguan, Huangfu, and Xianyuan. Huangfu Jingyi and Huangfu Jingyuan are from the Huangfu family, but this Huangfu family has nothing to do with Yilin's sexy and beautiful mother, Huangfu Qiushui. After all, the Xinwu Empire is vast and rich in resources, with a territory area of 90 million square kilometers. The world is so big, how could the royal family be the only one with the surname Huangfu? Of course, there are ordinary families with the same surname Huangfu, and the family behind Huangfu Qiushui is one of them. And if Huangfu Qiushui really had a royal background, how could she have been hunted down back then? Why is it that his body and mind are controlled by Lin Mo now? In particular, what Lin Mo wants to control is not just Huangfu Qiushui. What was he doing visiting the Shangguan family so late at night? Excuse me, sir. At this moment, in the reception hall of the Shangguan family, the head of the family, Shangguan Mingyan, was asking Lin Mo, "What brings you here so late at night?" "What do you think?" Lin Mo glanced at the curvy figure of Shangguan Mingyan, the sexy female head of the family, and flashed the identity badge from the beautiful ancestor Shangguan Lingyu in his hand, saying, "Didn't you see this? Or don't you recognize it?" Shangguan Mingyan said nervously, "I know him, of course I know him, this is the identity badge of my ancestor Lingyu." "Are you kidding? Who among the Shangguan family doesn't recognize the identity badge of the beautiful ancestor Shangguan Lingyu? How else could Lin Mo have gotten in so late at night? Could he have forced his way in? As one of the top 4 of the 8 great families in Beijing, no matter how tough Lin Mo is, there is no way he can get in. Since you know your ancestor's badge, why do you ask me why I visited you so late at night?" Lin Mo put away the badge and took out the emperor's sword, which symbolizes the supreme imperial power. "Come, take another look at this, do you recognize it?" Instantly, the beautiful female head of the family was horrified and cried out in surprise, "The emperor's sword? It's good to know you." Lin Mo smiled and said, "I have both your ancestor's identity badge and the emperor's sword. So, can I do whatever I want during this late night visit?" The mature and beautiful woman Shangguan Mingyan was slightly startled and nodded, "Yes." "Can I do whatever I want in your house?" Lin Mo asked again. Shangguan Mingyan took a deep breath, and nodded again while her emotions surged, "Yes." "Okay then." Lin Mo glanced at the beautiful woman's long, plump legs, and said solemnly, "Now I want you to divorce your son-in-law and kick him out of the house tonight." "What?" Shangguan Mingyan's heart was shocked, and her eyes were full of astonishment. However, Lin Mo was not joking, he was serious. "Your husband's surname is Tang, right? His name is Tang Lin? Tang Lin, and you have a son and a daughter. The son is named Tang Xiufei and the daughter is named Tang Xiuwu? Fei Wu? Trash? Who came up with that name? How could you, Shangguan Mingyan, come up with such a name? Tang Lin himself is a waste, so he named his children Waste as well. Why is that?" Shangguan Mingyan was completely stunned. Obviously, she had never noticed this before. She thought that both Tang Xiufei and Tang Xiuwu were good names, and she never associated the word Feiwu with the homophony of waste. Now, after hearing what Lin Mo said, she really couldn't look directly at the word Feiwu anymore, and she couldn't even look directly at the names Tang Xiufei and Tang Xiuwu. What should I do? At this moment, this beautiful woman's heart was really confused. But it doesn't matter, Lin Mo came here tonight to help her solve the problem. Divorce him. If you can name your own children Waste, why are you still keeping such a useless husband? Besides, he's just a son-in-law. How could he have the courage to ask the child to take his surname? Why does he have the right? What merits and abilities does he have? How come the Shangguan family belongs to him? It can't be that you were the one who suggested that the child take his last name, right? Even if it were, Tang Lin is already a son-in-law, doesn't he have any idea of what's going on? Sister Mingyan, let me tell you, your ancestor was watching the battle at Longhu Mountain and was seriously injured and unconscious. Fortunately, I saved her. Now she is in seclusion to recuperate, so she asked me to bring her badge to your Shangwan family to help with the housework. You useless person, huh? Where are you looking? I'm talking about you, Shangwan Mingyan. What's with that look in your eyes and expression? Why are you still not convinced? As the head of a family, you found a useless son-in-law and even let your child take his surname? What are you thinking? You have brought shame to the Shangwan family. Anyway, your beautiful and youthful ancestor Shangwan Lingyu is really furious, so no matter how much I try to persuade her, she insists that I come over tonight to deal with you, otherwise she will hang me up and beat me. Chapter 106, Yi Lin is one step late again and is intercepted again. Having said that, Lin Mo paused. He glanced at Shangwan Mingyan's pair of charming and beautiful legs before continuing. You're kidding. She's Shangwan Lingyu, over 300 years old. Even if she puts a lot of thought into maintaining her youthful appearance and figure, she's still a 7th-rank martial saint. Even though I'm seriously injured now, your beautiful ancestor will definitely be able to easily ravage and destroy me. Do I dare to confront her? Can I not listen to her? Now you are the same. If you dare not do what she wants, just wait and see how she will deal with you when she recovers from her injuries. Maybe she'll have to cripple your family and throw you into a nightclub to wait on customers. Don't think she's incapable of doing such a thing. The main problem is that you were wrong first, because you didn't cherish the opportunity. So why should she be so polite? At this time, Lin Mo raised the Emperor's sword in his hand again. See this? The Emperor's sword, a symbol of supreme imperial power. Seeing this sword is like seeing the Empress, but how come this sword is in my hand? Because I was the Empress's male favorite, she naturally left this sword to me after she ascended to heaven, asking me to help control the government. In a short time, Shangwan Mingyan, the beautiful female head of the family, was confused again. The person in front of me is actually the Empress's male favorite? Is he serious? Looking at his serious expression, it really doesn't look like he's joking? Besides, who would dare to joke about such a thing? Isn't that seeking death? The key point is that the Emperor's sword in his hand is genuine. The unparalleled imperial aura on the sword alone is enough to prove it. Therefore, everything this guy just said must be true and cannot be false. It has both the identity badge of Shangwan Lingyu, the ancestor of the Shangwan family, and the Emperor's sword of the Empress, so how could it be fake? Therefore, at this moment, Shangwan Mingyan really has to believe it even if she doesn't want to. Alas. At this time, Lin Mo suddenly sighed, and then said in a serious tone, the Empress has ascended to heaven, and now only the Regent Queen is in charge of the court. The East Asian powers, the South Korean royal family, the Western European Church, the North American Crown Prince, and the 4 great powers are all eyeing us covetously. There are tigers and wolves lurking outside, and treacherous ministers inside are also ready to make a move. We are facing internal and external troubles. Her Majesty the Empress regards your Shangwan family as the pillars of the country. She repeatedly told me to make use of you after she ascends to the immortal world, but you, the dignified head of the family, are actually being led around by the nose by a useless son-in-law? Why do you have to support Tang Lin even though you recruited him into the Shangwan family as a son-in-law? Hurry up, divorce him now. You have to kick that bastard out of the house tonight. If we destroy Tang Xiaofei's entire body, we can save that useless little piece of shit's life, but we must destroy his entire body and drive him out of the house along with Tang Lin. This way, Tang Xiaofei and Tang Xiaowu will be separated, and there won't be any useless guy anymore. Wouldn't that solve the problem perfectly? Oh, by the way, Tang Xiaowu will have to stay by my side from now on. Your ancestor Shangwan Lingyu said that I will be the one to take care of Tang Xiaowu. This. Shangwan Mingyan suddenly spoke, looking embarrassed and obviously resisting. Instantly, Lin Mo frowned and sternly reprimanded, "What's this? Can't you see that this is the good intention of your Lingyu patriarch? Shangwan Mingyan, you're really big-breasted and brainless. What can I say about you? Can you use your brain a little bit? I really don't know how you became the head of this family. Your ancestor Lingyu is seriously injured and in seclusion. How can you see her? Isn't it me who can see her? You asked me to bring Tang Xiaowu with me, so can't I take Tang Xiaowu to see your Lingyu patriarch? In name, they asked me to take her with them, but in reality, they just wanted me to take Xiaowu to ask your Lingyu patriarch for some guidance when it's convenient for me." After hearing this, the beautiful female head of the family suddenly had an epiphany and suddenly realized. But, really, do you really want to destroy Xiaofei's bones? Is it okay if you don't? Faced with Shangwan Mingyan's proposition, Lin Mo shook his head without even thinking. No. Sister Mingyan, remember this, you are the head of the Shangwan family, and Tang Xiaofei's surname is Tang. Why would you care about the life and death of someone with a different surname? Don't you think he's very capable, Tang Lin? Didn't you let Tang Xiaofei take his last name? Then let him get out of the Shangwan family and support Tang Xiaofei on his own. What's your business? Anyway, it's settled. There's nothing to discuss. And I'm not here to discuss this with you this late at night. I'm just informing you and conveying the order from your ancestor Lingyu. Come on, give me your feet. I heard you seem to have internal injuries. Let me massage your feet with my ancestral techniques to relax your tendons and bones, activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. After your meridians are unblocked starting from the soles of your feet, I guarantee that any injuries will be cured, and even if you are not injured, it will strengthen your tendons and bones and enhance your physical fitness. Come on, what are you still standing there for? I'm the Empress's male favorite. In the past, only the Empress could enjoy my ancestral techniques, but now it's your turn. Now I'll give you a foot massage, and then I'll take Tang Xiaowu away. After saying this, Lin Mo stood up and asked Shangwan Mingyan to sit aside. Then he grabbed her pair of beautiful feet and began to use his ancestral massage techniques to relax the muscles and bones and unclog the meridians of this beautiful woman. On the other side, Yilin was one step behind Lin Mo. At this time, Yilin was muttering, Tang Xiaowu, Master said that among the 13 pages of the Heavenly Book, one of the pages in Tang Lin's hand was already absorbed by Tang Xiaowu. Therefore, if I want to retrieve that page of the Heavenly Book, I must marry Tang Xiaowu as well. Although this girl is several years younger than me, my master sent someone down the mountain to propose marriage as soon as he knew that the page of the Heavenly Book was absorbed by Tang Xiaowu, and Tang Lin agreed at that time. So nominally speaking, Xiaowu has long been my fiancée. I have to go find her now. This is the only way I can do. Otherwise, I'm afraid, it will be very difficult to move forward. It's difficult to move forward, that's for sure. Because Lin Mo is always one step ahead of Yilin. In the second half of the night, when Lin Mo arrived at the gate of the Shangwan family villa, he came out sweating and panting. Lin Mo was holding a fair-skinned, beautiful, and slender young girl in his arms. She was the target of Yilin's trip, and also Yilin's fiancé with whom he was engaged, Tang Xiaowu. Ha? It's you? Lin Mo stopped and smiled slightly. You are a loser again, what are you doing here? Do you think you can come to this place? Asshole. Yilin gritted his teeth and shouted, I should be the one asking you this. Why are you here? Chapter 107, Destiny's Counterattack? Angry shouts rang out. Yilin was filled with anger and his eyes were full of fire. Obviously he was extremely annoyed. In contrast, Lin Mo remained calm. He lowered his head and took a deep breath of the graceful body fragrance of the girl in his arms, Tang Xiaowu, and then smiled at Yilin. Why am I here? Is it any of your business? But if you really want to know, I might as well tell you. Come, Yilin, take a good look at this delicate and graceful girl in my arms. Who is she? Well, did you guess it? That's right, this is your fiancé, Tang Xiaowu. However, your engagement has been cancelled. Your fiancé is now mine, and I'm going to take her away. Lin Mo, how dare you? Yilin roared and attacked directly in rage. But how could he be a match for Lin Mo? Originally, Lin Mo was at the late stage of the Fourth Order Martial Lord realm. Not long ago, he went to find the Empress and Shangwan Lingyu to help him practice together, which was the peak of the Eighth Order Martial God realm and the late stage of the Seventh Order Martial Saint realm. What would be the effect if Lin Mo had these two lovely wives helping him practice and then using the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill? Anyway, Lin Mo was now in the late stage of the fourth level of Martial Master. Anyway, at this moment, he easily defeated Yilin, the destined protagonist, with just a casual move. Puff! Yilin fell to the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The cold wind blew. Lin Mo hugged Tang Xiaowu and walked forward. He stepped on Yilin's face and looked down at him with a smug look on his face. You still want to fight me? Tell me how many rounds you've lost to me? Have you ever won once, you loser? What did you use to beat me? You haven't won once. Yilin, tell me how useless you are. At this time, there was a faint noise coming from inside the gate of the Shangwan family villa behind Lin Mo. It was obvious that someone from the Shangwan family heard the noise and came to watch the fun. Lin Mo glanced back, then dragged Yilin away, as if he was dragging a dead dog. He dragged Yilin directly into the car and took him far enough away before stopping. Come, Yilin, come, I want to talk to you. Look at this photo on my phone. Do you know who this stunning beauty is? Why don't you recognize her? This shouldn't be the case. This is Huangfu Qiushui, your Yilin's biological mother. You don't even recognize her. Haven't you been looking for her? Come on, take a closer look. You must have seen her photo before, right? You should have an impression of her, right? Take a closer look. I believe you will be able to recognize your sexy and charming mother. Seems like you reacted? Judging from your eyes, you must have recognized me? Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? But what do you think you're doing in this photo, this sexy mother of yours kneeling there in stockings, high heels, and a miniskirt? Oh, it's so hard to guess. I'm going to kill you. Yilin roared madly, his eyes full of bloodshot. But he had already been acupunctured by Lin Mo, so how could he move? Moreover, he already had internal injuries, and now he was desperately trying to use his internal energy to force the acupoints, which was not only futile, but also would only make the internal injuries worse. Sure enough, after a while, the corner of Yilin's mouth began to bleed. Seeing this, Lin Mo laughed and said, "What are you doing? Are you so excited? Are you going to die? Although your sexy mother Huangfu Qiushui is very beautiful and smooth, and is indeed a stunner, I will naturally return it to you after I'm done with it. Why are you in such a hurry? Could I be the kind of person who borrows and doesn't return it? I'm just borrowing it now. I'm not lying to you. I'm just borrowing your beautiful mother for a while. I'll return it to you after I'm done. And then I'll give you a brother or sister." Lin Mo, you fucking beast, bastard, you are worse than pigs and dogs, you must die a horrible death, Yilin began to roar wildly again. As a result, Lin Mo directly pressed his mute point. After the mute point was pressed, Yilin could no longer make any sound. Yeah, quiet down. Lin Mo casually pulled the young girl Tang Xiaowu next to him into his arms, then smiled at Yilin and said with interest, "Your beautiful mother and your fiancé are both in my hands, what can you do to me? Let's not talk about Xiaowu for now. After all, I haven't had the chance to do anything to her yet. I just took her first kiss. Now let's talk about your beautiful mother, Huangfu Qiushui. Although she followed me, when I return her to you after I'm done with her, you can't blame her. After all, there are no parents who are not good in the world. You, Yilin, said so yourself. Isn't that right? Isn't that the truth? No matter how long Huangfu Qiushui has been with me, or how many times I've used her, you, Yilin, can't blame her, because she gave you life. Without her, there would be no you. Is that what you say? Ha? What's with that look in your eyes? You dare to glare at me? And you look so murderous? As if you want to cut me into pieces? Are you kidding me? I work so hard to take care of your beautiful mother that I'm always exhausted. It's okay that you don't even say thank you for your hard work, but you actually want to kill me? You heartless thing. How could my sister Qiushui give birth to someone like you who doesn't know how to be grateful? If you don't know how to be grateful now, won't you turn the tables when you become a big shot? If something goes wrong, it should be Lin Mo who is the one making the difference. After all, Yilin is in this state now, how easy is it to turn the situation around? Especially at this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded. Ding, it's detected that the protagonist of Destiny has suffered a huge critical hit from the host. His Dao heart is shattered, and his destiny will is almost pierced, causing his destiny luck to be seriously leaked. Reward host, automatically obtain all the destiny and luck that Yilin has lost. Extra rewards, 10 essence cleansing pills, 10 bottles of jade dew, 10 drops of earth spirit essence. Yilin was frustrated, but Lin Mo was rewarded generously by the system. As one gained, the other lost. Can Yilin still make a comeback in the future? Now that his beautiful mother and his pretty young fiancé are all in Lin Mo's hands, what else can Yilin do to turn the tables? There are some things that even fate cannot help him reverse, such as his sexy and beautiful mother Huangfu Qiushui. God knows what happened to her at the hands of Lin Mo. But now that Yilin is like this, how can the destiny that exists in the dark not react? At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack on Lin Mo as fast as lightning. Lin Mo reacted quickly, but he only had time to grab the opponent's foot. No, he didn't catch it, he just pulled off the opponent's boots. After pulling off the opponent's boots, he was kicked in the face by the opponent. The next second, Lin Mo was kicked to the ground, and the long-legged, cold-looking woman in tight ultra-short leather pants stepped directly on Lin Mo's face. Chapter 108, Putting Aside the Facts? Aunt? It's you? Tang Xiaowu suddenly exclaimed. Aunt? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then quickly recalled the original plot. Does Tang Xiaowu have an aunt? Which aunt? What's her name? In a flash, a large amount of original plot emerged from Lin Mo's rapidly working brain. Found it. Tang Qingqing. Tang Lin's younger sister, Tang Xiaowu's aunt, and also a pure-blooded descendant of Tang Haiho. Tang Qingqing? Lin Mo reached out and grabbed the other person's foot that was stepping on his face, frowning and asking, Is it Tang Qingqing? Why the hell did you sneak attack me? Did I provoke you? Yes, Auntie. Tang Xiaowu stepped forward and advised, Auntie, please let brother Lin Mo go. He is a good person, not a bad person. Isn't he a bad guy? Tang Qingqing frowned and gritted her teeth. Xiaowu, do you know what he did? This bastard caused your father to have his legs broken and be expelled from the Shangguan family. He also caused your brother Xiaofei to have his bones crippled and be expelled from the family. And then he took you, Xiaowu, away. If he's not a bad guy, who is? Xiaowu, tell me, did this bastard do anything to you? I'll help you kill him right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Qingqing began to exert force on her feet. Aunt. Tang Xiaowu shouted anxiously, Aunt, please let him go. He has the identity badge of the Shangguan family's Lingyu patriarch, and he also has the sword of the Empress. What? Tang Qingqing was shocked. The sword of the Empress? The sword of the Empress that symbolizes the supreme imperial power? Seeing the Emperor's sword is like seeing the Empress? Damn it! Lin Mo took the opportunity to forcefully move Tang Qingqing's jade foot away from his face, then stood up, frowning tightly, his face gloomy. Why are you attacking me without any explanation? The Tang family is so amazing? Their cultivation is more amazing than mine? I have the Emperor's sword in my hand. Believe it or not, I can mobilize troops to encircle and wipe out everyone in the Tang family. Do you think I can wipe out the entire Tang clan? Brother Lin Mo. Tang Xiaowu stepped forward and took Lin Mo's hands, saying coquettishly, Don't be angry, brother Lin Mo, calm down. This is my aunt. She didn't understand the situation just now, so she caused a misunderstanding. Alright, brother Lin Mo, please don't be angry for Xiaowu's sake, okay? Please, I beg you. The cute girl acted coquettishly 3 times in a row, which really made Lin Mo a little overwhelmed. In particular, he actually knew that the reason why Tang Qingqing appeared at this time was most likely due to the favor of destiny triggered by Yi Lin. How else could such a coincidence happen? How far away from the Shangguan family had he driven? Where did Tang Qingqing suddenly appear? It must be Yi Lin's destiny that favors him. After all, he is the protagonist. Isn't it the destiny of the protagonist that someone will rescue him in time whenever there is a crisis? It's a pity that this destined protagonist has been frustrated again and again. He has basically not won since he came down the mountain, so that his destiny and luck can't hold on, so the people who show up to save him are weaker each time. Last time it was the 6th rank martial emperor Chu Shaiyue, and this time Tang Qingqing seems to be a 5th rank martial sect master? You are at the 5th level of martial arts, right? Lin Mo suddenly asked. Tang Qingqing was slightly startled, then nodded. It's a 5th rank martial arts master, why? What? What happened? Lin Mo said seriously, You're a 5th rank martial arts master, and I'm only a 4th rank martial arts master. Does that mean I'll die in your hands if I'm not careful? I have both the identity badge of the Shangguan family's Lingyu patriarch and the sword of the Empress, which symbolizes the supreme imperial power. And yet you almost killed me? What do you say I should do now? Well, you come and help me practice. Let's go, let's find a place to have a good sparring match. Then you can use all your skills to beat me as hard as you can. If you can't kill me, then beat me to death. I can stop when I say so. Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you going to apologize to me? Shouldn't your apology be sincere? Do you really want me to mobilize the Emperor's sword to mobilize troops and wipe out your entire Tang family? Following Lin Mo's words, Tang Xiaowu also advised Tang Qingqing, Auntie, just obey brother Lin Mo. It's just helping him practice martial arts. It's nothing. Tang Qingqing took a deep breath, her heart surging. Obviously, she had no other choice but to obey Lin Mo. As for Yi-Lin. Who is Yi-Lin? She doesn't even know him, so why should she, Tang Qingqing, care about Yi-Lin's life or death? In the original plot that Lin Mo knew, she could gradually get acquainted with Yi-Lin and develop into Yi-Lin's destined lover, but the original predetermined destiny plot was invaded by Lin Mo, a book traveler, so can she still play according to the routine? The original plot has already deviated a great distance and it is difficult to get back on track. Even if Yi-Lin keeps triggering the destiny's favor in making various remedies, it is of no avail. Anyway, at the moment, Yi-Lin just watched Lin Mo take away his fiancée Tang Xiuwu, who was engaged to him. At the same time, Lin Mo also took away Tang Xiuwu's beautiful aunt, Tang Qingqing. Half an hour later, in the presidential suite of a hotel. Lin Mo, who are you? How did you get the sword of the Empress? And why did you ask my sister-in-law Shangguan Mingyan to divorce my brother Tang Lin? You didn't even let go of the child, and even let Shangguan Mingyan destroy Tang Xiaofei's bones. What grudge do my Tang family have against you? I don't have any grudges. Facing Tang Qingqing's questioning, Lin Mo simply smiled and said, so what? Do I have to have a grudge to do this? I can't do this even if I don't have a grudge? Putting aside the facts, is Tang Lin completely innocent? And what about Tang Xiaofei? He's so ordinary yet so confident. What's wrong with me asking Shangguan Mingyan to cripple his bones? You. Tang Qingqing was suddenly furious, her eyes full of fire. Does this bastard want to listen to what he is saying? What does it mean to ignore the facts? What else can we talk about if not facts? She really wanted to draw her sword and kill him immediately. Just behead with one sword and then cut the body into pieces. However, what Lin Mo wanted was for her to be so angry that she was filled with rage. Come on, hit me, kick me hard in the face with your foot. I just think Tang Lin is unworthy of Shangguan Mingyan. I think he's a useless son-in-law. He's so ordinary and confident that he even dares to let the child take his surname. Who the hell is he? So I'm deliberately trying to mess with him. First, I'll kick him out of the Shangguan family, and then find an opportunity to make all his wives and daughters mine. So what? Come on, Tang Qingqing, hit me to vent your anger on that loser Tang Lin. Kick me hard, ravage me, and torture me. Really? Come on, I'll let you vent your anger. Just one thing, don't kill me. You must leave me a breath. Otherwise, if I really die in your hands, then your entire Tang family will be finished. I guarantee that no one will be spared. After all. Chapter 109 Lin Mo is the one who breaks the deadlock. Don't forget that I have the Emperor's sword bestowed upon me by the Empress, understand? A gift from the Empress? Tang Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Is this Emperor's sword a gift from the Empress? Are you sure you didn't steal it? Lin Mo frowned. You're really weird. If the dignified Emperor's sword wasn't bestowed by the Empress, how could I have stolen it? You look pretty and smart, but how come you have big breasts and no brains? Instantly, Tang Qingqing's eyes flashed with cruelty, and she gritted her teeth. You, who are you calling big-breasted and brainless? I'm talking about you. Lin Mo directly retorted, why are you still not convinced? Even if you are a 5th-rank martial arts master, so what? You have a little talent for cultivation, but apart from that little talent, you have nothing else. How good can the descendants of the Tang family be? Isn't Tang Lin just an ordinary, self-confident loser? It's fine if he's a loser, but he even named his children Tang Xiaofei and Tang Xiaowu. Fei Wu is a loser? With his brain, he's worse than a pig. So it's the same with you, Tang Qingqing. If someone says you have big breasts and are stupid, then you are stupid. Why do you still want to hit me? Come on, fight. I've already told you to do whatever you want. As long as you can't kill me, beat me to death. Just leave me a breath. Suddenly, before Lin Mo could finish his words, Tang Qingqing suddenly took action and kicked Lin Mo hard in the face. Although she had already taken off the boots as Lin Mo asked, she used enough force in her kick, so Lin Mo was seriously injured with just one move. But Lin Mo's bones were as hard as iron, and he had a very strong ability to withstand blows. He took the beatings on purpose so as to absorb the true energy and break his bones. Then he used the cleansing essence and marrow pill to be reborn and stand up again after being broken. So he stood up immediately after being kicked and falling to the ground. That's it? Tang Qingqing, can you please put in a little more effort? You don't even have the strength to fight, yet you claim to be a 5th-rank martial arts master? Is this all you're capable of as a 5th-rank martial arts master? Come on, don't just stand there, hurry up and continue. If you can't beat me today, I will raise you. From now on, you can call me Dad. Bastard! Tang Xingqing was completely furious and attacked again with a low roar. And this time he used a combo directly. Puff! In an instant, Lin Mo vomited blood. But at the same time, a large amount of true energy was absorbed by his complete version of the Tsanglong force. That's it, he kept getting injured, kept absorbing the true energy, and kept breaking his iron-hard bones bit by bit. Live towards death, without destruction there is no construction. When a snake grows into a python, it has to shed its skin continuously because its original skin can no longer cover its larger body. The same goes for crabs. Although their shells are hard, they are too restrictive and always restrain their growing bodies. Therefore, if they want to continue growing, they have to keep molting. Lin Mo is in this situation now. He is seriously injured again and again. While absorbing massive amounts of true energy, he is reborn again and again, becoming stronger each time. This is the true meaning of the complete version of Tsanglong gene. The real Tsanglong gene must rely on enough Shijing Fazhui pills to constantly transform itself. Otherwise, how can you become the blue dragon soaring in the sky? In addition, the reason why the Qi family's unique skill, Tiangang Balong Body, is so domineering is because it has absorbed all kinds of domineering true Qi. What is domineering Qi? It is the Qi absorbed over and over again when you are seriously injured. If he can even seriously injure himself, then isn't his true energy overbearing? Therefore, the secret of the Qi family's unique martial art, the Tiangang Balong Body, lies in gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools domineering true Qi. In this way, the Zhou family's unique skill, Tsanglong gene, has become the perfect supplement to Tiangang Balong Body. The more domineering the Tiangang Balong Body is, the more you will need the Tiang Xiangfang's yoga bodybuilding techniques when using this method to strengthen your body, using softness to overcome hardness. Lin Mo has stacked up all kinds of buffs. Obviously, this doesn't seem like a coincidence. How could such a coincidence exist in the world? There is a fairyland above the human world, and there has not been anyone ascending from the human world to the fairyland for thousands of years. How could the powerful people in the immortal world not find it strange? How could it be possible that there had been no ascenders from the mortal world to replenish the fairyland with fresh blood for a full 1,000 years? If this continues, won't the fairy world become a stagnant pool? Are there no successors to each holy land? Therefore, the big boss of the fairy world investigated openly and secretly and took action secretly. And Lin Mo is the person that the fairy world boss uses to break the deadlock. Everything was arranged by the big boss of the fairy world. In addition, at this moment, outside the heavenly gate of the immortal realm, the last ascender in the world, the culprit who cut off the path to ascension and closed the heavenly gate, Tang Haiho, was kneeling there. The immortal realm leader sneered and said indifferently, "Because of your selfish desires, the human world hasn't produced a single ascender for a full 1,000 years, and my 10 sacred places haven't been able to replenish their blood for a full 1,000 years. What does it mean to not have fresh blood for 1,000 years? Now the 10 holy lands have declined, their overall combat power is far less than before. The major cities under the jurisdiction of the Holy Lands have been snatched away by hostile forces one after another. The glory of our 10 Holy Lands, which has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, has been destroyed by you, Tang Haiho. If this continues, I'm afraid our 10 Holy Lands will be in danger of destruction. This is the fact. This big man from the fairy world is not exaggerating at all. Every word he says is true. After all, there is more than one human world. The human world where Lin Mo is at this moment corresponds to the 10 holy places in the camp where this fairy world boss is located. The 10 holy places all rely on the ascenders from that human world to replenish fresh blood. In addition to the united front camp formed by the 10 holy places, there are many other camps in this fairy world. The bases of different camps are hostile to each other, or at least have various competitive relationships. Each camp corresponds to a human world, or in other words, those ascenders from the same human world join together to form a united front camp. There may be many holy places in the same camp, but all the holy places in the same camp rely on the ascenders from the same world to replenish fresh blood. So, Tang Haiho had cut off the path to ascension the moment he ascended 1,000 years ago? He even closed the heavenly gate? Then, the 10 holy places were unable to wait for an ascender for hundreds of years. Without ascenders, there will be no fresh blood. It's like a university has no students, what the hell is the point? It is equivalent to cancelling the college entrance examination after Tang Haiho himself was admitted to university, so that those who want to go to university in the future have no way, and the universities that want to recruit students have no source of students. In the end, people on both sides still don't know what is going on. University: how come no one has been admitted to university in recent years? Are today's high school students so bad? Chapter 110: Using Tang Silver to Reward the Enemy in Exchange for Peace? High school students: why is my score still below the cutoff? Are college admission scores that high these days? Both sides were confused for hundreds of years, and finally someone from the university discovered after a lot of investigation, the college entrance examination had been secretly cancelled long ago. It didn't exist at all. At this moment, outside the heavenly gate of the immortal realm, Xianyuan Danmeng, the big boss of the immortal realm dressed in snow-white clothes, looks calm, but in fact he is full of murderous intent. Anyway, her voice and tone were becoming colder and colder. Everything is your fault, Tang Haiho. You yourself are dull and rely on the 13 pages of the heavenly book to barely ascend, which is one thing, but you also use that heavenly book to manipulate the situation, so cruelly blocking the path of ascension for all living beings on earth. You even used the heavenly book to close the heavenly gate, so that now even the combined efforts of all the powerful people in our 10 holy places are unable to open it. Tang Haiho, you are not only crazy, you are also stupid as a pig or a dog, hopeless. The crime is extremely heinous and unforgivable. At this point, the murderous intent in Xianyuan Danmeng's eyes reached its peak, so intense that it seemed to turn into a physical entity. It's true that he can kill with just his eyes. If she had any thought, Tang Haiho, the last ascended being in the world, would be torn into pieces and reduced to ashes in an instant. Although Tang Haiho was indeed dull and stupid like a pig or a dog, he was aware of his situation. He suddenly cowed out and screamed, begging for mercy frantically, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Saint Queen, please spare me, please spare me, please spare me this time. I promise I will never dare to do it again, never again. Xianyuan Danmeng sneered, wrong? Can someone like you admit your mistakes? Do you really know you're wrong? You're just scared. I am a useless person. I can only ascend by relying on 13 pages of the heavenly book. If you are missing even one page, you will not be able to ascend. With the help of those 13 pages of the heavenly book, you barely ascended to heaven, but you still don't allow anyone in the future to ascend to heaven, and you don't allow anyone in the future to surpass you. Closing the heavenly gate will cut off the path to ascension, preventing all future generations of geniuses from ascending. Without the ability to ascend, they won't be able to surpass you, a loser who only managed to ascend with the help of 13 pages of the heavenly book. Ha, Tang Haiho, you're really calculating. You have a great plan. Your calculations were so deafening that they destroyed the glory of our 10 sacred grounds, which had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. A person like you deserves death, but how can you be freed from this so easily? At this time, Xianyuan Danmeng turned his head and looked at a subordinate beside him. Where's Tang Yin? Doesn't he have a beautiful mother, Tang Yin? Back in the mortal world, she was a woman serving 12 husbands, and was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, the standard for a strong man. Go, find Tang Yin, have her use her special abilities, and send her to the enemy camp in exchange for a 10-year truce. Tell the enemy camp that this woman is the most beautiful woman in our lower world, known as the standard for strong men. She is given to them. They can enjoy her as they please. They can queue up and take turns 24 hours a day. If they die playing with her, then so be it. It doesn't matter. As long as we can achieve a truce for 10 years, it doesn't matter what they do with her. Besides, the 10 years are a truce period, not a time limit for Tang Yin to be played with by them. If we give it to them, it's theirs. After the 10-year truce is over, Tang Yin will also be theirs. Tang Haiho panicked instantly, standing up and yelling frantically, why the hell? That's my mother. Why would you trade her for 10 years of peace? Why? I won't allow it, I absolutely won't allow it. We can't do this. Absolutely not. The Holy Queen Xianyuan Danmeng smiled slightly, and then a wisp of sword energy pierced through Tang Haiho's kneecap. In an instant, blood splattered and Tang Haiho fell to his knees. The excruciating pain pierced his heart and he couldn't help but let out a pig-slaughtering scream and wail. Seeing his expression, Xianyuan Danmeng asked with great interest, you won't allow it? Just like you won't allow the beings in the lower realm to ascend? Heh, who do you think you are? Tang Haiho, do you really think you're something? I said I would use your beautiful mother Tang Yin in exchange for 10 years of peace. Tang Yin must go. After all, she is also a member of our camp and should contribute to our camp. Besides, her ancestors have been prostitutes for 7 generations, and she herself has served 12 men. Asking her to serve the enemy soldiers in exchange for peace is not difficult for her at all. This is called making the best use of people and things, understand? You don't allow it, so what can I do if you don't allow it? A useless, furious loser who can only bark like a dog. After being humiliated so greatly in public, Tang Haiho's mentality collapsed and his emotions exploded. He was really going crazy. So even though he was facing the strongest of the 10 holy places, the Holy Queen Shenyuan Danmeng, Tang Haiho still wanted to rush up and fight to the death. But the question is, what can he use to fight? Shenyuan Danmeng casually used a wisp of sword energy to pierce the knee of his other leg. Ah! Tang Haiho fell to the ground with a scream, his legs completely broken. Waste is waste. Shenyuan Danmeng shook his head and said softly, "How much do you really weigh? Do you really have no idea? Go, castrate him, and then send all the confidants he made in this fairyland to the enemy camp as a reward to the enemy troops, to show our sincerity in seeking 10 years of peace." Ah! Tang Haiho roared more crazily, more painfully, and more desperately. But he could only despair. After all, he didn't have that kind of strength. What else could he do? Even with the help of 13 pages of the heavenly book, Tang Haiho could only barely ascend to heaven. If even one page of the heavenly book was missing, he would not be able to ascend. Therefore, he is both the last ascender in the world and the weakest ascender in history. He is not only the weakest ascender, but also the weakest in the fairy world 1,000 years ago. Now, 1,000 years later, he is still the weakest in the fairy world. After all, he can only rely on those 13 pages of the heavenly book in the human world, so what else can he rely on in the fairyland? Relying on his biological mother? Wrap around someone's waist and make them output crazy damage? Wouldn't his beautiful mother, Tang Yin, be seducing men all day long? Wouldn't she be the public good of the immortal world? I'm afraid that's not enough. After all, everyone in this fairyland has ascended from the lower world of the human world. Anyone who can ascend is a contemporary genius. So the immortal realm is truly a gathering of geniuses. The only exceptions are Tang Yin and Tang Haiho, mother and son. So how could Tang Haiho turn the situation around by relying on his biological mother? Anyway, facing the decision of the Holy Queen Shenyuan Danmeng, Tang Haiho really has no idea what to do. The most he can do is to be helpless and furious, and bark like a mad dog. At the same time, in the lower world, after being almost seriously injured by Tang Qingqing, Lin Imo finally asked her to stop. Then he hurriedly took out 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills and swallowed them, and then began his transformation again. Chapter 111 Quick, make me a furnace and save me. This time he also used the earth's spiritual essence. This is a reward from the system, and it is measured in drops. It is absolutely priceless in this world and is definitely much more precious than the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill. In fact, this thing originally came from the fairyland. It was one of the 12 men served by Tang Yin 1,000 years ago. He obtained the method of tempering from the Book of Heaven, which made this thing appear in the human world. But even so, the spiritual essence of the earth veins can only be said to exist in this world. Yes, but not many, and they are so rare that only the royal family can own them. And now, Lin Emo swallowed 3 more essence cleansing and marrow removing pills and also swallowed 2 drops of earth vein spiritual marrow. No, 2 drops are too little. It's gone before I can even taste it? Life is short and hard, so you must be nice to yourself. Why keep this good stuff if you don't use it yourself? Lin Emo is not a bootlicker, so who is he trying to please by keeping this thing? I have to please myself, 2 more drops. Well, this time I tasted something. But the taste is really not good, as bland as water. He had never used this thing before, but after checking a lot of information in the past few days, he found out that the earth's spiritual marrow also has the effect of cleansing the essence and marrow, and there is no need to break down and reorganize the bones. It can directly make the bones harder and the physique stronger. It can be said to be the essence cleansing pill 2.0, and it is also the enhanced and optimized plus version of 2.0. But why does it taste so bland? 2 drops plus 2 drops only makes 4 drops. Is that enough? Never mind, 2 more drops. A total of 6 drops of earth vein essence, plus 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills. 1 tea he be able to take off this time? Flying, the way he did it, when the extremely abnormal effect of the drug took effect, it was not known whether he or Tang Qingqing would take off. After all, the first time he used the essence cleansing and marrow removing pill, he couldn't withstand the abnormal medicinal effect and forced Joe Shuti to become a furnace to help him refine the medicinal effect. That time he only used one pill to cleanse the essence and eliminate the marrow. Although he is definitely much stronger now than he was then, and his body is extremely durable, this time he swallowed 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills, as well as the 2.0 enhanced and optimized plus version of the Earth Spirit Essence, a total of 6 drops. Just build it, who can build better than you? Anyway, I'm afraid Tang Qingqing and Tang Xiaowu will both cry soon. Anyway, at this moment, even Xianyuan Danmeng, the queen of the Holy Land who controlled everything behind the scenes in the fairy world, couldn't help but frown and then shook her head. I gave you the Earth Vein Essence and you created it like this. Do you really think that thing was blown by the wind? The key is, can your body handle it? You can't handle it yourself, yet you insist on taking so much. Can you withstand the effects of the medicine? Tang Qingqing and Tang Xiaowu will definitely turn you into a furnace cauldron in a moment. And these 2 furnace cauldrons, one is in the late 5th stage of Wu Zone, and the other is in the middle 2nd stage. I'm afraid they will both burst from the powerful effect of the medicine, or be killed by you, Lin Mo, a bastard. You're a guy who doesn't use his brain to do things. How can I say anything good about you? Xianyuan Danmeng was so anxious that she was filled with anger without realizing it. But there was nothing she could do. There was no point in getting anxious. After all, she was in the fairyland. How could she interfere in human affairs? Otherwise, is it necessary for Lin Mo to complete the great task of breaking the destiny? In particular, not everyone can take on such a difficult task. Lin Mo was chosen by Xianyuan Danmeng after careful selection from among a vast crowd of people. First select them, then write everything in a book, then let Lin Mo read the book carefully, and then throw him from an ordinary urban world into the lower world that connects to the fairyland. From beginning to end, everything was arranged by her, Xianyuan Danmeng. That is to say, the so-called book traveling in Lin Mo's cognition actually does not exist at all. The so-called book was written by Xianyuan Danmeng using a mortal pen, and everything in the book is about the future of the human world and the lower world that is connected to the fairy world. If there was no Lin Mo, everything in the book would happen one by one. After all, what is destiny? Everything is destined. Yilin is destined to sweep away all the heroes and dominate the world, and it is destined that no one will ever ascend in the world, not even Yilin. In other words, Tang Haiho saw that his descendants had a weak bloodline, and each generation was dull in talent, or even worse than the previous one. Only in this generation was Tang Qingqing a slightly better person, but that was all, and they were destined to have no hope of ascending. In this case, let us arrange for someone to set up a destiny game to completely block the path to ascension, so that the heavenly gate can never be opened again. There was no way around it, because Tang Haiho simply couldn't survive in the fairy world, so he wanted to retreat and return to the human world. He set up a destiny game to block the way to ascension and completely cut off the connection between the fairyland and the human world. At the same time, he used the person with destiny to unify the human world. When Yilin became the strongest in the human world, he, Tang Haiho, would return to the human world at the moment when the fairyland and the human world were completely cut off, and descend to the mortal world as a god. By then, he will be the only true god in this world, sitting on the throne and enjoying everything. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't it much better than struggling to survive in the cracks of the lower level of the immortal world? His plan is definitely going to be earth-shattering. Unfortunately, Xianyuan Danmeng had already seen through his plan, so Xianyuan Danmeng took advantage of the situation and directly arranged for Lin Mo to go to the human world to disrupt destiny and break the game of destiny. So how many tricks are there? Who knows how much effort Xianyuan Danmeng has put into making everything happen now? So now, when this bastard Lin Mo swallowed 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills and 6 drops of earth vein spirit marrow in a row, how could she, Xianyuan Danmeng, intervene? There is no way to interfere at all. As a result, soon, the 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills and 6 drops of earth spirit marrow all exploded in Lin Mo's body. The powerful medicinal power raged like a raging storm, which was even more turbulent than Xianyuan Danmeng, who was very angry at the moment. In the blink of an eye, all the clothes on Lin Mo's body were shattered by the powerful medicinal power. Immediately afterwards, the blood in his body began to boil and burn rapidly. Holy shit! Who can stand this? I'm dying. How could this happen? No one told me that the earth vein spirit marrow medicine is so powerful. I'm dead, help me, mom, help me. Lin Mo was really panicked at this moment. I have never been so panicked in my life. Even when he was rewarding himself in college and was caught by a classmate's beautiful mother, he was not as panicked as he is now. But now he is already like this. What's the point of panicking? He must save himself quickly, otherwise the terrifying drug power that is still growing stronger in his body will really blow his whole body into pieces. Help, Xiao Wu, come here quickly, help me refine the medicine. Chapter 112, A Near Miss. And Tang Xingxing, don't just stand there, come quickly and help me refine the medicinal effects, otherwise if I die, your entire Tang family will be finished too. Hurry up, don't worry about the furnace or the cauldron. Now the only way for you two to save me is to make a cauldron for me. Do you understand? I don't know how Lin Mo could say this. Can a furnace be made casually? He actually wanted Tang Xingxing and Tang Xiaowu to make a furnace for him to save him? This is like, you must kneel down and become my slaves to save me. That's what I mean, there's basically no difference. Tang Xiaowu, the ignorant girl, was fine, but Tang Xingxing was really angry. Lin Mo, you bastard, do you want to listen to what you are saying? You want me to save you and make a furnace for you? Lin Mo, are you crazy? Ah! Lin Mo suddenly roared, and then grabbed the sword of the Empress and Emperor, which symbolized the supreme imperial power. In an instant, a cold light spread, the imperial aura rose to the sky, and the Emperor's sword was unsheathed. The sword intent was everywhere, the sword energy was raging, and countless sword auras instantly formed a killing formation, which enveloped this place in an instant. The Emperor's sword formation? Tang Xingxing exclaimed, her face suddenly changing. It is rumored that Empress Huangfu Jingyi has two swords. One is the Emperor's sword, the sword formation is unparalleled, the best in the world. One is the Tianwu sword, which controls thunder and shakes the heavens and the earth, making ghosts and gods weep. Previously, in the ascension battle on the top of Longhu Mountain, Huangfu Jingyi obviously used the Tianwu sword. And now, in Lin Mo's hand, the Emperor's sword showed its power, instantly suppressing the violent and powerful medicinal power in his body. However, this is not a long-term solution. After all, the medicinal effect is still there. If it is not refined and absorbed in time, Lin Mo will still be killed by the abnormal medicinal effect. The Emperor's sword can protect him temporarily, but it is impossible to eliminate the abnormal drug effect unless the sword energy enters his body and starts a fierce battle with the abnormal drug effect in his body. So, can he handle it? Who can handle it? Just like an ordinary person's immune system can kill all cancer cells in the body by adjusting the body temperature to 60 degrees, but what does a body temperature of 60 degrees mean? With a body temperature of 60 degrees, the immune system would go crazy and the person would have died long ago. But right now, the sword energy of the Emperor entering his body is even more terrifying than the body temperature of 60 degrees. That would really make Lin Mo die without a complete body left. Therefore, Tang Xingxing and Tang Xiaowu had to quickly transform into furnaces to help refine the medicinal effects. Xiao Wu, be good and listen. Come and help me. I will love you like my own daughter in the future. And Tang Xingxing, did you see the Emperor's sword in my hand? I'm the Empress's man, and the Empress hasn't ascended yet and is still on Earth. If she knew I died here and you, Tang Xingxing, didn't save me, no one in your Tang family would survive. What are you still standing there for? Help me, I really can't take it anymore, hurry up. Lin Mo was really anxious because the abnormal drug effect that had just been suppressed by the Emperor's sword formation began to surge again. Fortunately, Tang Xiaowu was obedient and ran forward to transform into a furnace as he said to help refine the medicinal effects. Then, although Tang Xingxing was reluctant, she finally gritted her teeth and did as she was told under the threat of his heavenly Emperor's sword. In the immortal realm, Xianyuan Danmeng, who had been closely monitoring Lin Mo's movements through surveillance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, Lin Mo, you useless thing. Let's see if you dare to drink the earth vein spirit marrow like water next time. Do you know how hard it was for me to find someone like you who could break the fate of heaven? And do you know how much effort I put into sending you from that ordinary urban world to the lower realms of the human world? I've gone through so much trouble to make this happen, and you dare to do this? Wait until you enter the fairyland, and I'll step on your face. Suddenly, Xianyuan Danmeng paused, then frowned, thinking to herself, if she really did that, wouldn't it be a reward for that guy? Forget it, just reward him. When the time comes, she will reward him until he suffocates to death. In fact, Lin Mo almost couldn't wait for that day. Xianyuan Danmeng had just said that with just Tang Xingxing and Tang Xiaowu, how could they possibly withstand the potent effects of those 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills and 6 drops of earth vein spiritual essence? How much help could they possibly offer? Maybe both of them will die with Lin Mo. The fact is that it was almost like this. Anyway, Lin Mo was in great pain and extreme suffering at this time. What the hell is going on? How can this drug be so perverted? I'm dying, I can't hold on any longer. Xiao Wu, please help me, and Tang Qingqing, you too, Mom, help me, Mom, save me, I don't want to die. Suddenly, Lin Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Tang Qingqing and Tang Xiaowu's two cauldrons were almost reaching the limit of what their bodies could hold in terms of the medicinal effects. Now, every drop of blood, every meridian, and every bone in their bodies are filled with extremely restless and huge medicinal power. The speed of refining and absorbing simply can't keep up. And the abnormal drug effect is still flowing out of Lin Mo's body. If this continues, they will probably die in front of the culprit Lin Mo. And he died by exploding, with blood and flesh flying everywhere and turning into pieces. Anyway, at this moment in the fairy world, Xianyuan Danmeng has become anxious again. Lin Mo, you bastard, if you die, doesn't it mean that all my efforts have been in vain? It doesn't matter if all this emperor has done has been in vain. The key is, fate has determined that the human world will be separated from the immortal world. From now on, the 10 sacred grounds will no longer be able to replenish their blood. When the 10-year truce is over. Xianyuan Danmeng didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. By then, she, the Holy Queen, as well as all the holy ladies and beautiful female disciples of the 10 holy places, will probably be 10 or even 100 times more miserable than Tang Yin is now. Damn Lin Mo, this useless guy is useless. If he can survive this calamity and successfully reach the fairyland in the future, Xianyuan Danmeng, must step on his face directly, and keep stepping on him until this bastard suffocates to death. And that presupposes that he can successfully overcome the tribulation this time. Right now, he, Tang Qingqing, and Tang Xiaowu were all on the verge of exploding and dying. How were they going to survive this disaster? What were they going to do? Fortunately, Lin Mo had previously obtained enough destiny and luck from Yi Lin, so at this critical moment, he successfully triggered the favor of destiny. At this moment, the door of the hotel room suddenly opened, and the beautiful woman Yi Chuanxue and her daughter Yi Qingcheng arrived in time like gods descending from the sky. Chapter 113. What on earth is this bastard so proud of? Sister Chuanxue? Sister Qingcheng? Help me, Sister Chuanxue, please quickly work with Qingcheng to be my cauldron and save me. I'm serious. You and Qingcheng, come quickly and help me refine the medicinal properties. 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills, 6 drops of earth vein spiritual essence, the abnormal medicinal power is really about to burst us all. Sister Chuanxue, you should be quick. This will also be of great benefit to you. Stop dawdling and move faster, faster. Under Lin Mo's frantic urging, the beautiful mother and daughter, Yi Chuanxue and Yi Qingcheng, finally transformed into cauldrons and helped to refine the medicinal effects. Yi Chuanxue is at the peak of the 5th level of martial sect, and Yi Qingcheng is at the late 2nd level. Although the combined combat power of the mother and daughter is not much higher than that of Tang Qingqing and Tang Xiaowu, they can at least greatly relieve the pressure on Lin Mo, Tang Qingqing, and Tang Xiaowu. At least the 3 of them were saved. Otherwise, if it was any later, all 3 of them would have died. No one would have survived. The key point was that with the combined efforts of the 5 of them, although it was difficult and painful, and for more than 2 hours all 5 of them were on the verge of exploding and dying, they managed to get through it without any danger, and they managed to grit their teeth and hold on. Then, the 5 of them spent a whole night together and finally refined and absorbed all the medicinal effects. In the early morning, Tang Xiaowu was the first to fall down, sweating profusely. Although she helped to refine the medicine with her cauldron body and absorbed a lot of medicinal effects at the same time, and also relied on the dual effects of the cleansing essence and marrow pill and the earth spirit marrow to advance from the middle stage of the 2nd stage to the late stage of the 3rd stage, she did not have the skill of Sanglongjin that could restore to full state every time she was promoted. Therefore, with her physical strength and energy severely overdrawn, this young girl really could not hold on any longer. Of course, it's not just her, Yi Qingcheng is almost the same. Even Tang Qingqing and Yi Chuanxue, 2 5th-level powerhouses, were not much better off. Oh no, Yi Chuanxue was originally at the peak of the 5th level, and now he has risen to the 6th-level martial emperor. After all, even Tang Xiaowu could passively absorb a lot of the medicinal effects, let alone her, Yi Chuanxue. Yi Chuanxue's real name is Fei Lingxue. She is the leader of Taiyang Xiangfang. It was for the sake of the heavenly book that she approached Yi Qianxu of the Yi family, married him, and gave birth to a child for him. With her determination to achieve her goals by any means necessary, how could she let go of such a good opportunity? Of course, you have to take the medicine at the same time, and try your best to absorb the effects of the medicine. The result was naturally fruitful. She finally broke through the peak realm of the 5th level martial sect, which had been stagnant for many years, and was successfully promoted to the middle stage of the 6th level martial emperor. But even so, she was still exhausted at this moment, sweating profusely, panting, and her waves were surging. She was really exhausted. Anyway, at this moment, Yi Chuanxue, Yi Qingshang, Tang Xingqing, and Tang Shouwu, the 4 girls were all exhausted, and soon they all fell asleep unconscious under the ravages of exhaustion. Among the 5 people, only the culprit Lin Mo was quite energetic at this moment. Originally, he was at the late 4th stage, but after the 5 of them worked together to refine the 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills and the 6 drops of earth vein spiritual essence, and after absorbing the massive amount of medicinal effects like a voracious gulp, peak of the 4th stage, early 5th stage, mid 5th stage. Now Lin Mo has reached the late 5th stage of martial sect. If Tang Xingqing had not also relied on the powerful effect of the medicine to advance from the late 5th stage to the current peak 5th stage, then Lin Mo would have really caught up with her. But even if he failed to catch up, his growth rate was still incredible and abnormal enough. It's really like riding a rocket. Who can grow faster than him? However, at this time in the fairyland, the Holy Queen Xianyuan Danmeng, who had just woken up from a nap, glanced at the surveillance camera and immediately frowned. How come this guy is only at the late 5th stage? He refined 3 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills and 6 drops of earth vein spiritual essence at once, yet he's still advancing so slowly? Asshole, can't you try harder? You almost died last night, and you didn't try harder? Can you look for the reason from yourself? You're still gloating over yourself? With your creeping growth rate, a creeping growth rate that cost you your life, what's there to be gloating about? Lin Mo, you're such a loser. There's really no hope for you. At your current rate of growth, when will you be able to ascend to the 9th level? Xianyuan Danmeng, the beautiful Saint Queen, was not being sarcastic. She was really disappointed with Lin Mo and was worried about him. As she spoke, she became more and more angry and made herself so angry that a huge storm broke out. In fact, she used Tang Haiho's sexy mother Tang Yin to reward the enemy in exchange for 10 years of peace. 10 years was enough for Lin Mo to ascend to the 9th level, break the destiny and resume the path of ascension. However, 10 years is neither a short time nor a long time for Xianyuan Danmeng. She certainly hopes that Lin Mo can complete the difficult task of breaking the destiny as soon as possible. The sooner the better. After all, this concerns the survival of the entire lower world and the 10 holy places in the fairy world, and it concerns the life and death, honor and disgrace of all the disciples of the holy places, including her Xianyuan Danmeng. Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed. So how difficult and important is Lin Mo's task? How could Xianyuan Danmeng not be anxious? But at this moment, Lin Mo was still admiring the sleeping postures of the 4 women while feeling smug. Alas, I accidentally became a 5th level martial arts master in the late stage. Who could work harder than me? Is there any man more capable than me? How can I be so capable? I've already possessed such powerful strength at such a young age. What will happen in the future? How can others survive like this? Why is there a hole in Sister Qingqing's stockings? Let me help her change a pair. Hey, my sister Haruyuki's stockings seem to be a little snagged. I'd better help her change a pair. After all, she worked so hard to help me refine the medicine. Look how tired she is. Look at how sweaty she is. Well, help her wipe the sweat off first. Strange, how come her sweat still smells so good? Just like me, I'm already so handsome, how can I grow so fast and become so strong? I'm young, handsome, and rich. I'm full of vigor, and ability, and I possess the tyrannical strength of a 5th order martial arts master in the late stage. How come all the good things happen to me? How many young girls and young women will be fascinated by me in the future? People like this Qingqing sister, Chuanxue's sister, Tang Xingqing and Tang Shouwu, wouldn't they be completely mesmerized by my immense abilities and charm? In the fairy world, Xianyuan Danmeng was really speechless by Lin Mo's self-talk and self-boasting. Chapter 114, The Wang family's miserable state is unbearable to watch. That is really speechless. If possible, Xianyuan Danmeng would definitely go to the human world right now to hang up the shameless Lin Mo and whip and torture him severely. I will make him cry for his parents in agony. It's not that Xianyuan Danmeng likes to abuse people, but how on earth does this bastard Lin Mo have the nerve to say those things? He also has immense abilities, immense charm, and has charmed countless young women and young ladies. Where on earth does this shameless person get this sense of superiority from? Not to mention the lower world and the human world, even in the entire fairy world, there is no one more shameless than Lin Mo. Besides, what is he doing now? Is he wiping Yi Chuanxue's sweat? After wiping Yi Chuanxue's sweat, he started changing Yi Qingqing's stockings? And then massaged Tang Xiaowu's feet? Xianyuan Danmeng still doesn't know what he is thinking. How could she not know what he wants to do? But at this moment, Lin Mo was still muttering to himself, where can you find a man as gentle and considerate as me? That's really hard to find, even with a lantern. I'm the only one like you in the whole world. You guys, just be happy in secret, because I'm afraid you'll wake up laughing even in your dreams. And you two were both fast asleep, but I didn't take advantage of the situation to do anything inappropriate. What other man could be as obedient and calm as me? In the fairyland, Xianyuan Danmeng just laughed. You're just sitting still and not getting distracted, right? I want to see how obedient you are and how long you can remain calm. When will it be? In fact, it's almost there now. On the other hand, Wang Haoluan of the Wang family fell into the hands of his former enemy and was almost tortured. He was covered in bruises and blood, lying on the ground dying, basically with only his last breath left, looking no different from a dead dog. TSK, Wang Haoluan, aren't you pretty awesome? Don't you say that none of us can beat you in our lifetime? Not only can we not defeat you, even if we try our best, we can't even reach the starting point when you were just born? You, Wang Haoluan, said that, didn't you? Listen to what you said back then, it was so awesome. Why aren't you awesome anymore? Why are you lying on the ground like a dead dog? Come on, get up, show us how awesome you are, and see if we've reached the starting point of your birth. Damn, you useless piece of shit. Wang Haoluan, are you really unable to even stand up? Oh, it seems like we're working really hard. Look, haven't we already surpassed you? But you, why can't you stand up? Are you not trying hard enough? Have you ever looked for problems within yourself? Come, let me teach you. If you want to stand up, you must first be able to endure hardship. You must love to endure hardship. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. As long as you persist and work hard enough, we all believe that sooner or later you will be able to stand up. Everyone agrees, right? Ha ha ha. Amidst wild laughter, the young man pulled the girl in the miniskirt next to him over and hugged her in his arms. The girl was Wang Haoluan's cousin. She once became a hot topic because of a pair of earrings worth 2.3 million yuan. Later, it was discovered that the Wang family had swallowed up most of the donations to an earthquake-stricken area at that time. But the matter was eventually left unresolved. After all, who would dare to provoke or touch the Wang family at that time? Although Qi Meihui had divorced Wang Jingwei long ago, she was still Wang Haoluan's biological mother. So, even if she found out that the Wang family had embezzled donations to the disaster area, what could she do? Now, the Wang family has collapsed, existing in name only. Although no one has come to settle the account with the Wang family, but Wang Haoluan's cousin had been captured and tortured by her enemies for 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, the young man hugged Wang Haoluan's cousin and said with a cold smile, Wang Haoluan, look at how coquettish your cousin is. Wasn't she pretty impressive back then? Holy crap, a pair of earrings cost 2.3 million. How impressive. How sensational. She was definitely a rich little princess, wasn't she? Little princess, now I really let her be a princess in the nightclub. Every day, she has to go braless and serve dozens of old men. Ha 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 ha. You. Wang Haoluan was so angry that he was almost going crazy. But the more he did this, the more excited the many enemies who were surrounding him became. At this moment, a tall and thin man stepped forward and stepped on Wang Haoluan's face, grinning, what about us? How can you, Wang Haoluan, still bite people? I remember that year I donated over a dozen gold coins to the earthquake-stricken area. It wasn't much, but I never imagined that those dozen gold coins I saved up by living frugally would all become part of that pair of earrings worth 2.3 million? But the Nima incident caused such a big stir, but your Wang family is completely fine. Ha, you are so awesome. Things have changed. Has the Wang family come to this day? Has Wang Haoluan also come to this day? Your beautiful cousin Wang Haoluan has also suffered this day? Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the tall and thin man suddenly raised his hand and slapped Wang Haoluan's cousin. My cousin felt hurt and wronged. She wanted to cry but didn't dare to. At the beginning, she could make anyone cry if she wanted to, but things have changed. Now, she can only feel like crying but dare not cry because of one man after another. There's no way around it. This is what happens when a wealthy family declines. Especially for a family like the Wang family, who made enemies everywhere without restraint during their heyday and even caused widespread public resentment. How could they have a good ending after their decline? It would be as miserable as it could be. Like Wang Haoluan's other cousin, who used to flaunt her wealth crazily, making all kinds of noises online, and often hired people to open her box and expose the personal information of her haters, and even hired people to beat her up offline. As a result, just a few days ago, Wang Haoluan's cousin was gone. She was found naked in a river near the overseas slums. Her eyes, ears, tongue, and other parts were all gone. There was a needle in her stomach, sulfuric acid in her throat, and her lower body was filled with mercury. God knows what Wang Haoluan's cousin went through before her death. It's really hard to guess. Anyway, now, many people in the entire Wang family have met with accidents, especially those who used to rely on the power of the Wang family to be arrogant and domineering. Basically, all of them are gone. Moreover, each death was more miserable than the last. Only those who were somewhat pretty, like Wang Haoluan's cousin, are still alive for the time being. It's only temporary. Maybe one day I will die in bed. Who can say for sure? However, Wang Jingwei was an exception. The former head of the Wang family was working for Zhou Shuyi and had been diligently managing the Wang family's business as an employee, and then handed over all the profits to the Zhou family. Chapter 115 System, Are you serious? You will always have to pay for what you have done. Wang Jingwei was once extremely powerful. Relying on his ex-wife Qi Meihui and his son Wang Haoluan with her, he seized and merged many companies, large and small, on the market. And now, everything he had belonged to Zhou Shuyi. As a worker, he earns 2,500 yuan a month, but he gets deducted 50 yuan for being late for work each time. The Wang family has many businesses, and the number of employees in all the companies added up is also quite a lot. But now among all the employees, Wang Jingwei has the lowest salary. You get the lowest salary but have to do the most work. You really have to worry about everything. Zhou Shuyi hasn't divorced him yet, but he can forget about touching her again. He would feel very lucky if he could get a pair of stockings from her. So now Wang Jingwei has a wife, but she doesn't belong to him. It's hard to guess who is using it. Anyway, Lin Mo was sweating profusely at this moment when he suddenly received a call from Zhou Shuyi. On the other end of the line, Zhou Shuyi was sitting in Lin Mo's room upstairs in Shanhaiyuan Villa, her long legs in flesh-colored stockings lifted from her ultra-short hip skirt. The moment the call was connected, she opened her mouth and asked, "Where have you been having fun again, you bastard? It's okay if you don't come home overnight, but it's already noon and you still haven't come back? Do you want to starve me to death?" Lin Mo was stunned. What is she talking about? How could she starve to death if he didn't go back? She was such a big person, wouldn't she die if she was hungry? Besides, he is not a cook, so what is she doing? I don't understand what you're saying. Lin Mo came back to his senses and wiped his sweat while replying, "If you're hungry, just eat. What does this have to do with whether I go back or not?" Zhou Shuyi took a deep breath, and after a while, she reached out and pulled the stockings on her plump legs. She said quietly, "It has nothing to do with you, right? Then I'm going to find someone else to cheat on me. When the time comes, don't say that your sister gave you a big green hat." What the hell? Lin Mo was confused. What the hell? Sister Shuyi, listen to what you are saying. You're not my wife. Your husband is Wang Jingwei, okay? It doesn't matter if you're cheating or having an affair. It's Wang Jingwei who's wearing the hat. What does it have to do with me? The relationship between you and me is pure and innocent. Please don't act as if something happened between us. Lin Mo, you bastard, are you going to die? Zhou Shuyi was furious again. She gritted her teeth and said viciously, "You still have the nerve to talk about innocence? How innocent are you? Are your legs whiter than the girl next to you right now?" "What little girl?" Lin Mo said in a serious tone, "How can there be a little girl around me? I'm doing serious work outside. What do you think I'm doing?" Zhou Shuyi sneered, "Doing business? What little girl's name is Zhengshi? I don't think you're doing your job properly. You're busy with all sorts of things, right? Is there someone named Li Yorong next to you?" Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and said with a confused look on his face, I am very busy, but who is Li Yorong? Don't you know who Li Yurong is? Zhou Shuyi said with a smile, greatness comes from tolerance. Just look at her and you'll know who Li Yurong is. After all, Li Wanji and Li Yurong are both with you. How can you not tell who is who? Lin Mo understood, but it was indeed confusing. Damn Li Wanji and Li Yurong, this Zhou Shuyi is amazing. She was driving at such a speed that she almost ran the car over his face. Ha, in this year of being as fierce as a wolf and a tiger, his mouth is full of fierce and vicious words. I'm afraid I really need to find something to shut her mouth. Otherwise, she can really say anything without even opening her mouth. Who can stand it? Lin Mo was thinking this when suddenly. Ding, random mission triggered. Task requirements, please return to Shanhaiyuan Villa immediately and meet all of Zhou Shuyi's requirements. Task reward, depends on Zhou Shuyi's satisfaction. As soon as the system voice fell, Lin Mo's face was full of question marks. Fuck, what kind of mission is this? Go back immediately and fulfill all of Zhou Shuyi's requests? The mission reward depends on Zhou Shuyi's satisfaction? System, are you kidding me? Seriously? Why does it feel so wrong? Something is indeed wrong. After all, the person issuing the tasks behind the system has been replaced. How can that be right? Lin Mo was arranged by Xianyuan Danmeng, the Holy Queen of the Immortal Realm, to break the destiny in the human world with high martial arts skills. Naturally, the system was also given by Xianyuan Danmeng. How was it given to him? In fact, the so-called system is a magic weapon in the fairy world. It combines magic weapons with technology. Usually, AI is used to supervise the issuance of tasks and the distribution of rewards. Occasionally, Xianyuan Danmeng personally edits the tasks. The key point is here, although it is occasional, Xianyuan Danmeng can edit tasks. And now, Xianyuan Danmeng's naughty sister is making trouble. At this time, the girl saw Lin Mo's face full of question marks through the surveillance and was just laughing. Hee hee, I'm just teasing you. Don't you like that? Shouldn't I help you? Sister said that you are shouldering a heavy responsibility, carrying all the hopes for the future of our entire 10 Holy Lands. So, hey, this time, just consider it a favor from me. Go ahead, Lin Mo, hurry up and show your prowess to the fullest. Let me see how capable you are. This girl is really amazing. It would be fine if he secretly gave Lin Mo the task of editing it without Xianyuan Danmeng's knowledge, but she actually wanted to read it after it was done? What are you looking at? Lin Mo is just carrying out the system tasks honestly, so what's so good about that? Isn't it just about returning to Shanhaiyuan Villa and trying to meet all of Zhou Shuyi's requirements? This task is very serious, nothing special. Could Zhou Shuyi make any excessive or inappropriate requests? How is that possible? But, it seems hard to say? Who knows? Anyway, before I knew it, a day had passed. The next day, another cousin of Wang Haoluan from the Wang family passed away. He died in a beggar's den in the suburbs of the capital, also naked, with at least dozens of scars on his body from scratches, burns, bites and stab wounds. In short, the death was extremely tragic. After someone died so tragically and it made the news, the people in the comments section were. Putting aside the facts, is she not at fault at all? How sad and painful must those men have been to have the heart to do this to her? Damn, I was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be her. Isn't she so arrogant? Didn't she take hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts from her fiancé and then marry into the Wang family? And she was even yelling at me that no one could do anything to her? Yes, it's her. Damn, a piece of shit like her deserves this fate? She deserves it. Damn it. Good death. Chapter 116. You must learn to be grateful. Cause and effect will eventually have their consequences, unless it can never be reversed. Otherwise, it will be like the Wang family. It was glorious when it was still standing, but once it fell, the consequences would be disastrous. But in this world, who can stand forever? Now even the extremely capable Lin Mo has fallen. He is really depressed and quite out of spirits at the moment. Even when faced with the generous task rewards given by the system, I have no interest in it. 12 essence cleansing and marrow removing pills, and 12 drops of earth spirit marrow, isn't the reward for this mission generous? But Lin Mo was sitting on the sofa in the living room at this moment. He lay down unconsciously with his head resting on Yi Qingqing's legs, and then closed his eyes. Across from him, Yi Chuanxue frowned upon seeing this and asked, Lin Mo, what are you doing? Are you taking advantage of your sister Qingcheng again? And I'm asking you something right now. What happened the night before last? Where did you get those 6 drops of earth vein essence? 6 drops, and you used them all at once? Are you trying to kill yourself? If Qingcheng and I hadn't arrived in time, would the 3 of you have exploded and died? It probably doesn't matter whether he is dead or alive, because Lin Mo has fallen asleep with his head resting on Yi Qingcheng's legs. And he fell asleep. As soon as he fell asleep, he opened his eyes and found himself tied to a chair with stockings stuffed in his mouth, and then there stood a sexy and cool beautiful lady. The queen was holding a whip in her hand, sneering continuously, looking very evil. At the same time, Zhou Shuyi was in high spirits and looked very energetic. God knows what good thing happened to her, but she is in a really good mood at the moment, a very good mood. At this time, she was settling the accounts of various companies in the Wang family's industry, and found that after Wang Jingwei's hard work, all of those companies had good profits and income. Okay, very good. It seems that Wang Jingwei, you are not a good for nothing after all. You do have some business acumen. Very good. Since you've created so much profit, I'll give you an extra bonus of 100 gold coins this month. 100? Wang Jingwei was a little confused. He created so much profit for the company, and he got a 100 yuan bonus? Zhou Shuyi frowned. Why, a full 100 gold coins bonus is still too little. Do you think the company is still yours? Why do you think I kept you in the company? Isn't it to train you and hone you? Don't always think about what you can get from the company. You should always think about what you can bring to the company. Doesn't it cost me anything to train you? Don't always focus on the petty gains in front of you. You need to have a long-term vision and a broader perspective. After all, you're only in your 40s, not even 50. It's time to strive, don't you know? In this prime time of striving, you must endure more hardships, you must love to endure hardships, and you must develop the good habit of hard work and perseverance. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Enduring more hardships now will definitely be of great benefit to you. How could I possibly harm you? Anyway, you're right to listen to me. High salaries and high bonuses aren't conducive to striving. You're just fine the way you are now. Otherwise, you'd be floating in the sky like before, not even knowing your own name. Do you know why you failed miserably? Isn't it because you didn't work hard enough? You said you've already made the Wang family exist in name only, and yet you don't look for the reason within yourself? And I'm so kind in giving you a chance to start over, and yet you're so indifferent. Not only do you not show any gratitude, but you even complain that the 100 yuan bonus I gave you is too little? What gives you the right to say that? Do you have the nerve to do that? Where does that leave you? Having said this, Zhou Shuyi's expression became more serious. Even the tone of voice became more solemn. Just because of your attitude, the 100 yuan bonus is gone. Since you think it's too little, I won't give it to you at all. You have to understand that I am giving you a chance, not you doing things for me. As for the work, if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Don't take yourself too seriously. If you, Wang Jingwei, didn't have me protecting you, would you still be alive today? How many people in your Wang family have met with misfortune? Don't you know? So many people in the Wang family died one after another, and each one died more tragically than the last. Why didn't anyone touch you? Isn't it because I'm protecting you? If it weren't for me, you, Wang Jingwei, would have been lying dead on the street. Do you understand? This is the absolute truth, and Wang Jingwei absolutely cannot refute it. Otherwise, how could he obediently hand over all his property and work so honestly for Zhou Shuyi? Other families were like centipedes that were about to die but still clung to their bones, but his Wang family had no heritage passed down from generation to generation, so it collapsed like a landslide and completely collapsed in an instant. Now if Wang Jingwei wants to survive under the watchful eyes of his enemies, he can only linger here with Zhou Shuyi, compromise, and use all his skills to work hard for her to make money. Otherwise, would he still be trying his best to push himself hard towards her? There are others who can do that kind of thing for him. Even though he and Zhou Shuyi are still husband and wife, it is not his turn to do it. Give him a hat and he'll wear it. If he doesn't wear a hat, then why does he keep the head on this item? There are so many people who want to kill Wang Jingwei. If he takes off the green hat now, he will be beheaded tonight. He will not even know how he died. Does he dare to try? Suddenly, Zhou Shuyi turned around and looked at the other direct descendants of the Wang family. Oh, I almost forgot about you guys. What are you doing? What's with your expressions? I said he didn't say anything about you, right? Although the current profits of your Wang family's companies are decent, do you think that's enough? It's far from enough. You have to work harder. You have to keep working harder. If you don't work hard now, you'll regret it later. If the day comes when I think you're all worthless, I won't care about your life or death anymore. When all your enemies come knocking on your door, you won't even have a chance to cry. So, cherish the opportunity you have now. Everyone, work your hardest. Try your best and show your hard-working spirit. No pain, no gain. The harder you work, the more excited you will be. Since I've given you the opportunity to make a comeback, you must seize it firmly. While seizing this opportunity, always be grateful to the company, to me, and to everyone who has given you hardship, because what doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Do you understand? Chapter 117, The Yi Family's Secret Skill, Soul Captivating Technique. Got it? I don't understand. The Wang family members didn't dare to say anything, but they had already started cursing in their hearts. And each one was definitely more foul-mouthed than the other. But I dare not speak out and can only endure it no matter what. Not to mention these few people, what about Tang Haiho, the last person to ascend to heaven from the earth 1,000 years ago? Tang Haiho's sexy mother Tang Yin was actually sent to reward the enemy. The enemy is brutal and is known for being ruthless and cruel. God knows what will happen to Tang Yin if he falls into the hands of those people. It is really hard to guess. But Tang Haiho could do nothing, after all, he was already in danger. Not only was he castrated, but his cultivation was also destroyed, and his legs were also disabled. Now he can only crawl on the ground. He doesn't have many enemies in the fairy world, but based on what he has done in the human world, who among the 10 holy places can tolerate him? At this moment, someone was stepping on Tang Haiho's head and having his teeth pulled out one by one, saying, "You bastard, you have come to this day? You've caused the human world to not have a single ascender in 1,000 years, and you've caused my 10 holy lands to not have a single fresh blood replenished in 1,000 years. Do you still think you're going to make it? Why did your mother give birth to a piece of shit like you? I heard that Tang Yin's ancestors were all prostitutes for 7 generations. How many low-quality genes did they have to merge to produce someone like you? It's fine that you're useless, and you can only barely ascend with the help of 13 pages of the heavenly book. Damn it, do you want everyone in the future to be as useless as you? To be honest, I've seen many people who don't want to be like Billion, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. Tang Haiho, you son of a bitch, how dare you enter this fairyland? Are you worthy? Come on, speak up. Did you hear me? Come on, are you worthy enough? No. I don't deserve it. Being stepped on by someone, Tang Haiho could only say what the other person said no matter how humiliated and angry he was. Doesn't he dare? However, as soon as he said that he was not worthy, the other party's men immediately pulled out one of his teeth. Ah! With excruciating pain and blood gushing out, Tang Haiho screamed like a pig being slaughtered. What a fucking loser! The young man who stepped on Tang Haiho's head said coldly, "Howl your mother, you've only just started howling like a pig being slaughtered. You useless thing. No wonder you can only barely ascend with just 13 pages of the heavenly book. Tang Haiho, what use are you to me? You didn't work hard back then, and now you're just grieving. If you had just put in a little bit of effort, wouldn't you be as weak as a useless dog now? You ascended to heaven with the help of the heavenly book, but you don't know how to work hard. You gave me a chance but it was useless. What do you think of someone like you coming to this fairyland to do nothing? What use are you, useless dog, except for coming here to lower our average combat power? And, for 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years, you bastard, haven't you tried to work hard at all? Have you really never looked for the reason within yourself? Have you ever thought about why you're so useless? Other people are always early birds, but you are just a useless dog that has always been useless. You really can only rely on your coquettish and beautiful mother Tang Yin to cling to others and sell her body to support you? At this point, the young man suddenly changed the subject and laughed wickedly. You should say, Tang Haiho, your mother is really coquettish, and she is indeed full of charm. You're right. I'll have to go to the enemy camp someday and ask Tang Yin to take good care of me. I happen to know someone there, so it should be possible. Ah! Suddenly, Tang Haiho was stimulated and resisted violently like a madman. But what can he do to resist? His resistance resulted in a severe beating. And he actually had all his teeth pulled out. You worthless dog, you dare to resist? Are you looking for death? Isn't Tang Yin a prostitute? She already served 12 men in the mortal world. Just like you, she relied on 13 pages of the heavenly book to ascend to the fairyland. In this fairyland, she can be slept with anyone, right? Tang Hai-ho, listen up. Not only am I going to play with her, I'm also going to take these brothers with me. When the time comes, I'll make sure your mother won't be able to stand up. Can't you bear it? Didn't you close the heavenly gate, blocking the path to ascension for all living beings on earth? Let me see how you can bear it now. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man stomped on Tang Hai-ho's face again. At the same time, in the Shanhaiyuan villa on earth, Lin Mo woke up and his energy and spirit were almost restored. Strange, why would I have such a dream? I was tied to a chair and whipped in my dream? What the hell? Could it be that he has been hit by some kind of dream-entering magic? No, that's impossible. How can there be such a thing as a dream-entering technique in this world? What are you mumbling about? Yi Qingcheng suddenly interrupted his thoughts and said, "What is this dream-entering technique?" No, nothing. Lin Mo shook his head subconsciously. Yi Qingcheng frowned when she heard that, and then stared at Lin Mo's eyes intently. "Huh, you're trying to trick me, aren't you? You've been sleeping on my legs for so long. Look at my legs. They're all covered with your saliva while you were sleeping. Even my stockings are soaked. Do you have the nerve to do that? Now I ask you what you are mumbling about, and you are still fooling me like this, huh? You have no conscience." After hearing her say this, Lin Mo looked down again and felt ashamed. But he couldn't say he was ashamed. Could he say that in his dream he was tied to a chair and severely whipped? If he told others about such a perverted dream, wouldn't Yi Qingcheng think he was a pervert too? No, absolutely not. Thinking of this, Lin Mo made up a lie. It seems that someone taught me a very magical set of exercises using the dream entering method. I don't know if it's true or not. Come on, Qingcheng, try practicing with me. It's a good opportunity to verify it. Although it's probably fake, that technique is truly miraculous. What if it's real? Wouldn't we make a killing then? Yi Qingcheng was stunned. What on earth is he talking about? Someone came into his dream and taught him martial arts? How could such an outrageous thing happen? In reality, of course not. The sexy queen in the dream just whipped Lin Mo severely with the whip in her hand, but did not teach him any martial arts, but the set of skills he was going to teach Yi Qingcheng next was real, and it was the Yi family's long-lost soul-capturing technique. That was the reward for Lin Mo's previous mission. Unfortunately, the reward was too much and there were too many things going on recently, so he hadn't had time to practice. Now it is just right to practice with Yi Qingcheng, the daughter of the Yi family. After all, this is the lost martial arts of her Yi family, so it must be the most appropriate to ask her to practice together. Only. Chapter 118, The Wolf-like and Tiger-like 6th-rank Martial Emperor. After a period of training, Lin Mo was sweating profusely and just as he finished, Yi Chuanshui came. Lin Mo, what are you doing? What did you do to my daughter? How could you, a bastard, do this to Qingcheng? I'm innocent. Lin Mo interrupted, explaining anxiously, we were just practicing martial arts, okay? Sister Chuanshui, who do you think I am? I'm such a righteous person and I've never been interested in women, yet you actually suspect that I would do something like that to Sister Qingcheng? Sister Haruyuki, you really disappoint me. Yi Chuanshui was confused. What the hell is this bastard talking about? He was trying to turn the tables, wasn't he? How dare he say she disappointed him? After coming back to her senses, Yi Chuanshui, the mature and beautiful woman, gritted her teeth. She was so angry that she really wanted to kick Lin Mo in the face. Kick this shameless, despicable and shameless bastard to death. But at this moment, her precious daughter, Yi Qingcheng, who was sweating profusely, stepped forward to help explain, Mom, don't get me wrong, we were really practicing together just now. Shut up right there. Yi Chuanshui glared at Lin Mo with her beautiful eyes, then stared at him intently, demanding, what kind of cultivation technique could make you so exhausted? Look at how you're breathing. Does it look like you've just been practicing some kind of martial arts technique? It's clearly. There was a pause, and Yi Chuanshui was too embarrassed to finish what he was saying. Lin Mo was righteous and confident. What is it? You don't know the situation, so don't spit bloody words at me, okay? Qingcheng has explained it to me, but you still don't believe it? How can you not even believe what your own precious daughter says? Of course, this isn't the key point. After all, whether you believe it or not is none of my business. The problem is, I'm such an upright person. Everyone knows that I, Lin Mo, have always been pure and unselfish. When have I ever been close to a woman? Really? I'm a good young man who only wants to practice hard and become stronger. How dare you, Sister Chuanxue, doubt that I'm greedy for Qingqing's body? You are really making an international joke. This is really outrageous and disappointing. Why are you glaring at me? I'm talking about you. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm right, so why should I be afraid? Yi Chuanxue smiled slightly, then reached out and pulled the flesh-colored garter stockings on her plump legs, and said leisurely, "You're not afraid, right? Are you tough?" Lin Mo said seriously, "What do you mean by tough? I've always been tough, okay? When have I ever been soft? Really?" Yi Chuanxue walked to the side and sat down, lifting her sexy long legs and said meaningfully, "Are you sure it's always been this hard? It's never been soft?" Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then frowned and corrected himself. "I'm talking about toughness, strong bones, and backbone. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't think anything wrong." Yi Chuanxue slowly turned to look at Yi Qingqing next to him and ordered, "Qingqing, go out first. I want to talk to him alone." "Ah?" Yi Qingqing was somewhat unable to react. Yi Chuanxue glared at him. "What? Get out." Oh. Since the beautiful mother had spoken, Yi Qingqing had no choice but to obey. But as soon as Yi Qingqing left, Lin Mo suddenly became a little flustered. "No, Haruyuki-sama, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. We are of different generations, so please respect yourself." Self-respect? Yi Chuanxue twisted her slender waist and stepped forward with her beautiful legs. In a blink of an eye, she pushed Lin Mo against the wall and said with a smile, "What self-respect do you mean? Didn't you just say that you are tough? Tough enough to never be soft? Then I want to see how strong your bones are and how much backbone you have. Is it really a question of how much backbone you have? No matter how strong Lin Mo's character is, can he withstand the repeated torment from so many people? No matter how strong your backbone is, it will be worn away, right? The pain in Lin Mo's heart is something that ordinary people cannot understand. No matter how much he loves and can endure hardship, there will come a time when he can no longer bear it." Anyway, this time he really saw from Yi Chuanxue what it meant to be a 6th-level martial emperor who was as fierce as a wolf or a tiger. Of course, being as fierce as a wolf or a tiger is not important. The key is the powerful realm of the 6th-stage martial emperor. Even though Lin Mo is now in the late 5th stage and is considered strong enough, he is ultimately unable to withstand the destruction of Yi Chuanxue, the 6th-stage martial emperor. If he wasn't a man, then Yi Chuanxue would be really a cruel man who destroyed a beautiful woman. Anyway, it is very cruel and brutal. Too cruel. Finally, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Is she still human? She's a beast. No, she's worse than an animal. It's over. I'm not clean anymore. I'm going to work hard and get revenge. Yi Chuanxue, just wait for me. When my cultivation level surpasses yours, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. I'll hang you up and beat you until you cry for your parents. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will be able to save you. Yes, I will practice hard. I will work hard in silence and then surprise everyone. God rewards hard work. You reap what you sow. As long as I work hard enough, I will definitely become stronger. Earth Vein Spirit Essence, where is my Earth Vein Spirit Essence? Give me another drop. I'll only use one drop this time. Let Xiao Wu help me refine it. It should be enough. Forget it, I'd better take Tang Qingqing with me, just in case. Others practice hard by seclusion, but Lin Mo works hard by taking drugs. No matter whether it was the essence cleansing and marrow eliminating pill or the earth spirit marrow, he had plenty of them now, so he could just take them and be done with it. After all, there are no side effects, and it can also allow him to be reborn and continuously strengthen his physique. If he doesn't take this shortcut, does he really have to proceed step by step? The main thing is that he still has so many furnaces and cauldrons, and all of them are top quality furnaces and cauldrons, just like Tang Qingqing and Tang Xiaowu. It would be a waste if they were not used. At the same time, in the Chen family dungeon, the former head of the family, Chen Yuqiang, had been imprisoned in the dungeon after being deposed, and the body of his gold digger wife, Lu Qian, was also dumped here. There was nothing to eat or drink, only Lu Qian's body. Chen Yuqiang loves her so much that he gives in to her in everything and lets her mess up the entire Chen family. It all depends on how much he loves Lu Qian. Let us see if he can bear the hunger. He would rather starve to death than touch Lu Qian's body. Isn't this a bit too cruel? At this moment, in the Chen family study, the new head of the family, Chen Yuling, was saying to the beautiful ancestor, Chen Shishir, after all. What after all? Chen Shishir didn't listen at all. She interrupted Chen Yuling coldly. Cruel? What's so cruel about that? How has Chen Yuqiang acted like a family head these past few years? All he does is revolve around Lu Qian. Don't you know how much trouble this couple has made the Chen family? Chapter 119, 5th stage, late stage, I am a true god. After Chen Shishir finished speaking, Chen Yuling was speechless. Because in the face of facts, there is no room for rebuttal. In particular, she had just found out that Lu Qian's relatives from her mother's side, all the aunts and uncles, had embezzled a lot of money from the Chen family. This one is worth millions, that one is worth tens of millions, and there are also tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and even hundreds of millions. Even if all of Lu Qian's relatives from her mother's side were added together, they would have swallowed up at least tens of billions from the Chen family over the years. Hundreds of billions. Maybe this is nothing to the huge Chen family, but it is still a considerable number. The key point is that these hundreds of billions of dollars have been swallowed up by those people and cannot be recovered at all. Just imagine if it is not cleaned up in time. If it continues like this, won't the Chen family really be ruined by Lu Qian and her family members? That is too much? So how heinous was Chen Yuqiang, the former head of the family? For the Chen family, that is simply unforgivable. So will Chen Shishir still be polite to him? Why should you be polite to a slavish dog who doesn't even know his last name? At this moment, Chen Shishir looked up at Chen Yuling in front of her, took a deep breath, and said seriously, especially now that you are the head of the family, you must not let me down. Justice does not govern wealth, and kindness does not govern the military. Some things must be handled impartially, regardless of who you are dealing with. Otherwise, there will be no order without rules. 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant hole. Don't underestimate those termites, especially those from Lu Qian's family. They are no longer termites, they are vampires, or vampires reincarnated from starving ghosts. They are all greedy and bottomless pits. They can really bring down our entire Chen family. So? Chen Yuling asked, so what should be done with the people from Lu Qian's family? But is it necessary for her to ask this question? Chen Shishir glared at him. So what? You still need me to teach you something like this? You, the head of this family, really don't know how to do this? Big-breasted and brainless thing, why did I choose you to be the head of this house? Okay, you don't know what to do, right? I'll teach you, just this once. Watch me. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Shishir got up and went out. Soon, Chen family dungeon. Lu Qian's maternal family, including her father, mother, brothers, and aunts and uncles, have all been imprisoned here. Chen Shishir raised her hand and the person next to her handed her the file. Every piece of evidence in the file was an accusation against Lu Qian's family members. Lu Jianzhong embezzled 5.12 million yuan in public funds, misappropriated 14.29 million yuan in public assets, accepted 172 million yuan in bribes, sexually assaulted and forced to death 7 female secretaries, forced to death 12 female university students, molested 37 female employees, and even arranged for the extermination of 12 families, killing a total of 179 people. Using the name of my Chen family to commit evil? Just because your daughter Lu Qian married the good-for-nothing Chen Yuqiang from my Chen family? Good, very good, very good. Come here, live broadcast the execution. First, castrate him with a blunt knife, slowly pull out his teeth and nails, then hammer all 10 fingers into a pulp. Chen Shishir listed all kinds of tortures in one breath. That would really make Lu Qian's old father suffer little by little and die slowly. No, that's not enough. Finally, Chen Shishir thought for a moment and added, before the live execution, give him some strong aphrodisiac. Then lock him up with Lu Qian's body. Remember, Chen Yuqiang must watch the whole process. Chen Yuling was a little confused. After all, she, the new head of the family, is a good young woman, so she can't help but feel, is it really necessary to be so cruel? Is it a bit too harsh? Do you think it's cruel? Chen Shishir also saw what Chen Yuling was thinking and said directly, how cruel? I don't think it's cruel at all. In fact, I don't think it's cruel enough. Why don't you take a look at this file yourself and see what Lu Jianzhong did? Poor mountains and bad waters breed unruly people. That's what we mean by people like him. He has absolutely no ability at all, yet he dares to bully the good people by relying on his power, acting lawlessly and recklessly. Does he treat others as human beings? And what does he think of my Chen family? This has completely disgraced my Chen family. Chen Yuling, do you still think I'm cruel? No. No. Chen Yuling quickly shook her head. No? Chen Shishir snorted coldly, then stared at Chen Yuling for 2 seconds and said, I don't care whether you have it or not. Anyway, as the new head of the family, you must know how to do some things. If you don't know, I will let Lin Mo teach you personally. Although he's not a good person, he's actually a good talent. He knows exactly how to do everything and how to deal with everyone. He's definitely not as soft-hearted as you. This is absolutely true, not a single word of it is wrong. Because being soft-hearted is not Lin Mo's character. In particular, he used the spiritual essence of the earth veins and the 2 furnaces of Tang Qingqing and Tang Xiaowo to help refine the medicinal effects. After a period of hard practice, he made great progress. The original 5th level martial arts late stage realm was successfully promoted to the 5th level martial arts late stage. Awesome! It feels so good, it's absolutely amazing. How come I'm so great? I'm incredibly talented, a natural gift. I'm truly amazing. Xiao Wu, tell me, am I, your brother Lin Mo, awesome? Yeah, brother Lin Mo is the best. You shameless bastard, don't lead Xiao Wu to say such things. Tang Qingqing was sweating and panting because she worked too hard to refine the medicine, but after hearing the conversation between Lin Mo and Tang Xiaowu, she couldn't help but glared at Lin Mo fiercely. Lin Mo didn't take it seriously at all and said casually, what's wrong with that? Am I good? Please, I'm already in the late 5th stage, okay? It's almost catching up with you. Where can you find a man as hardworking as me? Especially because I'm so handsome. I'm really young, handsome, capable, and charming. I'm also not arrogant or conceited. I'm always so hardworking and low-key. I'm definitely a perfect man. Xiao Wu, you just said I'm the best, so you and your sister Qingqing should marry me and become my concubines. After all, I'm so great. Bastard! Tang Qingqing suddenly kicked him. She really couldn't bear it anymore. But Lin Mo had just been promoted and was in full health, so how could he be afraid of her? When she kicked, Lin Mo grabbed her delicate feet. You bastard, what do you want to do? Let go, I told you to let go, let go. Lin Mo, you pervert, shut up. Chapter 120 I have no talent, it all depends on hard work. Maybe Tang Qingqing made a slip of the tongue in her anxiety. After all, what does it mean to shut up? Could it be that Lin Mo could still move his mouth? How was that possible? One moves his feet and the other moves his mouth. This is not scientific at all. But Lin Mo's current cultivation level is even more unscientific. Before he knew it, he had already reached the late 5th stage of the martial sect. Think of Zhang Xiao, the uncle of the Wang family, who was guarding a large family at an old age, but was only a 3rd-level martial spirit. It was Qi Wanhao, the head of the Qi family behind Qi Meiwei. Even though he was over 60 years old, he was only at the peak of the 5th-order martial arts realm. How long had Lin Mo been in this world? His cultivation level was already catching up with the 60-year-old head of the Qi family. What kind of concept was this? It can be said that he is gifted by heaven. However, he is low-key. That night, at the Qi family, Lin Mo was brought to the Qi family by Qi Meiwei for dinner. At the dinner table, when everyone in the Qi family learned that Lin Mo was already a 5th-level martial arts master in the late stage, they all looked surprised and puzzled. Nothing. Lin Mo was very low-key, saying repeatedly, it's just the late 5th stage, it's really nothing. In fact, my talent is just like that. I relied purely on hard work and perseverance to cultivate to this level with great difficulty. I really don't have any talent at all. It's all hard work. There's nothing I can do. The early bird catches the worm. If someone like me doesn't work hard, how will I ever be able to succeed? I've known since I was little that hard work pays off, and that as long as I can endure hardships, I'll definitely be able to succeed in the future. Of course, I haven't made it yet, which means I haven't worked hard enough. I still have to look for the reasons within myself. No matter what, I must never blame others or look for the reasons in the external environment. As long as I haven't become number one in the world, then it goes without saying that it will be 100% me. Suddenly, Chi Maui picked up a piece of braised abalone with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Just eat, why are you talking so much? She obviously couldn't stand it anymore. But her father Chi Wanhao blared at her and scolded her. Mei Hui, what are you doing? Brother Lin has a point. Although he is being modest, it is true that hard work pays off. If you want to get ahead, you have to eat. Modesty aside, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. His awareness is excellent and worth learning from for you and Meiru. Study. What the hell is Chi Mei Hui learning? Doesn't she know what kind of character Lin Mo is? He was the only one who was working hard? What kind of effort did he put in? At most, I would just go hard at her. Lin Mo ate the braised abalone in 3 or 2 mouthfuls and said, not bad, Sister Mei Hui's abalone. I mean, the braised abalone that Sister Mei Hui picked for me, the taste is really good, absolutely top-notch. Chi Mei Hui glared at him fiercely. Couldn't this bastard restrain himself in front of so many people from the Chi family? Lin Mo, you must be a top-tier talent, right? Chi Mei Hui's sister, Chi Meiru, the female CEO who controls the family group, suddenly asked, if you don't have a top-tier talent, how could you have reached the late 5th stage at such a young age? No. Lin Mo shook his head, very seriously, I really don't have a first-class talent. How can I have any talent? Sister Mei Hui knows me. I used to be just a follower under Wang Haoluan. If I really had talent, wouldn't I have shown it long ago? How could I be Wang Haoluan's follower? I finally got the hang of it later and understood the importance of hard work, so I started working incredibly hard. Unconsciously, I reached my current level of cultivation. I'm not lying. My current strength is all earned through hard work. There are no shortcuts, and it has nothing to do with talent or anything like that. But to be honest, it was only through practice that I realized that practicing martial arts really doesn't depend on talent. Talent doesn't exist at all. It just depends on who works harder. As long as you work hard, it will definitely show in your ability. If not, then you must not be working hard enough, or you are just pretending to work hard and deceiving yourself. This guy can deceive himself, but he won't act like one. A table full of food can't stop you from talking, right? Chi Mei Hui gritted her teeth and kicked Lin Mo hard under the table. Lin Mo immediately fought back, but he kicked the wrong person. It seemed that he kicked Chi Mei Hui's female CEO sister, Chi Meiru. Chi Meiru frowned slightly, looked down, and then looked at her sister Chi Mei Hui. Sis, you're so close to Lin Mo, but haven't you learned anything? Listen to what you're saying? Chi Mei Hui casually replied, he's such a jerk, what can I learn from him? That's not the case. Lin Mo took over and said, Sister Mei Hui is very open-minded and willing to learn from me. She has learned a lot from me. Knowledge. When he said these 2 words, there was obviously something wrong with his pronunciation. It sounds like a posture. As a result, Chi Mei Hui immediately kicked again, but Lin Mo was prepared and reached out under the table to grab her foot. Chi Mei Hui was stunned for a moment. A beautiful lady from the Beijing circle in her prime, and a young man full of vigor and vitality, who would have thought that they would dare to act like this at the Chi family's family dinner. Lin Mo remained calm, pretending nothing had happened, and casually added, actually, I think cultivation is really not difficult. There aren't that many techniques to talk about. All you have to do is work hard. Like me, I just work hard and leave the rest to fate. I don't believe that hard work will not bring rewards, and in the end, I really have reaped a lot of rewards. I think if even I can do it, then you can do it too. Or, if you have time, Sister Meiru, I can teach you how to work hard. Chi Mei Hui's heart skipped a beat. What was this bastard talking about? What did he want to do? To take advantage of her sister? This bastard still wants to go all out on Meiru? In fact, Chi Mei Hui really misunderstood Lin Mo. After all, how could Lin Mo be that kind of person? What bad intentions could he have? He just wanted to give Chi Meiru some in-depth guidance. After all, the Chi family treated him so warmly tonight, so of course he had to give something back. This is called it's impolite not to reciprocate. Chi Wanhao nodded and said, I think it's okay. Meiru, you can let Lin Mo give you some guidance. These words were actually said to the man next to Chi Meiru. The man who has had no sense of existence from the beginning to now, Lu Song, Chi Meiru's son-in-law. Chi Wanhao has disliked this son-in-law for a long time. If Chi Meiru had not stopped him, he, the head of the family, would have kicked Lu Song, the useless son-in-law, out of the house long ago. Now is a good opportunity to use Lin Mo to sow discord between Chi Meiru and Lu Song. Chapter 121. Who can be as hard-working as him? No matter what, Lin Mo is more pleasing to the eye than Lu Song. It's 1,000 times, 10,000 times more pleasing to the eye. In Chi Wanhao's eyes, who is Lu Song? Chun Chun is a waste who has nothing and brings no value to the Chi family. How can she be worthy of Chi Meiru? On the other hand, Lin Mo, who is young, handsome, and promising, even has the ability to get the national treasury to allocate 300 billion to the Yi family, and also got a contract worth trillions from the Ministry of Commerce. What kind of ability is this? Is this something that a mere loser like Lu Song can compare to? Therefore, for Chi Wanhao, he would rather let Chi Meiru and Chi Meihui stay with Lin Mo than let that useless son-in-law Lu Song continue to stay in the Chi family. There is no place for Lu Song in the Chi family. Just after 3 rounds of drinks, Chi Wanhao said, "Meiru, help Lin Mo go to your room to rest. After that, you can take care of him and keep him company." Me? Chi Meiru was stunned. At the same time, Chi Meihui was also a little stunned. On the side, Lu Song stood up and said, "Dad, let me do it." "What's it to you?" Chi Wanhao stared at him coldly, really not giving him any face at all. "I wanted Meiru and Lin Mo to be alone together. I wanted Meiru to ask Lin Mo for advice on the secrets of cultivation. Why are you, Lu Song, joining in the fun? It's really funny. When did it become your turn, Lu Song, to speak in my Chi family? If it weren't for Meiru, you, Lu Song, wouldn't even be qualified to sit at the table for dinner. How dare you interfere and disrupt Meiru's opportunity to learn the secrets of cultivation? Lu Song, who do you think you are? You're a loser, and you want Meiru to be just as loser? You don't make progress yourself, and you don't want Meiru to make progress either. You don't want her to have a better future?" At this time, Chi Wanhao turned and looked at Chi Meiru again. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help Lin Mo back to your room? I'm creating opportunities for you, understand?" How could Chi Meiru not understand? But to be honest, she really didn't want this opportunity. But now that her father Chi Wanhao has spoken, how dare she disobey? No matter how reluctant she was, she had no choice but to do as she was told. Even she is like this, and her husband Lu Song, who is a son-in-law, is even more the same. At this moment, Lu Song could only stand there like a piece of wood, watching his beautiful wife supporting another man as they walked into the room. As for whether Lin Mo was drunk enough to need Chi Meiru's support, who knows? Just like in the fairy world, in the enemy camps of the 10 holy places, no one knew whether Tang Yin's cries were due to excessive pain or excessive comfort. It's hard to guess, and only the person involved knows. But one thing is certain, that is, Tang Yin, who was once the most beautiful woman in the world, will no longer have any innocence in the future. From now on, everyone in the entire fairy world will only have 4 words to describe Tang Yin: a slut. The inspirational and legendary story of Tang Yin, a woman who served 13 husbands in the human world, will also be known to everyone in the fairy world. As for Tang Haiho, he is completely useless and will never be able to stand up again. The last person to ascend to heaven on earth ended up like this. Who can be blamed? Wasn't it all done by him? If he hadn't insisted on blocking the path to ascension and closing the heavenly gate, how could it have come to this? All we can say is that everything is cause and effect, and Tang Haiho is now reaping the fruits of his own action. And the path to ascension that he had tried so hard to cut off back then would probably be reconnected by someone soon. And the destiny game that he had designed with all his effort would be broken in one fell swoop. It is Lin Mo's mission to continue the path of ascension and break the destiny. Otherwise, why would the fairy world boss Xianyuan Danmang go to so much trouble to send Lin Mo to the lower world? Could it be possible that he would be allowed to harm all the beautiful women in Beijing? How could it be possible? Besides, he wasn't that kind of person at all. He had no interest in women at all, so even if he really wanted to do that, he couldn't do it. His mind is filled with the desire for strength. How could there be even a hint of dirty thoughts? After all, he reached the late 5th stage so quickly. Isn't this enough to prove that Lin Mo has long since gotten rid of all the vulgar interests of the world? Moreover, that night, while in-depth guiding Chi Meiru on the secrets of cultivation, he himself also made another great breakthrough. Successfully promoted to the peak of level 5. It really is all about hard work. There are no shortcuts. The key point is that Lin Mo disdains to take any shortcuts. After all, real ability comes from hard work. What's the point of taking shortcuts? You can easily accomplish things through your own efforts, so why take shortcuts? Isn't taking shortcuts a crooked approach? For someone as righteous as Lin Mo, how could he take such an unconventional approach? But nevertheless, well, we have to keep working hard and try harder. No matter how great your achievements are, you must not be proud and must be low-key. This is my principle in life, Lin Mo, and only I possess such a fine character. Yes, keep working hard and keep moving forward bravely. Having said this, Lin Mo walked out of the gate of Cheese Villa, leaning against the wall, and then drove to the hotel. Jingyi, Lingyu, I'm here. Do you miss me? Come, let your husband kiss you. Well, my empress is really well behaved, and Lingyu is also well behaved. But I'm here for serious business this time. Look what this is? That's right, the Earth's spiritual essence. I've thought about it. You two will help me refine the medicinal properties together. Once my strength increases, won't I be able to help you regain your lost memories faster? Come. I'll let you serve as my cauldron for now. When I achieve great success, I will personally lead you to Mount Longhu to restart the battle for ascension. Then we'll ascend together. Ascension, this thing is probably not difficult for him, Lin Mo. Who was he, after all? He was the one chosen by Xianyuan Danmeng, the Holy Lady of the Immortal Realm. Now with the help of Huangfu Jingyi, the Empress of the Xinwu Empire, and Shangguan Lingyu, the beautiful ancestor of the Shangguan family, how can he not get up? 3 days and 3 nights, this time he practiced hard in the hotel for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally broke through the shackles of the 5th level peak and successfully advanced to the 6th level Martial Emperor. And he was promoted to the middle stage of the 6th level in one fell swoop. This is the powerful effect of the Earth's spiritual essence. Of course, this is definitely inseparable from Lin Mo's own hard work. Even relatively speaking, the effect of the Earth vein essence may not be that great. The key is that Lin Mo must be self-disciplined and work hard enough. Otherwise, how could we have made such rapid progress? What if someone else could try to do it like him? Who can progress as fast as him? It can definitely be said that he has made rapid progress. However, this is not enough, he is still not satisfied and wants to go further. Come on, keep going. This time, use up all the remaining Earth vein essence. Chapter 122, Break the Destiny and Enter the Fairyland. Facts have proved that hard work pays off. As long as you work hard enough, you will be richly rewarded. Maybe many people didn't believe it before, but no one will doubt it in the future. Because Lin Mo has set an example for everyone in the world, Lin Mo's inspirational story is destined to be passed down forever in the world. From now on, there will no longer be any legends about the last person to ascend to heaven in this world. All there will be is the story of Lin Mo's unremitting efforts to break the destiny. Just 3 days later, Lin Mo's strength improved and he successfully broke through the shackles of the peak of the 6th level Martial Emperor and was successfully promoted to the 7th level Martial Saint. Closer, he is really getting closer and closer to ascension. And all the destiny and luck from Yi Lin were leaking out like crazy. Is the devil 1 foot high and the Tao 10 feet higher? No, there is no such thing as devil and Tao. In this world, there has always been only winners and losers. Whoever succeeds is the Tao, and whoever loses is the devil. This time, it was obvious that Lin Mo won, and it was a big win. Especially after he became a 7th level Martial Saint, he still did not stop and continued to work hard. He just wants to create miracles. Believe me, I can make a miracle happen soon. I must reconnect this path to ascension. Then watch me open the gate to heaven with one sword. Although I don't have much talent, I am good at enduring hardships. My greatest advantage is my hard work and perseverance. I don't have any other advantages, but so what? As long as I endure enough hardship, there's nothing I can't accomplish. If I haven't accomplished anything yet, it's definitely because I haven't worked hard enough. I just need to keep working harder. There's no shortcut to success. Why so much clutter? Isn't it just that simple? Jingyi, Lingyu, come, let's continue. This time we will go all out and directly aim to cut open the heavenly gate with one sword. It's been 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years. It's time for an ascender to appear in this world. The other words might be something Lin Mo said casually, but this is absolutely true, there is not a single word of falsehood. Thousands of years have passed, and it is time for an ascender to appear in the human world. Otherwise, it is not known whether the human world can withstand it. In any case, the 10 holy places in the fairy world really can't bear it. After all, there has been no fresh blood for 1,000 years. Who can withstand it? If not, why would the Holy Queen Xianyuan Danmang go to so much trouble to send Lin Mo to the lower world? And now it is finally about to be completed. Her efforts have not been in vain, and the 10 holy places in the fairy world will also be saved. As for Tang Haiho, Xianyuan Dan originally dreamed of sending Tang Haiho to death when the mission was accomplished, but now she has changed her mind. No, we can't let him die. If he really died, wouldn't he be relieved? That would be too easy for him. He must be allowed to live forever, live like a dog forever, never get a chance to make a breakthrough, forever and ever, unable to live or die. This is the way it has to be for someone like him. Any other method would be too easy for him. Only in this way can we deter all the evildoers in the world and prevent others from imitating us in the future. As for Tang Yin, it's naturally the same. After all, if she hadn't given birth to Tang Haiho, how could all these things have happened later? Therefore, she, Tang Yin, is the culprit and must not be forgiven lightly. Let Tang Yin be a prostitute forever. Let her serve all the men in the world. Only in this way can future generations learn from her mistakes. Xianyuan Danmeng's words were the final outcome of Tang Haiho and Tang Yin. It will never be changed from now on. In the human world, Lin Mo was working hard again, and his cultivation began to soar again. 7th level Martial Saint, early, middle, late, extreme late, and peak. Break through the realm and successfully advance to the 8th rank Martial God. Keep going, come again. Watch me strive to reach the peak of the 8th level Martial God in one fell swoop, and then open the gate of heaven with one sword. Lin Mo was really full of fighting spirit at this moment, but does he still need to open the gate that day? In fact, he had already broken the entire destiny. After all, the key to Tang Haiho's destiny lies entirely in Yilin, and Yilin's luck has been dissipated this time, so how can there be any suspense? Tang Haiho, the mastermind behind the game of destiny, is gone, as is Yilin, the key figure in the game of destiny. Lin Mo doesn't even need to look for the remaining heavenly books himself, they will gather on their own. Just 7 days later, Lin Mo successfully advanced to the peak of the 8th level Martial God realm. In an instant, thunder rolled down from the sky. Divine light shines everywhere in the world, and pages of heavenly books rise into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all 13 pages of the heavenly book were gathered together. After 1,000 years, the interrupted path to ascension finally resumed. The gate to heaven that connects to the fairyland is also slowly opening. Breaking through the realm means ascending to heaven. Lin Mo is really going to make history. The path to ascension resumes, and the gate to heaven opens. Hurry, now is the time, Jingyi Lingyu, follow me, let's enter the fairyland now. No, if I leave like this, then what will happen to my sister Shuyi? And sister Meihui, and my 2 senior sisters Hongyu and Hongyu, as well as Yi Chuanshui and Yi Qingcheng? Can you take them to the fairyland as well? Logically, it shouldn't be possible, but the heavenly gate has been closed for 1,000 years, and now it's finally open again. Perhaps there's a loophole we can exploit? How about I give it a try? Yes, let's give it a try. After all, how can I, Lin Mo, forget my women? I must take them with me to ascend to wealth and glory. Jingyi and Lingyu, you go first. I'll go find someone. In the immortal realm, a strange color flashed in the depths of Xianyuan Danming's eyes, and he muttered to himself, looking for someone at this time? Lin Mo, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You still have lustful thoughts even when you ascend to heaven, you really are. Forget it. The human world hasn't produced an ascender for 1,000 years, and the 10 sacred places in the immortal world haven't had any new blood added in 1,000 years. Now is the time to use people, so let this kid bring more people into the immortal world. In that case, I'll help him. Come on, everyone, follow me and help Lin Mo bring as many people as possible from the human world into the fairyland. Originally, it would be impossible for Lin Mo to bring people who were not at the same level into the fairyland, but now, he can really do it. Result: Zhou Shuyi, Lu Yulan, Fang Yan, Shimeiwi, Shimeru, Su Yuanyuan, Huangfu Qiushui, Zhu Shaiyue and others, all those who Lin Mo had in-depth contact with were brought into the fairyland without exception. Just a few days after entering the fairyland, they all became pregnant. Even Xianyuan Danmeng is the same. I don't know who did this, who knows, this kind of thing is hard to guess. Anyway, Lin Mo's mission to break the fate of the world was successfully completed. From now on, he would live a shameless life in this fairy world. End of the book.